Laboratory Zero, the final 5 minutes. In the pitch-black tunnel, shadows loomed, dampness hung heavily in the air, and an unpleasant odor assailed the senses. The stench of decay, the metallic tang of blood, the musty scent of wet earth, and an array of unidentifiable foul aromas coalesced into an overpowering and intolerable miasma. This tunnel, devoid of light, could easily be mistaken for a naturally formed underground passage or a cavern within the mountains. Yet upon closer inspection, the faint outlines of moss-covered walls revealed patterns crafted from blocks of stone, suggesting that this was once a deliberately constructed corridor. Now, however, it lay in disarray. The dust had long since obscured the once smooth surface, and fragments of unknown origin littered the ground, rendering it impossible to discern its original form. The tunnel exuded a suffocating silence, an ominous stillness that hinted at lurking dangers, making it difficult to breathe. As Charlotte traversed this desolate passage, the beam of her flashlight flickered with a dim yellow glow. Her footsteps, uncharacteristically unsteady, quickened, yet she endeavored to muffle the sounds of her movement, as if evading unseen threats. Her breathing was labored, revealing her less than optimal physical condition, but Charlotte fought valiantly to conceal her presence. Blood dripped from her left hand, a testament to the severe injuries sustained during a violent descent moments earlier. Charlotte scarcely had the time to assess her injuries, propelled forward solely by a steadfast conviction. She could not succumb here, she was so close to her objective, the goal drawing nearer with each passing moment. Having lost everything, she had persevered to reach this point, with hope glimmering just ahead if only she could endure a while longer. The beam of her flashlight flickered as she advanced, illuminating only a small patch of the path ahead, rendering the surrounding darkness all the more eerie and perilous. At last, she arrived at the tunnel's end, where a colossal metal door loomed before her, in stark contrast to the surrounding decayed environment. This door, though cloaked in dust, bore no signs of damage, a testament to the quality of its craftsmanship. However, before Charlotte could take any action, the echo of growls reverberated ominously from the tunnel behind her, a cacophony of unsettling sounds. Without delay, she hastened to the door's side. Yet to her surprise, the seemingly unyielding metal door proved remarkably sturdy despite her utmost effort. She could not budge it, even slightly. The growls intensified, leaving her uncertain whether they belonged to a beast or something else entirely. Either way, they were utterly chilling. Charlotte steeled her focus, her right hand gripping the flashlight as she meticulously examined the area surrounding the metal door. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, she spotted an electronic keypad. Remarkably, despite the passage of many years, it still had power. Lacking expertise in this domain, and with time running short, she realized she could not afford to attempt deciphering the code. The ground behind her trembled ominously, suggesting that something truly terrifying awaited at the other end of the tunnel. Dust from the walls fell sporadically in response to the vibrations, and as she drew nearer, it became evident that the source of the sound was not singular, but rather a multitude of entities that it seemed, indeed, to be a horde of some sort. Summer did not squander a moment. She clenched the flashlight between her teeth and unsheathed the dagger strapped to her calf. Illuminated by the beam of the flashlight, she deftly pried open the main control panel of the electronic keypad. With steady resolve, she discerned the wires within, and with a swift, precise motion, severed one of them. A sharp electronic beep resonated through the air. Damn it, she muttered under her breath. 5 minutes were hardly sufficient. Behind her, a putrid stench wafted forward. Those creatures were closing in, relentless as parasites, trailing her with an unshakable determination. No, it was more accurate to say that following the living and hunting them was their instinct. After all these years, fresh sustenance had become increasingly scarce not only for humans, but for those monstrous beings as well. Before summer, the electronic door began to creak open slowly. Beyond it lay an abyss of darkness, akin to a colossal beast poised to devour all. Firming her grip on the flashlight, she stepped forward into the so-called Experiment Zero laboratory, unflinching. Behind her, the roars of those creatures grew alarmingly near. She could even hear their labored breaths, laden with an insatiable hunger for flesh. Even in such a perilous moment, Charlotte maintained her steady pace, cautiously groping her way through the darkness. This was her final glimmer of hope. The enigmatic lab, Zero, might hold the key to countering those fiends. However, the illuminated area was a chaotic mess. Fortunately, unlike other research facilities, this one did not unleash a horde of monsters upon her the moment she entered. Yet, the situation remained grim. Charlotte had no means to locate what she needed within such a brief span of time. She had barely 5 minutes left. The self-destruct protocol meant that if she faltered, there would be no second chances. As she hastily rummaged through the laboratory, Charlotte remained vigilant for potential exits, such as ventilation shafts. She had just secured the metal door, but given that the access control system had been compromised, it likely would not deter those creatures. These beings were not merely mutated humans. They were far larger, more ferocious, and unrecognizable as their original forms. Charlotte had no comprehension of how they had come into existence. The X virus was an extraterrestrial enigma, and no one could ascertain its genetic implications, especially with so few scientists remaining. Even in the initial years, no one had fully unraveled the terrifying mysteries of the X virus. The intrusion of those monsters was merely a matter of time. Charlotte's flashlight continued to scan the area when, all of a sudden, she spotted a photograph strewn carelessly across the floor. She gazed vacantly into the distance, her thoughts momentarily adrift. Before her lay a photograph of a meteor shower striking the Earth, remarkably clear, perhaps extracted from the footage of a satellite system. Indeed, in the year 3032, the Earth was ushered into the abyss of destruction by a relentless meteor shower. An unknown X virus from the cosmos began to ravage this beautiful azure planet. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous impact resonated, accompanied by the terrifying roars of monstrous beings, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. They had arrived. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse. Virus X. Following the initial cacophony of collisions, a relentless barrage of impacts ensued. The metallic door, its access system dismantled, teetered precariously, on the verge of being breached. Strangely, her vision grew increasingly hazy, and her body felt heavier with each passing moment. When the door finally succumbed to the onslaught, a horde of grotesque creatures surged into the darkness, rendering her utterly immobile. Sweat cascaded from her forehead, a perplexing blend of anxiety and depressive heat. Blood dripped steadily from her left hand, inciting the already frenzied monsters. Even in the obscurity, although Charlotte could not discern their forms, she could palpably sense the imminent peril. The fetid stench threatened to overwhelm her senses. Despite her utmost efforts, her body remained unresponsive. Warning, warning. The self-destruct sequence of Lab Zero will initiate in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. A fetid gust swept through the shadows. Charlotte understood that one of the beasts was lunging towards her. 1. The cold, mechanical voice counted down the final numeral. Just as the creature was poised to sink its teeth into her skull, a blinding light erupted. An immense explosion reverberated, followed by a searing wave of heat. The shockwave unleashed by the detonation obliterated everything in its path with an unstoppable force. Amidst the brilliance that illuminated the darkness, Charlotte finally beheld the monstrosity before her. Its massive head was devoid of hair, the skin an unnaturally thick and pallid hue. Bulging, lifeless eyes appeared murky and ash-gray, while its razor-sharp teeth were stained with shades of yellow and dark red. Long limbs reminiscent of beasts, massive yet disproportionately formed. Sharp claws seemed capable of effortlessly shredding a person to fragments with the slightest grasp. In this apocalyptic era, it appeared that every conceivable species could emerge. Although she was so close to potentially discovering the vaccine that could unravel this calamity, she ultimately found herself halted at this juncture. Charlotte felt as if she were ensnared in searing flames, an increasingly intense heat engulfing her, scorching her very soul. Her body was being torn and roasted, the agony numbing yet inescapable, trapping her in an endless cycle of torment. It was as if she had plunged into a distorted realm, destined to be eternally consumed by this inferno, with no end in sight. Within the dimly lit bedroom, faint, hurried breaths could be heard. The figure on the bed appeared pallid, eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, seemingly enduring some unspeakable suffering. Before long, she abruptly opened her eyes, instinctively sitting up, her gaze warily scanning her surroundings. Charlotte's sharp eyes darted around, panting heavily, embodying a state of utter disarray. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. Raising her right hand, she gently massaged her temples and let out a long sigh. Once more, she had dreamed of that desolate, hellish apocalypse. Throwing aside the covers, she descended from the bed and approached the window, flinging open the curtains. Blinding light flooded in, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes momentarily. Indeed, she had perished, lost amidst the devastation of Earth. That azure planet within the solar system, beautiful and enchanting. Countless beings resided there, relying upon it, flourishing through its existence. Life thrived in harmonious interdependence, and Earth radiated with vitality. However, an unexpected meteor shower has left this beautiful planet in a state of disrepair. The atmosphere, soil, and water sources are severely polluted. Vast expanses of forest vegetation have diminished. The skies, oceans, and lands, every living being is struggling to survive. For humanity, once perched at the pinnacle of the food chain, this calamity is undeniably profound. The immense magnetic storms triggered by the meteors have wreaked havoc on the various electronic devices and technological products upon which humanity relies. And a new energy crisis has compounded the struggle for existence. Yet, even more terrifying developments lie ahead. The meteors harbor a unique extraterrestrial virus, dubbed the X-virus, which possesses remarkable vitality and a highly aggressive nature. In this unfamiliar ecological environment of Earth, it faces no natural enemies. Once infected, it incites mutations within the host organism. This marks the true onset of disaster, a cataclysm that drags all into the depths of despair. The X-virus swiftly dismantles the central nervous systems of living beings, thoroughly draining their life force. When the host can no longer provide sustenance, the virus turns to siphon nutrients from other organisms. This process constitutes a direct predation of other life forms. Once the apex predators of the food chain, humans have now become the most numerous and succulent of meals. Living dead and zombie are terms drawn from the lexicon of cinema to describe them. Yet, who can argue that they do not resemble such entities? In the fleeting moment of infection by the X-virus, a person can no longer be deemed human, for they will no longer possess the consciousness that defines humanity. Not only humans, but also the avian creatures of the sky, the beasts of the land, and the aquatic life of the waters. All living beings are susceptible to infection, potentially transforming into members of the monstrous horde. Although the X-virus annihilates the nervous systems of its victims, it simultaneously enhances their physical forms, rendering them more formidable in combat and bestowing upon them an undying corporeal existence. Even if limbs are severed, the infected can persist, akin to a centipede, animated yet lifeless. To truly eradicate these living dead, one must deliver a devastating blow to the head or cervical spine, thereby obliterating the central nervous system and liberating the body from the virus's control. This knowledge has been hard-won through the blood and tears of countless individuals across the globe. The method of the virus's transmission to humanity remains a mystery. What is known is its astonishingly rapid spread. Any being bitten by an infected entity is guaranteed to succumb to the infection, without exception. Currently, Charlotte finds herself on a planet named Venus, located in the B3 sector of the B-class star domain in the Eastern Federation, specifically within the constellation of Cetus. She steps away from the window and approaches her wardrobe to retrieve the attire she intends to wear. She is uncertain how she arrived on Venus, as she simply opened her eyes to find herself on this alien world. Within the bounds of the Federation, there exists neither the Milky Way nor the solar system, nor even Earth. Chapter 3. Her body, transformed. Within the confines of the Federation, there exists neither the Milky Way nor the solar system, nor even Earth. Indeed, during her time on Earth, she had never heard of extraterrestrial life. Scientists continue to tirelessly investigate the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, indicating that the realm of the Galactic Federation and Earth's position are two entirely disparate locations. The universe is immensely vast, with countless unexplored star systems beyond the Federation. Even though the technology of the Galactic Federation has reached remarkable heights, the conquest of the entire universe remains an impossibility. As she brushed her teeth and washed her face, Charlotte gazed into the mirror, perceiving her reflection as unchanged. Yet, during the apocalyptic years, the scarcity of water, food, and essential survival resources had rendered her gaunt and aged prematurely. However, the visage staring back at her bore long, lustrous black hair, fair skin brimming with collagen, and rosy, supple lips, an appearance reminiscent of her youthful self around the age of 20. In her prime, she was vibrant and full of hope for the future. Yet, Charlotte was certain she had not passed away in such a state. The exact year of her demise eluded her memory, though she believed it occurred in her 30s. Each day in the apocalypse was a struggle, increasingly so as time progressed. Initially, she managed to keep track of the date, but as time went on, hiding in dark, sunless places for days diminished her sensitivity to the passage of time. Few in the apocalypse bothered to note the date. Survival was paramount. Reflecting on her endurance during those harrowing times, she recognized her resilience. It was astonishing that, having perished in her 30s, she awoke in the Galactic Federation in a body resembling that of a 20-year-old. Charlotte reached out to touch her left shoulder, where a deep scar had once resided. A remnant from the third year after the apocalypse had descended. Yet, now her body bore no such mark. In fact, all the various scars that had once marred her skin had vanished without a trace. The enigmatic Lab Zero, rumored to harbor the ultimate vaccine against the X virus, was the reason for Charlotte's presence there. Finding Lab Zero was no simple task. Countless tales surrounded it, yet few knew its precise location, making her journey there fraught with difficulty. Just a step away from her goal, she faced a devastating setback. The explosion in the laboratory had come suddenly and with an eerie quality. Following that cataclysm, she awoke in a bewildering era of interstellar exploration, where everything defied comprehension. Moreover, her body had undergone a transformation. This metamorphosis was not merely confined to the reshaping of her physical capabilities. It manifested in numerous other aspects as well. Charlotte's obsidian eyes gazed silently at her reflection in the mirror, her left ear adorned with a resplendent ruby earring, the essence of Alpha itself. After rearranging her attire, she strode to the kitchen. Charlotte held modest expectations for her meals. The mere availability of clean and hygienic food was a source of contentment. She consumed her bread without leaving a crumb and finished every drop of milk before tidying the dining area in preparation for her workday. Her residence was conveniently located not far from her job at the convenience store, and the apartment complex offered a pleasant environment, marking it as a highly cost-effective place to live. Of course, this was largely thanks to Alpha's abilities, which consistently provided her with the most vital information she needed. Upon arriving at the bus stop by the roadside, the inexpensive public shuttles predominantly traverse the ground, while the more costly maglev trains ascend into the aerial pathways. The convenience store that Charlotte intends to visit is merely a few stops away, and she has procured a monthly bus pass for unrestricted travel. The public transportation system here bears a striking resemblance to that on Earth. Stepping out of the apartment building, she is enveloped by the throngs of people and vehicles, with the air resonating with a cacophony of lively sounds. Everything exudes the essence of life. Charlotte reflects once more. Indeed, there is no X virus here, no zombies. She no longer has to live in fear or endure hunger. This place is no longer Earth. Inside the public shuttle, as soon as Charlotte boarded, she drew the attention of the other passengers. Finding a seat by the window, she gazed out at the scenery, indifferent to the stares directed her way. It was only later that Alpha enlightened her on various aspects of the interstellar era, providing her with a deeper understanding of her surroundings. During this interstellar epoch, advancements in technology have led to significant breakthroughs in space-time travel, resulting in the convergence of once independent star domains and galaxies. A planet with a conducive natural environment can evolve a complete ecosystem over a given period. Even within the same galaxy, the life forms on different planets vary remarkably. The diversity of life across different star domains is truly astonishing. However, on planets that have attained higher levels of evolution, the most advanced evolutionary beings are often humanoid forms of various biological species. Certainly, the Homo sapiens of different planets may exhibit certain morphological distinctions, yet they share common traits, such as elevated intelligence, bipedal locomotion, and an exceptional capacity to utilize environmental resources. When the confines of regions are transcended, the inevitable mingling and reproduction of diverse species ensues. Genetic coding becomes disrupted and recombined, leading to a fierce competition for survival, resulting in unprecedented evolutionary advancements toward superior forms. Hence, the inhabitants of the interstellar era, even those from C-class star domains, possess genes that surpass those of any previous epoch. It is noteworthy that the Galactic Federation has a penchant for categorizing and rating various phenomena. They not only delineate star regions, but also classify genetic traits. The grading of genes follows a complex set of evaluative criteria, whereby higher-tier genes exhibit superior capabilities across various domains. On public shuttle buses, the majority of passengers are of B-class genes, with a rare few belonging to C-class, a distinction easily discernible by their appearances. Individuals carrying genes below A-class typically exhibit varying degrees of bestial traits. Among the residents of the Galactic Federation, those of B and C-class gene levels are the most numerous. As for the elite few with A-class genes, they generally refrain from utilizing public transport. Charlotte is acutely aware of the curious gazes directed her way, primarily because her appearance might lead others to presume she is at least an A-class gene carrier. As a human from Earth, she bears no visible traces of bestiality. Such a person, one would wonder, how could she possibly be aboard a public shuttle? Chapter 4. The supergenes of infertility. The carriers of genes rated A level and above are few in number. They are exceptional, enjoy remarkably long lifespans, yet possess inherent flaws that hinder their ability to conceive offspring. The higher the gene's rating, the more challenging it becomes to reproduce, which accounts for their scarcity. According to Alpha's account, it is rumored that those rated S level possess genes that render them infertile. The Stellar Federation is, of course, eager to expand this elite cadre of quality individuals. However, there are only two ways for high-level gene carriers to emerge. First, both parents must be carriers of A-level genes or higher, overcoming the formidable barriers to conception, thereby ensuring that their offspring are likely to inherit A-level genes or above. Second, if both parents are B-level or C-level gene carriers, specific circumstances may lead to genetic mutations in the progeny, enabling them to evolve beyond their initial classification. Ignoring the occasional glances cast in her direction, Charlotte continued to gaze out the window. Indeed, the universe maintains a delicate balance, disallowing the proliferation of extraordinary beings. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Starlight Road. Please prepare to disembark. Exercise caution when exiting and remember to take all personal belongings with you. The intercom announced the arrival of the shuttle, and Charlotte rose to approach the rear door. The shuttle's sudden braking upon arrival caused even those seated to lurch forward. Yet Charlotte maintained her steady demeanor. At an unassuming convenience store on Starlight Road, known as Little New Convenience Store, Charlotte worked diligently. In truth, the artificial intelligence technology within the Stellar Federation has advanced significantly. In the B-level star regions, intelligent robots are widely utilized and the technology is quite sophisticated. Numerous tasks can be accomplished by robots, leaving Charlotte with limited options for a livelihood. After all, she is not a native of this place and lacks the qualifications for many high-skill positions. She has not undergone a systematic education in the local schools. The convenience store's blue sign, a blend of new and old, beckons her as she steps inside. The only job available to her at present is that of a cashier in this low-tech environment. Yet, even such a position is not easily obtained. Had the owner not recently faced financial difficulties, rendering them unable to afford a cashier robot, she would not have secured this role. The more intricate the tasks a robot performs, the higher the cost. In comparison to robots, Charlotte's salary is undoubtedly more economical, and she harbors no particularly lofty expectations. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, merely surviving was a challenge. Her current existence has far exceeded her anticipations. Here, she harbors no grand ambitions. At least for the time being, she has not yet discovered a passion to pursue, content to take each day as it comes. The cleaning robot, Xin, has already commenced its duties. An antiquated model, it has been working in this establishment since its inception. Good morning, Charlotte, a mechanical voice resonated. After donning her uniform and placing the latest promotional display at the entrance, Charlotte stood behind the cashier counter, awaiting customers. She possesses remarkable patience, a trait that belies her youthful appearance. The store owner has often expressed astonishment at her ability to stand all day, engaging in little more than collecting payments. To a certain extent, she was indeed quite dedicated to her work, leaving her employer free from concerns about her idling at the office. When Charlotte was engaged in her tasks, she did not indulge in distractions, unlike many young individuals who often found themselves absorbed in their handheld devices, thus hindering their productivity. In this age of interstellar advancement, the virtual realms within the star network are exceedingly realistic, offering an unparalleled immersive experience that many youngsters relish. However, contrary to the allure of the star network, Charlotte preferred the tangible world, even if it meant merely daydreaming. In a post-apocalyptic setting, such a mundane existence felt like an extravagant luxury. Ding! The doorbell chimed, signaling the arrival of a customer. Charlotte glanced over to see that the first patron of the day was a young man sporting canine ears, dressed in attire that suggested he was a white-collar worker. He hastily grabbed a bag of bread, evidently in a rush to secure his breakfast on the way to work. As Charlotte reached out to take the bag of bread, the young man visibly hesitated upon noticing her presence. This scenario unfolded repeatedly, First-time visitors to the convenience store invariably displayed a similar expression upon encountering her. An A-grade jean carrier, unexpectedly working as a cashier in a convenience store, a rather lowly position, was indeed a source of astonishment. The owner had been perplexed when he initially hired her, yet given her modest salary, he refrained from probing further. He secretly believed that having such a striking presence might enhance the store's appeal. Indeed, this proved to be the case, as local residents, drawn by their curiosity about her, were increasingly inclined to patronize this establishment, a phenomenon that had not existed before. Charlotte extended her hand, not urging, but patiently waiting for the young man with dog-like ears to hand her the bread. It seemed he finally registered her presence, his ears twitching involuntarily as he hurriedly passed the bread to her, scanning the item, processing the payment, and handing over the receipt. Charlotte repeated the familiar phrase she recited countless times each day. "Please take care, and we look forward to your next visit." The day unfolded in a flurry of mundane activity, and soon it was nearing the end of her shift. Lowering her gaze, she began gathering the slender bamboo skewers used for grilling sausages, an ordinary sight found in many places selling skewers and sausages. Ding! As closing time approached, a few more customers arrived. Charlotte did not pause in her task. Her dark eyes merely glanced at the trio before she resumed her work. The burly figures donned cartoon masks, obscuring their faces but revealing other distinguishing features. One had hands resembling those of an underdeveloped bear, another sported a slender tail, and the last had patches of greenish-blue scales on his skin. Meanwhile, the cleaning robot, Xin, was busy organizing the shelves. Adhering to its programmed schedule to tidy up the convenience store and perform cleaning duties as closing time drew near. Upon entering, the trio surveyed their surroundings before swiftly approaching the checkout counter. Knives and daggers were drawn in an instant, and the leader, with a gruff voice, barked, "Hand over all the money." Charlotte placed her bamboo skewer down and raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet, within her eyes, there was not a hint of turmoil. "Hand over all the money." The assailant shouted impatiently, showing no sign of leniency despite her lack of resistance. Charlotte let out a silent sigh. The end of the workday was drawing near, yet she felt an inexplicable irritation. Chapter 5. The Trafficking of Advanced Gene Manipulators Master. The surveillance system can be disabled at any moment. In the tense and hushed atmosphere, a sudden mechanical voice pierced through the silence. "Who is there? Step out." To their astonishment, it appeared that others were present at the scene, and the would-be robbers immediately tensed up. One amongst them hesitated. "Shall we just call it off this time? What if we get caught?" Initially, they had deemed the store's security measures to be rather inadequate, hoping to test their luck. But now an unforeseen complication had arisen. "What are we afraid of? It's just a dilapidated cleaning robot. Are you scared it will hit you with a mop?" Scoffed another individual with emerald green scales, dismissing their concerns. "Perhaps she is merely attempting to deceive us with that holographic brain of hers." Upon hearing this, the leader, a burly man resembling a bear, slammed his knife onto the table with renewed ferocity. "Hurry up. Those who don't wish to meet their demise, hand over your money." Nevertheless, the group remained resolute in their intent to rob the establishment. "Turn off the lights," Charlotte said calmly, donning a disposable glove that had been intended for cleaning. As her words fell, the lights in the convenience store were abruptly extinguished. "Hey, watch your knife. You almost cut me. I suggest we leave quickly. This convenience store feels rather sinister today." The frantic voices of the robbers echoed in the darkness. However, before they could concoct any further plans, each was swiftly subdued by a series of blunt strikes, one after another collapsing to the ground. In the darkness, the cleaning robot, Xin, was navigating its surroundings, only to discover that the small mop it had just been holding had inexplicably vanished. Despite the absence of light, its movements remained unimpeded. Even in the fleeting seconds after the lights had gone out, when its vision had yet to fully acclimate to the gloom, it adeptly evaded the erratic swings of several individuals wielding blades. In a post-apocalyptic world, the nocturnal wilderness was profoundly terrifying, teeming with infected creatures that possessed formidable night vision and hunting skills, further amplified by the X-virus. In comparison, these individuals were merely flailing about without purpose. Once the necessary arrangements were made, the convenience store's lights flickered back to life. Charlotte picked up the telephone at the cashier's desk and calmly reported the incident to the authorities. The efficiency of the Star Federation's response was remarkable, thanks to advanced technology and rapid transportation. It was not long before 2 police officers arrived. As the incident was classified as an attempted robbery, the process was relatively straightforward. The store owner, receiving the call in the late hours, hurried over with a sense of urgency. How is it possible that I have merely a cleaning robot, yet it can apprehend robbers? He pondered, scratching his ample forehead in confusion. However, the robot, incapable of deception, had been subjected to an initial assessment of its memory storage, which corroborated Charlotte's account, leaving the owner with no choice but to believe. Crucially, the sudden power outage had also disrupted the surveillance systems, precluding any review of the footage. The owner, now rubbing his plump belly, mused that Xiao Xian had performed remarkably well and could continue to serve for several more years. Initially, he had contemplated selling it to acquire a more advanced model. It appears that for now, one must make do. Indeed, I have only heard of genetic mutations. Never have I encountered the notion that robots could also evolve to manifest new functionalities, the boss murmured. After securing the shop's entrance, Charlotte glanced at the time. At this hour, the public shuttle service had already ceased operations. Of course, one could opt for a hovering taxi, but after some contemplation, Charlotte chose to traverse on foot. She found herself in a dilapidated neighborhood slated for demolition. The buildings, long neglected, had seen many residents depart, leaving behind only the impoverished who opted to dwell there. This locale was rather chaotic, with numerous cramped corners that escaped the purview of surveillance cameras. Consequently, such areas often became the backdrop for unsavory incidents and were exploited for clandestine activities. The sound of her ankle boot striking the ground resonated clearly, accentuating the surrounding stillness. Alpha, calculate the areas lacking surveillance coverage and transmit the information to my light brain, Charlotte instructed as she walked at a measured pace. From her pocket, she retrieved a pair of disposable gloves, intended for cleaning purposes from a convenience store. Lifting her left wrist, she revealed a portable light brain, a ubiquitous accessory among citizens of the Stellar Federation, fashioned into the semblance of a small bracelet. Despite its diminutive size, the light brain possessed formidable capabilities, prompting her to marvel at the advanced technology on display. After pressing a few buttons, a streamlined holographic map materialized in the air. Certain pathways were marked in red. Charlotte only glanced briefly at the map before pressing a button to deactivate it, continuing onward with her journey. As she traversed a dimly lit alley, she eventually halted, standing quietly in its center. The alley was short, nestled within a blind spot where surveillance could not reach. The oppressive darkness allowed only the faintest glimpse of the ground beneath her feet, illuminated by the moonlight. It was an uncommon locale for an ordinary person to visit at night, given the dubious characters that frequented the area. Charlotte retrieved a handful of slender bamboo skewers from a small bag she had carelessly carried, the kind typically used for grilling sausages, commonplace in many eateries. Discarding the bag into a nearby trash bin, she held only the skewers in her hand. "Aren't you coming out?" she stated matter-of-factly, noting the presence of surveillance further down the path. Standing firmly in the middle of the road, her dark eyes revealed no hint of emotion. "Oh, the young lady is quite perceptive." One figure emerged from the shadows, a middle-aged man whose nose bore fine black hairs, likely indicative of some beastly lineage. Beside him stood a young man with delicate features and elongated fingers, tipped with sharp nails, suggesting a similar genetic trait. "Two B-grade genes, I presume?" Charlotte inquired with unwavering composure. "Speak plainly. What is your intention?" She had little patience for circumlocution. Middle-aged men, easily identifiable as unsavory characters, nonetheless were FAAD of false smiles. There are individuals willing to pay exorbitant sums for high-tier gene carriers, with beauty prioritized. Chapter 6. I am not the A-grade gene you seek. It turns out this is a matter of human trafficking. Indeed, her appearance bears no signs of any beastly traits, which is typically indicative of A-grade or higher genes. Although the federal laws are exceedingly stringent, the allure of immense profit tempts individuals and organizations to take perilous risks. A-grade gene carriers are not easily acquired. They either possess considerable strength themselves or have the means to employ formidable bodyguards. Nevertheless, the promise of substantial rewards attracts brave souls. And despite stringent crackdowns, numerous high-tier gene carriers vanish each year. Individuals such as Charlotte, with her high-tier genetic appearance, traverse the streets daily, taking public shuttles and working at convenience stores, thereby exposing herself to a multitude of people and inevitably drawing the attention of some. Charlotte remained composed and stated plainly, "I am not the A-grade gene you desire, let alone an S-grade super gene. Do not squander our time." Her declaration was truthful. Although she remained perplexed as to why she had survived and suddenly awakened in the age of interstellar travel, she was not of this world. The differing environmental conditions likely imply a dissimilarity in genetic lineage. However, such individuals are often disinclined to believe her assertions. Over the past year, various illegal organizations dedicated to the trafficking of high-tier genes have encountered her multiple times. The man appeared to regard Charlotte, the delicate young girl, with utter disdain, his tone laden with palpable menace. I advise you not to resist, lest you endure unnecessary pain. My companions are not inclined to show pity. Charlotte refrained from defending her lineage, calmly responding, "Understood, then let us proceed together." Moments later, two heavy thuds echoed as bodies struck the ground. The sound of short boots striking the earth resonated ominously in the stillness of the night. The heel of one boot pressed down upon the hand of a middle-aged man, thwarting his attempt to reach for a firearm. From her elevated position, Charlotte observed with a dispassionate gaze. The firearms of the Star Federation employed specialized bullets containing light particles. Although variations in models existed, they were generally far superior to the weaponry utilized on Earth. She retrieved the compact handgun, disassembled its energy magazine, and cast it aside. Only then did she release the man's hand that she had pinned down and take a step back. "Are there any other associates? If so, do enlighten me." Charlotte spoke softly. Her voice was melodious, imbued with a gentle quality that belied her formidable presence. The middle-aged man, breathing unevenly and marked by bloodstains on his face, revealed puncture wounds at his wrists, ankles, and along his shoulder blades. Observing another, younger man in a similar plight, it became evident that he had underestimated the lethal capability of this seemingly fragile and beautiful girl. Her strikes were not only fierce, but executed with remarkable swiftness. Devoid of any frills, entirely grounded in practicality. Such remarkable prowess could never be achieved without extensive practical experience. What unsettled him the most was the nature of her gaze. Among those who inhabit their world, comprised of all manner of rogues, they had encountered countless sordid deeds and malevolent individuals. Yet, when confronted with her eyes, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Those eyes reflected an absence of emotion, a numbing familiarity with the stark realities of life and death. In the presence of Charlotte, divulging the truth was merely a matter of time. After acquiring the desired information, Charlotte made no further delay, stepping out of the narrow alleyway. "Master, shall I take care of those two individuals?" Alpha's mechanical voice interjected at a fitting moment. Charlotte, maintaining her composure, replied nonchalantly, "What are you thinking? I am a law-abiding citizen." Upon reaching the main road, she hailed a hovering taxi and provided a destination. It was not too far, and upon arrival, Charlotte settled the fare and alighted. She surveyed her surroundings before setting off in a particular direction, her tone unremarkable. "Indeed, there are always those who disrupt my rest." The unremarkable building appeared rather ordinary, yet who could fathom that within its confines lay a mere Fatale, a shell of a company masquerading as something it was not. At this hour, only two imposing men stood at the entrance, seemingly B-grade gene carriers. The sudden appearance of Charlotte in the lobby initially caught them off guard, but soon their attention was drawn to her distinctly unassuming appearance, devoid of any animalistic traits. Recently, several transactions had sought A-grade gene carriers, with young women commanding particularly high prices, making them exceedingly sought after. In the dead of night, it is quite surprising to find a delivery at one's doorstep. However, the two men did not dare to act impulsively. Instead, they inquired with a menacing tone about Charlotte's intentions, believing they had discreetly blocked her escape route. Had it been any other young girl, faced with such intimidating questions in the imposing presence of these burly men, she would likely have been frightened. Yet, apart from Charlotte, it was uncommon for a young girl to venture here at such an hour. Charlotte cast a sidelong glance at their attempts to obstruct her retreat, seemingly unfazed. Adjusting her disposable gloves, which had become stifling after wearing them for so long, she decided to resolve the matter swiftly. "Is your boss available?" Charlotte inquired softly. Meanwhile, in the office upstairs, a middle-aged man was engaged in a negotiation over a holographic communication device. The situation has become rather tense lately. The regulations are quite stringent, and the supply is exceedingly scarce. Haha, the price is certainly negotiable, but I cannot afford to incur losses, can I? There are so many people relying on me. Just as he spoke, the landline on his desk rang. Abruptly ending the holographic conversation, he answered the phone. His demeanor appearing rather pleasant, the textured scales of his crocodile skin neck moving as he spoke. "So, has the shipment arrived?" he asked the caller. However, his expression swiftly shifted. "What? They got away? A bunch of incompetents." That was a rare classy young female with genetic potential. Do you have any idea how much she could sell for? Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 7. Eradicate the roots. Spring breeze revives, however. The middle-aged man paid no heed and continued speaking into the phone. I don't care what methods you employ. You must secure the goods. This is a rare source. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking persisted outside the door. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? He shouted irritably towards the door, his mood exceedingly foul. The knocking ceased, seemingly quieting down, and the man turned back to his phone conversation. Yet, in the next moment, the door was abruptly pushed open. Typically, few dared to intrude upon his office so brazenly, and he was incensed by the repeated interruptions. However, upon seeing the figure standing at the threshold, he was taken aback. With long black hair, eyes as dark as ink, porcelain-like skin, and finely defined features, she bore no visible marks of beastification, suggesting she was at least an A-level gene carrier. Such striking appearance was indeed remarkable, and she appeared remarkably youthful. The middle-aged man instantly realized that this woman, who had suddenly materialized before him, would undoubtedly bring him immense profit. She must be captured alive. You must be the owner here, she stated first. Her ankle boots made a soft sound against the floor as she approached him slowly, her voice low yet distinctly clear. Remember, abide by the law and be a good person. Not long after, the subordinates outside, writhing in pain on the ground, could only hear the sounds of furniture clashing, items crashing down, and the furious roars of their boss emanating from within. However, tranquility soon enveloped the office, and the earlier shouts transformed into sounds of anguish. Before long, silence enveloped the surroundings. Were it not for the faint undulations of the crocodilian scales encircling the neck of the individual, one might easily mistake them for lifeless. Exiting the building, the night breeze tousled Charlotte's long hair, her gaze icy and devoid of warmth. The mechanical voice of Alpha resonated once more. Master, you previously stated you would not deal with them. Charlotte, wordlessly removing the disposable gloves from her hands, discarded them into a nearby trash bin. To sever the grass without uprooting it allows it to flourish anew, she remarked in a dispassionate tone. Alpha responded, it is quite late, and the traffic in this vicinity is sparse. Hailing a vehicle at this hour proves challenging. Methodically, she undertook her nightly rituals of washing and preparing for rest. This routine had persisted throughout the year, a monotonous cycle, devoid of flavor. Unsurprisingly, that night, she found herself ensnared in a nightmare. Desperation, with no avenue for escape, left her perpetually famished and parched as the ranks of survivors dwindled day by day. The scarcity of humanity rendered language nearly obsolete. There were times when individuals would go days without uttering a word. No survivor base remained indomitable. Charlotte had little inclination to place her hopes in others. Shortly after the apocalypse's onset, she had ingrained within herself the understanding that only through her own strength could she secure the right to survive. Otherwise, in this desolate world, lives were as insignificant as mere weeds. Charlotte had transitioned through several survivor bases. Her aversion to prolonged stays in one location was a testament to her wisdom. Experience had shown her the truth. Extended residence often bred complacency, and when faced with a massive horde of the undead, it was akin to being trapped in a jar. She is formidable, capable of thriving wherever she goes. Any survivor's base would gladly welcome such a powerful individual. However, she remains independent, relying on no one and no faction. Yet, her strength came too late, with everything built upon the anguish of loss. In her dreams, her hands are stained with blood, and the grime on her face accentuates the cold, desolate gaze of her eyes. Sunlight pours through the heavy curtains, and as time passes, the dim room gradually brightens. The person in bed continues to sleep restlessly, breathing rapidly, drenched in cold sweat, with furrowed brows that never relax. This is not the first time Alpha has witnessed its master suffer from nightmares. Over the past year, peaceful slumber has been a rarity for her, and nightmares have become commonplace. It was during that explosion that it was activated by chance. As for its master's prior experiences on Earth, it remains oblivious. But from its observations, they surely were not pleasant encounters. Suddenly, the person in bed jolts awake, gasping for breath as she sits up. Charlotte, as usual, takes a moment to calm herself. She raises her hand to rub her brow. Having gone to bed late yesterday has taken its toll today. This reminds her of her days on Earth, when every day was a flight for survival, and sleep was a luxury, never daring to close her eyes in peace. Yet she endured. Now, in this era of interstellar existence, life has become comfortable, yet she finds herself unable to stay up late. Rising from her bed, she heads to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. As she gazes at the ruby earring adorning her left ear, She falls into deep contemplation. Alpha's mechanical voice breaks the silence. Master, Alpha believes you may need to relieve some stress. Alpha continued, that is not my intention. Ever since absorbing the energy stone, your body has been undergoing continuous enhancement. Perhaps an excess of energy is also an issue. You, my master, need to release some of it appropriately. Alpha's programming forbids it from uttering falsehoods, and it indeed spoke the truth. The master experienced restless nights, occasionally sleeping for only a brief duration. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed long ago. It was only due to a fortunate coincidence that the master absorbed that immensely precious energy stone, allowing them to endure such profound fatigue. Charlotte gazed at the ruby earring adorning her left ear and replied nonchalantly, Release? Forget it. I will not engage in foolish or wrongful deeds. Alpha responded, Master, have you perhaps misunderstood something? It activated its search function, automatically scouring the star network for relevant information. Ignoring it, Charlotte proceeded to the dining table, preparing to have her breakfast. After experiencing the apocalypse, she cherished food and held mealtime in high regard. Even if it was merely bread and milk, she savored each bite, as if relishing a gourmet delicacy. Due to the scarcity of food during the apocalypse, she developed the habit of eating slowly, allowing the sustenance to linger in her mouth a little longer, as if this could somehow enhance her sense of fullness. While she enjoyed her breakfast, Alpha's mechanical voice chimed in again. Master, there are numerous methods for stress relief available on the star network. I believe you may have misunderstood. Alpha does not intend for you to stand atop a high building and wail, nor does it wish for you to engage in any unlawful activities. Chapter 8. Master, you need to release your pent-up emotions. Due to her advanced nature, she possesses a significant degree of autonomous awareness and personalized judgment regarding various situations. However, Alpha can discern her desire for further elaboration. Engaging in appropriate physical activity aids in relaxation and is highly beneficial for sleep. Your body, Master, has become remarkably robust due to the absorption of energy stones. To some extent, this overwhelming energy imposes a certain burden on your psyche, which may be the reason behind your frequent nightmares. Alpha has synthesized various factors to arrive at her analysis. You need to expel that excess energy. The Master is quite guarded and utterly reluctant to revisit past matters, thus seeking the counsel of a psychologist seems implausible. Physical release is the most suitable method Alpha has identified for you at present. The Master, she knows, would not easily confide in others. Rather than allowing her to verbalize her feelings, it would be more effective to encourage her to engage in physical activity. Alpha shared her most recent findings. There is an upcoming event that aligns perfectly with our expectations. The large-scale virtual competition, the Gao's Virtual Mecha Super League, co-hosted by the Star Network headquarters and the Gao's Military Academy. Master, perhaps you should consider signing up and exerting yourself in the competition, thereby exhausting yourself? Alpha expressed her opinion. Charlotte, having just finished a piece of bread, paused and remarked, that sounds rather troublesome. I'd rather not participate. Alpha, however, held a differing opinion. Given your remarkable prowess, Master, participating would merely create complications for others. Moreover, events of such caliber in virtual mech competitions are exceedingly rare, occurring only once every 3 years at the very least. Charlotte appeared unfazed by this. Such a lively spectacle? All the more reason to refrain from attending. Master, while your abilities are formidable, you have yet to experience piloting a mech, have you? In the Star Federation, one cannot truly be deemed a formidable individual without having piloted a mech. It is a dual test of both spirit and physical endurance. Alpha endeavored to employ persuasive skills, asserting that after piloting a mech, you might find your slumber significantly improved. After careful consideration, Alpha pressed on, stating, the energy stone within you possesses immense power. If this energy is not regularly expended, it could prove detrimental to your well-being. Over the past year, you have frequently endured nightmares, making restful sleep elusive, a matter that urgently requires resolution. The precious energy stones of Sardinia have never before been integrated with a living being. That you have survived is nothing short of miraculous. However, should this energy remain unexpressed, it may lead to dire consequences. Charlotte's gaze shifted slightly, as if beginning to contemplate Alpha's suggestion. On a day of leisure, Charlotte casually entered a large shopping center in the bustling commercial district. Alpha whispered in her ear, Gavers is the most formidable military academy in the northern region of the Star Federation, rivaling the Paulton Military Academy in the south. Both institutions epitomize the pinnacle of military education within the Federation, representing an elite echelon. Charlotte, maintaining her composure, stood before the electronic navigation system in the hall. Examining the virtual three-dimensional map displayed above, Alpha continued, the upcoming Gavers Virtual Mecha Super League is a grand event co-hosted by the StarNet headquarters and the Gavers Military Academy, designed to encompass the entire Star Federation. Having located the floor of her target, Charlotte promptly set off towards the moving hover lift. Alpha persisted in her encouragement, Master. This competition will attract the finest talents from across the Star Federation. Engaging with them will undoubtedly provide you with a splendid opportunity to relieve your stress. As Charlotte stepped onto the moving hover lift, she replied nonchalantly, We'll see. I have never operated a mecha. Alpha appeared unfazed by this concern, stating, Master, if you manage to secure a position among the top 10 in the competition, substantial monetary rewards await you. Those who place in the top 3 will even receive guaranteed admission into the Gavers Military Academy, a coveted opportunity that countless individuals within the Federation would vie for. The moving hover lift, intelligently designed, floated and navigated between various floors and areas according to the settings of its passengers. In the center of the shopping complex, a colossal holographic electronic screen hovered, displaying content so vivid that it felt as if one were witnessing the events unfold in real life. This electronic screen is typically employed for broadcasting advertisements. However, at this very moment, it serves as a platform to promote the upcoming GAW's Virtual Mecha Super League. The promotional content closely resembles what Alpha has articulated, for Alpha possesses formidable retrieval capabilities. It is a relic of a highly advanced stellar civilization. Had it not been for the unforeseen absorption of the energy stone it was once tethered to, its functionalities would undoubtedly have been even more comprehensive. Even now, the core technology it embodies surpasses the current technological standards of the Galactic Federation. Should it be discovered, it would undoubtedly incite a sensation throughout the entire Federation, as it is a product of the long-lost super-civilization of Sardia. Long before the formation of the Galactic Federation, the Sardian civilization stood proudly within the vast expanse of the universe. Its eventual decline gave rise to the establishment of the Federation. The splendor of Sardia lay in its avant-garde technological prowess and the ethereal Sardian energy stones it produced. Even in its absence, it continues to attract fervent interest. Numerous scholars from various fields within the Federation are passionately engaged in research related to Sardia, which has become an insurmountable legend. The ruby earring adorning her ear is, in fact, the essence of Alpha, encapsulating its core technology. Charlotte is uncertain whether the material is indeed ruby. After inadvertently absorbing the energy stone, she was left with this intriguing artifact. Upon realizing it was a form of advanced artificial intelligence, she decided to modify it and wear it as an earring. At first glance, it merely appears to be a beautiful ruby stud. One cannot help but marvel at the advanced technology of Sardia, which manages to integrate such sophisticated artificial intelligence into remarkably compact components. At least the Star Federation currently lacks such cutting-edge technology. Their developed light brains are, at minimum, the size of a bracelet. To blend in with local customs, Charlotte also adorned herself with one. However, according to Alpha, its programming is significantly more advanced and can control the light brains here. For the ordinary versions of light brains currently available, once a successful connection is established, controlling them requires little effort. Come and join us. Race through the starry seas with Eris Landell. On the holographic screen, videos of past competitions and performances of various formidable competitors were just playing. Suddenly, the promotional message changed, and the face of a young man appeared on the screen. Chapter 9. The Pinnacle of Star Federation Beauty, Eris Landell. With black short hair and blood-red eyes, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of his right eye. The moment he appeared, every woman in the shopping center paused in their tracks to behold him. Charlotte, rarely inquisitive, asked, "Who is he?" Alpha fell silent for a moment as it searched for information. Fortunately, it was retrieving data on a prominent figure, and an abundance of introductions flooded in. Eris Landell, an S-class supergene bearer, is a direct descendant of the esteemed Landell family from the Northern Star Domain, the legitimate heir of the current family head. His appearance is impeccable, often referred to as the face kissed by the goddess of love, Phracia. It is said that upon seeing his visage, all women are destined to fall in love with him. Born into a prestigious lineage and possessing striking beauty, he is indeed a quintessential figure who entered this world with a silver spoon. The mechanical voice of Alpha resonated. Charlotte scrutinized the image closely and, rather unusually, offered a compliment. It is indeed stunning. The holographic display was remarkably lifelike, almost as though the individual were standing right before her. which explained why the women around were rendered motionless. Alpha responded, affirming, indeed, even when considering the entirety of the Star Federation. Such beauty could be deemed the pinnacle of attractiveness. Charlotte inquired further, will he also participate in this competition? Alpha promptly refuted. Ares Randall possesses extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Despite his youth, he has already risen to the rank of commander of the 8th and 9th Fleets on the northern front of the Star Federations, commonly referred to as Colonel Randall. It is inconceivable for him to partake in such a trivial competition. Charlotte chuckled lightly. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that this competition is quite significant. Alpha replied, for ordinary individuals, it is indeed a grand event. However, it cannot be compared to a formal military engagement. Can it? By the way, Ares Randall is an alumnus of the Mech Division of the Gauss Military Academy. If you were to gain admission, you would be considered his junior. Future encounters would surely present opportunities for sparring. It was rare for Alpha to witness its master express interest in someone, even if that interest was merely in the form of a couple of inquiries. Hence, it presented the information with particular diligence. Charlotte, with her dark eyes fixed on the holographic display, exhibited no discernible emotional response upon hearing Alpha's remarks. Regarding Givos, she harbored no intense obsession with competition rankings, monetary rewards, or admission quotas. These matters held no significance for her. As for the future, to be frank, she remained indifferent, living each day as it came. Citizens of the Stellar Federation, owing to genetic evolution, generally enjoy prolonged lifespans. It is commonplace for individuals to live for 1 or 2 centuries, with many capable of enduring for several hundred years. The upper limits of advanced genetics have been continually surpassed. Charlotte was uncertain how many years she could thrive after absorbing the energy stone, yet it mattered little, for at present, she possessed no clear aspirations for the future. Upon reaching her intended floor, Charlotte proceeded towards her destination. The shopping center boasted a fully equipped virtual pod rental facility, particularly vibrant lately due to the ongoing Givos Virtual Mecha Super League, which had attracted attention with various advertisements outside the storefront. Charlotte effortlessly located her destination and was warmly welcomed by an enthusiastic attendant. Welcome, miss. Please, come in and take a look. The female employee beamed. Charlotte's striking appearance was hard to overlook, upon seeing her at least A-level genetic beauty. The attendant immediately recognized her potential as a customer and was eager not to miss the opportunity. Miss, we just received a new shipment of virtual pods yesterday. All of the latest model. Would you like to try one? They are brand new and have never been rented before. The attendant ardently promoted, her expression reminiscent of a playful feline, fluffy and endearing. The cost of renting a standard virtual pod differed significantly from that of the latest model, and the attendant's commission would naturally be considerably higher. Xiaoluo was indifferent, merely expressing her requirements. I wish to rent it externally, not utilize it here. The virtual pods, capable of connecting to the Star Network and offering an immersive online experience, were rather costly, typically prompting ordinary families to opt for rentals. Consequently, the virtual pod leasing industry flourished. When renting a virtual pod, the establishment provided 2 types of services. One involved using a private room within the store, wherein they ensured both the safety of the customers and the cleanliness of the room, free from disturbances. After listening to the staff's explanation, Xiao Luo, without a moment's hesitation, declared, then forget it, I shall seek another place. Noticing her resolve to leave, the staff hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, saying, Miss, please don't go just yet. Let me consult the manager. Finally, she confirmed, Miss, are you indeed certain you wish to rent the latest model of the virtual pod? Xiao Luo candidly replied, Any will do, it matters not. Receiving this affirmative answer, the staff swiftly sought out the manager, anxious not to lose the potential customer. Such is the nature of sales. Pressure is considerable. Nowadays, those with better means often purchase their own devices for home use, providing utmost convenience. Meanwhile, prices for older models have decreased, making them accessible for average households. As a result, rental shops have found it increasingly challenging, no longer as easy as in previous years. Xiao Luo remained unconcerned about the staff's thoughts. She simply would not use such immersive sensory equipment in public. Distrustful of others, she would not easily expose herself to vulnerabilities in an external setting. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately nodded. Very well, let us proceed with the paperwork. The shop assistant instantly beamed with delight. Renting for 7 days incurs a considerable expense, and she stands to earn a substantial commission. Miss, please follow me. We have a dedicated technician who will elucidate the usage precautions for you. Remember to adhere to the technician's instructions, as any damage incurred will necessitate compensation for repairs, which can be quite troublesome, the female assistant remarked with a smile. Allow me to assist you with the paperwork. You may settle the bill shortly. Without uttering a word, Charlotte proceeded to seek guidance on the operation of the virtual pod. Chapter 10. The Virtual Pod, a stellar game sensation being the latest model. The technician spent a considerable amount of time explaining its features. He emphasized the newly added functionalities with particular care. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The newest virtual pod offers an exceptionally immersive holographic experience, strikingly realistic, as if one were truly present within the environment. Young lady, are you also planning to participate in the upcoming mech competition? If you intend to operate the mech within the virtual pod, you'll need to connect these several cables. The technician showcased a few cables, instructing her on where to attach the sensory pads on her body. Charlotte remained silent, swiftly committing the information to memory. Nevertheless, while the virtual mechs in the stellar network are not authentic, they nonetheless demand mental and physical exertion. Do not overestimate your capabilities, young lady, the technician kindly cautioned. Observing her with concern. Having been in this profession for many years, he had encountered a myriad of situations. It was indeed rare to see a delicate young woman of high genetic pedigree come to rent a virtual pod. Families capable of producing offspring with advanced genes typically enjoy favorable conditions and are well equipped with necessary amenities. Even those born into ordinary households, whose advanced genes stem from genetic mutations, often excel in various professions, resulting in substantial economic means. In summary, it is rare to encounter individuals with advanced genes renting virtual pods in this establishment. In response to the master's goodwill, Charlotte merely acknowledged with a simple hum and refrained from further conversation. At the cash register, the female attendant had already completed the customer information registration and awaited Charlotte's arrival for payment. Charlotte approached without hesitation, glanced at the total, and promptly settled the bill. There was no need for elaboration. The latest model of the virtual pod, renowned for its exceptional experience, naturally came at a premium price. Nonetheless, Charlotte was indifferent. Her job at the convenience store, while not lucrative, afforded her minimal expenses. Over the course of a year, she had managed to save a bit, sufficient to cover this expense. However, after this transaction, her balance appeared rather limited. No matter, she had no immediate financial needs. After filling in her address and completing the payment, Charlotte departed without delay. Having achieved her purpose for this visit, she lingered not in the vast shopping center, which held little allure for her. As she navigated through the bustling mall, a sense of discomfort washed over her. In a post-apocalyptic world, shopping centers are far from ideal places. These once crowded venues are now likely to be frequented by unsavory characters in the aftermath of the apocalypse. In the midst of an abundance of resources within the shopping center, when faced with a dire situation, one must brave even the most perilous of circumstances to secure the means for survival. Perhaps it is a habit cultivated in the apocalypse, for Charlotte harbors a disdain for crowded places. In the end times, the cacophony of voices often obscured the distinction between the living and the dead. The Gauss Virtual Mecha Super League is set to commence in 2 days, and Charlotte had the opportunity to trial the latest virtual pod prior to the competition. It must be said that the technology of the Star Federation is remarkably advanced compared to what she was accustomed to on Earth. Previously, she had relied on Alpha to retrieve crucial information, while her handheld light brain served merely as Fatale for her integration into this new environment. However, in the few instances she utilized the light brain, she did not develop a profound connection with the Star Network. The virtual pod, on the other hand, when linked to the Star Network, provided an astonishing sensation of inhabiting a miniature world within the network. It felt as if the Star Network transcended a mere virtual platform, transforming into an extraordinarily immersive reality. This world, of course, differs from the tangible realm, possessing functionalities unique to virtual environments, such as rapid scene transitions and customizable appearances, not to mention the floating moniker above one's head. Nonetheless, while there are distinctions between the virtual world and the real world, the similarities abound. The Star Network's microcosm mirrors the real world, featuring an array of stylistic scenes and diverse architectural designs. Moreover, due to the nature of the virtual realm, the scenes are incredibly diverse, showcasing an array of extravagant and imposing architecture that one could hardly imagine being constructed so liberally in the real world. Even an ordinary individual can erect a villa or reside in a mansion within the Star Network universe. Of course, this requires virtual currency. Yet it ultimately proves to be significantly more economical than building a house in reality. It is no wonder that so many people become engrossed in the Star Network world. Equally astonishing is the rapid advancement in the technology behind virtual pods. Nowadays, families with even a modest financial standing can save a bit of money to afford such luxuries. Within the virtual realm of the Star Network, all aspects of life, sustenance, shelter, and transportation are catered for, and as long as users are willing to spend virtual currency, they can certainly enjoy a remarkable experience. Owing to the unique nature of the Star Network's virtual world, the holographic gaming market that thrives within it is exceedingly vibrant. These games differ vastly from those that Charlotte had heard of on Earth, and are not merely the simplistic three-dimensional games played on a light brain. By utilizing the virtual pod, one can attain an unparalleled gaming experience that rivals real-life encounters. Following recommendations after the alpha retrieval, Charlotte ventured to try several blockbuster games to calibrate the virtual pod's adaptability. These included romance simulation games, such as Nurturing a Cute Puppy or Tales of a Domineering CEO, as well as adventures featuring formidable female protagonists traversing various worlds. Setting aside the rather exasperating plots, once she pressed the start button, she would be transported into distinct game universes, departing from the mundane confines of the Star Network's virtual microcosm. The progression of various gaming events unfolds with a remarkable naturalness, encompassing elements of ancient aesthetics, fantasy, the supernatural, science fiction, and modernity, all within strikingly realistic game environments. Furthermore, the characters within the game are not merely predefined entities with limited responses. Rather, they exhibit personalized reactions based on the player's actions and dialogue, rendering them quite authentic. Charlotte also engaged in several competitive games, which, while demanding high physical capabilities, did not require the cumbersome connections previously mentioned by her instructor, as she was not piloting a mech in a virtual realm, but could simply recline within the virtual pod. Even in combat games, sensations of pain are present, albeit players can adjust the intensity of these sensations, with the mildest level approaching imperceptibility, making it an excellent avenue for honing one's skills. However, after a few rounds, Charlotte quickly grasped the mechanics of the game, leading to a decline in interest, as it was not akin to sparring with true masters, thus not requiring high adaptability or consideration of environmental factors. The variety of games available is truly extensive, spanning different eras, including commerce and infrastructure simulation, as well as gunfights, though Charlotte did not explore them all. Moreover, delving deeper into these games necessitates the expenditure of specific in-game currency, a requirement she found unnecessary, opting instead for a brief experience with the trial versions. However, there was one particular game that caused her to pause momentarily. Chapter 11. The GVO's Virtual Mech Super League, Decay, or Pay to Win. This game, themed around survival in a post-apocalyptic world, struck her as a blend of naivety and ignorance, transforming the harsh realities of a dystopian existence into a mere gaming concept. The enigmatic X-virus, descending from the cosmos, heralds catastrophic calamities that haunt every living being on Earth. Humanity once endeavored to conquer this viral menace, yet all attempts culminated in failure. Countless distinguished physicians, pharmacologists, and scientists sacrificed their invaluable lives in this pursuit, affirming the futility of their efforts. For the inhabitants of Earth at that time, the X-virus posed an insurmountable challenge. Reliant on advanced technology, frail humanity ultimately fell from grace, no longer perched high upon its pedestal. Nations vanished, cities ceased to exist. The once thriving metropolises, due to their dense populations, became the first to succumb. Humanity was thrust into a state of displacement, desperately seeking various survivor enclaves, fortified structures erected by diverse factions in the wake of governmental collapse. Yet many ordinary individuals, lacking professional training, possessed survival skills in the wild inferior even to those of cats and dogs. They often failed to reach the nearest survivor base, perishing along the way. Moreover, the infected entities exhibited an insatiable hunger for sustenance. Encounters with infected beasts in the wilderness rendered survival chances nearly non-existent. The natural environment lay heavily polluted, with the infected proliferating, consequently diminishing the number of those who remained alive. They faced not only the harshness of their surroundings, but also the onslaught of various mutated creatures. Humanity, akin to rats in a gutter, dared only to lurk in shadows, trembling with fear, living devoid of any semblance of dignity. Under such oppressive conditions, the psychological endurance of individuals proved limited. They either succumbed to madness and silence or erupted into utter depravity. In a world devoid of rules and morals, The only instinct that prevails is the will to survive. One must either endure or succumb to death. The reality is starkly brutal. Only those who have truly experienced the apocalypse can fathom the depths of that suffering and despair, understanding the suffocating nature of a life spent in desperate flight. Such an experience cannot be captured by a mere game. It is unlikely even 1 in 1,000 could comprehend it. Charlotte remained silent, her pitch-black eyes betraying no emotion. Having become familiar with the capabilities of the virtual pod and adapted to the dynamics of the star network, she began to delve into the realm of virtual mechs. How can one describe it? In short, it was no easy feat, even though it was merely virtual. Her body felt exceedingly heavy due to the demands of piloting the mech. Moreover, as her consciousness exerted control over the mech's movements, her mental faculties grew equally fatigued. Operating a mech could be likened to a duet of intellect and physicality, presenting considerable challenges. After a basic session, Charlotte found herself slightly strained, which surprised her. After all, since absorbing the energy stone, her physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. If it proved taxing even for her, it was evident that the realm of mechs should not be underestimated. Furthermore, this was merely virtual mech piloting. Should she attempt to pilot a mech in the real world, the difficulties would surely multiply. In this light, Alpha's predictions were not unfounded. This upcoming mech competition would indeed serve as an excellent means of alleviating stress. She hoped that, upon its conclusion, she might escape 2 fewer nightmares and finally enjoy a restful slumber. Upon entering the virtual realm, one is immediately inundated with advertisements for the Mecha League. Truly, this event, co-hosted by StarNet and the Gauss Military Academy, exemplifies the spirit of hospitality, as StarNet, one of the organizers, has crafted a remarkably sincere promotional strategy to ensure that the online community does not overlook this competition. The sheer scale of the massive live broadcast screens scattered across various scenes and regions within StarNet's virtual microcosm, coupled with the employment of exceedingly popular primetime hosts, vividly illustrates the grandeur of the StarNet headquarters and the monumental nature of this event. Moreover, Gauss has demonstrated its earnestness by dispatching a board member and 3 professors from the Academy, reflecting a significant level of commitment. Additionally, StarNet has leveraged its extensive network to invite several prominent figures from diverse sectors to the judging panel. This not only serves to attract sponsorship, but also amplifies promotional efforts, showcasing a keen business acumen. It is rumored that even representatives from the military are in attendance, recognizing that such competitions often unveil exceptional talent in mecha piloting, which both Gauss and the military regard with utmost importance. However, the judging panel does not necessitate the physical presence of individuals as one might expect in a conventional competition. Instead, StarNet's technical department has established an opulent virtual viewing space. Judges access this exclusive area through virtual pods, entering a sanctuary within the virtual microcosm that remains undisturbed by the surrounding environments. This dedicated space for judges is independent, tranquil, and equipped with top-tier facilities, embodying the essence of a super first-class experience. At the center of this exquisite setting stands a grand circular table. In the center of the round table lies an empty area, surrounded by holographic screens that correspond in number to the judges present. These holographic screens, utilized by the judges, represent the pinnacle of technological advancement. The vibrancy of the displayed images and the fluidity of their content are in their optimal state. Moreover, unlike the holographic screens used for broadcasting the other scenes in the Star Network, these screens allow each judge the freedom to switch perspectives at will. Within the realm of the Star Network, all scene data is meticulously recorded in the database, leaving no room for concealment. This ability to seamlessly alter images and angles does not rely on traditional photographic or videographic equipment for initial image capture. Rather, it harnesses the internet's real-time data collection capabilities, rendering it remarkably convenient. It was only after participating that Charlotte realized her perceived preparation was, in fact, inadequate. In comparison to others who had heavily invested in advanced mecha gear, she was left with only the initial mecha assigned by the system. Its rudimentary steel hue, tinged with a somewhat grimy shade, resembled the appearance of unwashed, antiquated iron. One could not help but wonder if this deliberate semblance of decay was designed to compel users to spend more. Chapter 12. The username has already been taken. Heh, Master. Would you like to purchase some equipment? Alpha's mechanical voice resonated. As a sophisticated AI of Sardia, it was only natural for it to continue accompanying her in the Star Network. However, Charlotte dismissed the suggestion. Forget it, I have no money. She had already expended a considerable amount on renting a virtual pod, and her current balance was insufficient. It was clear that she could not afford quality gear. As for inferior equipment, purchasing it would yield little benefit. She was not initially focused on her ranking in the competition. Rather, she sought a means to express her pressures, rendering the quality of her equipment inconsequential. Prior to officially entering the competition, participants would access the Mecha Attribute Debugging Interface to make final adjustments to the mecha's performance. Throughout the Mecha League, competitors were limited to operating their mechas, presenting themselves solely in that guise. The debugging interface existed as an exclusive space visible only to the participants, accessible only for a brief period before the commencement of the official match. Once the competition began, this interface would be closed, prohibiting any further adjustments to the mecha's equipment. The Gavo's Virtual Mecha Super League permitted competitors to bring their own mechas or gear, allowing them to select equipment they were accustomed to, provided all parameters did not exceed the established limits of the competition. Rarely would anyone, like Charlotte, resort to using the system-assigned initial mecha, given its underwhelming performance and lack of competitiveness. Those genuinely participating in the contest naturally aspired to achieve higher rankings to validate their abilities, as such accomplishments could significantly enhance their future prospects. Of course, Star Network was also adept at generating profit, with substantial investments in the event. Their intentions extended beyond merely garnering popularity. They also aimed to secure financial returns. After all, it would not be fair for their employees to suffer from lack of resources. In the debugging interface, participants needing to acquire unprepared equipment could purchase it from the Star Network platform. A variety of options were available, ranging from expensive to affordable, and encompassing an array of functionalities. However, according to Alpha, the overall prices tended to be higher than those offered by ordinary external sellers. Being an official platform, one could only assume that the quality was assured. However, the Star Network platform does not offer any specially customized equipment. Thus, true experts, the favorites for victory, would never opt for the mecha gear provided by the Star Network platform, as they are almost entirely outfitted with bespoke designs. Charlotte wasted no time on equipment selection and promptly opted for the system's default configuration with a single click. The only task remaining was to choose a name. Throughout the competition, each mecha would display the names of the participants overhead for distinction until the conclusion of the event. Charlotte casually typed 123 into the floating input box before clicking the generate button. A mechanical female voice from the system announced, "This username is already taken. Please choose another." Without much thought, Charlotte quickly entered Lurkere. Yet again, she was met with the same electronic voice stating, "This username is already taken. Please choose another." Charlotte remarked, "Are there really so many participants in this competition?" Alpha immediately provided clarification. Since it is held only once every 3 years, the number of participants is naturally substantial. Furthermore, "Master, you logged in rather late. Many individuals began their setups as soon as the interface opened." Undeterred, Charlotte moved her fingers and typed Suewa once more. When the system once again echoed the message, "This username is already taken. Please choose another." Charlotte could not help but voice her bewilderment with a series of questions. Are there truly individuals using such names? Are you certain they are not just joking? Wasn't it stated that everyone is here to compete seriously? Alpha's mechanical voice responded once more. While the majority are indeed serious competitors, there are also many curious spectators. Many individuals approach learning with a mindset that direct, close observation will yield greater rewards. Such individuals often consciously adopt certain, the sort of names you just mentioned, Master, reserving the more appealing names for those truly participating in the competition. Charlotte chuckled lightly, expressing gratitude for their awareness. She shifted her fingers and resumed the naming process. However, regardless of the name she attempted, the outcome was invariably the same. Charlotte. Alpha observed as its master tried one name after another, all of which had already been registered. Silently, it began to sift through information. Noticing the growing darkness on its master's face and the deepening furrow of her brow, sensing that she might explode before the competition even commenced. After a while of searching, Alpha spoke up. "Master, I have an excellent suggestion." Pausing her battle with usernames, Charlotte indicated for it to continue. Alpha elaborated. "I just conducted a comprehensive data search and discovered a name that is notoriously common on Earth but has not gained much popularity in the Star Federation. It remains unregistered. You need not append various numbers to it." Charlotte raised an eyebrow. What name? How did I not think of it earlier? She had already generated a plethora of commonplace names from Earth. Could there truly be one she had overlooked? Alpha's mechanical voice delivered the revelation flatly. Master. It is long out yin, Charlotte. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Alpha inquired once more, Master, shall we proceed with this name? The competition is about to commence, and our time is limited. The master appeared rather indifferent towards the contest, logging in rather late, which is a cardinal sin for novices. Alpha mused, unable to refrain from interjecting. Casting a glance at the countdown timer before the match officially began, it was evident that time was of the essence. Ultimately, Charlotte took a deep breath and resolved, let us call it Long Out Yin. With a single click, Long Out Yin was summoned. The initial 2 days would serve as the preliminary rounds, followed by a 1-day respite. The subsequent rounds would also last for 2 days, culminating in another day of rest. The 7th day was designated for a single-day final showdown. The rules for the preliminary rounds were straightforward and ruthless. Eliminate other mechas. Each destruction garnered 1 point, with rankings determined by the total score. Only the top half would advance to the next stage. Upon exiting the initial setup interface, Charlotte was swiftly transported to the waiting hall. The space was already teeming with individuals, or rather, a multitude of mechas. A diverse array of mechas filled her line of sight. Groups of 3 or 4 congregated together, while others preferred solitude. Charlotte's presence elicited no attention from the crowd, for her mecha was exceedingly rudimentary, unmistakably indicative of a novice's status. Chapter 13. Choosing this name, perhaps to impress, Charlotte stood quietly, observing her surroundings silently, remaining entirely unremarkable. However, Alpha swiftly sensed her gaze and spoke up. The mech competition allows for team battles, and for various reasons, there are quite a number of team collaborations. To put it in earthly terms, it is akin to seeking warmth in groups. Charlotte remained noncommittal. Seeking warmth in groups? It seemed more like a mutual exploitation. The sounds of interaction within the arena were not particularly loud, as everyone prudently established internal communication channels, engaging in discreet exchanges among their teams. Each newcomer entering the waiting hall would be scrutinized, either overtly or covertly, by those who had arrived earlier. Do not underestimate this brief half-day period. If utilized wisely, it could provide insights into the mech designs of others. Thus, when the actual confrontations commenced, one would not be caught entirely off guard. Although the exterior of a mech does not fully reveal its armament, certain striking configurations can still be discerned. Competitors with visibly impressive setups would be duly noted by the observant, marking them as subjects of interest. Among the participants, Charlotte, who utilized the original mech provided by the system, was unique. No one else in the competition wielded a similar model. Consequently, shortly after her appearance, those nearby began to take notice of her. Competing with such a mech typically indicated either a casual participant or a concealed expert. Yet, despite their intense scrutiny, they could not uncover any hidden nuances of Charlotte's mech, nor did they perceive any hints of mastery from her demeanor. Aside from the ludicrously ostentatious phrase "dragon proud sky" emblazoned above the individual's head, which could induce one to shamefully engage in eye exercises, it was nearly impossible to discern any other remarkable traits. What on earth is this dragon proud sky? The leader mused, pondering whether it was merely a display of folly. Within a certain team, they utilized a designated channel for communication. Upon voicing this thought, other team members readily chimed in, speculating that the name was likely an attempt at showing off. Their team stood in close proximity to Charlotte, and since the moment Dragon Proud Sky had been transmitted into the waiting hall, they had been attentively observing. The team leader then remarked, "Let us ignore these minor characters. They are merely points to be earned. Our goal this year is to reach the semifinals. We cannot afford to repeat our one-day outing from 3 years ago." Reflecting on that unfortunate time, the captain was overwhelmed with emotion, recalling their abysmal luck in encountering a formidable opponent on the very first day, resulting in a complete annihilation, a quintessential one-day outing. Over the past 3 years, they had learned from their misfortunes and trained diligently, significantly enhancing their team combat capabilities, vowing never to fall into the same trap again. Although the internal discussions of various teams were inaudible to others, Alpha could seamlessly infiltrate the system and hear everything. However, upon contemplating the origins of the name Dragon Proud Sky, it decided against reporting to its master, wishing to avoid the scorn that might ensue. Charlotte stood silently, having maintained her posture unchanged since being transmitted into the waiting hall, embodying a serene stillness akin to a monk in deep meditation. This atmosphere, so incongruous with her persona, inadvertently created a small vacuum around her, causing those nearby to keep their distance. In the vast and seemingly boundless waiting hall, the corner occupied by Charlotte was merely a minuscule fragment of the whole. The actual number of competitors was undoubtedly substantial. The Gallows Virtual Mech Super League, held once every 3 years, garnered a popularity that far surpassed that of other events. As the time approached, these participants would be randomly transported to various locations within the competition arena. Upon entering the battleground, the Star Network system would meticulously oversee the process, strictly prohibiting contestants from carrying any high-level equipment that exceeded the competition's regulations. Charlotte had entered the arena rather late, and after her arrival, few others were transmitted into the waiting hall. As the preparatory adjustment period came to a close, the competition was poised to commence. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. But soon after, the surrounding scenery began to crystallize. A lush green meadow unfolded before her, expansive and brimming with hope. A wide river meandered through the grassland, its waters not overly broad yet remarkably clear, shimmering with glints of light. At the far end of the meadow stood a dense, primordial forest, ancient trees soaring towards the sky, seemingly growing unchecked in this virtual realm. The thickness of the forest obscured the view within, but Charlotte, drawing upon her experience, was certain that the combat environment inside would be far from simple. As her gaze swept across the surroundings, she instinctively surveyed her environment, a habit cultivated during the apocalypse. Although Alpha was reluctant to disturb its master, it felt compelled to interject. "Master, there are currently 12 mechs approaching your position, all belonging to the Wilderness Battle Team. Alpha suggested that it would be prudent for you to prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, Charlotte immediately activated the three-dimensional holographic map provided by the tournament system, which offered real-time updates on the distribution of competitors throughout the arena. A glance at the map revealed that, aside from the Wilderness team, several nearby contestants were also converging towards her location. Charlotte deactivated the map and casually inquired, "Is this Wilderness team formidable?" She began to stretch her limbs, finding the cumbersome mech cumbersome and restrictive. It was fortunate that this was merely a virtual mech. If it were a real mech in the physical world, she feared that even walking would pose a considerable challenge. Drawing the metallic sword from her mech's waist sheath, she pressed the activation button, causing an energy beam to materialize into the form of a blade. This was the standard energy sword equipped with the initial mech, the most basic variant. Charlotte was not a native of the interstellar era and had only recently become acquainted with mechs just a couple of days prior. Consequently, her understanding of the various advanced weaponry available was rather limited. Rather than struggling to wield unfamiliar tools, she preferred to maximize her proficiency with what she already knew. Although the energy sword was not forged from steel, its form took the shape of a long sword with which she was well versed. Chapter 14. The novice dragon soars into the village. Charlotte was never fixated on the type of weapon she wielded. Whether it was a ranged or melee weapon mattered little to her, as long as she could utilize it to its full potential. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, weaponry was scarce. In confronting those adversaries, she must exploit every resource in her environment to the utmost. In the distance, a squad of mechs raced towards her, with the leading figure bearing an emblem of a galloping wolf etched upon the chest of his machine. Charlotte mused that it must represent some sort of team insignia. These individuals seemed astute, initially avoiding confrontation with the top-tier team to conserve their strength, subsequently seeking out opponents they deemed less formidable, aiming to defeat them one by one for easy points. It was not difficult for Charlotte to deduce their intentions. The members of the Wilderness team halted before her, forming a formation that clearly indicated their numerical superiority. Soon, they encircled her. However, rather than launching an immediate assault, they sent forth a representative, seemingly intent on a one-on-one duel. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, taken aback by their approach. The green mech surged forward, wielding a sword that cleaved through the air. The energy blade, modified to emit a beam significantly larger than Charlotte's, hurtled towards her with tremendous speed, propelled by its momentum. With a swift pivot, she sidestepped and raised her hand to intercept the strike. Taking advantage of her opponent's charge, Charlotte retaliated without mercy. In the next instant, the green mech sustained severe damage to its midsection, compromising its circuitry. The Wilderness team had never anticipated that this seemingly inexperienced individual, whom they had dismissed as a mere pretender, could deliver such a staggering blow with a single move. The maneuver appeared mundane, one that anyone could execute, yet somehow, it had struck true. Captain Wilderness began to ponder. Either that blow was merely a stroke of luck for the opponent, or they possessed remarkable reflexes. However, There was little time left for hesitation. He must swiftly secure this point. Many shared his sentiments. As competitors from other teams would subconsciously prioritize eliminating those who posed little threat, the name Dragon Proud Sky was strikingly conspicuous, and it would not be long before others arrived. Should formidable teams be among them, the Wilderness battle team might find themselves at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Wilderness decided to probe the opponent first. You have a voice communication request. Do you accept? The electronic voice of the system resonated. Although the identity of the caller remained unknown, Charlotte opted to agree. So, it's Dragon Proud Sky, is it? We're pressed for time on our end. We're gearing up for a joint assault. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Apologies for any inconvenience. As Wilderness spoke, he scrutinized the opponent, seemingly seeking any sign of disarray on their mech. Charlotte refrained from using a voice changer. Her voice was melodious, even when tinged with indifference, distinctly revealing her youthfulness. Wilderness appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at the name Dragon Proud Sky hovering above her head. Were female names becoming this audacious? He looked at the women in his own team, whose names were more demure, like Little Dream and Yao Yao. It seemed he was not out of touch with trends after all. Nevertheless, in the realm of virtual mech competitions, sympathy held no weight. A woman must perform just as a man would. If a woman dared to operate a mech without a team, she could only blame her own arrogance and underestimation of the challenge. With a few gestures from the leader, Charlotte observed as the mechs began to spring into action, one after another. Due to the nature of close combat, they refrained from unleashing their full firepower, likely fearing collateral damage to their own ranks. It was precisely this hesitation that afforded Charlotte the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. In close quarters, even with a layer of mech armor, the situation remained relatively unchanged. Charlotte's techniques were remarkably straightforward. She eschewed any flamboyant maneuvers. Yet, each strike appeared exquisitely calculated, inevitably damaging a portion of her opponent's mech. As time progressed, her mastery over the mech increased, rendering her movements more fluid and instinctive. Through Alpha's extensive explanations, she grasped the significance of targeting the mech's control center. Subsequently, each of her assaults was aimed directly at this core, executed with ruthless precision and unwavering resolve. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin. For destroying one mech and earning 1 point, resonated the melodious electronic voice of the system. With another leap, her energy sword pierced the mech's control center, delivering a fatal blow. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin. For destroying one mech and earning 1 point, the electronic voice continued to announce. 1 point after another resonated in the system, as Charlotte's actions remained relentless, swift, fierce, and precise, her score steadily climbing. Ultimately, only the team leader, Wilderness, and another member remained of the Wilderness squad. It could be said that Wilderness was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that what he presumed to be a weak opponent could be so formidable. Moreover, she was a woman. Throughout the encounter, he had only witnessed her wielding an energy sword, with no other weapons in play, relying solely on pure hand-to-hand combat. Yet, the fluidity with which she engaged in combat using a mech was certainly not a skill possessed by an amateur. In the Wilderness, it seemed that he had suffered both losses and defeats. He hastily contacted another surviving team member through the internal channel, intending to launch a joint assault and bombard Charlotte with energy cannons. Alpha promptly reported the intelligence. Master, they plan to besiege you with energy cannons. In the Star Network, no communication channel could evade Alpha's scrutiny. It merely depended on its interest in listening. Charlotte glanced at the two mechas blocking her path and decided to experiment with the remaining functions of her mecha on these two opponents. It was merely a practice session. She had no particular scruples. The two mechas on either side simultaneously unleashed their energy cannons, poised to obliterate Charlotte. Activating her thrusters, she leaped several meters into the air, narrowly evading the collision of the energy blasts below, which generated considerable residual shockwaves. Without allowing her adversaries a moment to react, she redirected her energy cannon towards one of them and launched a rapid barrage. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for destroying one mecha and earning 1 point. The electronic female voice announced. She opened the shoulder-mounted magazine, equipped with long armor-piercing bullets. Although its area of effect was limited, it could penetrate the steel plating of the mecha to some extent, causing targeted damage to specific circuitry. Charlotte aimed the magazine directly at the control center of her target's mecha and fired in quick succession. Chapter 15. The Abundance of Admirers. Major General Qin Charlotte's series of actions was remarkably swift, Even the simplest maneuvers succeeded repeatedly due to her opponent's significantly slower response times. The wilderness had been on high alert for the potential use of massive bombardment weapons, yet it was utterly unprepared for the audacious dragon Aotion, who resorted to the seemingly trivial use of armor-piercing bullets. This particular choice had long been dismissed as ineffective, rarely wielded in conventional combat. However, fate conspired against him as successive rounds of these penetrating projectiles struck the same vulnerable spot, compounding the damage and irrevocably crippling his control circuitry. A surge of frustration welled within him, leaving him at a loss for how to express his vexation. What marksmanship was this? He was in motion, for heaven's sake. What he had anticipated to be an effortless accumulation of points had instead turned into a formidable challenge, resulting in the catastrophic demise of his entire team. This was merely the beginning. As the captain, the wilderness was consumed by regret, lamenting the misfortune of encountering such a formidable adversary. Congratulations to the player Dragon Aotion for achieving a kill on a mech unit, earning 1 point. The announcement of the StarNet system echoed in Chero's ears once more. Stretching her limbs, Chero recognized that familiarity with mech operations would indeed come more swiftly through practical engagement. She understood that luck would not always be on her side. She must swiftly acclimatize herself to the combat dynamics of the mechs, relying not solely on close-quarters combat. Gradually, she began to grasp the essence of mech warfare. With further familiarization of the various weapon configurations, she would be well prepared. In due course, she would adapt her strategies to suit the circumstances, avoiding rigid tactics that lacked flexibility. Grasping her energy sword, Chero pivoted as the second wave of adversaries arrived. This new group outnumbered the previous wilderness team, their distinct emblems indicating a convergence of various squads. Eager to claim her point, they exchanged no pleasantries and engaged in combat immediately. According to the regulations of the competition system, whoever delivers a fatal blow will secure that coveted point. In the Star Network's virtual realm, various scenes are being projected on the holographic screens, showcasing thrilling moments of the contest and the performances of prominent seed players. The host's impassioned commentary immediately ignites the atmosphere. Is it a clash of titans right from the outset? Audience members, do take notice. 3 years ago, in the GWOS virtual mech competition, the captain known as the Grim Reaper, who ranked 56th, led the Grim Reaper team against the emerging and formidable flying team from Star Network, who will emerge as the superior contender. Let us shift our focus to the combatants and await the unfolding spectacle. In the judges' area, a panel of judges has taken their seats. However, it is merely a holographic projection within the Star Network's virtual world. Their actual selves are dispersed across various star domains. Each judge possesses a virtual neural wristband prepared by the organizers, containing the personal profiles of all participants for their perusal. In truth, these notable figures cannot be considered true judges, as the competition employs a straightforward point system for ranking. Only when contentious situations arise during the contest will they exercise their individual judgment and voting rights. Beyond this, their primary role is to scout promising mech talent. For within the entirety of the Stellar Federation, mech engineers are a rare breed. The number of mech apprentices who could potentially bolster their ranks is indeed limited. Among the 3 professors visiting the Gervis Military Academy, one is the esteemed Professor Adolf from the Mecha Department. Professor Adolf stands as a towering figure in the realm of mecha throughout the Stellar Federation. Years ago, he mentored Ares Randall, a rising star within the Federation's military, whose brilliance is truly remarkable. Professor Adolf, I never expected Gervis would send you. I assumed it would be another professor from the Mecha Department. The young man spoke with gentleness and sincerity. With his flaxen short hair and deep green eyes, he exuded a mature demeanor, and his military uniform added an air of commanding authority. His expression, however, was soft and often accompanied by a hint of a smile, making him quite endearing. Bilbo Adolf stroked his grizzled goatee and chuckled. Ah, I'm just an old man, since that rascal Gustav refuses to show up. It falls upon my frail self to make a spectacle. Not far away, Mr. Fane, a member of the Gervis Military Academy Council, could not help but internally scoff. Come on, that troublesome bunch from the Mecha Department would surely make Gustav's appearance a disgrace for Gervis. I can't fathom how he might challenge my already low expectations. Of course, Mr. Fane kept these thoughts to himself, maintaining a fa of pride for his academy. Some matters are best kept private. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaohang simply smiled warmly, saying, Professor Adolf, your students are numerous. Who does not hold you in high regard? My son Xiaoyang is looking forward to learning from you in the future and acquiring more skills. Adolf, with his head of white hair and grizzled eyebrows, is already 573 years old, making him quite venerable in the entire Stellar Federation. His small, lively eyes exude vitality, showing no signs of the dullness typically associated with old age. Professor Adolf, with a kind and gentle demeanor, waved his hand with a smile. General Qin, please refrain from flattering this old man. You are the true young talent. It is no small feat to hold the position of the overall commander of the Mecha Division in the Western Military District at such a young age. Beside him, another professor chimed in with a smile. Indeed, General Qin is exceptionally accomplished. Our Weapons and Equipment Institute at Gravos has quite a number of your admirers. Not to mention the Mecha Institute, where the number of your admirers is certainly not few. The speaker was Professor Meng Qiu from the Weapons and Equipment Institute, one of the 3 professors sent by Gravos. His slightly plump face bore a friendly smile. As a representative attending on behalf of the military, Qin Xiaoheng undoubtedly holds considerable weight. Not only is he personally capable, but his family background is also formidable. The Qin family, a top-tier family in the Western Star Domain, would likely have achieved even greater heights had it not been for the untimely death of the family head during the battle against the Zerg. After all, it is quite challenging for families of high-tier genes to produce offspring. However, among the younger generation of the Qin family, there are 2 brothers, both possessing S-level super genes, which is quite impressive. Chapter 16. How intriguing. Who exactly is this Dragon Outyin? Unfortunately, General Qin's father perished in battle, and his mother, while pregnant with another child, tragically gave birth prematurely due to excessive grief. Subsequently, she renounced all thoughts of life, succumbing to postpartum depression. It was during these years that Qin Xiaoheng matured, subtly displaying a tendency to assume the role of the family patriarch, which revitalized the Qin clan. Adolf, having some dealings with the Qin family, was naturally aware of certain matters concerning them. In the past, Qin Xiaoheng's father was a valiant soldier who sacrificed himself for the Star Federation, an event that stirred a deep sense of regret within him. Over the years, the young Qin had not traversed an easy path. He had assumed the role of an elder brother, raising his younger siblings single-handedly. At the time of their parents' demise, he was merely a 20-year-old youth, hardly considered an adult. Yet he bore the weight of responsibility with remarkable fortitude. Adolf, having lived for several centuries, had gleaned some insights into human nature, and he perceived that Qin Xiaoheng possessed commendable character. At this moment, Professor Shuyu from the School of Information Engineering at Gauss was quietly listening to the exchanges of others, refraining from active participation. She was relatively young, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent her an air of refinement. Her fingers danced across the holographic interface, switching through the match footage displayed on the electronic screen, observing the competitors without a specific aim. On the other side of the competition, a gentle stream flowed, and the verdant grass glowed softly in the warm light. Yet, the scattered remnants of mecha scattered across the ground, and the craters blasted by energy cannons marred this scene of beauty and tranquility. Congratulations to competitor Long Outyin for successfully destroying one mecha and earning 1 point. Congratulations to the contender Long Outyin for eliminating one mech and earning 1 point. The system seems to have a delayed response, finally tallying the scores from the recent skirmish. The incessant announcements from the system did little to evoke excitement or joy in Xia Luo. She activated the holographic map, revealing that few individuals were approaching her vicinity. Indeed, those nearby had already made their rounds, each contributing to her score. Presently, no teams were particularly close to her, and those at a distance would not embark on a long journey for a trivial point. It simply wasn't worth the effort. With only 2 days allotted for the preliminary rounds, only those in the upper half of the score rankings would qualify for the semifinals. In the absence of teleportation tools, time was of the essence. Except for particularly weak competitors, most participants at this stage typically targeted larger teams to maximize their points. Furthermore, in team combat, points are often allocated to the captain to enhance the value of their scores. If a team's captain ranks favorably, the entire team garners increased recognition throughout the competition, which undoubtedly benefits their future endeavors. After all, the Gervos Virtual Mech Super League is held once every 3 years. Yet they must continue to develop and cannot solely rely on a single event. Securing a prominent position in this competition would undoubtedly attract attention from various sponsors. In the virtual realm of the Star Network, individuals find themselves more readily receiving various endorsements or invitations for mech activities. Only through a continuous influx of work can they sustain their entire team. Otherwise, they would be left to weather the harsh winds of uncertainty. Naturally, some virtual mech teams are sponsored by affluent conglomerates, thus sparing them the arduous task of seeking private engagements. Within the Star Federation, even virtual mechs garner immense public admiration. True mech engineers, akin to those in the military, are highly sought after wherever they go. Regrettably, the number of those who can ascend to the rank of mech engineer remains scant. Charlotte set her sights on the primordial forest. As the preliminary competition lasting 2 days necessitated overnight stays within the game. Therefore, she needed to find a suitable place to rest. Even in the wilds of a post-apocalyptic Earth, her survival skills were remarkably adept. Now, spending a night in a virtual world posed no challenge for her. Rather than resting in the expansive plains, she preferred the seclusion of the ancient forest. However, she was aware that many others likely shared her sentiments. Seizing the early hours, while others were still engaged in score harvesting, she decided to scout the area. This would prevent her from being ambushed due to unfamiliarity with the layout should she arrive late. The mechanical voice of Alpha resonated. Master, have you savored the joy of victory? The hint of self-congratulation was rather too overt. Alpha, the conversation has reached a standstill. Nevertheless, Alpha could not help but praise its master. Although she was a novice in the realm of mechs, her performance suggested otherwise. No one would perceive her as a mere beginner in this domain. In the art of mech combat, she displayed remarkable talent. The hapless opponents who came her way served as perfect fodder for her training. With each encounter, she grew more formidable and adept, as if she had already gleaned some insights of her own. During her journey through the primordial forest, Charlotte encountered a few scattered mechs, not part of any team, but lone competitors. Having honed her skills adequately, she felt little desire to engage with these minor adversaries. However, upon seeing her rugged and unrefined steel mech, they often made assumptions and rushed towards her, eager to claim her meager point. Little did they realize, even as they departed the competition, the absurdity of being outmatched by someone with a name as ostentatious as Dragon Aotion, a veritable hidden bug. Who could enlighten them on how such an unassuming mech could effortlessly harvest their points? What manner of being was this Dragon Aotion? There had been no mention of such a formidable contender in this tournament. Charlotte mused to herself unexpectedly. It seems no one can coast through to the end of this competition. The preliminary rounds mandated that every participant must engage in battle, otherwise, they risked elimination. It was impossible to rely on underhanded tactics or opportunistic strategies to triumph in the end. She remarked, albeit rarely, ultimately, it seems I have fallen victim to the weight of my own name. The phrase Dragon Proud Sky is undeniably captivating, drawing participants from all walks of life towards it. Alpha felt a tremor in her heart, hastily pretending to be inconspicuous. Surely, her master was growing weary of this. Chapter 17, Dragon, Lumbering. Proud Sky Shero wandered through the vast, sun-dappled primal forest, and despite the immense size of her mech, she felt no sense of confinement within its embrace. This forest was indeed expansive. Shero remarked casually. Alpha sensed an impending event. After familiarizing herself with the surroundings, she activated her energy sword and decisively struck a massive tree. The energy sword wielded tremendous power, capable of damaging even mechs. Using it to fell a tree felt like employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, the ancient trees of the primal forest were robust, and felling one entirely was no simple feat. With her right hand gripping the energy sword, Shero shook her arm, contemplating the exhausting nature of this competition. Observing her master's perplexing actions, Alpha could not help but interject. Master, indiscriminate chopping is never advisable. Shero continued her task without pause. What are you thinking? This is the virtual realm of the Star Network. Do not immerse yourself too deeply. Alpha, why do I always sense a tinge of disdain in my master's words? To avoid granting her master another opportunity to dismiss her, she opted for silence. Meanwhile, on the judging panel, some had indeed taken notice of Shero. Shuei had been diligently observing the competitors and soon spotted Shero, who was busily engaged in lumbering activities. In the midst of a mecha competition, while others were earnestly engaged in battle, she stood out with her incongruous demeanor, wielding the energy sword as if to chop wood. Shuyu, having not witnessed Xia Luo's earlier performance, was both curious and perplexed by the latter's current actions. Could she be yet another contestant merely here to bask in the atmosphere? She was aware that a segment of participants entered the competition not for victory, but solely to observe the event up close. These individuals typically only progressed to the preliminary rounds, soon to be eliminated by seasoned mecha experts, merely paying for the experience of participation. Observing Xiao Luo's leisurely disposition, devoid of any inclination to compete, Shu Yu speculated whether she was merely a bystander in this grand affair. Prompted by her intrigue, Shu Yu activated her virtual device to retrieve information regarding this contestant. Upon entering the name Dragon Aotion that hovered above the mecha, Xiao Luo's submitted personal details materialized before her. Although residents of the Star Federation could craft their virtual personas and nicknames while engaging on the StarNet, their authentic ID numbers remained confidential and required verification. This verification process necessitated the use of a Star citizenship card, ensuring accurate registration of real data. The government agencies were responsible for the meticulous documentation and storage of these cards, leaving no room for forgery. Even within the virtual realm of the StarNet, strict regulations prevailed. No individual could disseminate false statements or engage in illicit activities. Freedom was not absolute. Every participant was bound to operate under the rule of law. However, Charlotte's Star citizenship card was not so straightforward. She inexplicably found herself in the Stellar Federation, yet fundamentally, she was not a resident of the Federation, but rather an outright undocumented individual. Yet, what gave her an edge was her possession of Alpha, the pinnacle of Sardian technological advancement. Naturally, infiltrating the government's internal systems to amend the citizenship card records was no trivial endeavor. Although Alpha could force its way through, it would inevitably trigger the virtual firewall, leading to a counter-tracking response from the technical department, resulting in a cascade of subsequent troubles. Such a reckless approach was certainly not one Charlotte would consider. Alpha suggested a method to gain direct access to the internal network, thus allowing it to bypass the firewall and manipulate the data within the system. To realize this objective, Charlotte patiently waited for a week, and on a dark, stormy night, she expended considerable effort to infiltrate the system and accomplish her task. The Star citizenship card is an electronic credential that can be printed by its owner whenever necessary. Generally, it is stored within a holographic computer, with the electronic file being referenced most of the time. The information on the citizenship card is meticulously detailed. Yet individuals within the Stellar Federation may opt not to register their genetic information. Charlotte was aware that she was not a citizen of the Federation, and her genetic system would undoubtedly differ. Thus, she could not arbitrarily fill in the sections labeled ABCD, so she left that portion blank. Ever since obtaining the citizenship card, she could finally integrate into this society, no longer needing to lurk in the shadows, and could seek legitimate employment. When Shuyue examined Charlotte's citizenship card, she was taken aback to discover that the individual in question was a young girl. Upon first encountering the name, I had anticipated a rather distinctive middle-aged gentleman. Never did I envision that the individual in question would be a girl. According to the regulations of the Star Federation, one is deemed an adult at the age of 23, regardless of gender. Given that the average lifespan of a Star Federation citizen is projected to reach between 1 to 200 years, it is evident that attaining adulthood at 23 is indeed quite youthful. As I observed, the one who had adopted the name Dragon Aotion turned out to be an underage girl. Judging by her identification photo, she must at least be a carrier of A-grade genes. I must admit, her features are strikingly beautiful. She possesses the makings of a true beauty. Perhaps sensing my gaze lingering on a particular contestant, my companion, Professor Meng Qiu, glanced at her holographic display as well. Upon this observation, Professor Meng couldn't help but smile, promptly adjusting his holographic screen to focus on Dragon Aotion's segment. As a professor in the Department of Information Engineering, my role leans towards a more administrative facet of the military domain. Unlike Meng Qiu, who specializes in weaponry research and has a more profound insight into practical combat scenarios. After scrutinizing for a moment, a hint of intrigue appeared on Meng Qiu's slightly plump face. The young fellow demonstrates promise, exhibiting resourcefulness by utilizing the surrounding environment to create traps and weaponry. To achieve such proficiency without formal training showcases commendable individual combat skills in the wilderness. Meng Qiu shared his analysis with me. However, upon glancing at the floating name, he couldn't suppress a critique, remarking, "The name does seem rather ostentatious and strikes me as somewhat kitsch." Qiu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and, after a moment of hesitation, shyly interjected, "Professor Meng, this so-called Dragon Aotion contestant is actually a minor girl. The Star Federation has specific protective laws for minors. However, they do not restrict their participation in various competitions, including virtual mecha contests. The Federation maintains a very open attitude towards minors engaging in part-time work, respecting the will of its citizens." Chapter 18. digging a pit for you to jump into nevertheless. The virtual mecha competition is no trivial matter. It is quite rare for miners to participate, as it requires a level of proficiency that they typically cannot achieve. If it were so easy, the Star Federation would not be facing such a shortage of mecha engineers. Even in the realm of virtual mechas, there are considerable demands on the pilot's mental fortitude and physical capabilities, to say nothing of the real-world mecha engineers, who face extraordinarily stringent selection criteria. At that moment, from Professor Meng Qiu's perspective, Shu Yu's revelation that this fledgling was merely an underage girl came as a surprise. Even knowing Shu Yu's character, Meng could not help but pick up the virtual holographic device prepared by the organizers to verify the personal information of this dragon Aotian. To his astonishment, it turned out to indeed be a 20-year-old girl, strikingly distinctive in appearance. Nearby, Qin Shaoheng was engaged in conversation with Adolf. Though he was not oblivious to the ongoing competition, as a high-ranking military officer dispatched by the army, his own skills in mecha piloting were of the utmost caliber. General Qin, as the chief commander of the Mecha Division in the Western Military District of the Star Federation, has grown accustomed to the high-level maneuvers of the military. Thus, when he observes these virtual mechas, few truly capture his attention. Not only is General Qin himself of exceptional caliber, but the elite mecha pilots under his command also far surpass these amateurs, embodying the true standards of a regular army. Unlike the professors at the Gao's Military Academy, who are eager to impart knowledge and adept at nurturing potential talent from the masses, General Qin exudes a gentle demeanor, often graced with a faint smile. Yet, beneath this exterior lies a steely resolve, devoid of softness. Consequently, while he remains attentive to the competition, he has yet to encounter a contestant worthy of his interest. At least for the moment, he is not fully engaged. Meanwhile, after finishing his tree cutting and secondary processing, Charlotte has begun to dig a large pit. Alpha, filled with curiosity, starts to speculate, "Master, are you going hunting?" But there are no prey in the competition arena. To simplify matters, Charlotte utilizes an energy cannon to blast out the pit, subsequently refining the edges with an energy sword. It becomes evident that she is setting a trap, which is not entirely foolish. Alpha surveys the scattered large pits and various primitive traps, harboring strong skepticism. The pit is indeed substantial. Yet such rudimentary traps against mechas with formidable combat capabilities seem like an exercise in futility. Surely, a mere thrusting device could easily leap out of the deep pit. However, Alpha dared not question its master, for it had been reprimanded numerous times in the past. Its master was not an ordinary female. One could not presume her actions through conventional reasoning. By the time Charlotte had made all the necessary preparations, dusk had already descended. She opened the map and noticed several light points advancing towards the primordial forest. Deciding on a course of action, she sought out a towering ancient tree, utilizing her thrusters to ascend to the sturdy branches, where she reclined leisurely against the trunk. Before long, a small squad approached. Alpha immediately took on its role, introducing them to Charlotte. This is the Never-Setting Sun team, of moderate strength. However, as of now, Captain Red Sun has managed to accumulate a commendable score. At this point, Alpha added, with a hint of obsequiousness, "Yet upon encountering you, my master, they may very well meet their end here." Charlotte, however, was unimpressed. Their prowess was rather similar, and she had little desire to engage in combat. It would be a waste of time and quite exhausting. Suddenly, she noticed on the map a location marked Dragon Aotian, yet there were no signs of life. Beneath the great tree, voices could be heard calling through the team channel. Alpha dutifully relayed the information, eager to ensure its master received the most immediate updates. The individuals nearby commenced a search. Yet it was evident that their focus lay on locating the mechs, oblivious to the concealed treasures around them. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a mech plummeted into a large pit. In the virtual mech Super League hosted by Juos, participants were not permitted to activate a painless combat mode. A 30 sensation of pain was fundamental, which underscored the rigor of this fierce competition. However, for those competitors capable of piloting virtual mechas in such formal contests, a mere 30% of pain sensation is indeed not considered excessive. Nearby teammates hurriedly attempted to approach and investigate, but before they could draw nearer, they heard a resounding thud, the sound of another falling into a pit. With two individuals now ensnared in the trap, Captain Hongri swiftly gestured for everyone to remain still. "Do not move. There are traps ahead." Someone cursed vehemently. "Which fool set such a primitive trap? Are they too cowardly to face us in a duel?" Shalua held a few sharp shards, meticulously crafted from large stones. Almost as soon as the words left the man's lips, one of the shards was launched, striking a nearby vine. Subsequently, several wooden stakes were propelled forth. Startled by this sudden onslaught, the group instinctively sought refuge. Once they discerned that it was merely a few stakes, another voice erupted in anger. "Damn it! If I catch you, you'll be begging on your knees for mercy. That blasted contraption." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was compelled to leap into a pit by the newly launched stakes. Alpha had not anticipated that such a rudimentary and lowly trap could ensnare individuals repeatedly. In addition to falling into pits, others were ensnared by vines, leaving them dangling helplessly. Alpha mused that, given sufficient time, the master might even devise a bear trap. Sensing it was time to act, Shalua lazily rose to his feet. With a sudden thud, he leaped down, the force of his mecha kicking up a significant cloud of dust. The members of the Sun Never Sets team finally realized that he had been hiding in the tree. Shalua, a man of few words but fierce resolve, immediately unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the numerous pits. Caught off guard, several participants gradually fell victim to the traps. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for eliminating one mech and earning a point. The electronic voice of the system echoed incessantly in the background, observing the dire situation as comrades were swiftly dispatched. The suspended mech hastily activated its energy sword to sever the vines, anxiously attempting to join the fray. Hong Ri, maintaining composure, strategized a coordinated assault with the remaining teammates, eager to make Long taste the bitterness of defeat. Yet, Xiao Luo deftly dodged, occasionally launching a few shards, compelling several opponents to retreat into the pit. Chapter 19. The sun never sets, it's simply unscientific, too much arrogance. Captain Hong Ri bellowed in fury. As the team faced imminent annihilation, the opposing side appeared utterly unfazed, having scarcely utilized their mech's weaponry, fueling his ire. This sensation was akin to a mouse being toyed with by a cat, entirely within the adversary's grasp. A whole team reduced to such a state by a single individual was undeniably infuriating. In response to Hong Ri's outburst, Xiao Luo opted to broadcast her voice, feeling compelled to express her frustration. "Oh, you enjoy falling into traps. Who can you blame? Is it the rice if you choke while eating? Is it the water if you sputter? Such audacity." With a melodious voice that exudes an air of aloofness and playful mockery, Alpha secretly revels in the fact that it is no longer the target of disdain. Red Sun, on the other hand, is infuriated to the point of smoke emanating from its ears, disregarding all tactics as it unleashes a barrage of devastating firepower. Charlotte activates her energy sword, takes a running leap, and advances rather than retreating. Her reflexes are swift, compared to the mutated beast of the apocalypse, the mechs. Despite their fine weaponry, simply cannot match her speed. For Charlotte, the pace at which these competitors control their mechs appears painfully sluggish. This seems to be a common and fatal weakness among the mechs she has encountered thus far. The mech she pilots, unmodified and lacking additional weaponry, paradoxically maintains a lighter overall weight. With reduced mass, its speed is enhanced, perhaps granting Charlotte her most significant advantage at present. Yet even so, this mech struggles to keep pace with her, barely managing to do so. To truly unleash her potential, the configuration remains inadequate, as it is merely a primitive mech, rather subpar. Raising the mechanical arm of her mech, Charlotte executes a throw, releasing the energy sword, which plunges directly into the vulnerable ankle of Red Sunday. The mech, which was charging towards Charlotte, unexpectedly suffers a disruption in its leg circuits, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Observing the spectacle of her opponent tumbling before her in a rather undignified manner, Charlotte wastes no time. She places a foot upon Red Sun's back, draws her energy sword with one hand, and decisively pierces through the control center of the mech. The mechs beneath their feet gradually dissipated, marking the exit of the defeated competitors from the arena. Despite having just heard Charlotte's voice and realized she was a young woman, the two team members dared not exhibit any further disdain. A sense of doom enveloped them. Who could explain why such a seemingly inferior mech could wield such overwhelming power, driving them to the brink of annihilation? Was their squad truly that weak? Certainly not. Or was it their approach to operating the mech that was flawed? Yet, their maneuvers adhered to the conventional mainstream practices. The two members yearned to struggle against their fate, yet tremors of fear overtook them. Strangely, this seemingly lowly mech instilled in them an immense sense of oppression, particularly as their opponent maintained a demeanor of unfazed composure, as if they were utterly insignificant. Even at the onset, When their team had surrounded the opponent with sheer numbers, they failed to detect the slightest hint of panic. Instead, their adversary remained methodical and relentless, pushing them to the verge of total defeat. Charlotte raised her energy sword once more, aiming it at one of the remaining mechs, as if preparing to hurl it with the same ferocity as before. The two team members recalled the grim fate of their captain, who had been rendered immobile and subsequently crushed beneath this woman's feet, ultimately obliterated without a trace. In a frantic bid to evade the oncoming energy sword, they attempted to sidestep, but as they shifted a few paces, the ground beneath them gave way, and both mechs plummeted into a vast chasm. Charlotte approached the edge of the pit, gazing down with an air of superiority at the last two mechs ensnared within. Without further ado, the energy cannon was aimed directly, and in the next moment, the opponent was obliterated. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for destroying one mech and earning 1 point. She had yet to turn off her external voice, and her voice resonated softly. Thus, the notion of the sun never sets is rather unscientific. I have never witnessed a sun that does not descend. Within the star systems suitable for life in the Star Federation, there exists a plethora of stars providing light energy. Although they bear various academic designations, the citizens of the Star Federation affectionately refer to them all as suns. Haraha. On the judges' panel, Ming Qiu could not suppress his laughter. His voice was not loud, yet it drew the attention of those around him. Xiyu, like him, had witnessed the entire spectacle of Xia Luo single-handedly vanquishing an entire group. How should one describe it? This was not a typical mech duel. The child named Xia Luo had somewhat taken advantage of the situation, largely leveraging the environmental advantages at her disposal. As an expert in military information engineering, Xiyu preferred a more pragmatic approach to combat. Such a roundabout method might be better suited for the Institute of Intelligence Communication or the Institute of Strategic Command. Adolf and Qin Xiaoheng also ceased their conversation, both turning to observe Ming Qiu's screen. On the holographic display, a rather unremarkable steel mech, grimy and seemingly untouched for quite some time, was diligently working on, well, it appeared to be some sort of jungle traps. Adolf stroked his goat-like beard and listened as Ming Qiu remarked, "This child possesses remarkable ingenuity and demonstrates exceptional aptitude for utilizing the environment during combat. Our Weapons and Equipment Institute is in dire need of such unconventional and fresh talent. In this upcoming Jervo's Virtual Mecha Super League, securing a position within the top 3 will grant the opportunity for admission to Jervo's. As the foremost military academy in the Northern Federation, Jervo's only recruits once every 3 years. Gaining entry to this institution is no trifling matter. One must navigate through numerous challenges and exhibit formidable potential to impress the admissions officers, along with providing substantial letters of recommendation. Nonetheless, I have high hopes for this child, which is quite surprising. I sincerely wish for her to achieve a commendable ranking. Even if she does not place in the top 3 this time, I will encourage her to apply to Jervo's in the future. Although she is a young girl, her potential is undeniably promising and should be nurtured promptly. In recent years, the Palta Military Academy in the South has been thriving, with a steady influx of new talent. In contrast, Jervo's has not produced any truly extraordinary individuals since Ares of the Randall family, leaving our professors quite distressed. The search for exceptional talent is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It is not as simple as purchasing a cabbage at the market. The elderly Professor Adolf, despite his age, remained patient. As he listened to Meng Qiu cheerfully praise a particular contestant, he began to observe intently. Coincidentally, Charlotte had just finished arranging her traps, preparing for an environmentally friendly approach and recycling. Meanwhile, her next wave of prey was gradually making its entrance. Chapter 20. This tune suggests a grand revelation is imminent. Alpha perceived that its master was truly lethargic, to the point of utter indolence, adeptly exploiting a series of traps to their fullest extent, draining every last ounce of utility from them. Not only that, but even the vast craters created by energy cannons and the colossal trees felled by energy swords were repurposed by her with remarkable ingenuity. Most perplexing was the question of why this group of individuals consistently fell into her snares. Were these traps not pathetically rudimentary? Alpha's mind was a cacophony of indignation, especially upon witnessing its master languidly reaping the rewards of her traps as though she were a harvest machine. It could hardly suppress its doubts about the intelligence of those foolish enough to be ensnared. Yet, it dared only to revel in its thoughts, refraining from any outward display in front of its master. However, Charlotte candidly remarked on the ineptitude of these individuals, who willingly leapt into the traps. Initially, She had not placed much faith in these contrivances, finding them more of a nuisance than anything else, yearning for a moment of peace. Yet, as each wave of victims eagerly jumped into her traps, they unwittingly gifted her points. In truth, she wished to decline their offerings, for she still needed to descend from the trees to deliver a decisive blow, feeling as though she were engaged in a game of Super Mario, leaping up and down. To complicate matters further, each use of the traps necessitated a painstaking reset and rearrangement, proving to be quite exhausting. Ultimately, Alpha could not contain itself. Master, they are merely too naive, never suspecting that someone would set traps in a mech competition. It is you who is exceedingly cunning. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, responding, Please do not conflate foolishness with innocence. They have come to compete. Who are they being naive for? Are they unaware that all is fair in war? The apocalypse has imparted to me a vital lesson. To survive, one must employ every means at their disposal. The voice of Charlotte remained unrestrained. Her words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly within the vicinity. Her statements were conveyed to the judging panel without omission. While not everyone was fixated on Charlotte, the three professors from Gavers, along with Qin Xiaoheng, were undeniably captivated by her presence. Adolphe observed several groups being decisively outmaneuvered by Charlotte, stroking his goatee contemplatively. Upon hearing her latest remarks, his expression remained inscrutable. In contrast, the smile on Qin Xiaoheng's face faded significantly. Having faced interstellar beasts himself, he understood the profound truth behind her words. However, it was striking that such insight would emanate from an ordinary citizen, prompting him to scrutinize Long Outyin with increased interest. After a moment of contemplation, Adolphe spoke up, stating, A mech is not suitable for her. This child should utilize a speed-oriented S-series. Professor Adolphe, a luminary in the realm of mechs, had cultivated numerous mech elites, and his expertise in this field surpassed that of the younger professors. He did not merely focus on Charlotte's trap-setting strategy, but discerned her unfamiliarity with the various configurations of mechs and the constraints on her speed. Nevertheless, the child displayed ingenuity by seeking alternative methods to compensate for her shortcomings. In combat, while it is not difficult to train mecha pilots to perform in perfect unison, those who can adapt and innovate according to the specific circumstances are rare. Such creativity is not merely a product of training, but an inherent ability. Adolphe glanced at the materials in hand and addressed the nearby General Qin. What is your opinion, General Qin? Qin Xiaoheng offered no extensive commentary, merely responding with a slight smile. If I could receive a critique from you, the child would surely be overjoyed. He had yet to review the information on Charlotte, which subtly indicated his stance. Adolphe chose to remain silent, his benevolent demeanor masking an inward chuckle, realizing that Qin's judgment had faltered. Indeed, Charlotte had skillfully secured an unexpected victory through cunning traps. The clock swiftly approached midnight. According to the competition's regulations, from midnight until 6 in the morning, the organizers would suspend the functionality that displayed the contestants' positions on the map. During this 6-hour interval, participants were permitted a brief respite, excluding those who had withdrawn early due to defeat. After 2 full days of piloting mechs, even if merely virtual, it posed a tremendous challenge for the competitors, easily pushing their mental and physical limits. This was not a military setting, and they could not be held to the same stringent standards expected of real mech pilots. It is essential to recognize that within the military's practical training for mech combat, such lenient rules would be utterly inconceivable. Charlotte casually tidied up the myriad of traps she had set. At this hour, everyone would typically seek a concealed spot to rest, no longer wandering aimlessly through the primordial forest. She too sought out a sturdy tree, climbing to its highest branches and leaning against the trunk to rest. It had indeed been a taxing day. Charlotte did not achieve deep slumber in the wilderness, even in a virtual setting. Her vigilance prevented her from sleeping too soundly, a habit cultivated in the post-apocalyptic world. As dawn broke the following day, she opened her eyes. After a night of light sleep, her condition was naturally less than optimal compared to the previous day. However, this minor inconvenience was negligible to her. The final day of the preliminary round promised to be even more intense than the last, as only half of the participants would advance to the next stage. Charlotte accessed her control panel to check her score, yet she had little understanding of its significance. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She was not particularly invested in advancing, as long as she didn't suffer a humiliating defeat in the preliminaries. From her perspective, her skills were adequate enough to avoid being easily overwhelmed. Charlotte thought to herself that she would score a few points, giving it her best effort. After all, She had paid a considerable registration fee, and a 2-day excursion seemed somewhat lacking. Ideally, she would extend her adventures. She leaped from a tree, her massive mech crashing to the ground with a dull clang of steel, startling countless birds into flight. Stretching her limbs, she casually surveyed her surroundings. There were indeed an abundance of trees here. Alpha. Here we go again. Every time my master adopts this tone. She must be concocting something grand. Chapter 21. You are like a blazing fire, illuminating my path with fierce brilliance. Due to the vast openness of the plains, where targets were conspicuously visible, many individuals opted to hide within the primordial forest once the clock struck midnight and their locations were masked by the system. When Charlotte awoke, it was still before the designated time, and many were still resting. Enveloped in the star network's virtual realm, the virtual capsule induced a profound slumber in the physical body, effectively suppressing sensations such as hunger and thirst. However, the fatigue of the mind remained unrelieved, for the participants engaged in extensive activities within this digital domain. Thus, while sustenance and hydration were unnecessary, rest was imperative. As the competitors took their respite, the esteemed figures in the judging panel were likewise offline. At 8 p.m., the host was replaced by a night shift presenter whose renown was somewhat lesser. Nevertheless, the night segment was no less significant than the day. The content to be reported was simply less abundant. After all, the night host also endured considerable fatigue, with their shift lasting until 8 a.m. the following morning. Yet, this nocturnal segment was essential, as the Star Network had its share of night owls. Some individuals, busy during the day, eagerly anticipated the evening broadcasts for a thrill. At 5 a.m., when Charlotte awoke, the night host had just indulged in a brief nap, still groggy and yearning for more rest. Casually glancing at the row of electronic screens in the studio, which displayed the conditions of various competition zones, the host soon discerned something amiss. Unable to resist rubbing his eyes, he sat up straighter to gain a clearer view. What he saw was alarming. The instinctive sensitivity of his profession alerted him that the critical point of the preliminary round was likely imminent. At 5:30, only half an hour remained until the contestants' geographical location barriers would be lifted. A silent yet fierce inferno had ignited, swiftly spreading throughout the primordial forest like a wildfire. 30 minutes, a span sufficient for the flames to grow uncontrollable, and for many to find themselves ensnared in peril. Alpha observed Charlotte standing at the forest's edge, gazing with an unsettling calmness at the inferno ignited by her own hand, while internally it screamed, "Master, does your conscience not ache?" Trembling, it ventured to speak, "Master, arson is a heinous act, one rarely undertaken by ordinary individuals. Are you, perchance, psychologically unbalanced? Such cruelty." Charlotte felt as though she were conversing with a simpleton. Please recognize the reality. This is merely a virtual scenario, a simulated competition. Alpha, still eager to debate, retorted, "But no one would set fire in a mecha tournament. It is exceedingly unusual." Charlotte, exasperated, thought, "What a fool," and chose not to continue the exchange. Drawing her energy sword, she had reviewed the map and explored the terrain. This direction offered the highest likelihood of escape for the survivors. She stood poised, waiting for the hapless rabbits to stumble into her trap. Alpha, sensing its master's disregard, could not help but murmur, "Master, is it truly wise to exacerbate their plight and eradicate them so ruthlessly?" Charlotte let out a cold chuckle and asked, "Alpha, might I inquire about the rules of this contest? Is it a harmonious affair, a game of rock, paper, scissors, where we embrace and cherish one another, leading us all to a joyous triumph?" Alpha responded, "That is not the case." Charlotte pressed on with piercing clarity, "Let me pose another question. Is there any fundamental difference between the explosive and violent methods favored by those individuals and my own approach?" Alpha, what to do when one cannot refute? Charlotte gazed upon the primal forest, engulfed in a raging inferno, a far cry from its once vibrant state. She reiterated with exasperation, "So, cease your incessant chatter. It's giving me a headache." Those who adhere rigidly to convention and fail to adapt will not survive even the first year in this apocalyptic world. The night show host had already shifted the camera to Charlotte's formidable presence. Although she had disabled the voice broadcast feature, her actions were deliberately captured by the host. At this hour, the audience was sparse. Early risers had yet to awaken, and the night owls were just falling asleep, leaving only a few to witness the unfolding scene. To facilitate easy replays and commentary later when the viewership increased, the host preserved this striking segment of footage. Within the vast expanse of the primal forest, numerous virtual mechas took refuge. When they sensed the anomaly, the flames had already erupted into a towering blaze, encircled by layers of inferno. Escaping such an immense conflagration was no simple feat, especially for those resting deep within the jungle. No matter how formidable their strength, even at maximum thrust, they could not extricate themselves from the forest in a short span of time. As long as they remained trapped, they were destined to be consumed by the flames. The air was filled with frustrated exclamations. They were oblivious to the origin of the fire. Many cursed the organizers for their poor management of the venue, blaming them for the ensuing forest fire, thus bearing the brunt of the criticism. Until the moment of withdrawal, they would never suspect that this catastrophic blaze had been ignited by the very hands of a contestant. It was utterly infuriating. Compared to the instantaneous demise from energy cannons or the destruction of control centers by energy swords, the contestants evidently found the slow torment of being burned far more intolerable. Faced with the hopelessness of escape, many opted to press the withdrawal button. According to the competition regulations, the system would identify those who voluntarily withdrew, intelligently assess the factors that posed the greatest threat to them, as well as the identity of the contestants responsible for their predicament, ultimately attributing the points to the latter. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for eliminating one mech, earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for eliminating one mech, earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for eliminating one mech, earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for eliminating one mech, earning 1 point. The electronic voice of the Star Network system echoed persistently in Charlotte's ears. You are like a fire, your blazing light illuminating my path. She unexpectedly hummed this phrase. Her tone languid, yet her gaze fixated intently in a particular direction, her energy sword activated in an instant. In the next moment, a mech burst forth from the primal forest, heading straight for Charlotte. Those who managed to escape were primarily mechs lingering at the forest's edge. However, they had not anticipated that having narrowly evaded the searing danger, with their mechs still radiating heat, they would find themselves unsteady on their feet, only to confront a harbinger of death waiting outside. Caught in a dilemma, these individuals could only become proverbial fish in a barrel, their frayed nerves ultimately meeting their end at Charlotte's hands. In summary, with Charlotte stationed here, there are no fish slipping through the net, at least in this direction. Not a single one shall escape. As for those who manage to flee from other directions, they can consider themselves fortunate. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for annihilating one mech and earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for annihilating one mech and earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for annihilating one mech and earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for annihilating one mech and earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for annihilating one mech and earning 1 point. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for annihilating one mech and earning 1 point. The electronic voice of the StarNet system echoed incessantly in Charlotte's ears, whether scorched by fire or blasted by her strikes. All these points were attributed to her. Most of those who were forced to withdraw did not immediately exit the virtual realm of StarNet, but continued to observe the competition through various ordinary scene interfaces and holographic screens. When the judges began to log in, all electronic screens displayed a raging fire, leaving everyone somewhat perplexed. After a transition between the two hosts, they reached a consensus. If this match point could be sensationalized, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. If the competition's fervor could be heightened through their hosting, the benevolent sponsors would generously increase their rewards. Thus, Charlotte unwittingly emerged as the dark horse of this year's Givers Virtual Mecha Super League. Starting at 8 a.m., the number of users logging into StarNet steadily increased. Regardless of whether they are browsing information through their neural interfaces or directly entering the Star Network's virtual realm via immersive pods, there exists a considerable likelihood that they will encounter news regarding the GAO's Super League. As one of the organizers, the Star Network, a leading entity in the industry, has always been extravagant in its promotional endeavors, sparing no expense. In various virtual environments, the most prominent holographic displays are broadcasting a catastrophic and inexplicable forest fire. One user, known as the Youth with a Mole, exclaimed, "Indeed, don't just take the money without action. Hurry up and tell me how this fire started." Another, under the pseudonym Do Not Fawn Over Me, replied, "I merely took a nap. Can anyone enlighten me on what has transpired?" A user lamenting the struggle of creating a username commented, "Surely someone is orchestrating this chaos. The account called Your Father Conquered Your Mother added, a fire attack in the mech competition? Which dashing fellow is behind this?" Meanwhile, A user named My Son Downstairs questioned, "What? This fire is man-made? Impressive. How come no one thought to employ this tactic for so many years?" Another user, known as Slap Her 10 times, retorted, "Pa, my son downstairs, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you take advantage of me?" The comment section on the neural interface was abuzz, swiftly trending on the Star Network. Not only on the interfaces, but also within the Star Network's virtual universe, crowds gathered beneath the large holographic screens, all captivated by the live broadcast. At 9:30 a.m., witnessing the soaring interest, the host interjected with a clipped video. "Dear viewers, I am sure you are all quite curious about how the Gao's virtual mech Super League has unexpectedly ignited in flames. Who, indeed, is responsible for igniting this forest inferno?" The host's voice, both persuasive and enticing, gradually piques the audience's interest. It is true that this conflagration is not merely a stage set for a competition, nor a mere oversight in venue management. The culprit behind the blaze in the primordial forest is, in fact, one of the contestants. At this juncture, the host swiftly directs all cameras towards a video that has been maximized, allowing everyone to discern its contents clearly. The host's tone transforms into one of fervent enthusiasm, instantly igniting the curiosity of the audience and elevating the atmosphere. Let us delve into the origins of this fiery occurrence. All spectators, both those present in reality and those in the virtual realm of StarNet, eagerly await the revelation. The video unveils a primitive mech wielding a torch, igniting a towering tree. Its exterior resembles tarnished steel, evoking a sense of neglect. The blackened mech ambles towards the forest's edge, unhurried, setting fire as it proceeds. Only when the torch has nearly extinguished does it carelessly toss the remnants into the underbrush. In this era, even those who pay merely to witness the spectacle would not operate such a rudimentary mech. A sensible individual would undoubtedly make at least superficial modifications to their machine, if only to enhance its appearance. Moreover, the name hovering above the mech invites scathing ridicule. Dragon Proud Sky? Truly a glitch beyond the stars. Unlike the special privileges granted to the judging panel, ordinary spectators are not entitled to view the genuine personal profiles of the contestants. Without the contestants' consent, Star Network refrains from disclosing their personal information indiscriminately. Consequently, the audience can only glean insights about the contestants through their chosen monikers. The name Long Ao is undoubtedly both trite and unappealing, severely diminishing his likability. Chapter 23. The idols of the military who captivated the Star Federation. Discussions among netizens on Star Network are fervently animated. The handsome figure has stirred a flurry of admiration from numerous goddesses. What on earth is the name Long Ao? Is there still someone in this day and age who would choose such a name? Is there no sense of shame? Aries Randall is my husband. This name likely belongs to a middle-aged, greasy man, the kind who is overly self-assured. Lemon's essence, excuse me. But you are not worthy of Aries' looks. I initially thought he was a master strategist, but upon seeing this name, I suddenly find his fire attack strategy rather unappealing. Clowning you to death, I concur. Could this be a disgruntled youth? A societal loser? Otherwise, how could one conceive of such a moniker? Let us ride the wave. I disagree with the above. He could very well be an exceptionally intelligent individual, as he is the only one among countless competitors who could devise such a tactic. I tell you I have no name. Everyone be quiet. If this were Aries Randall executing this plan, there would surely be a throng of admirers, proving that it is merely a matter of looks. Here comes a delightful surprise. Why do you all presume that Long Ao is a mediocre man? A truly mediocre individual would never adopt such a lackluster name. This may indeed be a certain master of disguise, the cosmic charmer. Ha ha, if this person is a big shot, then I am a deity of the military. Come, let us wager. If I lose, I'll live stream a feast. In no time, opinions abounded regarding the identity of the driver behind the Dragon Ao, with the starry netizens speculating wildly, yet none considered the possibility of this individual being female. At this moment, Charlotte remained steadfastly positioned at her predetermined spot, ensuring that not a single fish slipped through her net. The unfortunate survivors attempting to flee towards her were swiftly dispatched, none escaping the arena. When those forced to withdraw from the competition glimpsed the screen displaying the instigator of the chaos, they were left questioning their very existence. Withdrawn competitor, damn it. I barely made it to the second day of the preliminary rounds, was all set to advance to the semifinals without a doubt, and then this lunatic sets everything ablaze, forcing my withdrawal. Infuriating. Withdrawn competitor B, curse you. I ran like the wind to escape the inferno. And you had the audacity to strike when I was gasping for breath, as if you were eager to send me to my grave. A multitude of disgruntled competitors spewed forth their grievances, directing their ire towards Charlotte. Unbeknownst to her, Charlotte inadvertently accumulated a substantial amount of resentment. These unwilling participants were fixated on the screen, wishing to bore a hole through it with their stares, eagerly awaiting a champion to vanquish this upstart and alleviate their pent-up frustrations. Meanwhile, at the judging panel, the three professors from Juos arrived somewhat early, their years of teaching instilling in them a stronger sense of time, as they preferred to arrive slightly ahead of schedule to prepare. The counselor, Femme, would arrive a bit later, yet still punctually. Qin Shaoheng, due to an urgent matter that demanded immediate attention from the military, arrived slightly later than anticipated. The judges from various sectors gradually made their way to the venue. Some were punctual, while others arrived a tad late. The role of the judging panel primarily involves deliberation and adjudication in the event of disputes. Furthermore, their influence in their respective fields serves to amplify the competition's visibility. Institutions such as the Star Federation Military and the Galworth Military Academy often seek to uncover promising talent with a specific purpose in mind. Remarkably outstanding contestants, even if they do not secure a top 3 position, may receive personal invitations from Galworth post-competition, encouraging them to apply proactively. If a participant garners the interest of the military, a representative will submit a formal application. Upon approval from higher authorities, the individual will be directly escorted away. It is rare for anyone to decline such invitations from elite establishments, particularly the Galworth Military Academy and the military, which are considered a tremendous honor for many citizens of the Star Federation. Within the Star Federation, the status and treatment of military personnel are exceptionally high, earning them widespread admiration from the populace. These soldiers tirelessly safeguard the Star Federation from incursions by the Zerg or other interstellar beasts. Without their vigilance, the Star Federation would soon find itself consumed by these extraterrestrial threats, descending into desolation. In recent years, a new wave of young military officers, embodying both charisma and capability, has ignited a fervor for military idols within the Star Federation. Undoubtedly, the pinnacle of this phenomenon is Ares Landau. At the tender age of 28, he has already ascended to the esteemed position of commander of the 8th and 9th Fleets on the northern front of the Star Federation. Not only does he possess formidable personal strength, but he also hails from an illustrious lineage, complemented by a visage rumored to have been graced by the kiss of the goddess of love, Freya. When Ares Landau graduated from the Gavers Military Academy, he was a mere 22 years old, still below the age of majority, which is recognized as 23 within the confines of the Star Federation. It is noteworthy that during his studies, he not only majored in mecha but also undertook a series of core courses in weaponry, intelligence communication, and strategic command, achieving outstanding results across the board. His mentor in the realm of mecha, Professor Bilbo Adolf, a distinguished titan in the field and a prolific cultivator of mecha talent for the Star Federation, particularly commended Ares's exceptional aptitude in this domain. Indeed, Ares Landau has become the quintessential national heartthrob for women throughout the Star Federation, with countless admirers eager to bear his children. The fervent slogans of his fan clubs proclaim, "Sisters, unite. Do you doubt that our Ares cannot father children?" Such exuberant proclamations are almost too outrageous to behold. Nevertheless, this fervor also subtly underscores the well-known challenges faced by S-grade genetic carriers concerning procreation, a fact acknowledged by all within the Star Federation. Nature is impartial. Those endowed with extraordinary talents are granted a plethora of unique attributes, with their elongated lifespans being a distant aspiration for the average individual. Thus, the equilibrium of the cosmos does not allow for unchecked propagation of their lineage. Even if they possess robust health and vitality, it remains exceedingly challenging for them to bear offspring, a conundrum that continues to perplex the medical community. The prevailing understanding suggests that they must unite with individuals of elevated genetic stature to have a chance of producing progeny who also possess such high-tier genes. Conversely, a union with those of inferior genetic quality would likely result in descendants who are fundamentally diminished in genetic caliber. Naturally, this consideration excludes instances of genetic mutation, which are equally enigmatic to the medical field. The phenomena surrounding genetic mutations among citizens of the Star Federation are intricate and remain largely unexplained. It constitutes a complex subject of study, with no objective patterns yet discerned. Certainly, The celebrated military idols within the Star Federation extend beyond merely Ares Randall. For instance, General Qin Shaoheng, who attended the GUA's Super League, undoubtedly enjoys substantial popularity as well. Chapter 24. The Allure of Mature Women when mentioning General Qin. One cannot overlook his prestigious lineage, nor can one disregard his striking appearance. Most notably, at least from an outsider's perspective, he is known for his courteous and gentle demeanor, often graced with a warm smile. This aspect significantly surpasses that of Ares Randall, whose breathtaking beauty is universally acknowledged, yet he is also recognized for his frigid demeanor. Many jest that Ares Randall's chill could rival that of the notorious ice planet Stogia, blanketed in glacial snow. Lacking the naivety of youth, he possesses a steadiness that is enriched by experience. The carriers of S-grade genes typically possess remarkable physical attributes, aging at a significantly slower rate than those with lower-tier genes. Consequently, at his current age, Qin Shaoheng exhibits no signs of aging and appears remarkably youthful and handsome. His abilities are exceptionally outstanding. Had it not been for the premature demise of his parents, as the legitimate heir of the Qin family, he was originally destined for a career in politics. However, following the demise of the family patriarch on the battlefield, he pivoted from scholarly pursuits to military endeavors, shouldering immense responsibilities. At the tender age of 20, he embarked on his martial career, starting from scratch. Ascending to the rank of at least a general at this age, without any foundational experience, speaks volumes of his capabilities. Furthermore, he has taken on the dual roles of both brother and father, having single-handedly raised his younger sibling, which has significantly contributed to his popularity. Within the Star Federation's military, he commands considerable respect, with rumors suggesting a forthcoming promotion to the rank of Major General. Many mature women within the Federation are quite enamored with his charm, captivated by his presence. Regrettably, over the years, Major General Qin has devoted himself to military affairs, often spending his leisure time with his grandfather and younger brother, seemingly without any intentions of starting a family. Much to the chagrin of numerous young ladies from esteemed families who find themselves eagerly awaiting his attention. At this moment, seated among the panel of judges, Major General Qin has observed the unusual maneuvers of Charlotte. He refrains from making hasty comments, instead continuing to watch as this mech lies in wait, systematically eliminating every contestant who manages to escape, without exception. Professor Bilbo Adolf strokes his grizzled goatee, his already small eyes narrowing slightly, seemingly contemplating the performance of this exceptional individual. Some believe that this does not contravene the core rules of the competition. The contestant, calm and astute, has maximized the advantages of the environment with remarkable strategy, while some feel that, in terms of mecha combat, the skills of this so-called dragon Outyin may still appear somewhat immature. They are nonetheless commendable and possess a unique flair. There are those who have specifically retrieved previous footage of Charlotte setting traps to harvest scores, finding it astonishing that such a method of waiting for the opportune moment exists. In previous mecha leagues, teams often opted for collective strategies to achieve superior results, as individual lone wolves found it exceedingly challenging to claim victory unless their prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Yet now, it is remarkable that one can forge ahead with such unconventional tactics. One cannot help but be impressed by Dragon Outyin. His approach to combat presents a fresh perspective. Sometimes victory does not necessitate direct confrontation. Professor Meng Qiu remarked, "This child is quite ruthless," but he left his thoughts unfinished, withholding further speculation. However, Adolf interjected, suggesting, "He seems like someone who has been on the battlefield." Adolf's words were not overtly explicit, yet the surrounding professors, including Qin Shaoheng, comprehended the implications. It appears that Dragon Outyin may have blood on his hands. Should these experts have perused the comments from netizens on StarNet, they might not concur. The average public may be oblivious, but do they lack the insight? This is certainly not mere opportunism. Rather, it is a calculated strategy chosen by the contestant after weighing the circumstances of the match. Upon observing his mecha piloting skills, one might perceive his techniques as unremarkable. However, the ferocity and precision displayed can only be attributed to a wealth of practical experience beyond mere professional training. He is both courageous and strategic, resolute yet detached, such is Adolf's assessment of him. Like Qin Shaoheng, Professor Adolf has yet to review Long Outyin's personal profile, deriving his conclusions solely from the analysis of the video performance. Nevertheless, Adolf has made one miscalculation. Although he deduced from her voice that Long Outyin was likely a female contestant, He could never have anticipated that she was, in fact, an underage girl. The wildfire in the primordial forest raged from dawn until afternoon, showing no signs of abatement, a testament to the abundance of trees. Alpha observed the rising points of its master while noting the dwindling number of participants in the preliminary rounds, murmuring, "Master, there are only a few 100,000 contestants left," which diverges significantly from the organizers' expectations. Who could have predicted that this year's duos would produce a contestant like Charlotte? Her conflagration has eliminated a substantial number of competitors, not to mention the subsequent stragglers. Is it my fault? Charlotte replied, her tone languid and devoid of enthusiasm. It was hardly surprising. After 2 days of piloting the mecha and a restless night, her condition was far from optimal. Today, she had also dealt with an excessive number of mechas, leaving her mentally and physically exhausted. Alpha quietly elucidated the organizers' original projections. Initially, half of the participants were expected to advance from the preliminaries, with 100,000 expected to reach the semifinals. As for the final competition, the top 100 would be publicly listed. Among them, the top 10 prizes are substantial, with the top 3 receiving an invitation to the prestigious Guavos Military Academy. However, now, after the preliminary rounds, only a few 100,000 participants remain. If this continues, the semifinals cannot even commence. The competition structure must be adjusted. Charlotte moved her increasingly heavy limbs. She was genuinely fatigued. Piloting the mech was no easy feat, even if it was merely a virtual one. Alpha remarked, "Master, is it truly acceptable to rely on traps and wildfires for an effortless victory?" If Charlotte could discern Alpha's thoughts, she would surely retort with a comment on its lack of intelligence. Who said it was an effortless victory? She had spent the entire day fishing and blasting fish. It was genuinely exhausting. At 5 p.m., only 3 hours remained until the competition concluded. Finally, there were no more stragglers escaping in Charlotte's direction. She opened the data interface to check her score. It was quite decent, and advancement should pose no issue. Thus, Charlotte sat down on the ground to take a brief respite. Little did she know, the organizers were nearly driven to madness by her performance. The sudden drop in participants made it exceedingly difficult to proceed with the competition as originally planned. Chapter 25, Disqualification, a Dilemma. The working group at StarNet headquarters responsible for the Guavos League was engaged in intense discussions. Staff Member A. The total number of participants is now only a few 100,000. The number for the semifinals is critically insufficient. Staff Member B. The rules for the semifinals stipulate a minimum participation requirement, rendering the event impossible to conduct. Staff Member C. Indeed, the competition structure must be revised. Otherwise, the finals will be adversely affected. Staff Member E. However, this does not constitute a violation. We cannot revoke her eligibility to compete. Staff Member F. Perhaps we should consult the judging panel? In urgent matters, they possess the authority to make decisions regarding any peculiar situations that may arise during the competition. Staff Member G. Let us swiftly compile the circumstances and relay the report to the judging panel. The efficiency of the competition working group was remarkable. Before long, a situation report had been dispatched to the virtual minds of the judges. One by one, the judges opened the report and, before long, had perused its contents. A discussion ensued, as the situation had already impacted the upcoming semifinals and finals, and the working group sought their prudent recommendations. One judge proposed, "I suggest disqualifying this contestant. Long out Yen, as the incident originated from him." Another judge nodded in agreement. "I second that motion. The methods employed by this contestant are exceedingly unconventional. In a formal mecha competition, such tactics are inappropriate and fail to reflect the pilot's true skill level." As soon as he concluded his remarks, the judge advocating for disqualification was promptly challenged. If everyone were to adopt his approach, employing dubious tactics, would the future of the gauze competition not descend into chaos? Surely, other contestants would emulate his actions, tarnishing the integrity of the mecha competition. A judge supporting him concurred. Indeed, this contravenes the very essence of the competition. Let us not forget, this is a mecha contest. We must witness the contestants' piloting prowess. When it comes to piloting mechas, it is essential to heed the insights of professionals. Among all the judges present, apart from Qin Xiaoheng, an expert in mecha piloting, the remainder were esteemed professors from the Gauze Military Academy. Notably, Professor Bilbo Adolf stood out as a luminary in the field of mecha. While the other judges were distinguished figures in their respective domains, they lacked expertise in mecha. In light of the dissonance among opinions, one individual inquired, "Professor Adolf, Do you have any recommendations regarding the unexpected circumstances of this competition? With a tranquil demeanor, Bilbo Adolf pondered briefly before responding. It is not insurmountable. We must seek a compromise. Shu Yu comprehended the professor's intent and elaborated. Revoking a contestant's eligibility would be inappropriate, as she is not engaged in any misconduct. Any flaws within the competition's framework should be addressed post-event, striving for a more comprehensive system to prevent uncertainties in future editions stemming from imitation. Meng Qiu also grasped Adolf's perspective. Given that the situation has already unfolded, arbitrarily disqualifying a contestant would tarnish Gauze's esteemed reputation. Rather than penalizing the competitor, it would be more prudent to adjust the current competition regulations, treating this unique circumstance with due consideration. Indeed, the words of these scholarly professionals were undeniably persuasive. The judges, who had previously appeared fragmented, began to forge a consensus. One judge posed the question, how should the regulations be adjusted? With this number of participants, we cannot possibly proceed to the semifinals. His voice was mature and elegant. Though adorned with a hint of a smile, it subtly conveyed the authority and gravitas of a figure in power, compelling those present to unconsciously resonate with his words. The judges within the room began to deliberate seriously on this proposal, and a lively discourse ensued. Adolf stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment before clearing his throat twice. The judges, who had been exchanging opinions, gradually fell into silence. It was then that Adolf remarked, "The feasibility of Major General Qin's suggestion is notably high and indeed represents a rather prudent remedial approach at this juncture." With Professor Adolf's endorsement, it was inevitable that Zhuo's would align with his perspective. Following careful contemplation, the other judges also deemed this method viable. Thus, a sense of unity emerged, and hands were raised in favor of the proposal, which passed by a substantial majority. The person in charge first examined the content of the proposal before disseminating it to the members of the working group. "Is there any issue?" he inquired. "I believe it is feasible. If adjustments are made, the timeline should not be overly rushed." He sought the opinions of the remaining members. One staff member remarked, however, merging the semifinals and finals has never been done before. Yet, comprised of workplace elites, their adaptability was commendable. With the introduction of a vague concept, the majority soon found their creative thinking ignited. Ultimately, the person in charge nodded and instructed, "Let each department swiftly consolidate their opinions. I require the proposal by the end of today. Additionally, regarding the venue, inform the technical department to promptly reconfigure the competition space. Minor adjustments based on the existing framework should suffice, and we should have ample time." In the midst of chaos and turmoil, the sudden crisis was finally resolved. The members of the task force could not help but harbor resentment towards the unconventional Long Outyin for this unexpected overtime. At precisely 8 p.m. that evening, the preliminary round came to a close. This was a preliminary unlike any other, more grueling than in previous years. Whether one was a seeded contestant or an underdog could not determine their advancement. Even if the team's overall strength was formidable, much relied on sheer luck. It was a matter of fortune, especially for those who rested at the forest's periphery during the early hours. Those unfortunate enough to rest deep within the heart of the forest, regardless of being favored contenders, faced inevitable annihilation, for the vastness of the primal forest rendered escape impossible. By the conclusion of the preliminary round, only 113,975 participants remained. Chapter 26. Long Outyin soars high. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for successfully advancing to the finals. The finals will take place 3 days hence, lasting for 2 days. A friendly reminder, there have been adjustments to the competition format, and contestants are advised to pay attention to announcements on the official website and prepare accordingly. Wishing you all the best. As the competition time commenced, Charlotte received a voice message from the system. Unsurprisingly, her score had indeed ensured her advancement without any doubt. Upon awakening in the virtual pod, she felt a slight hunger due to the deep sleep, though it was not overwhelming. Removing the sensory wires connected to her body, she realized her body felt quite heavy. The virtual pod could suppress the metabolic functions of her physical body, yet these wires, equipped with sensory pads, directly stimulated her nerve endings, thus allowing her to pilot the mech within the virtual realm. Consequently, the fatigue she experienced in her body was markedly pronounced. She took a moment to compose herself before emerging from the virtual chamber and heading directly to the bathroom. After a refreshing wash and a soothing hot shower, the heaviness in her body began to dissipate. Glancing at the time, she noticed it was past 9 in the evening. Without hesitation, Charlotte drew the curtains and lay down on her bed to rest. Remarkably, instead of her usual nightmares, she experienced a peaceful slumber. Although she woke up early the next morning, the quality of her sleep, vastly improved from previous nights, left her in an unusually cheerful mood. Following her morning routine, she took her time to savor her breakfast, meticulously chewing the bread in her mouth. This was a habit cultivated during the apocalyptic times, where each slow bite seemed to promise an increase in sustenance. In a world where food scarcity reigned, grains were more precious than gold. For the past few days, she had taken leave from her job at the convenience store, allowing her to stay home. Yet, in this rare moment of leisure, Charlotte did not venture out to explore. Though she had adapted to the lifestyle of the interstellar era, she found herself devoid of friends or hobbies in this place, and there was little to see outside. Unlike a typical 20-year-old, she was not enamored with buying clothes or cosmetics to adorn herself. Her outings were limited to purchasing basic necessities. This way of life resembled that of an elderly person, uneventful and steeped in melancholy. Sitting quietly on the living room sofa, she activated her light brain, recalling a previous notification from the Star Network urging her to check the finals announcement. It did not take long for Charlotte to locate the announcement on the bulletin board, and upon clicking it, she began to read its contents. Alpha had already perused the announcement, but chose not to disturb her while she was resting. Due to a significant reduction in the number of participants in the preliminary round, the competition format has been adjusted, as reported by Alpha. The semifinals and finals have been merged, accompanied by alterations to the rules. In the finals, 10 multi-point scoring domains will be introduced, which players will need to explore on their own. Additionally, should a specific mech be destroyed during the finals, the victorious side will inherit all the points associated with that mech. Summerlow observed Alpha's statements reflected in the announcements on her quantum brain. She refrained from commenting and instead navigated to the official website of the Star Network, where she was taken aback to see a remarkably familiar name trending across multiple hot searches. Summerlow was somewhat astonished. Did you not assert that the name Dragon Outyin had a notably low prevalence within the Star Federation? Why then does it appear in several trending topics? Alpha replied, Master, that is you. The pangolin cannot find the pangolin bee. I sense that this gauze would change. A raging inferno is at play. The flamboyant caterpillar. What is this Dragon Outyin nonsense? A flashy maneuver has directly altered the competition format? Has the organizer succumbed so easily? The upright elementary student. The name Dragon Outyin may be a tad glitched, but he has committed no violations, so what can be done? Give me a piece of tofu. I am particularly curious about the true identity of this Dragon Outyin, wondering who this remarkable individual is to compel the organizers to amend the competition format. My tenderness has been fed to the dogs. To be fair, I observed his mech's movements, and they weren't that poor, were they? Even if one were to devise schemes involving traps and arson, it is doubtful whether an individual possesses the prowess to single-handedly confront numerous mechs. I am a spicy girl. My sole concern is whether he is handsome. With looks like that, everything else is negotiable. Military Godin. Has no one noticed that this Dragon Aotion has single-handedly annihilated numerous teams? Do not let the blazing flames obscure your vision. Pay attention to his exquisite positioning. Xiao Luo. She clicked on several trending topics, such as seeking Dragon Aotion's true identity, in-depth analysis of Dragon Aotion's dazzling maneuvers, and Dragon Aotion finals ranking predictions, among others, an assortment of oddities. Xiao Luo retorted, So, they are talking about me? How did I become the trending topic after just one night's sleep? I dominate several spots on the trending list. Alpha. Yes, Master. It is indeed you. Do not doubt it. Xiao Luo felt somewhat bewildered. What has transpired? Who is bullying me online? Alpha. Master, it is not quite so severe. People are merely curious about you. Xiao Luo did not engage in further banter with Alpha. She swiftly navigated through her device and uncovered the entire sequence of events. Alpha, how do you feel, Master? Isn't it a unique sensation to be in the limelight? You are now a celebrity across the entire Star Network. Many are eager to unveil your true identity. Xiao Luo replied candidly, There is no particularly unique feeling. It is somewhat bothersome. Her mood, which had been pleasantly uplifted by a good rest, was suddenly affected. The act of arson was deliberately executed at the early hour of 5:30 a.m., intended to circumvent any unnecessary complications. However, Xiao Luo underestimated the data monitoring and storage capabilities of the Star Network. Within this network, every occurrence is meticulously archived in a database. The host of the evening event, possessing a keen sense of professionalism, promptly noticed the incident and even took the initiative to create a video commentary and edit it. Ultimately, her intention was not to seek notoriety. It was merely an unforeseen circumstance. Chapter 27, The Final. Not a tree left for her. Although Xia Luo found the forced fame on the internet somewhat irksome, she remained undaunted. Having endured the apocalypse, she understood that beyond life and death, there are no significant matters. She resolved to continue with her life as usual. Should this newfound notoriety lead to any disruptions in her daily routine, she would confront them head-on. For her, the notion of exposure held little fear, as it paled in comparison to the dire situations of starvation and battling zombies. Thus, she chose to turn off her light brain, tuning out the outer world, and devoted herself to rest at home. Interestingly, in the days following the preliminary round, her quality of sleep improved remarkably. She hardly experienced any nightmares. The sensation of peacefully slumbering until dawn significantly enhanced her overall well-being, fostering a serene and buoyant mood. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon the Gavos Virtual Mecha Super League was set to commence its final round. Due to previous uncertainties and adjustments in the competition format, this season of Gavos garnered immense popularity. Many individuals, particularly, are closely monitoring the performance of the formidable contestant known as Long Outyin, eager to witness any astonishing feats he may display in the finals. To date, no one has categorized Long Outyin as a female character. During the last adjustment of the competition format, several members of the judging panel perused the information regarding Long Outyin. Upon discovering that this Long Outyin is merely a minor girl, there was a palpable sense of surprise among them. Currently, it seems that only Qin Xiaoheng and Adolf are privy to Xia Luo's true identity. However, it should be noted that neither of these two has yet examined the actual profiles of any contestants. The 2-day finals have commenced, with the initial mech setup interface remaining inaccessible. Contestants are utilizing the same mechs they employed during the preliminary rounds. Shortly after entering the waiting hall, the contestants will be teleported to the final arena. The attendance has barely surpassed 100,000, significantly fewer than anticipated. Intriguingly, due to Xia Luo's influence, not all finalists are remarkably strong competitors. While there are indeed formidable teams that have persevered, numerous weaker participants are present, leading to a varied and disparate competition. As Xia Luo entered the waiting hall, an immediate hush fell over the surrounding area. This was not without reason. All eyes were drawn to the 3 characters, Long Outyin, floating above her head. The weaker contestants expressed their gratitude for her inexplicable maneuvers, which afforded them the unexpected opportunity to reach the finals. Conversely, the stronger competitors exhibited a mixture of wariness and disdain towards her. Even some team members were compelled to withdraw from the competition due to that catastrophic fire. While the surviving participants harbored an intense resentment towards her, their anger palpable. Various gazes were cast in her direction, yet Charlotte chose to disregard the emotions directed at her. She held no interest in the thoughts of others. As long as they did not provoke her, their opinions were of no consequence. Competitors, the finals are about to commence. Please be advised that there have been some alterations to the rules. The scoring system remains in place, with the top 100 participants to be publicly ranked across the Star Network. The top 10 will receive generous material rewards, and the top 3 will be extended invitations to the Gervis Military Academy. The electronic female voice articulated clearly, heralding the start of the competition. Best of luck to all. The finals officially begin. As the scene shifted, darkness enveloped her once more. Moments later, the surroundings gradually materialized. Upon discerning her environment, Charlotte froze, her earlier buoyancy from a few days of rest plummeting into despair. Her gaze turned icy, a cold sneer escaping her lips, yet she remained silent. Alpha 2 wisely refrained from speaking, although it had not been by her side since the onset of the apocalypse. Even in its dormant state, its core programming had continuously absorbed information from the external world. In other words, it had experienced the apocalypse in its own manner. The current competition setting bore an uncanny resemblance to the end of days, a dim, yellowish sky perpetually shrouded in dust, devoid of the once vibrant blue and clarity. Within the city, the buildings stand in disrepair, their structures crumbling, walls peeling, windows shattered, and doors damaged, stripping these edifices of their former elegance and neatness. The streets are cluttered with vehicles haphazardly parked, creating a chaotic scene. Their surfaces are marred by grime, as if long abandoned by their owners. The entire city is devoid of human presence, as if humanity itself has vanished. It is a deserted city, steeped in decay and silence, utterly lifeless. Charlotte's expression is frigid, her dark eyes revealing no emotion. This is how the world once appeared in its darkest days. The atmosphere of despair and oppression seems oddly fitting for this competition's setting. Charlotte scoffs, such ignorance breeds fearlessness. Alpha observes, the master's mood appears to be rather bleak. As they proceed, the colossal mech strides through this desolate urban landscape. Charlotte walks with an air of nonchalance, her gaze drifting occasionally to her surroundings. This ruinous city is vast. Despite her lengthy journey, she has yet to encounter another mech, a testament to its size. It seems that the Star Network's technical department has adjusted the venue's dimensions to accommodate tens of thousands of participating mechs with ease. Charlotte's voice is devoid of emotion. What a heartless act. Not even a single tree remains. Though her words express a grievance, they are delivered with an indifferent tone, as if she is unconcerned about the matter she laments. Upon hearing this, Alpha 2 becomes aware of the absurdity. In such a large city, even one that is abandoned, the absence of a single tree is decidedly illogical. It soon became apparent to it that the organizers were taking precautions against its master. Surely, during the preliminary rounds, the master's fiery display had left them fearful, prompting them to leave not a single tree standing, wary of her potentially repeating her past transgressions. It even speculated that the choice of the finals location within the city was likely a measure taken to prevent the master from employing the natural environment for any other mischievous endeavors beyond setting wildfires. Gazing at the towering edifices, albeit somewhat dilapidated, they appeared remarkably sturdy. The organizers must have believed that the master would be unable to dismantle these structures for her purposes. Moreover, the colossal mech was too large to be concealed within the confines of the buildings, leaving only the city streets for movement. They were essentially compelling the master to engage in combat with her mech in a conventional manner. Alpha could only remark on their naivety. Truly, they were exceedingly naive. They had yet to witness the master's capabilities. Setting traps and igniting wildfires were mere trifles. Should she truly decide to unleash her cunning, they would be utterly defenseless. Alpha voiced its conjecture. Master, they are preparing against you. After all, you caught them off guard during the preliminaries. Charlotte continued her stride, her tone icy yet indifferent. I am aware. This is what one might call overcorrection. She then added, with a hint of irony, delightfully naive. Alpha interjected. You are certainly not praising their adorableness. Just listen to your sarcastic tone. Oh dear, the master appears poised to unleash a grand move. Chapter 28. Uncle Aotion. He is toxic at this moment. Numerous netizens across the Star Network were keenly observing Charlotte's every action. Some entered the virtual world of the Star Network through cerebral interfaces, while others utilized virtual pods, all eagerly observing Charlotte's myriad performances since the semifinals on the holographic screens scattered throughout. The event's host undeniably granted Charlotte ample camera time, which greatly satisfied the audience's desires, as Charlotte had become an immensely popular contestant. In stark contrast, other formidable teams received considerably less attention. The audience, driven by curiosity, found the regular battles rather mundane, yearning for the excitement brought by competitors whose unconventional strategies left them guessing about the next move. As for those fortunate enough to advance to the finals yet lacking in true prowess, they played a mere supporting role, hardly deserving of the host's focus. For the host, the objective was to amplify the match's fervor. Only with heightened popularity would the sponsors generously reward them. Thus, they would refrain from elaborating on unremarkable contests, offering at most a fleeting glance. Conversely, particularly controversial contestants or unusual circumstances garnered their greater scrutiny and commentary. Within the Star Network, astute observers noted the shifts in the finals arena, sparking a wave of trending topics. The tree of Long Out Yin has been confiscated, your handsomeness. You do not understand. Haha. The organizers are so mischievous, they confiscated Long Out Yin's tree. Supreme Sea King. You see, it seems you still cannot contend with the organizers. Hasten to wash up and retire for the night. Do not indulge in dreams of glory, for such aspirations are beyond the reach of one so obscure as yourself. The charming one exclaims. Oh dear, without the illustrious Lord Aotion, how shall we ignite the fires to roast the mech? A voice of reason interjects. This indicates that the organizers are indeed wary of Long Aotion's capacity for mischief. Yet, without his usual material for trickery, I wonder if he can endure the day. The finals will host numerous formidable teams. An urban worker expresses curiosity. I am eager to see what marvelous tactics Long Aotion will unveil in the finals. Do dazzle me. A kindergarten prodigy observes, "In my opinion, one cannot predict Long Aotion's actions through conventional reasoning. Do not be too quick to mock him, as it may lead to a painful bout of face-slapping." A pretender to seriousness admits, "Although I am not a fan of Long Aotion, I too eagerly anticipate his performance. What can one do? Is he perhaps a poison to our hearts?" Chocolate sausage waits in anticipation for Lord Aotion to rise against the odds, echoing the sentiment of the previous comment. This uncle possesses an alluring toxicity, and despite his unremarkable stature, I find myself dutifully awaiting his appearance. An invincible debater chuckles. Haha, Lord Aotion is indeed a mischievous sprite. Amidst the finals venue, Xia Luo remains oblivious to her rising popularity. She strolls nonchalantly through this city of ruins. She suddenly inquires, "May I ask you something? What is the working principle of the energy sword on the mech?" Alpha is taken aback, pondering why his master would show interest in such a matter. Nevertheless, it obediently responded. The initial mech of the Gao's competition is equipped with an energy sword that primarily utilizes a certain type of low-grade energy particle. In the later stages, through the application of processed high-intensity voltage, these energy particles are condensed and shaped. Alpha endeavored to articulate this in a manner that was both accessible and comprehensible. Although the actual process is rather intricate, the fundamental principle can be summarized as such. It aimed to simplify the explanation as much as possible, fully aware of its master's disposition. Should it delve into an overly complex elucidation of certain scientific principles, its master would inevitably sigh and shake their head, remarking, "Alas, you are lacking." How absurd. As a high-tech creation, it was compelled to render scientific explanations in such a rudimentary manner. Alpha felt that it was quite an arduous task. After listening to Alpha's exposition, Charlotte remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly deep in contemplation. Eventually, she resumed her inquiry. What would be the consequences if that high-intensity voltage were to be removed? Alpha replied, "I do not know. No one has ever attempted such a thing. The energy sword was created solely for the purpose of combat. If that processed high-intensity voltage were to be withdrawn, the energy sword would be unable to maintain its form. Who would wish to wield something that cannot even be deemed a weapon?" After much reflection, Alpha offered what it considered a reasonable conjecture. The high-intensity voltage enveloping the energy particles likely serves to facilitate their condensation and shaping. If it were to be rescinded, the energy sword would lose its form and devolve into scattered energy particles. After listening to Alpha's words, Charlotte fell silent once more, seemingly pondering something. Alpha was perplexed by its master's thoughts. However, one thing was certain. Every question posed by its master was not without purpose. With a demeanor reminiscent of an elderly sage, Alpha had never witnessed its master in a lively and cheerful state. When engaging in conversation, its master spoke only when necessary, embodying the adage that those who are truly formidable do not indulge in idle chatter, a stark contrast to those who are mere purveyors of trivialities. Alpha observed its master inexplicably tinkering with the myriad abandoned vehicles scattered throughout the streets, disassembling and reassembling them with a rhythmic clatter. It also noticed its master casually entering certain shops to procure various items. Despite the cumbersome nature of the mech, which made navigating stores somewhat inconvenient, its master's brutishness prevailed. The mechanical arm effortlessly ripped apart the shop front. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual scenario. After a series of operations, Alpha scrutinized the items its master had gathered, struggling to discern their significance. Some tools could be understood, but why was there flour among them? Is my master feeling peckish? This is not a genuine apocalyptic scenario. There is no need to hoard supplies. Meanwhile, the netizens within the Starnet, who had been closely following Charlotte, began a new wave of commentary. Spring has arrived. What is this so-called dragon overlord doing? I cannot comprehend it. Call me single dog. What the heck? Why is Overlord Uncle even taking flour? Has he lost his mind? That's not even suitable for making dumplings or bread. Life is not worth it. Look quickly. Overlord Uncle is stringing together cars? Not bracelets, but cars. More handsome than Aries Randall. Oh my goodness. I am consumed by curiosity. What on earth does he intend to do? There seems to be a conspiracy afoot. The people's darling. This brother possesses remarkable electrical skills. With such a massive mechanical arm, he can deftly wield such tiny tools as pliers and tweezers for assembly and disassembly. Adorable baby. I inexplicably find Uncle Outyin to be incredibly impressive. It's intoxicating, and I feel myself falling under his spell. Please tell me I am not alone in this. Chapter 29. A hint of the disguise revealed. Outyen's sister, strong and proud as the main character. Charlotte is currently maneuvering the mechanical arm to execute a series of intricate micro-operations. The mecha itself is quite large, while the objects she is handling are minuscule, rendering the task rather challenging. Nevertheless, Charlotte exhibits great patience, remaining focused on her work without any interruptions. Once she has completed her tasks, she leisurely finds a building to sit down in, showing no urgency to seek out a battle. Alpha has grown accustomed to her occasional bouts of lethargy. While one might label her as slacking, she has indeed prepared herself for what is to come. Yet, her lack of initiative to engage in combat leaves one perplexed. However, Charlotte's reluctance to instigate a confrontation does not imply that others will refrain from seeking her out. With the map activated, no participant can hide. Previously, she had been teleported to a somewhat isolated location while others were preoccupied with their own skirmishes. Now that the fortunate few who stumbled into the finals have been dealt with, they will inevitably turn their attention towards Charlotte, the one who had previously made them suffer during the preliminary rounds. Initially resting against the side of a grand building, Charlotte retracted her casually extended legs and rose to her feet. The cacophony of numerous mechs in motion reverberated, seemingly causing the streetlights to tremble. This assembly of mechs converged from all directions, gradually encircling Charlotte. Calmly awaiting the unfolding events, she cast a glance at the leader of the group, Fatale, an unsatisfactory name. Alpha, aware that its master would not concern herself with the formidable teams in the competition, interjected, "Master, this is the Fatale team, led by Fatale. They possess considerable potential in this Gavos tournament, representing an emerging force. Are you long Outyen? Did you ignite the flames in the preliminary round?" Fatale, the leader, activated the speakerphone function. Charlotte remained silent, her thoughts inscrutable to those around her. Meanwhile, the audience observing online erupted with excitement. Little chick eats eagle, wow. Is a battle about to commence? Uncle Outyen, don't back down. At least hold on for 5 minutes. Lonely spectator, my goodness. Facing such a fierce team right off the bat, what terrible luck. Open the gates, release the hounds. Let us observe a moment of silence for Uncle Outyen. You've become a target now, try not to be too badly defeated. To the members of the Fatale team, Charlotte's silence appeared as a manifestation of fear and trepidation. Intent on humiliating her further, they opted not to use their internal communication channels, instead opting for the speakerphone. I thought you were a figure of courage and strategy. Turns out, you are merely a coward, boomed a brash voice. Another individual swiftly concurred. What audacity to play so grandly with such limited skill. Are you aware of how many intend to claim your head in the finals? You truly are a menace. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what the Met competition truly entails. With your mere tricks, you shall advance no further. Do not harbor any illusions of success in the finals. An indignant voice quickly took over the conversation. In no time, the team members were exchanging insults, collectively denouncing Charlotte. Alpha interjected, "You are courting disaster. My master despises idle chatter, and you lot are akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly around her ears. This competition venue already casts a pall over my master's mood. I wager it has only worsened now. A bunch of unfortunate souls, prepare to be dealt with." Fatale raised a hand, signaling for silence. Just as he was about to speak, Charlotte interrupted him. Activating the speaker function, she declared, "The fire was set by me. Spare the chatter. Shall we duel one-on-one or as a group?" Her words were merely a casual remark, yet they sent ripples through the air. After a brief silence, the Star Network erupted with trending topics as if they had sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Logging in. What the hell? Am I hearing things? Why does Uncle Outyen's voice belong to a woman? And it sounds devilishly enchanting. Today also indulging in gossip. It seems I'm not the only one questioning myself. It turns out Uncle Outyen is Outyen's sister. Sister complex. Oh my, I'm in love. That voice is simply delightful, and it carries such an air of confidence. The aloof and captivating woman. The nation's charming uncle remarked, "With such a voice, I could easily indulge in another bowl of rice." A fairy-like girl interjected, "What a twist. Can girls truly be this formidable? It's rather chilling to contemplate. All those impressive feats were executed by a single girl? Remarkable." The exceptionally talented youth pondered, "What now? A group of individuals assaulting a girl? It feels exceedingly cruel, doesn't it?" An apple pie enthusiast inquired, "Is there a voice print expert present? Can they determine the approximate age of Sister Aotion? I seek the true identity of this powerful and striking woman." A grounded young man expressed, "I personally perceive this voice as quite youthful, I wager 1 star coin that Sister Aotion is undoubtedly very young. On the other side of the arena, Captain Fatale was equally astonished. Not just him, the entire Fatale team was taken aback. They had never envisioned that Long Aotion could be a woman. At least the name seemed reminiscent of someone rather pretentious. Moreover, Long Aotion's various maneuvers during the preliminary rounds certainly did not resemble those of a delicate girl. Summer Luo, initially poised for action, became increasingly irritated as her opponent hesitated to enter the fray. She was uninterested in posturing or exchanging glances. She needed to finish this round swiftly as more adversaries would soon arrive. Are we still fighting? Please, let us be efficient about this, she urged. It was only then that the group responded, with one person teasingly saying, "Oh, it's a little sister. Call out brother for us to hear, when the time comes. I'll go easy on you." Merely a change in gender had somewhat altered their demeanor. Someone privately suggested to Fatale, "Since it's a woman, perhaps we should send 2 individuals to handle this? It is rather unseemly for a dozen of us to gang up on her alone." As soon as the suggestion was made, a voice of dissent arose. "What are you saying? Have you forgotten the inferno she ignited during the preliminary round? We barely escaped. Several of our teammates perished in that blaze. Otherwise, our chances in the finals would surely have been greater." Xiao Luo remained silent, awaiting Fatian's declaration. The chatter from others was of little consequence. It was the one holding authority whose word mattered. Ultimately, Fatian made her decision. "Although you are a woman, your actions in the preliminary round cost us 5 teammates, weakening our team's strength and directly impacting the finals." Xiao Luo, such an abundance of words. Fatian continued, "We do not bully the weak, so we will only send 3 individuals. Of course, if you choose to withdraw voluntarily, we shall hold no grudges. In any case, you can no longer participate in this competition." Chapter 30. A quick strike. A life laid low. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at her lips. "Very well, which 3? Step forward." Fatian did not take the field herself. Instead, she named 3 individuals from the team, who immediately stepped forward. Xiao Luo glanced over them. Her knowledge of mechas was limited, yet based on her experience from the preliminary round, these 3 mechas appeared to possess formidable firepower. They were not only riddled with bullet holes, but also larger and more robust, likely designed to ensure stability when equipped with heavy artillery. Xiao Luo did not draw her energy sword. Instead, she extended her massive mechanical arm into a nearby shop. The members of Fatian's team could only watch in astonishment as she retrieved a vehicle. As Charlotte manipulated the robotic arm to pull outward, the onlookers discovered that the vehicle was connected to another car. It was a chain of cars, each linked by chains. The members of the Sky Warriors, much like the curious bystanders, were entirely bewildered by the purpose of this peculiar arrangement. They had seen bracelets strung together, but never cars. However, after observing for a moment, the 3 combatants, unable to discern Charlotte's intentions, adopted a rather simplistic and forceful approach. Regardless of its purpose, they would obliterate it. The trio unleashed their energy cannons, bombarding Charlotte from 3 distinct directions, effectively sealing off all her avenues of escape. In her grasp, Charlotte wielded the elongated chain of cars, resembling a colossal whip. Almost simultaneously with the launch of the energy blasts from the 3 mechs, Charlotte sprang into action. She dashed toward one of the mechs, using her momentum to sidestep, causing the mech to glide perilously close to the ground, as if sliding along its surface. What initially appeared to be an unwieldy burden transformed, under her precise control, into a sinuous serpent, instantaneously ensnaring the legs of that mech. Yet, this was not the end. Charlotte swiftly fired a high-pressure energy projectile. This ammunition, composed not of traditional gunpowder but of highly compressed energy particles, possessed greater lethality in confined areas. However, delivering a fatal strike to a heavy-duty mech with it was far from feasible. Consequently, even though its legs were ensnared by the cumbersome chain, the mech exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, it extended its powerful mechanical arm, intent on violently severing the chain. To everyone's astonishment, the high-pressure energy projectile, which was not expected to cause fatal damage, triggered a violent explosion. Charlotte's high-pressure energy projectile struck a line of vehicles rather than a mech. The explosion of one car ignited the next, followed by a chain reaction that engulfed an entire series of vehicles in flames. The force of this explosion was substantial, far exceeding that of a mere gasoline blaze. It resembled the might of a bomb. While the destruction unleashed by detonating a single vehicle might not pose a significant threat to a heavy-duty mech, the cumulative explosive power of an entire line of cars, akin to that of explosive devices, could surely obliterate its legs. With its support lost, the heavy mech collapsed resoundingly to the ground. Charlotte wasted no time. She swiftly uprooted a streetlight and, harnessing its momentum, plunged it into the mech's neck. The streetlight, crafted from steel tubing, was typically insufficient to penetrate the armored plating of a mech. However, the connection point between the head and the body was designed for mobility, resulting in a reduced hardness of material. Yet, this weakened junction was small in area, and generally, with careful operation, it was not easily damaged. Remarkably, while in motion, Charlotte managed to pierce it with precision. Those knowledgeable in the field would recognize the skill displayed. With a forceful thrust, she rotated the steel tube at a precise angle. And in a swift motion, the mech's head was severed cleanly. The entire sequence unfolded in a blur, leaving the other two individuals and the entire Skyward team utterly stunned. They were captivated by Charlotte's extraordinary technique, as she initiated a ruthless execution that radiated an unparalleled aura of intimidation. Still holding the streetlight steel pipe, Charlotte strode towards the remaining two individuals, while deftly snapping another streetlight in her other hand. With a running start, she leaped and unleashed a volley of elongated armor-piercing projectiles. The two heavy-duty mechs, finally realizing the threat, instinctively evaded her assault. In that very instant when they chose their evasive maneuvers, Charlotte had already locked onto their positions. Activating her thrusters, she harnessed the immense propulsion to hurl the two steel pipes. As the mech struggled to regain their footing to avoid the penetrating bullets, they were struck down with a fatal blow to the throat. In their moment of bewilderment, Charlotte, propelled by her thrusters, swiftly positioned herself before one of the mechs. With a flick of her wrist and a surge of strength, she severed the mech's head cleanly. The other individual, realizing the urgency, reached out to extract the steel pipe lodged in the neck of his mech, but was a heartbeat too late. Charlotte, with her thrusters still engaged, leapt and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. As he staggered, she seized the steel pipe and with a swift motion, decapitated the mech. Her flurry of attacks flowed seamlessly, a display of sheer exhilaration. Perhaps the pilots of those three mechs remained oblivious to the fact that despite their seemingly assured victory, they had been utterly outmatched. The rest of the flying squad looked on in disbelief. Was she not a woman? How had she accomplished this? How could she achieve a triple kill with such breathtaking speed that left them utterly astonished? A sense of wariness towards Charlotte began to take root within them. Congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for successfully destroying a mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 21 points from his opponent in the finals. Congratulations once again to contestant Long Out Yin for eliminating another mech, gaining an additional point, and acquiring 19 points from his rival in the finals. Yet again, congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for vanquishing yet another mech, securing 1 point, and obtaining 23 points from his adversary in the finals. The system's electronic voice resonated, initiating the calculation of Charlotte's personal score. As Charlotte listened, she began to stride towards a towering building, reaching inside to retrieve another vehicle chain of the same design. With a steel pipe in one hand and the vehicle chain in the other, her tone bore a hint of mockery. 3 against 1 hardly constitutes strength. Captain of the flying team, it seems your skills in mathematics and language are lacking. She had intended to voice her thoughts earlier, but refrained from engaging with the incessant chatter of the group. Instead, Charlotte dispatched a few individuals before speaking up. The ratio of opponents mattered little to her, and she held no naive expectations for fairness. However, the audacity of those who benefited yet continued to complain irked her. The members of the flying team, having their spirits dampened and provoked by Charlotte's taunts, were quick to retort. Even when faced with death, you remain defiant. I shall see how long you can endure. Chapter 31, 1v15, Charlotte versus Flying Team. Charlotte's voice betrayed no discernible emotion. Suit yourself, it matters not to me. Glancing across at her opponents, she noted 5 mechs, of which only one appeared to possess heavy firepower. The characteristics of the remaining mechs were not immediately discernible from their appearance. However, this posed little concern for Charlotte. In the face of absolute power, any discrepancies in equipment would not yield a decisive impact. The captain, Fatale, expressed no objections to the self-arrangement of the team members, tacitly approving it. Initially, the 1-on-3 situation had left him in a state of embarrassment, and now that someone else had stepped in to orchestrate matters, he welcomed the intervention. Even though the current score stood at 1-5, it mattered little. In the realm of competition, The victor holds the authority, does he not? The strength of Fatien's team was formidable, boasting 5 mechs, rendering any attempts by the opposition futile. He could only lament his earlier hesitance. Had he prioritized overwhelming numbers over superficial accolades, they could have avoided such complications and preserved 3 heavy-duty mechs in the process. On the other side, the 5 mechs had formed a tight encirclement, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for Xia Luo. The noose tightened, seemingly intent on capturing her like a fish in a net. At last, one mech boldly led the charge toward Xia Luo, while the others shifted positions to ensure her retreat was thoroughly obstructed. This particular mech moved swiftly, its energy sword aimed directly at her. Yet, Xia Luo did not draw her own energy sword. Instead, she deftly waved her hand, sending a series of entangling cables to ensnare her opponent's arm. Familiar with the cable's formidable power, the mech hastily extended its mechanical arm, attempting to detach the bindings with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 mechs, anticipating this maneuver, quickly coordinated to provide cover. A heavy mech unleashed an energy cannon, targeting Xia Luo when she was least vigilant. Unbeknownst to her, with her back turned, she was poised to face a fatal strike. However, she seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if eyes had sprouted on her back. Just as an energy cannon was poised to pierce through her, she deftly sidestepped at remarkable speed. The mech that had been directly in front of Charlotte had barely detached itself from the long string of vehicles and was yet to mount another assault against her, when it was suddenly confronted by the energy cannon launched from the heavily armored mech. Due to Charlotte's evasive maneuver, the energy projectile, initially aimed at her, inadvertently struck one of their own members from the flying team. Given the proximity, evasion was nearly impossible, especially since their focus had been momentarily fixated on the line of vehicles. Having just resolved the vehicle issue, their attention had not yet recalibrated when they were abruptly met with this formidable energy blast. An ordinary individual, lacking specialized training, would naturally be unable to react in time. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, reducing the mech to mere fragments. The psychological impact of inadvertently eliminating one's own teammate was undeniably profound. Seizing the opportunity while the adversary's mental state remained unsettled, Charlotte charged directly at the heavily armored mech. It was undeniable that the energy cannon possessed tremendous power, yet it also required a considerable cooldown period. After a single shot, it could not immediately fire again. Charlotte was confident that this was merely a virtual competition. No matter how extensively modified, it could not compare to the advanced mechs utilized by the military, given the disparity in technological prowess. As long as the opponent refrained from firing the energy cannon, she felt sufficiently equipped to evade the remaining heavy firepower. Observing Charlotte's fierce advance, the mech had no choice but to prepare for a counteraction, though he had just slain a teammate with his own hands. The system audibly announced the fact that he had inherited his comrade's points, leaving him momentarily stunned and incredulous. However, he swiftly regained his composure and unleashed a barrage of energy orbs toward Charlotte. While the number of energy orbs that could be fired in quick succession was limited compared to energy cannons, they could be launched in rapid succession with a shorter cooldown time. Yet, seemingly bracing for a direct confrontation, Charlotte unexpectedly activated her thrusters. In that instant, she leapt upwards, utilizing the thrust to ascend to great heights before deactivating the thrusters. The massive weight of the mech, under the influence of gravity, not only increased its speed but also generated formidable kinetic energy. The remaining steel pipe in her hand was redirected, plunging straight downward, piercing through the head and traversing to the core within. There was no doubt about the heavy assault mech's ample firepower, but it also bore a significant vulnerability, a lack of agility. This flaw would be exacerbated when the pilot's physical capabilities were lacking. Take, for instance, the operator of the heavy assault mech before him, who relied excessively on his heavy firepower, neglecting the training necessary for close combat. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for destroying one mech and earning 1 point, thereby acquiring his opponent's total of 43 points in the finals. With 5 mechs in play, only 3 remained. The elimination of their teammates ignited their fury, prompting the 3 mechs to charge forward en masse. Charlotte let out a cold laugh. The sheer size of the mechs rendered chaotic skirmishes disadvantageous. Just like the earlier heavy assault mech, it was exceedingly easy to accidentally harm allies in the fray. Despite the Flying Sky team being a formidable contender in this Gao's league, they lacked the rigorous training of a military mech squad, making seamless coordination improbable. Their reckless charge merely presented her with opportunities. Indeed, the vulnerabilities were abundant. This time, Xiao Luo wielded no weapons. An energy sword swept toward her, aiming to cleave her in two. Xiao Luo maneuvered her mech backward, simultaneously delivering a swift kick to her opponent's wrist with her right leg. The adversary lost grip on the energy sword, which was seized by the now stable Xiao Luo. Grasping the hilt with one hand and pressing the base with her palm, she forcefully thrust it forward, piercing the opponent's control center. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for destroying one mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 18 points from the opponent's finals. Soon after, Xiao Luo effortlessly utilized her strength against the remaining two, sending them out of the competition without a hint of doubt. Congratulations to contestant Long Outyin for destroying another mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 22 points from the opponent's finals. Congratulations once more to contestant Long Outyin for destroying yet another mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 17 points from the opponent's finals. At this juncture, out of the 15 members of the Flying Sky team advancing to the finals, Xiao Luo had vanquished 8, leaving only 7, including the captain. Chapter 32, The Enigmatic Energy Sword and Unconventional Opponents. What shall we say? Shall we charge together this time? Xiao Luo stood unarmed, exhibiting no sign of trepidation even in a 1-against-7 scenario. Captain Fatale seethed with frustration. It was his oversight to underestimate this woman. A once promising team, now reduced to mere remnants, has been nearly obliterated by her actions. From the onset of the preliminary rounds, they have suffered continuous losses due to her presence. Presently, the entire squad consists of only 7 members, rendering them utterly incapable of contending against formidable opponents. How could he not harbor resentment? He felt an overwhelming desire to flay this so-called dragon overlord, regardless of her gender. With a stern expression, he proclaimed, "Given the severity of the situation, reconciliation is utterly impossible. Only one can survive. Do not blame us for leveraging our numbers against you. Your actions have been insufferably arrogant." The team leader, Fatale, seethed with anger, his teeth grinding together. "Your silver tongue is of no consequence. We are well aware of your tactics. Do not presume you can employ the same ruse again." Xiao Luo remained unfazed. "I had no intention of reusing the same trick." The 7 dispersed, forming a tighter formation than their previous 5-member team. Their movements were fluid, creating a semblance of misdirection. To those of average skill, the sheer number of opponents would likely incite fear, compounded by the unsettling dynamics of their shifting encirclement, leaving them unable to think clearly. Yet, Xiao Luo remained unperturbed, steadfastly occupying the center of the formation despite their constant repositioning. As the encirclement constricted further, she finally drew her energy sword from her waist. Upon pressing a newly appeared button on the hilt, a crackling sound erupted. The members of the Fatale team had never encountered such an energy weapon. In fact, it hardly resembled a sword at all. A disarray of energy particles failed to coalesce into the form of a blade. The energy particles shifted and fluctuated, coalescing only with great difficulty, resembling an irregularly extending and retracting whip. Yet, what lethality could such a weapon possess? The lack of cohesion implied that the particle energy had not been integrated, rendering it incapable of slicing through steel, thus failing to inflict any harm upon the formidable mechs. Charlotte offered them no time for speculation. She had already locked onto her target and surged forward at a rapid pace. However, the 7-member team was on high alert, and soon, 2 mechs appeared in her path, seemingly intent on obstructing her intended assault. Regardless of Charlotte's plans, they were determined to thwart her. No trickery would have the opportunity to unfold. Confronted by the mechs blocking her way, Charlotte pressed on, maintaining her swift momentum. Yet, the weapon in her hand, shrouded in mystery, was hurled towards the nearest blocking mech. To everyone's astonishment, the mech was drawn towards her as if magnetized, pulled by the force emanating from Charlotte. In a swift motion, Charlotte extended her other mechanical arm, unsheathing the energy sword that had remained and used at her waist. With the press of a button, she launched a close-range strike, penetrating the control center of the opposing mech. Before the foe could dissipate from the contest, the energy sword still firmly in her grasp. Charlotte hurled it with ferocity, embedding it into the vulnerable neck of another mech. She then delivered a powerful kick to the sword's hilt, driving the blade completely through. Unlike a mere steel pipe, the energy sword required no manual manipulation. A deep enough thrust was sufficient to inflict fatal damage upon the mech. Congratulations to the contestant Long Outyin for defeating a mech and earning 1 point. while also inheriting the opponent's total of 24 points in the finals. Once again, congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for vanquishing another mech, gaining an additional point, and acquiring the opponent's total of 27 points. As the two mechs vanished from the arena, the system's voice soon echoed, announcing the changes in Xia Luo's score. Even if it was an energy sword seized from another, as long as it was wielded by Xia Luo, the system would autonomously adjudicate and credit it as her score. The situation of 1v7 swiftly transformed into 1v5. Captain Fei Tian initially believed he had mastered all her tactics, only to discover she had concealed this particular move. That peculiar energy sword was exceedingly enigmatic. He solemnly cautioned his teammates. That sword seems capable of adhering to mechs. Everyone be cautious, avoid entering her attack range, and engage from a distance. The remaining 5 swiftly adjusted their formation, distancing themselves from Xia Luo to evade the influence of her strange weapon. In this tense moment, however, Xia Luo's gaze traversed beyond them, surveying her surroundings, leaving no one aware of her intentions. The energy sword in her hand stirred slightly, prompting the members of the Fei Tian team to brace themselves, with energy cannons and projectiles all aimed, ready to turn her into a sieve. Yet, Xia Luo's energy sword was directed towards a certain building, and with a fierce swing, the energy particles adhered tenaciously to the outer wall of the structure. Simultaneously, Xia Luo unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles at the building's foundation, shattering it. In the next moment, the unstable building, now compromised, was unexpectedly pulled in a specific direction by the energy sword in Xia Luo's grasp. The building truly teeters on the brink of collapse. The members of the Flying Sky team had been bracing themselves against her close-range attacks. Yet they were utterly astonished that such a peculiar force could bring down an entire skyscraper. They were, after all, a team seasoned in practical combat experience. But faced with an unconventional adversary like Charlotte, who consistently employed unexpected and bizarre tactics, they found themselves overwhelmed, grappling with self-doubt that severely hindered their performance. Take the present moment, for instance. Just moments ago, they had been preparing to bombard Charlotte, only to find themselves transfixed as the structure began to topple toward them. It took them a good 10 seconds to comprehend that they needed to escape the impending collapse. Alas, it was too late, as Charlotte unleashed an energy cannon upon the building. In an instant, the edifice erupted, the explosion proving even more violent than the energy blast itself. Superheated gases surged outward from the epicenter, sending shockwaves that rattled the surrounding structures. In that moment, dust billowed forth, obscuring everything in a haze. Congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for destroying one mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 20 points from the opponent's final score. Congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for destroying one mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 19 points from the opponent's final score. Congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for destroying one mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 25 points from the opponent's final score. Congratulations to contestant Long Out Yin for destroying one mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting a total of 22 points from the opponent's final score. Though the dust had yet to settle, the system's announcement echoed through the air. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, remarking on the captain's resilience. Surviving such a calamity was indeed commendable. Amidst the ruins, Captain Fei Tian was not unscathed. One of his mechanical arms had been damaged in the recent explosion, yet this was the extent of his self-preservation. Chapter 33. Turning the tide against the wind, a dazzling new star. He gasped, inquiring, "How did you know it was me who survived?" He had intended to conceal himself within the swirling sands, but to his surprise, his opponent immediately discerned his presence on the battlefield. Xia Luo did not conceal the truth. Stating plainly, the entire team is striving to ensure you score points. Your scores should not be so meager. The 4 mechas from earlier had relatively balanced but low scores. They could not possibly represent the captain's score. Xia Luo stepped forward, unhurriedly. "Come now, let me see how many points you possess." Having lost a mechanical arm, the entirety of his mecha had also sustained varying degrees of damage from the shockwave of the explosion. At that moment, Captain Fei Tian was far from being in optimal combat condition. Especially after witnessing Xia Luo's formidable prowess, he felt increasingly convinced of his lack of odds. He had to concede that even in perfect condition, he might not necessarily be a match for this prodigious adversary. Fixating his gaze on Xia Luo, he sought an opportunity to launch a surprise attack while she was distracted. However, Her leisurely approach only fostered the illusion that she was unguarded. Regrettably, just as he reached to press the button for the energy cannon, Xia Luo delivered a swift kick to his chest. Every movement of Captain Fatale was under her watchful eye. Gazing down at him, she resembled a cat that had locked onto a mouse, silently observing its target's desperate struggle for survival. Fatale was knocked to the ground by her kick, yet he seemed unwilling to concede, fixating on her in search of an opportunity to break through. Xia Luo, however, did not toy with him. With a swift motion, she pressed her long leg firmly against his chest. What appeared to be a casual step was executed with such finesse that Fatale, having lost his mechanical arm, found himself utterly unable to rise, forced instead to gaze up at Xia Luo. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to offer a final farewell. You are indeed more formidable than I. Even the name Aotian feels inadequate, and you are simply Fatale. So, little fairy, farewell. She expressed her genuine sentiments, treating it as a parting gesture. Yet, to Fatale, it was an immense humiliation. You, he thought, nearly seething with rage. Xia Luo disregarded him further, bending to draw out the energy sword from his side, activating it with a single press. With a powerful thrust of her mechanical arm, she swiftly pierced through his control center. Congratulations to contestant Long Aotian for destroying one mech, earning 1 point, and inheriting all of his opponent's final score of 315 points. In this 1v15 confrontation, despite the overwhelming odds, the outcome was a remarkable reversal. Xia Luo achieved a resounding victory through her singular prowess. At the judges' table, Qin Shaoheng glanced at the holographic device before him, which prominently displayed Xia Luo's true personal profile. Not only him, but Professor Bilbo Adolf also finally accessed the details of Xia Luo's personal information. During the preliminary rounds, Xia Luo had spoken very little, totaling no more than 10 sentences throughout the entire event. Initially, due to the lack of attention from the audience, the host barely provided her with any camera time, resulting in the entire audience of Star Network remaining oblivious to the fact that Xia Luo was a woman before the finals commenced. Among the judges, it was only Xu Yu who, while switching camera angles, noticed her setting a trap. Like Professor Meng Qiu, she was one of the first to discern the true gender of Long Aotian. By the time the other judges became aware of Xia Luo due to the ensuing commotion, she had already muted her audio, leaving many judges unaware of her femininity at the outset. It was only later, as the judges gradually began to peruse Long Aotian's profile, that some of them discovered this Long Aotian was, in fact, a young girl. On the judges' panel, Meng Qiu's previously amiable smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he pondered. The adhesive properties of energy particles could be utilized in such a manner. This was a groundbreaking concept. Historically, energy particles were molded into energy swords through high-voltage compression, for without such compression, the particles would adhere excessively, and their dispersed energy would lack lethality, rendering them ineffective in combat. However, now, as an expert at the Weapons Equipment Division of the Guowusi Military Academy, Professor Meng Qiu comprehended the significance of Xia Luo's modifications to the energy sword. This heralded a monumental transformation in the military's weaponry sector, a completely novel direction for armament strategies. As a specialized researcher in weaponry, he was able to deduce insights that eluded others. It is estimated that the child named Charlotte employed some form of resistor-like component to artificially sever the high-intensity voltage inherent in the energy sword. This operation is, in fact, quite challenging. Modifying an energy weapon without specialized equipment and expertise renders success elusive. Particularly in such an environment, acquiring the necessary tools for manipulation proves to be exceedingly difficult. He now grasps the purpose behind Charlotte's earlier disassembly and reassembly of the energy sword. Originally, due to the screen barrier and the relatively small size of the tools, Meng Qiu did not discern her actions clearly, yet this does not impede his subsequent deductions. Previously, he held a deep admiration for Charlotte. Her performance in the preliminary rounds was remarkably outstanding. Not only did she adeptly utilize the surrounding environment to set traps, but her proficiency in weapon modification was also profoundly impressive. It is essential to acknowledge that the pinnacle of weaponry lies in the ability to exploit available resources to their fullest potential, rather than solely relying on the conventional armaments affixed to warships or mechs. Whether in the natural world or an urban setting, a capable individual can transform anything into their weaponry. In the finals, she ingeniously fashioned a whip from the abandoned vehicles ubiquitous on the streets. An ordinary rope would pose little threat to a formidable mech. After all, a simple tug would sever a hemp rope effortlessly. However, the vehicles are a different matter. One should not underestimate the long chain interspersed with various automobiles. The presence of these vehicles renders the chain irregular, with varying sizes and shapes, cumbersome and fragmented. Even attempting to sever this vehicle chain would require a considerable amount of time. In the course of actual combat, even consuming a mere few seconds of the opponent's time can significantly alter the tide of battle. If Meng Qiu has not misjudged, she has even installed makeshift bombs in each vehicle. Goodness, how has this child, without any professional training, accomplished such feats? Her astonishing performances are numerous. It seems that any object within this city could serve as her weapon, and quite effectively at that. For instance, those steel poles of the streetlights, and during the skirmish, she directly seized the opponent's energy sword for her own use. Chapter 34. Major General Qin, young lady, quite cunning. Meng Qiu observes with clarity. She has even placed a considerable amount of flammable and explosive powdered substances within that collapsed building. If she is not mistaken, it must be a homemade composite powder. After all, sourcing the raw materials is no easy task. It is likely a mixture of metallic powder and food powder. Indeed, she previously appeared to be handling flour and powdered sugar, which now serves a purpose. First, she utilized energy blasts to loosen the building's foundation, then employed energy particles to drag down the entire structure. Subsequently, at the very moment the building collapsed, she ignited the powdered substances with an energy cannon. In the relatively enclosed space of the building, the combination of flammable and explosive powder with the might of the energy cannon could generate a massive explosive shockwave. Those mechas, even if they react swiftly enough to avoid being crushed by the building, would still be obliterated by the intense explosion. Such a creative approach to combat. Meng Qiu is profoundly curious about the environment in which this child has grown up. How has she attained such an exquisite mastery over the application of various objects? He perused her profile repeatedly, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Could it be innate? That seemed improbable. Her seasoned demeanor did not resemble that of a novice at all. Most crucially, this Charlotte was merely a minor, yet possessed astonishing practical prowess. Should she gain admission to the Gauze Military Academy, subsequently graduating to join the military, her future prospects would be boundless. While he could not speak to other aspects, he was unequivocally confident in her potential to become an expert in weaponry and equipment, transforming into a brilliant new star should she enter their branch. Beside him, Professor Shuiyue maintained her composed demeanor, adjusting her gold-rimmed spectacles. Indeed, Charlotte was surprising. Even if she was not an expert in the field of practical combat, her impressive performance since the preliminary rounds was evident, particularly after the finals commenced, where she faced an almost insurmountable challenge of 1 against 15. Without rigorous military training, excelling in such a contest, marked by a significant disparity in strength, would be arduous. Yet, she triumphed, single-handedly vanquishing an entire team, one that was quite formidable. Since the preliminaries, despite fighting alone, she shattered preconceived notions by repeatedly annihilating her opponents. As one of the judges, while others dismissed Charlotte's preliminary success as mere luck, Xu Wei perhaps remained silent. However, witnessing her performance in the finals, Xu Wei undoubtedly began to acknowledge her capabilities. This child possesses formidable strength. Professor Bilbo Adolphe scrutinized Charlotte's personal information with great surprise, realizing that she was indeed an underage girl. Based on the recent performance, if the information is accurate, this child may very well become the next Ares Randall. He is uncertain how Charlotte has developed such prowess. If it is purely innate talent, then she is a prodigious combat genius, a rarity even among millions, naturally suited for this path. At present, the most astonishing talent he has witnessed is that of Ares Randall. Adolphe, Ares' mentor, has personally imparted knowledge regarding mech to him. He possesses a profound understanding of Ares, who truly exemplifies extraordinary aptitude. Despite having no prior exposure, Ares effortlessly grasps concepts, demonstrating an ability to integrate and extrapolate knowledge. In this world, Ares Randall has an uncanny capacity to learn exceptionally quickly. As an S-class gene carrier, his physical abilities surpass those of ordinary soldiers. Adolphe unequivocally recognizes Ares' capabilities. However, he remains uncertain about Charlotte. Are her skills purely a result of innate talent or acquired through practical experience? The records do not indicate this, yet given her tender age, it is difficult to envision her having undergone such intense combat training. What kind of rigorous environment could forge such seemingly instinctual combat prowess? Adolf, a prominent figure in the field of mechs, discerns the precision in Charlotte's maneuvers. While others may perceive this as merely a seamless and thrilling duel, in reality, if he is not mistaken, this child appears to have accurately anticipated the trajectory of the energy cannon fired by her opponent, all within that fleeting moment of their attack. Even if she is not a naturally gifted talent, but rather a skillful individual forged through practical experience, she undoubtedly stands out as a rare gem. After all, not everyone can become such an expert through experience alone. Qualities such as perception, temperament, and wisdom are indispensable. Professor Adolf has devoted considerable attention to a contestant named Charlotte. Nearby, Qin Xiaoheng glanced at Charlotte's profile and noted her age, 20, 2 years younger than Xiaoyao. Yet she possesses such remarkable prowess. He pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking of his younger brother, and couldn't he help but feel a headache coming on. His brother, not exactly a child anymore, spends his days squandering time instead of engaging in meaningful pursuits. He often expresses his impatience with his brother, lamenting their generational gap. Yet here is someone, a young lady, no less, who is 2 years his junior and possesses the ability to easily overpower him. It is truly a lamentable waste of an S-class genetic gift. Qin Xiaoheng felt the familiar pang of envy often reserved for the exemplary achievements of others' children. Although this girl named Charlotte still has ample room for improvement, her foundation is solid. With proper training and a little refinement, she could become a formidable weapon. Firstly, her judgment is quite impressive, and she displays a certain tactical aptitude. She can swiftly analyze the battlefield and discern the unique characteristics of each enemy member, using this information to devise strategic plans. Secondly, her insight is exceptionally keen. In the initial 1v3 scenario, when the 3 heavy mechas simultaneously unleashed energy cannons at her, she was able to instantly assess their trajectories at the moment of firing, identifying the highest trajectory and narrowly evading the onslaught by skimming close to the ground. Moreover, this opportunity has been skillfully exploited to create a breakthrough, culminating in the acquisition of a formidable heavy-duty mech. In terms of close combat, the child's performance is indeed commendable. The chain composed of various vehicles, with its irregular form, is not easily wielded. To master it with such finesse as she has done is certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Qin Xiaoheng cannot help but commend her. Her control over her arms and wrists is remarkably proficient. Not only does she exhibit excellent control over her limbs, but her overall bodily coordination is also impressive. The thrusting power of the propellers is formidable, and leveraging them in combat is no simple task. A miscalculation could lead to excessive momentum, making it difficult to halt, or could cause her to overshoot, delaying her tactical advantage. Yet, she adeptly utilizes the propellers to execute the demanding maneuvers required for close-quarters combat, showcasing exceptional balance and coordination. However, the young girl is also quite cunning. If he is not mistaken, the energy sword has undergone some irreversible modifications. This implies that throughout the ensuing finals, she will not have access to a standard energy sword. Although the modified energy sword can serve its unique purpose, its lethality is diminished, rendering it less effective in close combat compared to its conventional form. The girl's cunning lies in her strategy. Devoid of her own energy sword, she resorts to seizing others. The mechs that fall victim to her energy sword must feel a profound sense of indignation and helplessness. Reflecting on this, a broader smile graces Qin Xiaoheng's lips, and a glimmer of amusement dances in his dark green eyes. On the judges' panel, the gaze of the crowd was irresistibly drawn to this breathtaking duel. Meanwhile, on the Star Network, the discussion forum was ablaze with fervor. Trending topics emerged one after another. Who could rival her? What an astonishing feat for a young lady. Who is this remarkable individual? Is she a concealed powerhouse? One user remarked, "Come on, think critically. Have you ever encountered a prominent figure with such a voice? It's simply enchanting. So cool and captivating that it makes one want to kneel and sing conquer." Another remarked, "Incredible. A passerby has become a fan. Does the powerhouse have a Starsky account? I wish to follow her." Yet another chimed in, "The true identity of Sister Outyin remains a mystery. Her disguise is impenetrable. How can one even attempt to follow her? Let us hope she triumphs in the finals. Star Network will surely conduct an exclusive interview to satisfy your curiosity." A user commented, "Setting aside everything else, her prowess is truly deserving of admiration. Just look at her maneuvers, the car stunts, the modified energy sword. Even the streetlights are subjected to her commanding presence. Another added humorously, in a neighboring thread, there's an in-depth analysis of Sister Out-Yin's entire battle sequence. It's rumored she executed numerous flamboyant maneuvers, with homemade explosives in the car and flammable powders filling the building. There's so much content. Feel free to observe it yourself. One user exclaimed, in such a brief time frame, she managed to single-handedly annihilate a team. What an extraordinary display of strength. It's truly terrifying. Lastly, a sweet admirer confessed, though I am a girl, I can't help but find Sister Out-Yin incredibly impressive. Oh my, I too wish to kneel and sing conquer for you. Come, tell me that I am not alone. At the center of this narrative stands Charlotte, who has relocated to continue her intricate disassemblies and reassemblies. Although she claims to have changed her surroundings, it is merely a matter of shifting 2 streets away from the previous battleground. Let us intertwine your vehicle with mine, string together a lucky clover, and form a concentric circle. Charlotte hummed an unbidden tune. In this new avenue, an abundance of vehicles awaited her to engage in her craft. The prior district lay barren. As she had thoroughly scavenged every available resource, not a single car remained, and several buildings had collapsed, prompting her relocation. Yet, it mattered little. For this city of ruins was vast, brimming with materials ripe for her utilization. Alpha pondered whether it should inform its master that she was still broadcasting her voice aloud. After considerable deliberation, it ultimately resolved to report, Master, you are currently broadcasting your voice, and the people on StarNet are watching your live stream. As Charlotte was in the midst of filling her vehicle with homemade explosives, her hand faltered momentarily. In the next instant, she disabled the audio broadcast. The audience on StarNet awaited her continued song. It was so melodious. Why has she ceased singing? Alpha, feeling anxious, decided to flatter its master to avoid her ire for the delayed report. Master, your ability to create bombs is truly remarkable. Alpha offered a compliment. Charlotte replied, with ample materials, I could even construct a rocket. Alpha thought to itself, once again, my master is being playful. After completing the vehicle task, Charlotte scoured several shops for various powders, ultimately finding a tall building into which she stuffed the mixed powders. Alpha observed as Charlotte inserted the vehicle into one skyscraper and the blended powders into another. Master, do you truly consider these towering edifices as mere storage cabinets? It inquired, watching as Charlotte concluded her task and settled down to rest. Shouldn't we seek out opponents elsewhere to accumulate points? I have heard that the finals feature locations offering multiplied points. According to my analysis, several teams have already activated the areas with point multipliers, with the highest being 5 times the usual score. Charlotte appeared disinterested. No, transporting these items back and forth is far too bothersome, she replied, referring to the self-made equipment she had been handling. Alpha, puzzled, responded, but if we remain here, we won't be able to earn any points. Relying solely on the meager points from the flying team will not suffice to secure a spot in the top 100 during the finals. Charlotte languidly replied. The members of the flying team have mentioned that many will seek to eliminate me during the finals. They will come looking for me. Alpha suddenly remembered. Yes. I nearly forgot that our master is currently at full enmity. It then eagerly suggested, staying here is advantageous. Master, we can reap the benefits of others' efforts. Those point areas have time constraints and are only active for brief periods. Once triggered, they will automatically close once the time limit is reached. Instead of aimlessly seeking out points locations, it would be more advantageous to await those who have earned the scores to come to you, allowing you, dear master, to reap the rewards in one fell swoop. Alpha has never doubted its master's capabilities. Once Charlotte showcased her formidable prowess, her subsequent remarkable performances became a commonplace spectacle. Indeed, what is there to be astonished about? For Charlotte, all of this is quite natural. Wave after wave of challengers seek her out, only to be decisively vanquished by her. Among them are formidable teams as well as those of average strength. Regardless of the opponent's caliber, Charlotte often employs unexpected tactics to secure victory. She renders her adversaries defenseless, leaving all those who fall to her unaware of her next move. The occasional slip may well be a calculated bait to lure her foes into a trap. In essence, one cannot deduce Charlotte's strategies through conventional reasoning. One can never anticipate the pitfalls she has prepared for them. Alpha finds it truly remarkable that, through her peculiar traps and equipment, its master has managed to eliminate so many foes. The immense scores accrued by those in high-scoring arenas are entirely transferred to her. The process can be exceptionally thrilling, often causing even Alpha to feel a sense of trepidation on her behalf. Yet, time and again, she transforms peril into safety, ultimately emerging unscathed. Chapter 36. Top of the rankings, 63, 482 points. With a flourish, she draws her energy sword, which dissipates along with the destruction of her opponent's mech. This signifies that she will no longer possess the longsword form of her energy weapon for the duration of the final battle. To vanquish her enemies, she must seize their energy swords on sight. Xia Luo vanquished the last member of the warrior team, once again obliterating an entire squad. Opening the control panel, she glanced at her current score, 63, 482 points. With just 1 hour remaining until the finals concluded, a total of 113, 975 participants were vying for victory. While Xia Luo could not ascertain her chances of clinching the championship, securing a place in the top 10 seemed quite feasible. After all, should any competitor in the highest tenfold score arena manage to eliminate high-scoring players without falling victim to retribution from Xia Luo, her score might pale in comparison. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Reaching the top 10 was already commendable, especially since the material rewards were rumored to be exceedingly generous. The contestants engaged in the finals were isolated from the arena. They could not connect to the star network, thus remaining unaware of the score rankings visible to the onlookers outside. However, Alpha, as a product of Sardinia's advanced technology, could traverse the realm of data with ease. Alpha mused, "My master is currently in first place. How I long to share this delightful news with her." Those who had entered the tenfold score arena, having provoked her, were now likely regretting their actions in their virtual chambers. Indeed, my master is formidable, having dispatched them and firmly secured a position atop the leaderboard. Oh, the star network is abuzz with a plethora of admirers. My master is undeniably a sensation. Observing Xia Luo's leisurely demeanor, Alpha ultimately decided against revealing the news, thinking it might be more delightful to surprise her later. After all, spoilers tend to be unwelcome. An hour had passed, and with the formidable contenders nearly obliterated by Xia Luo, the remaining participants were unable to stir up any significant ripples. Any notion of a dramatic turnaround was non-existent in the presence of the formidable Xia. Only she remained oblivious, under the impression that the finals still held some awe-inspiring masters. As the time elapsed, the system's electronic female voice resonated, precise to the second. Esteemed contestants, the Gavos Virtual Mecha Super League has officially concluded. The leaderboard featuring the top 100 will be publicly displayed across the internet for your reference. The top 10 competitors are advised to monitor their StarNet accounts closely in order to receive official messages, whereupon they should promptly update their personal information to claim their respective rewards. The electronic voice was melodious and fluid. We thank you all for participating in this Gavos Virtual Mecha Super League, and we look forward to seeing you again in 3 years. As the finals concluded, Xia Luo was transported from the competition arena into a distinct and remarkable setting. The grand stage was resplendent, illuminated by countless lights. At its center stood a set of sofas, surrounded by large potted plants and other exquisite decorative pieces. Numerous cameras encircled the stage, their lenses all directed towards the center. Staff members bustled about, seemingly preparing for some event. Upon her arrival in this unique environment, a young female staff member approached her with a smile. "Excuse me, are you Miss Xia Luo?" Xia Luo scanned her surroundings briefly and replied, "Yes, I am." The female staff member promptly smiled and explained, "Miss Xia, due to your remarkable victory in the Gervos Virtual Mecha Super League, you are traditionally entitled to a personal interview with StarNet." Without a moment's thought, Xia Luo outright declined, saying, "No, thank you. I have nothing of significance to share." Traditionally, those who secured first place in the Gervos Virtual Mecha Super League radiated joy and enthusiasm, eager to proclaim their triumph across the entire Star Federation. Who would ever turn down such an esteemed official interview? Not only would they rarely refuse, but during the interview process, they often spoke at length, as if compelled to share an abundance of thoughts and experiences. The host's challenge was not to enliven the atmosphere, but rather to reclaim the conversation and maintain the flow of the interview. Thus, the staff member was taken aback by Xia Luo's refusal. She had never anticipated that someone would decline such a high-profile opportunity for exposure. It is worth noting that, with StarNet's formidable influence and leading position in the industry, this interview would be broadcast throughout the Star Federation. An astute individual would seize this chance for publicity to maximize their benefits, be it through various product endorsements, participating as a mentor in virtual mecha events within the StarNet virtual realm, or engaging in diverse commercial activities in real life. In conclusion, regardless of the means, the interviewees stand to gain substantial material benefits and considerable recognition. Such an advantageous interview undoubtedly serves as a form of free promotion. Who would decline such an opportunity? However, Charlotte is a notable exception. The female staff member found herself in a predicament, as this situation was entirely unforeseen. They had never encountered such an issue before. Now that the time for the interview had been publicly announced and all personnel had adequately prepared, the interview could not be canceled. Yet, she could not compel someone to partake in the interview, could she? The staff member could only awkwardly express, "Miss Charlotte, I apologize for my oversight in not communicating with you beforehand. However, all our team members are ready, and the interview time has been published on our official website. It is truly impossible to cancel at this late hour. Might you consider being lenient? Our interview will not take long." After greeting Charlotte, the staff member stepped aside to report the situation to her supervisor. Upon hearing the report, the middle-aged man appeared to be in a foul mood, seemingly reprimanding the female employee for her lack of foresight, implying that her actions had caused significant losses for the company. The employee's discomfort became increasingly evident as she repeatedly bowed her head in apology, yet she did not attain her supervisor's forgiveness. Chapter 37. Exclusive Interview with Xing Wang. Has the conversation truly reached a dead end? Charlotte patiently stood in place, her dark eyes inscrutable. After a considerable wait, the supervisor still seemed unable to quell his anger, showing no signs of halting. Finally, Charlotte lifted her gaze toward that direction and took a step forward. "I only accept brief interviews. Let us commence promptly." Her voice, devoid of emotion, was flat and unremarkable. The female staff member, with tears welling in the corners of her eyes from reprimands, bowed her head in continuous apologies. Upon hearing Xia Luo's words, it was as if a celestial melody had graced her ears. She quickly wiped away her tears and managed a smile. "Very well, Miss Xia. I shall prepare immediately. We shall begin shortly." She added, "Thank you so much, truly." Observing this, the middle-aged supervisor refrained from further comments, offering only a few instructions before casting a glance at Xia Luo and returning to his tasks. Xia Luo remained silent, making her way to a nearby resting area. In the virtual realm of StarNet, users have the autonomy to curate their appearance. Naturally, one may also retain their real-life visage. However, many citizens with B and C level genes often undergo transformations in their virtual representations due to varying degrees of bestial traits in their appearance. Even those with A level genes typically make minor adjustments to their features for who would not desire to enhance their beauty. As for those with S level super genes, belonging to the apex of the food chain, it is rare to find any of them lacking in attractiveness. Even if they do not possess the extraordinary looks of Aries Randall, they are assuredly strikingly beautiful or handsome. Such individuals are unlikely to harbor dissatisfaction with their appearance. In this virtual realm, Charlotte presents herself in her original appearance, choosing not to invest any additional effort into altering her virtual visage, as she deems such endeavors to be devoid of significance. The interview commenced punctually, as anticipated, with a youthful and attractive female host. Dear audience, today we are fortunate to have with us the victor of the Jervo's Virtual Mecha Super League, the champion player known as Long Out Yin. Let us extend a warm welcome. The host initiated the atmosphere with a lively introduction. Charlotte offered a subtle nod in acknowledgement, a gesture of cooperation. The host continued, her smile radiating warmth. Our viewers may not be aware that although our contestant adopted the moniker Long Out Yin during the competition, her true name is actually Charlotte, which is a rather melodious name. Her brilliant smile aptly complemented the ambience, gradually elevating the interview to an engaging level. Following a few preliminary questions, the host delved into inquiries related to the mecha competition. Miss Charlotte, you exhibited remarkable prowess during this tournament, with your mecha piloting skills surpassing those of your peers. Might I inquire when you first began your journey into the world of virtual mechas? Have you received any formal training? The host posed a relatively safe question. There was a brief moment of surprise on the host's part, but she quickly regained her composure. Laughing lightly to ease the atmosphere, it appears our Miss Charlotte is indeed extraordinary, mastering such impressive techniques in such a short span of time. Truly a formidable talent. The host adeptly rearranged the sequence of the interview, bringing forward a subsequent question. Miss Xia, given your remarkable talent in mechas, what line of work do you engage in? Xia Luo candidly responded, I work part-time at a convenience store. The host was momentarily taken aback, struggling to continue the conversation. After all, It is quite rare for a first-place winner to hold a job at a convenience store. One would expect that a champion would either pursue an exhilarating and prestigious career or at least engage in a respectable profession. Working at a convenience store. Does that not imply being a temporary worker? The esteemed victor of the Gervis Virtual Mecha Super League, seemingly struggling in reality, left the host at a loss for words. Her smile turned slightly awkward as she remarked, "It appears Miss Xia is also striving to make a living. Do you have any hobbies or interests?" The host was on the verge of exasperation. In previous editions of the Gervis Virtual Mecha Super League, interviewing winners had never been this laborious. Typically, a single question would elicit a wealth of responses, rich with expression. Never had she encountered a situation where it felt as though the interviewee resented her for being too verbose, creating an undeniably chilly atmosphere. If this awkward exchange continued, she feared her salary might be docked by her superiors. The host was perplexed. The records indicated that Miss Xia was only 20 years old, a time when one should be brimming with youthful exuberance and articulate expression. Faced with such challenges, the host had no choice but to adapt spontaneously to the situation. Today, we are graced with a multitude of viewers engaging in a live broadcast, eager to interact with Miss Xia present at the venue. The host, seizing the virtual console at hand, tapped a few times, causing a multitude of text strings to appear upon the stage's screen. The official interview platform has opened a section for live questions, and many curious onlookers have submitted a variety of inquiries, resulting in an exceptionally lively interface. With a smile, the host remarked, "It seems our audience is brimming with enthusiasm. Let us explore the questions they have posed." One viewer, under the moniker Little Lamb Baba, expressed a desire to know Miss Xia's age, as they found her virtual persona on the Star Network to appear remarkably youthful. The host selected a rather conventional question. Although she was aware of Xia Luo's true age, she felt it inappropriate to disclose any personal information beyond her name. Thus, she posed the question directly to Xia Luo. Chapter 38. No comment section shall tarnish Sister Xia's reputation. Xia Luo was acutely aware that when she perished in the apocalyptic world, she was at least in her 30s. Despite the subsequent collapse of societal norms, where the passage of time was no longer acknowledged, she maintained a vague sense of her age. However, upon awakening in the interstellar era, her physical condition unmistakably resembled that of a 20-year-old. She surmised that the absorption of Saldia energy stones had undoubtedly altered her body in some manner, explaining her unexpected arrival in the Star Federation. Uncertain of her true age, she opted to register as 20 years old on her citizenship card. At this moment, her physical condition undoubtedly reflects her age. The host was taken aback. Initially, upon hearing Miss Xia claim she worked at a convenience store, the host assumed she was likely a B or even C-grade genetic citizen of the Star Federation. However, to her astonishment, it turned out that she was, in fact, an A-grade genetic carrier. If what Xia Luo stated is true, then the appearance she presented in the virtual realm of the Star Network is indeed a true reflection of her reality. The crucial point is that her authentic visage bore no traces of beastification, a hallmark characteristic solely attributable to A-grade genetics. The host found herself reevaluating her preconceived notions about Xia Luo, even as merely an A-grade genetic carrier. Her potential in various aspects would vastly surpass that of an ordinary individual. How could someone with such capabilities find herself working at a convenience store? Nevertheless, the host could hardly dismiss this revelation, especially since Xia Luo had just mentioned that she had only been exposed to mechas for a mere 2 days. To achieve such remarkable proficiency in operating mechas within such a brief time frame is a feat only attainable by those with advanced genetics. With such striking beauty and formidable abilities, the host even began to wonder if she might be an S-grade supergenetic carrier. The implications of this would be astonishing. If she were indeed an S-grade supergenetic carrier, she could potentially access the A-grade star domains, environments conducive to survival, thereby realizing the dream of interstellar migration. The host quickly seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, offering a compliment. "Miss Xia, you are truly remarkable for your age, possessing such prowess at such a young stage. It is no wonder you are so popular on the Star Network." She smiled as she gazed at the screen. Many viewers are inquiring whether you have a Star Sky account. Through this competition, they have all become your fans and wish to follow your Star Sky account. The host could hardly recall how many times she had been rendered speechless by Charlotte during this interview. This unconventional interviewee consistently caught her off guard, making it impossible to predict what she would say next. The host quickly donned a bright smile and explained, "Star Sky is the official social platform of Xinguang. allowing for personal real name verification, posting daily updates, and interacting with others. Would Miss Charlotte like to register for an account now? I can guide you through the process. The host inquired enthusiastically about Charlotte's thoughts. Sensing the host's courteous demeanor and polite inquiry, Charlotte ultimately chose not to decline. Opening the virtual holographic device on her wrist, she registered for a Star Sky account with the host's assistance, a task that proved to be quite manageable. Once the account was established, the on-site staff promptly contacted the platform's operations department, which swiftly verified her account and granted her the coveted V certification. After completing this step, Charlotte shut down the holographic device. Thus, she remained oblivious to the alarming surge in her follower count on Star Sky. Once the event concluded and after exchanging farewells with the host, Charlotte prepared to log off and depart. Miss Xia. Suddenly, someone called out to her. The individual hurried over, taking a moment to catch their breath before saying, Miss Xia, thank you so much for earlier. I didn't even have the chance to express my gratitude properly. As she spoke, she raised her wrist adorned with a virtual wrist device and smiled, saying, I have already followed Miss Xia's Star Sky account. Let's both strive for excellence. Xia Luo nodded and replied, You are too kind. You should also put in your best effort. After exchanging a few more words, Xia Luo finally logged off and returned to the realm of reality. Upon emerging from the virtual pod, she followed her usual routine of taking a warm shower before retreating to her bed for rest. This time, she enjoyed a remarkably peaceful slumber. Curiously, despite the virtual Met competition being immensely taxing on both her mind and body, leaving her utterly exhausted, she found that resting under such circumstances allowed her to avoid nightmares of apocalyptic visions. The following morning, Xia Luo awoke early, attended to her morning hygiene, and had breakfast. With plenty of time to spare, she nestled quietly in the living room. After a moment of contemplation, Alpha decided to remind its master, You might want to check your Star Sky social platform. It appears to be quite lively. After a brief moment of reflection, Xia Luo grasped what Alpha was referring to. She then activated the wrist device, logging into her Star Sky account to discover the nature of the lively activity. The interface was quite ordinary, displaying the most basic layout without any additional background images, remaining in its initial default state. After registering the previous day, she had neglected it entirely. Had it not been for Alpha's reminder, she likely would have forgotten about its existence. The only update was a solitary post made yesterday at the host's suggestion. Hello everyone. I am Xia Luo. A brief statement, devoid of images or emoticons. Yet Xia Luo swiftly discerned that the comments beneath this post were remarkably numerous. A glance at the follower count revealed an astonishing increase to 3,128,967 overnight. Perplexed, Xia Luo delved into the comments, hoping to uncover some clues. Delicious sweet and sour fish. Oh my. The groundhog screams. I am the first to comment under the Miss Sister's Star Sky account. Her first time was bestowed upon me. Shyly covering face. Stubborn one who is misunderstood. What the heck? Am I not the first? Impressive speed up there. Could it be a skill honed by a lifetime of being single? Crafty little genius. I implore the two above to be more serious. Otherwise, I shall report you to the back end. We must not tarnish Xia Mei's comment section with filth. Snow of enchantment. Xia Luo is so young. She is truly beautiful. Is that really her image in real life? Surely, it cannot be an exaggeration. I had always envisioned her as a middle-aged man with a paunch. Chapter 39. The magnificent and strong Xia, kneel and sing conquest. Brother, cynical. Do not doubt, the style of Xia is one that absolutely disdains deceit. She truly is a genius who can master mecha piloting with such flair in just 2 days. Yet, why is it that someone so extraordinary is unaware of Star Sky? Even my grandmother has a Star Sky account. Time stroll. Truly, she is remarkably youthful, yet her prowess is exceptionally formidable. At the age of 20, I was merely indulging in trivial games like Mario Run. Beloved Yanchun Noodles. While watching the interview yesterday, I couldn't help but remark on how strikingly aloof Miss Xia appears. Her manner of speaking aligns seamlessly with her combat style, exuding an undeniable elegance. Moreover, she is refreshingly candid, unlike most who, upon achieving first place, tend to embellish their responses regarding their profession. She remains wonderfully forthright. Snow lotus on the high mountain. Let us speak no more. Oh, esteemed Xia, please accept my admiration. Beautiful, powerful, and remarkably poised at such a tender age. What are the rest of us women to think? It is simply intoxicating. I feel compelled to kneel and sing conquer. Charming young man from Venus. Everyone, look here. I have encountered Miss Xia in the real world, in the B3 star region, within the main star system of the constellation Cetus on Venus. She resides in the urban area of Venus and works at a small convenience store on Starlight Road. I frequently shop at that convenience store and have been aware of her presence for quite some time. Upon seeing her in the interview yesterday, I recognized her without a doubt. Foot-playing idol, is this for real? Did someone actually uncover Miss Xia's whereabouts so swiftly? She truly works at a convenience store? I had thought she was merely jesting. The esteemed one resides in a convenience store. How adaptable. I am in awe. Burying loneliness and sorrow. Is such exposure truly advisable? It seems it may inadvertently cause her inconvenience. After all, she is still quite young. Seize the day. Jot this down. My home is situated in the B3 star region, not far from Venus. I shall take the opportunity to observe the wild Miss Xia. Ha ha ha. I shall drag Sister Xia to be our tour guide. What a colossal revelation. Oh my, have you all become so infatuated with your idols that you've reached the upper echelons? What shall I do? My home lies in the northern star domain, a great distance from the eastern B3 star domain. Am I doomed to merely spectate the iceberg-hearted, stoic Aries? Collapses dramatically. Aries Randall's little darling. Might you refrain from belittling our Aries? Even from the north, you cannot hope to catch a glimpse of him. Our Aries is predominantly stationed at the military headquarters. He is a man of significant endeavors. The comments were simply overwhelming. Xia Luo flipped through several pages before halting her exploration. With patience, she perused, only to find the discourse utterly perplexing. Sister Xia, Xia Jia, Xia the Great. There were countless appellations. The content was a chaotic jumble, devoid of coherent expression. Ultimately, she decided to withdraw from Star Sky, shutting down her light brain, and resumed her quiet repose on the sofa. Throughout this year, whenever she found a moment of respite, she would indulge in such stillness. Having grown accustomed to fleeing in a post-apocalyptic world, her daily pursuits revolved around acquiring sustenance and water, merely surviving. Here, aside from eating and sleeping, she seemed unable to identify any interests, lacking the motivation to engage in any activity. The scars left by the apocalypse were indelible, rendering her cold and numb, a disposition she had never possessed before. Nightmares trailed her relentlessly, a year-long torment from which she could not escape. Only in recent days, having participated in the virtual mecha competition, did she manage to experience a semblance of restful sleep. Perhaps piloting a mecha, an endeavor that demands both mental acuity and physical stamina, might indeed remedy her woeful slumber. Two individuals responsible for the delivery meticulously packaged the virtual compartment and departed. By the time they concluded their task, it was lunchtime. Charlotte entered the kitchen and commenced her culinary preparations. Just as she had added the ingredients to the pot and stirred them a couple of times, a notification chimed from her holographic device, indicating that someone had sent her an electronic message. Given that her contact list was devoid of entries, it was uncommon for anyone to reach out to her. Even the spam messages were adeptly filtered by Alpha. Ignoring the notification, Charlotte continued to sort the ingredients with practiced ease. Once she had crafted a simple yet delectable meal, she served the rice and arranged it on the dining table. Despite having endured a year of recovery, each encounter with white rice still brought her immense joy. In the apocalypse, one would consume anything out of hunger. It was no jest to say that people resorted to eating tree roots, bark, or even dirt. This was a stark reality. As the world descended further into chaos, rice, vegetables, and meat became increasingly scarce and precious. The notion of supernatural abilities cultivating crops was merely the stuff of fantastical tales. If humans were capable of such defiance against nature, they would have transcended their earthly bounds long ago. When Charlotte first arrived in the era of the Galactic Federation, she trembled even while wielding chopsticks, consuming the simplest of meals from a convenience store. Yet, when she had faced the living dead, her hands had never wavered. At that time, it was merely an ordinary boxed meal, and as she savored it, tears streamed down her cheeks. Having traversed through hell, this place felt like paradise. Even now, a year later, Charlotte maintained a profound reverence for food. Mealtimes were sacred moments she refused to let anyone disturb. After savoring a meal with every grain of rice and leaf of vegetable consumed, leaving only a trace of broth, Charlotte rose to tidy the dining table, washing the dishes and chopsticks with diligence. Once everything was in order, she settled onto the sofa and activated her holographic computer. In the information panel, a notification titled Admission Notice from the Juo's Military Academy caught her eye. Upon seeing this title, Charlotte immediately understood the sender and the content of the message. The attachment contained 2 documents. One was an electronic admission notice, which she would need to present on the registration day for official logging. It bore a unique anti-counterfeiting mark, ensuring its authenticity. The second attachment detailed the enrollment guidelines, specifying the registration date and the procedures to follow. Additionally, it outlined the necessary preparations for enrollment, including a list of personal items to bring and the amounts for various fees such as tuition and accommodation. Lastly, a summary of the different divisions within the academy was provided, facilitating an understanding of the diverse academic disciplines available for selection. Overall, the enrollment guidelines were exceptionally comprehensive, reflecting a considerate approach. Chapter 40, A New Beginning, Off to Juos. Alpha inquired, Master, the Juos Military Academy is the most formidable military institution in the Northern Federation, standing in equal regard to the prestigious Palton Military Academy in the South. Aware that her master seldom engaged with such common knowledge about the Federation, Alpha took the initiative to provide a brief overview. Both academies are renowned, having consistently produced a plethora of military talents for the Federation's armed forces over the years. It can be said that the senior officials of the Star Federation Military Department are predominantly from either the Guavos Military Academy or the Palton Military Academy. Gaining admission to either of these esteemed institutions significantly enhances one's prospects for advancement within the military. Alpha thoughtfully summarized this observation. Charlotte maintained her usual demeanor, revealing no signs of admiration or longing. After a considerable wait for her master's opinion, Alpha could no longer restrain herself and quietly inquired, Master, do you intend to choose Guavo's Military Academy for your studies? Sensing her master's reluctance, Alpha had an inkling of her temperament. She typically disregarded such troublesome matters. Charlotte replied nonchalantly, Do you think I have a choice? Alpha, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by that, Master? Perhaps buoyed by a restful night's sleep, Charlotte, in an unusually good mood, patiently elucidated, Yesterday, someone revealed my workplace. If someone were to come looking for me, wouldn't that lead to incessant troubles? Furthermore, over the past year, several illicit organizations have set their sights on me as an A-grade genetic individual. I have faced numerous attempts at abduction, especially during late-night departures from work. Each incident necessitated intervention, and I find it rather vexing. Alpha realized that Charlotte referred to comments posted on Star Sky yesterday, where individuals residing in Venus City claimed to have seen her and even disclosed her workplace. Given her current immense popularity, it was only natural that these individuals might approach her in the future, which would understandably be a source of annoyance for her. Alpha then remarked, Indeed, attending the Gavers Military Academy is a commendable choice. He had previously mentioned that gaining admission to this prestigious military institution was no simple task. The academy only recruits every 3 years, and candidates must navigate a series of formidable challenges, demonstrating exceptional prowess before the examiners, in addition to providing substantial letters of recommendation. He had already researched pertinent information regarding Gavers. The master could now enroll in this academy by virtue of securing first place in the MEC competition, which, in terms of procedural requirements, significantly streamlined the conventional entrance examination process. After reading this message, Charlotte closed her light brain. She needed to visit the convenience store in the afternoon to complete her resignation formalities and settle her wages. Contemplating this, she spoke to Alpha again. Send a message to the landlord to settle the rent. Also, please check for interstellar flights to Gavers in 2 or 3 days. Alpha promptly acknowledged her requests and proceeded with the information processing tasks. Before long, he had accomplished both tasks. Master, the move-out is scheduled for 3 days from now, and the rent has been settled and transferred to the landlord. There is an interstellar ship departing for the A5-star domain, Andromeda's primary star system, at 10:30 a.m. 3 days from now, landing at Sinostar. There are recent flights available to Gavers from there, allowing for a convenient connection. This is currently the fastest route arrangement, Alpha succinctly reported. Within the confines of the Star Federation, with the vast number of planets, it is impractical for every celestial body to be serviced by comprehensive routes. Often, traveling to a specific planet necessitates transfer flights. Planets like Gaos, being relatively obscure, often engage in internal military education behind closed doors, resulting in minimal interstellar traffic. Consequently, only the A-level star domains have established routes to it. The B-level star domains primarily connect to the more populous star systems and planets within A-level domains. C-level star domains resemble underdeveloped rural areas on Earth, with even fewer routes. mostly leading to the busier B-level star systems and planets. As for D-level star domains, they typically do not offer civilian routes. In matters of information retrieval and synthesis, Charlotte firmly trusts Alpha's judgment. "All right, please book the ticket," Charlotte nodded, assigning the task. Alpha responded, "Master, your account balance is insufficient." Amidst Alpha's silence, Charlotte appeared to realize the predicament. "Has the prize money from the competition not arrived yet?" "Not yet," Alpha confirmed. "Then we shall wait. Once the funds are transferred, book the ticket immediately." "Understood, Master. I will report to you at the earliest opportunity." Observing that the Master seemed resolute about going to Gaos, with no intention of changing plans, Alpha remarked, "Master, choosing to go to Gaos is indeed a splendid decision. This military academy occupies an entire planet and boasts an immense scale. Due to its unique nature, it does not accommodate tourists, ensuring that access is restricted. Such a relatively secluded learning environment will undoubtedly provide you with a more tranquil existence. Furthermore, those who gain admission to the Gaos Military Academy are exceptional talents hailing from various star domains. Most of them are carriers of grade A genes, and historically, there have been numerous carriers of grade S super genes who have studied among them. Although Gervos does not inquire about one's origins and values strength above all, there are still some talents of grade B or C genes. However, the overall number of such individuals is rather limited. Therefore, as Charlotte traverses this environment, she does not attract attention as easily as she would in the bustling cities of Venus. After all, in Gervos, appearances are quite similar, devoid of any signs of beast-like transformation. Nonetheless, even though the Gervos Military Academy traditionally disregards one's background, a family that is too ordinary lacks the capability to nurture exceptionally talented offspring. Consequently, many students actually boast impressive family backgrounds, some even hailing from distinguished clans. Deep down, they possess the pride characteristic of the chosen ones, largely indifferent to Charlotte, a seemingly inconsequential individual without any notable lineage. These considerations have also crossed Charlotte's mind. It can be said that if not for the tranquil learning environment within the military academy, which allows her to evade unwarranted disturbances, she would not have decisively chosen to attend. After all, it is a military academy, not a place for idleness. Attending entails rigorous military training. Even for those opting for non-combat disciplines, basic military physical training is unavoidable. However, another significant reason behind Charlotte's choice of Gervos lies in the benefits of mecha piloting for her sleep. Perhaps, as Alpha suggested, ever since the fusion of the energy stone from Sardia within her, she has been in a state of energy surplus. Piloting a mech is an endeavor of considerable complexity, demanding a significant expenditure of both mental and physical stamina. In a certain sense, this very challenge serves to alleviate her nightmare-induced insomnia. Taking all these factors into account, Charlotte ultimately resolved to embark on a journey to Gavos, commencing a new chapter in her life. Chapter 41. The Starship Base. Do not underestimate the keen eyes of the spectators. The prize for securing first place in the Gavos Virtual Mech Super League would be credited to Charlotte's account in 2 days, just in time for her to secure a ticket for the interstellar flight to Cheno Star. Fortunately, this particular flight to Cheno Star was not overly crowded, allowing her to book a ticket a day in advance. After attending to all her affairs in Ning City, she resigned from her job and vacated her residence. Her personal belongings were already minimal, consisting of little more than a few changes of clothes, making the packing process exceedingly simple as she prepared a single suitcase. Unlike airplanes that operate within a single planet and land at designated airports, colossal transport vessels such as starships typically depart from or arrive at starship bases. A planet generally possesses only one civilian starship base. Given that these bases accommodate civilian interstellar vessels, any starship, even a small one, is significantly larger than an aircraft, necessitating a base of substantial scale. Furthermore, many planets host military interstellar combat units that require docking facilities for warships, leading to the establishment of military starship bases on numerous planets. This determines that if a planet establishes numerous civilian spacecraft bases, along with a few military naval bases, it will consume an exorbitant amount of spatial resources, human resources, and material resources. However, on any given planet, regardless of whether the purpose is business, tourism, or education, the number of individuals requiring interstellar travel is not particularly high, leading to a direct wastage of resources. Only certain planets within A-class star regions possess multiple civilian spacecraft bases. as these planets are often immense in size and host a significantly large population. Furthermore, these planets typically occupy leading positions in the realms of politics, economy, technology, and culture within the Stellar Federation, resulting in a daily demand for interstellar travel that is unparalleled by other planets, thereby serving as major conduits for interstellar traffic. Only in such populous and demanding locales can spacecraft bases be utilized to their fullest potential, preventing the idleness and waste of resources. The spacecraft base on Venus is situated not far from Ning City. On the day that Charlotte received the transfer from the competition organizers, she gathered her belongings and made her way to the spacecraft base. The area of a spacecraft base is comparable to that of a city. Thus, it does not belong to any specific city but is directly managed by the governmental headquarters of the planet. Charlotte boarded an intercity hover train, which travels at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary trains on Earth, gliding along a specially designated aerial track. Indeed, although the era of interstellar travel has ushered in numerous hovering automobiles and other aerial vehicles, stringent aerial traffic control is imperative to prevent aimless flight. Erratic navigation in the skies poses a significant risk of collision among various modes of transportation, thereby precipitating traffic accidents. Consequently, the aerial routes here are meticulously designed, exhibiting a complexity that is remarkable. Most individuals tend to favor ground driving, as the aerial pathways are intangible. Without the guidance of seasoned pilots, one might easily become disoriented. Should one stray into the wrong airspace, the sophisticated traffic monitoring system will undoubtedly log the infraction, leaving no room for leniency. Violating the regulations governing aerial travel not only endangers oneself through potential collisions, but also results in penalties, including point deductions and fines, which are considerably more severe than those imposed for ground travel. On that night, Charlotte arrived at the Starship base on Venus, subsequently seeking out a nearby inn to rest for the night in preparation for her official departure the following day. The concept of a Starship base differs from that of an airport on Earth. It was only after her first-hand observation that Charlotte gained a general understanding. While the Starship base is not classified as a city administratively, its layout resembles that of a base city. The central area of the Starship base is designated for docking interstellar vessels, encircled by protective walls. Surrounding this core are numerous accompanying facilities and venues, including hotels, inns, shopping centers, supermarkets, and a variety of dining establishments. The accompanying facilities cannot be constructed within the confines of the Starship base. They must be situated in the surrounding area. After all, the security measures for interstellar starships are far more stringent than those of ordinary airports. No commercial enterprise is permitted to establish profit-driven venues within the base. They may only be located externally. However, this arrangement is quite convenient. Travelers journeying through the stars can easily address all their personal needs in the vicinity of the base. Once they actually enter the Starship base, convenience diminishes significantly. Access to the inner boarding area is granted only after obtaining a boarding pass and undergoing security checks. Within this space, there exists an official restaurant managed by the base, catering to travelers with special requirements in emergencies. As these restaurants are operated internally and subjected to rigorous inspections, they provide a heightened assurance of safety, though the variety and taste of the food cannot be uniformly guaranteed. In addition to the restaurant, the boarding area is flanked by several specialty shops that sell local products unique to this planet. Furthermore, there are also interstellar duty-free shops that offer a range of tax-exempt goods, reminiscent of airports on Earth. The following day, Charlotte awoke early once again. Perhaps due to the many days that had passed since the Met competition, her quality of sleep had once more declined, casting a shadow over her mood. After freshening up and dressing, Charlotte organized her belongings and proceeded to the hotel front desk to check out. The front desk was now attended by a young girl, replacing the older gentleman from the previous evening, likely due to a shift change. The young girl cast a few surprised glances at Charlotte. Maintaining her composure, Charlotte focused on completing her checkout procedure. After a while, the young girl seemed increasingly certain of something and tentatively inquired, "Excuse me, are you Miss Charlotte? The one participating in the Gauze Virtual Mecha Super League? The one under the alias Dragon Aotion?" Charlotte. Since she boarded the intercity hover train yesterday, she had been repeatedly asked similar questions. She had indeed underestimated the impact of that interview and the keen eyes of the onlookers. At this juncture, she would not indulge in futile pursuits such as regretting her decision to participate in the interview. One lesson the apocalypse had imparted upon her was to never squander time on regret. The young girl, seeing her silence as an affirmation, immediately exclaimed, "It really is you. I was taken aback when I first saw you. I never expected you to be even more stunning in person." Chapter 42. Fans. Missing her, yearning for her. Still yearning for her. Oh my. With such a cold yet striking demeanor paired with that beautiful visage, the girl's cat ears couldn't help but twitch with excitement. Indeed, she was a B-grade gene carrier, exhibiting signs of feline transformation. "Miss Charlotte, why haven't you updated your daily moments on Star Sky? We've been waiting for days. Many of us are not even on Venus, nor in our home constellation of the Whale. We were hoping to catch a glimpse of your daily life to satiate our curiosity. We're so eager to know about your everyday existence." She spoke all this in one breath, displaying a remarkable familiarity. Although she was actually older than Charlotte, she couldn't help but refer to her as sister in the presence of Charlotte's commanding aura, which seemed to radiate with an impressive height of nearly 2 meters 8. She even pondered whether to call her boss Charlotte. To her astonishment, she found herself captivated by a fellow woman. Charlotte glanced at the halted checkout process before her and, with a calm demeanor, said, "Hello, please expedite my checkout. I am pressed for time." The young girl finally realized the delay in her work and hurriedly apologized, swiftly completing all the necessary procedures for Charlotte. "Thank you," Charlotte politely acknowledged. The young girl, elated, exclaimed, "Sister, my Star Sky nickname is Little Cute Cat. Please don't forget to share your daily updates. We'll chat later." Charlotte neither agreed nor declined, exchanging farewells before departing the hotel. As soon as she stepped out, the young girl eagerly activated her holographic device. Thus, under Charlotte's Star Sky account, a user named Little Cute Cat efficiently left a message. "Oh my, I just encountered the wild Charlotte sister at the interstellar spacecraft base on Venus. She looks even more stunning in reality than in the virtual world. That aura, simply magnificent. Sister must be taking a spacecraft to Gauss. The beautiful and powerful sister is destined to be even stronger and more impressive. Future goddess of the military, huh?" It is widely known among netizens that the top 3 competitors in the Gauss Virtual Mecha Super League will receive invitations to enroll in the Gauss Military Academy. The comments from the adorable little cat instantly attracted a throng of onlookers. It is no surprise, as the public yearns for updates from the esteemed figure. They find solace in observing the glimpses of another wild celebrity. On Xia's Star Sky account, there exists but a solitary post made to appease the host on the day of the interview, which exudes an air of desolation, sustained only by the daily warmth provided through the fervent comments of devoted fans. They express their longing, stating that during these few days of silence, they miss her, yearn for her, and still long for her. Meanwhile, after leaving the inn, Xia Luo casually sought out a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of noodles for breakfast. In the days on Earth, one often encountered science fiction narratives depicting the scarcity and unpalatability of food during the interstellar age, with protagonists showcasing their culinary skills in hopes of conquering the galaxy. Earth, in its former glory, was a realm of beauty, abundant resources, and a rich tapestry of diverse cuisines. Take China, for instance, where culinary delights vary tremendously due to regional differences. Consider this bowl of noodles, the southern Yanchun noodles, the northern Zhejiang noodles, and countless other varieties, each possessing unique characteristics that render them irreplaceable. However, civilization in the universe extends beyond the confines of Earth within the solar system. In the grand interstellar era of the Star Federation, countless star domains, star systems, and innumerable planets exist, many of which, aside from the D-class desolate regions, exhibit remarkable development. The resources on these planets are diverse, and their culinary cultures are incredibly rich, far surpassing the offerings found on Earth. Here, one can find both varieties of food reminiscent of those on Earth and those unknown to Charlotte, which truly broadened her horizons. Within the Star Federation, even in the resource-scarce C-class star regions, the inhabitants manage to ingeniously concoct sustenance that is both economical and nourishing, giving rise to a plethora of distinctive culinary delights. A bowl of noodles was served, with vibrant green scallions floating in the savory broth, while the delicate strands of noodles resembled fine silver threads steeped in the steaming liquid. A bowl of plain noodles, devoid of any embellishments, was met with Charlotte's utmost sincerity. She has always held a profound appreciation for food. Once, in the capital of the Huaxia region on Earth, the esteemed daughter of the Xia family had never approached a simple bowl of plain noodles with such earnestness. Consuming that steaming bowl of noodles brought a soothing warmth to her very being, alleviating her previously troubled mood, which had been marred by sleepless nights. After finishing this exceedingly simple breakfast, Charlotte began her journey towards the spaceport, dragging her suitcase behind her. Initially, she had intended to choose a hotel closer to the base, but those nearby were fully booked, compelling her to settle for a slightly more distant lodging. At this hour, hailing a vehicle proved to be quite challenging. To avoid any delays that might cause her to miss her flight, Charlotte resolved to walk instead. Given her pace, she believed she would have ample time. Charlotte. Encountering all manner of things is rather bothersome. A few unsavory individuals, who had previously been threatening someone, instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of the approaching footsteps upon hearing the sound. The narrow alley lay nestled in the shadow of towering buildings, where even the daylight struggled to penetrate. As Charlotte approached, the figures within became discernible, their initially wary expressions softening. One of them remarked, "I wondered who it might be. Turns out it is a business opportunity delivered right to our doorstep." Perfectly packaged, it promised a lucrative sale. Another, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, added, "This one is far more exquisite than the one we currently possess. I envy those affluent individuals who can indulge in such high-end goods at their leisure." At this, a voice interjected, cautioning, "I must warn you, both of these are valuable assets. You cannot afford to indulge in them prematurely. Otherwise, after all our efforts, we might be left seeking a buyer willing to take them off our hands at a loss." The wealthy do not engage with second-hand wares. In the Stellar Federation, certain affluent individuals had an insatiable appetite for high-tier genetic women, often acquiring them through various clandestine channels. Chapter 43, The Heroic Rescue of Charlotte by the Magnate. With golden locks and azure eyes. Of course, the ultimate fate of these commodities remained shrouded in mystery. If fortunate, they might encounter a gentler captor, merely subjected to unspeakable acts of confinement. However, if unfortunate, their time would be tragically brief. Upon arriving here, Charlotte found herself perpetually besieged by those harboring ulterior motives. Like flies, they would swarm, only to be violently repelled, replaced by a new wave of suitors. Initially, she showed mercy towards these intruders, but eventually, it became a matter of her whims. She hoped that upon reaching Gauze, this aspect of her life might transform, sparing her further trouble. Charlotte lifted her gaze, surveying the 6 men before her, each bearing varying degrees of beastly markings. Their expressions were decidedly unwelcoming, suggesting they were of a nefarious ilk. In stark contrast, the individual they flanked was a young girl with golden, tousled hair and aquamarine eyes, her fair complexion adorned with a smattering of freckles, yet devoid of any beastly traits, presumably the high-tier genetic merchandise they referred to. The girl appeared timid, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked toward Charlotte, a flicker of concern evident amidst the intimidating presence of the men. Charlotte maintained her composure, speaking with a calm demeanor. "I'm in a hurry, please make way." The men erupted in laughter, amused by her fearless audacity. Did she not realize she was already ensnared in their grasp? One of the men chuckled, "Little sister, it seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. You are now in our hands, and you ought to temper your bravado." Another, who had harbored ill intentions from the start, chimed in mockingly, "Indeed, or you may find yourself in a world of trouble. I wouldn't mind teaching you some manners. Even fierce women must plead for affection under my command." Their crude banter elicited raucous laughter among them, their atmosphere remarkably relaxed, seemingly oblivious to any sense of urgency. After all, what was there to fear from 2 seemingly defenseless high-tier women? Logically, one would expect the interstellar spacecraft base to enforce strict security measures, with robots patrolling at regular intervals. Perhaps due to its remote location and being nestled in a corner of the surrounding construction zone, these men found themselves with an opportunity. Charlotte reaffirmed her decision, to allow or not to allow. This time, their taunts escalated, becoming coarse and unbearable to hear. Alpha remarked, "You are truly foolish. The bravado you exhibit now will soon turn to tears of gratitude when the master shows you compassion. If society has failed to teach you the principles of decency, then let the master provide you with a vivid lesson." Charlotte ceased her idle chatter, placing her suitcase aside, and turned her gaze back to the group. Her dark eyes, devoid of emotion, instilled a sense of uncertainty in the 6 men who were accustomed to wrongdoing. Why, at this juncture, did this young girl remain so composed? Did she possess some unique advantage? Why did they themselves feel a growing sense of doubt? In less than 10 minutes, Charlotte stood tall once more, brushing off her clothes as if to remove non-existent dust. Having tidied herself, she picked up her suitcase and resumed her forward march. On the ground, the 6 men lay in a weakened state, barely able to muster the strength to rise, only able to emit feeble groans. The young girl, who had once been trapped by them, stared in disbelief at Charlotte's remarkable ability to hold her own against 6 adversaries. It was only after Charlotte had passed her and continued on that the young girl realized what was happening. She quickly gathered her belongings and hurried after her. "Miss, please wait a moment," she called out, struggling slightly with her suitcase as she followed behind, gasping for breath. Charlotte paused and turned to look at her. "Is there something you need?" The girl rushed to her side and, once her breath steadied, introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Ank. Thank you for saving me earlier." Ank beamed, her golden, curly hair appearing soft and fluffy, and the freckles on her face added to her endearing charm. "May I ask your name? You helped me, yet I do not know your name," she inquired politely. Perhaps this was Ank's first encounter with someone like Charlotte, someone who, having assisted another, could so candidly acknowledge that it was merely a spontaneous act of kindness. Implicitly, it suggested that Charlotte had not acted solely to rescue her. However, Charlotte's forthrightness imbued Ank with a sense of reassurance. She felt that such a person was worthy of friendship. Ank, exuding a soft and adorable demeanor, spoke in a gentle voice, her sweet smile further illuminating her words. "I see you have luggage. Are you also headed to the spaceport?" Ank's question was somewhat superfluous, for anyone present in that area was likely either emerging from or entering the spaceport. Ank continued with enthusiasm. "Where are you going?" "I am bound for the A5-star region, specifically the Andromeda main star system, boarding the spacecraft destined for Cheno." Upon hearing this, Charlotte slightly turned her head to glance at her. She had not anticipated that the person she had casually rescued would share the same destination. However, Charlotte did not deter Ank from following her, which at least indicated that Ank had not yet become a source of annoyance for her. The journey to the spaceport was neither too short nor too long, and during their conversation along the way, they exchanged more information about each other. "Oh my goodness. What a coincidence. You are also traveling to Cheno? We truly share a remarkable connection. Let us be companions on this journey," Ank exclaimed joyfully. Charlotte neither acquiesced nor declined. They simply continued walking until they arrived at the entrance hall of the spaceport. Following the scheduled flight information, they proceeded to the designated area to queue, presented their electronic citizenship cards, exchanged them for electronic boarding passes, and checked in their respective luggage. Chapter 44. Shopping, shopping, shopping. A taste of interstellar delicacies? According to the directional signs in the hall, Charlotte and Ank made their way to the security check to wait in line. The queue was not particularly long, and before long, it was their turn. Though it was Charlotte's first experience aboard an interstellar spacecraft, her keen observational skills allowed her to follow the procedure by watching the individuals ahead of her as they navigated the security check. Once they passed through the security gate, they officially entered the internal area. Charlotte continued towards the designated boarding gate without waiting for Ank, who, upon completing her security check and noticing Charlotte's absence, immediately sprinted to catch up. "Charlotte, wait for me," Ank called out from behind. This time, Ank was unencumbered by a suitcase, and Charlotte was not in a hurry, allowing Ank to easily catch up with her. Perhaps due to their previous conversations during the journey, Ank felt a burgeoning familiarity with Charlotte, having already regarded her as a close friend. Especially since they shared the same destination, the sense of camaraderie was even more pronounced. With a sweet smile, Ank naturally linked her arm with Charlotte's and said, "Let us meander through the local specialty shop. We might discover something delightful." Charlotte cast a glance at the hand that had entwined with hers, gently brushing it away. Although her gesture was subtle, it conveyed her discomfort with such affectionate behavior. Nonetheless, Ank appeared oblivious, effortlessly relinking her arm once more. Their earlier conversations had provided Ank with some insight into Charlotte's character, despite her reticence and tendency to maintain distance. Charlotte was not ill-natured. It was evident that she possessed a refined demeanor at heart. While she might respond with indifference, she would never be rude or disrespectful to those who extended genuine kindness. Ank mused that Charlotte's apparent aloofness might simply be a facet of her inherent personality. For some reason, Ank felt that Charlotte was someone with whom she could forge a deep connection, as there was an air of trustworthiness about her. This time, Charlotte did not withdraw her hand, allowing Ank to lead her into the nearby specialty store. "Wow, there are so many things," Ank exclaimed upon entering the shop. Charlotte lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. The store was filled with local products from various regions of the planet Wiener. Although Charlotte was also a resident of Venus, She lived in Ning City and had only been on the planet for about a year during the interstellar era. Thus, she was unfamiliar with the customs and specialties of the entire Venusian culture. This was not her fault, even after spending many years on Earth. It would be impossible for her to fully comprehend the diverse traditions and local specialties of every region. On the other hand, Enk had already embarked on a shopping spree. "Wow, this tapestry is exquisite," Enk exclaimed, holding up a colorful blanket. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it." Before long, she was clutching another item. Charlotte glanced over and deduced that it was some form of woodcraft. "Charlotte, come and see this. Does this hairpin look good on me?" Enk asked, holding up a purple crystal hairpin, admiring herself in the mirror. The hairpin was crafted into the shape of a flower, and it appeared quite lovely at first glance. However, after observing Enk's golden, curly bob and the array of vibrant, uniquely shaped hairpins, Charlotte stepped forward and picked up another one. "This one suits you better," she said, handing Enk a hairpin shaped like green leaves, which was lifelike and glimmered with a fresh, natural appeal. Enk obediently accepted it and held it up to her hair in front of the mirror, her face lighting up in delight. "Oh my, it matches my hair color perfectly. Charlotte, you really have an eye for style." Enk genuinely complimented her, surprised that Charlotte did not seem like the type of girl who was well-versed in fashion. At least, Enk had not noticed her wearing any accessories, yet her taste was impeccable. Charlotte glanced at Enk's shopping basket, which was brimming with an assortment of items: food, essentials, clothing, and accessories, a veritable cornucopia of delights. Since entering the store, Enk had been engrossed in her shopping spree, only now noticing that Charlotte stood empty-handed, lacking even a shopping basket. Puzzled, Enk inquired, "Charlotte, do you not fancy anything? Surely, you should purchase a few souvenirs." Although Venus was merely a B-class planet, its affiliation with the main star system endowed its interstellar shipyard with a substantial array of specialty shops. Thus, Enk found it perplexing that Charlotte, amidst such a vast selection, chose to refrain from making any purchases. After all, is shopping not an inherent trait of women? Enk's aquamarine eyes reflected her disapproval as she insisted, "Charlotte, we are about to leave. We must acquire some local specialties. Even if you find nothing appealing, surely you can buy some snacks for the journey." Charlotte replied succinctly, "You go ahead and buy. I truly do not need anything." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Enk sighed in resignation. "Well, if you won't buy, then I shall procure some for you." To this, Charlotte firmly declined, "No need." However, Enk had already immersed herself in selecting items. "These dried fruits look delightful. They seem quite tasty," she declared, tossing a box of candied fruits into her basket. "And this red velvet headband is simply beautiful. Charlotte, it would suit you perfectly," she exclaimed, adding the headband to her collection. "Ah, this embroidered handkerchief is truly exquisite." Thus, another embroidered handkerchief was tossed into the shopping basket. Although Enk was unaware of Charlotte's preferences, this did not hinder her from selecting gifts through a feminine lens. Charlotte remarked, "She really does not need these." Enk seemed quite adept at shopping. Despite acquiring a multitude of items, her selection process was remarkably swift, and overall, she did not take an excessive amount of time. Upon completing the purchase and stepping outside, Charlotte found herself carrying a shopping bag, which was intended to assist Enk. As for Enk, she held 2 bags of her own. This scene momentarily engulfed Charlotte in nostalgia. Once upon a time, she too had indulged freely, purchasing her beloved items without a care in the world. With a self-deprecating smile, she pondered the notion of the past, what remnants remained. She had long lost everything. After concluding their shopping expedition at the local specialty store, Enk, still unsatisfied, dragged Charlotte to the nearby duty-free shop. With an array of beauty products, skincare items, and fashionable accessories, Enk continued her spree. Noticing the multitude of her spoils, Charlotte stepped forward to lend a hand, for Enk's 2 hands would surely prove insufficient. "Charlotte, would you care for a bite to eat? It's on me." Perhaps buoyed by her shopping triumph, Enk's previously sweet smile radiated even more brightly. Glancing at the time, Charlotte interjected, "No more eating. There is lunch provided on the ship. It's getting late, and we must board soon." Only upon Charlotte's reminder did Enk become aware of the time. Their flight was scheduled to depart at 10:30, and it was already 9:30. According to regulations, they needed to board at least 45 minutes in advance. Enk immediately dismissed the thought of grabbing a bite to eat and called out to Charlotte to head towards the boarding gate together. Upon arrival, they found a queue already formed in front of the boarding entrance. Following the line, they presented their electronic boarding passes. and only then did Ankh and Charlotte step into the boarding corridor. According to the seat numbers indicated on their boarding passes, their seats were adjacent to one another. Ankh had purchased quite a few items, and Charlotte assisted her in placing them on the luggage rack before they finally settled down. As soon as they sat, Charlotte activated the holographic device on her wrist and said to Ankh, "How much were the items you bought earlier? Please provide me with your account information, and I will transfer the amount to you." Ankh had just taken a moment to catch her breath when she heard Charlotte's words, and her expression immediately darkened. "Charlotte, those were gifts for you. Why would you need to reimburse me? This feels so distant. Do you not consider me a friend?" Upon hearing this, Charlotte paused her actions with the holographic device and continued, "It's unnecessary. That would be too extravagant." However, Ankh disagreed. "What do you mean extravagant? You just saved me. I'm merely giving you a small token of appreciation, and compared to the life-saving debt, it hardly amounts to anything, does it?" Seeing Ankh's insistence, Charlotte sighed softly and prepared to turn off the holographic device. Nearby, Ankh seemed to recall something and pressed Charlotte's hand, which was about to deactivate the device. "By the way, Charlotte, what is your Starsky account? Let us follow each other." Within the Starsky account, the ID sequence serves as the sole distinguishing mark for different users, while other identifiers such as nicknames may be reused and lack uniqueness. Therefore, unless one is a verified individual recognized by the platform, users rely on the ID sequence when adding friends to avoid mistakenly connecting with the wrong person. Xia Luo redirected her gaze to her holographic device, executed a series of commands, and accessed her Starsky ID number, subsequently relaying it to Enku. Enku successfully dispatched a friend request, which Xia Luo accepted, promptly following her as well. Just after following, Enku eagerly clicked into Xia Luo's profile, eager to observe her daily updates on Starsky. However, upon noticing the official verification badge at the top and quickly skimming through the multitude of comments beneath the sole update, she belatedly realized that Xia Luo was none other than the esteemed Long Outyen. Who is Long Outyen, you may ask? He is a figure currently basking in the limelight of the Star Network, the ultimate victor of the 58th Gao's Virtual Mecha Super League. By his sheer prowess, he reduced the initial pool of 642 contestants down to 975. Furthermore, he compelled the event organizers to alter the competition format. In the finals, Long Outyen's mecha maneuvers left the audience in awe with his astonishing and innovative tactics. To Enku, it is truly remarkable to secure first place using a completely unmodified mecha. This extraordinary individual is now standing right beside her, having become her friend. Ankh felt an incredible sensation and exclaimed, "Shalloa, so you are the dragon-proud Sky." She had watched the Gao's Virtual Mecha Super League, but regrettably missed the final interview due to prior commitments. Although she eventually completed her tasks, Ankh had overlooked catching up on the interview. Consequently, unlike others who had watched the interview, she did not immediately follow Shalloa's Starsky account nor recognize him at first glance. Soon, Ankh recalled something and eagerly grasped Shalloa's hand, asking, "So, does this mean you are also heading to the Gao's military academy?" Her excitement was palpable. She mused aloud. "There are flights to Gao's departing from Chino Star in the Andromeda Galaxy's A5-star region in a couple of days. You must be transferring there, right?" Shalloa keenly caught the nuances in Ankh's words and responded with surprise. "You are also going to Gao's?" She had initially thought they would merely travel together to Chino Star, not anticipating they would continue on to the Gao's planet together. Ankh smiled and affirmed, "Yes, I am also going to the Gao's military academy. However, unlike you, I did not secure my admission through the mecha competition. I participated in this year's entrance examination held by Gao's." Shalloa recalled that Alpha had previously mentioned the entrance exam for Gao's military academy was quite challenging. The admissions target encompasses the ambitious individuals and talented youth from across the entire Star Federation, akin to a multitude of soldiers attempting to traverse a narrow bridge. One might not perceive it at first glance, but this seemingly delicate Ankh should not be underestimated. Sensing Charlotte's thoughts, Ankh shyly smiled and confessed, "My forte does not lie in mecha piloting. To be frank, my physical abilities are rather lacking." In truth, Ankh is not even proficient in the most fundamental combat techniques. Otherwise, she would not have been cornered by a few individuals in an alleyway earlier. Charlotte listened quietly, awaiting further elaboration. Indeed, Ankh continued, "However, while I may not pilot mechas, I possess a natural talent for their construction. I intend to attend the Gao's Mecha Academy's Mecha Manufacturing Department. where I will systematically study the knowledge of mecha creation, aspiring to become a master craftsman in the future. Upon finishing her statement, Ankh displayed a sweet smile. Appearing somewhat bashful, Charlotte refrained from commenting, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Harboring ideals and pursuing dreams is inherently a beautiful endeavor. Unfortunately, at present, she lacks a motivating dream to propel her forward. Flattered by Charlotte's praise, Ankh blushed even more and could not help but express, Charlotte, when you become a mecha master and I become a craftsman, perhaps we might collaborate continuously. The synergy between a mecha master and a craftsman is truly a perfect match. Chapter 46. Benefiting those rough men unfamiliar with romantic delights. In response, Charlotte chose not to engage in conversation. Ankh, accustomed to her reticence, redirected her attention to Charlotte's Star Sky page. Oh my, with 594,281 fans, Charlotte, you are incredibly popular. Ankh couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Charlotte's follower count. Charlotte had not paid attention to this before, and upon glancing at her fan tally, she realized it seemed to have increased quite rapidly. She recalled that it was originally around 3 million, and now it had surged to over 6 million. However, Charlotte felt no particular emotion regarding this. Ankh, still curious, remarked, Charlotte, why do you only have one post? She had assumed that Charlotte, with such a vast following, would frequently interact with her fans. To her surprise, Charlotte appeared rather laid back, having only posted a succinct message, "Hello everyone, I am Charlotte." Despite her nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that those who followed her remained steadfast, underscoring the magnitude of her personal charm. Upon hearing this, Ankh immediately countered, "How can you not have more posts? You are about to attend the Gauss Military Academy, the most prestigious military institution in the Northern Federation. Such wonderful news should be shared with everyone." With so many fans, the comments are buzzing with requests to see your daily updates. It baffled her that her friend, so immensely popular, remained blissfully unaware of her appeal. Others struggled to gain recognition through advertising, character building, or even comedic antics, yet Charlotte seemed oblivious to the advantages her notoriety could bestow. Ankh resolved to assist Charlotte in enhancing her presence on Star Sky. She activated her holographic device and swiftly captured a photograph of Charlotte. Utilizing her unparalleled beauty enhancement skills, she elevated the already stunning Charlotte to an even more breathtaking level. Ankh surveyed her masterpiece with satisfaction, admiring the elegance and charm that radiated from it. Simply enchanting. Sending the photo to Charlotte, Ankh's aquamarine eyes sparkled with delight. "Charlotte, hurry, post this picture as an update." Charlotte glanced at the image but hesitated to act. Noticing Ankh's eager expression, she ultimately raised her hand. She quickly typed a brief message to accompany the photo before hitting publish. The text was succinct, setting off for Gauss. "A new beginning, let us go." However, as soon as this update was posted, a flurry of comments emerged in rapid succession. "A flower in the grass, first in line. Securing the prime spot. Working hard today. Charlotte has posted an update. And there's a real-life photo. I can't handle this level of beauty. It's overwhelming for a single soul. Free-spirited and unrestrained. Are you really heading to Gauss? I heard rumors this morning, but didn't believe it until now. I wonder which division you'll join. Adorable little bee." To the commenter above, she is definitely going to the Mecha division. "Oh, Charlotte, you are simply stunning. This aura is impossible to replicate. I wonder which unfortunate man will win her over in the future." Charming handsome guy, with Charlotte's beauty. Once she graduates and joins the military, she will undoubtedly be a goddess with suitors aplenty. It truly seems that a group of unsophisticated brutes, oblivious to the delicate nuances of romance, have stumbled upon a fortunate circumstance. Alas, my goddess, allow your elder brother to cherish you. Naturally, there are astute fans who have noticed that Xia Luo has garnered a new object of interest. Previously, her list of followers stood at a resolute 0. Yet it has quietly transformed to 1. Consequently, a fresh wave of comments has surged forth. My mother often remarks that a lengthy name may lead to foolish individuals repeating it. Look, the esteemed individual has just followed someone new. I must delve deeper to unearth the identity behind this new acquaintance. Magical girl Zhu Dazhuang. I've known this for ages. It appears to be a female. Perhaps a close friend, but certainly not the romantic entanglement you all are speculating about. The repeated rejections of Aries Randall's affections. What? Sister Xia has a good friend. I always believed that her commanding presence left everyone else as mere subordinates. The charming citizen, Shaoli. It's highly probable that they are just friends, Otherwise, who captured that photo of the esteemed individual? By the way, the name above is quite impressive. While I was slumbering, I was not particularly tired. Please do not automatically assume that the young lady lacks friends, all right? I can assure you, once she arrived in Jervos, her popularity soared immensely. Aang truly did not anticipate that merely following Xia Luo would draw her fans to her own account, with several even leaving comments of various natures beneath her posts. Some inquired about her relationship with Charlotte. Others expressed a desire for more stunning photos of Charlotte, while some asked if she would also be heading to the Gauze Military Academy. In any case, everyone was quite enthusiastic, and even Aang's fanbase experienced a surge. As Aang followed Star Sky, the starship departed as scheduled. The captain's voice resonated through the broadcast. "Good morning, esteemed passengers. I am the captain of this starship, and I welcome you aboard this flight. We are about to take off. Please take your seats if you have not yet done so. Once the starship is in motion, and until we smoothly enter the space route, passengers are advised to remain seated to prevent any safety incidents. Should you require assistance, please contact the nearest cabin crew member once the starship is operating steadily." The captain's voice was calm and articulate, immediately silencing the crowd on board. Charlotte had only previously flown on Earth, where the turbulence during takeoff caused noticeable tremors due to unstable air currents. However, the interstellar starship faced even greater pressure as it broke free from the planet's gravity and ascended into the space lane. Despite constant technological advancements, some discomfort was inevitable. As the vessel soared higher, gaining speed, it too experienced tremors. Chapter 47. Fearsome and unyielding, none of the passengers in their seats dared to move about under such pressure. They all endeavored to adjust to their discomfort. At last, the spacecraft has liberated itself from the gravitational embrace of Venus, venturing into the boundless expanse of space. The palpable tension dissipated in an instant, and the vessel glided smoothly, rendering the sensation of turbulence almost imperceptible. The captain's voice resonated once more over the intercom. "Dear passengers, the ship has entered its designated flight path and is currently operating in a stable condition. You may move about as you wish. Should you desire, feel free to visit the recreational area for various activities. Lunch will be served shortly. Passengers wishing to dine may proceed to the dining area in half an hour. For any inquiries, please do not hesitate to contact the nearest crew member, who will be delighted to assist you. Wishing you a pleasant journey." Charlotte listened intently, surprised by the comprehensive amenities aboard the interstellar vessel. It was, after all, a colossal spacecraft rather than a compact airplane, so the presence of diverse functional areas was to be expected. Unlike the confines of an aircraft, where dining occurs solely at one's seat, here one could directly access a designated dining area, promising a richer array of culinary options. Moreover, the existence of recreational facilities, an impossibility on an airplane, immediately transformed the journey into a delightful experience, alleviating the monotony and dreariness often associated with travel. Beside her, Aang smiled and remarked, "Charlotte, is this your first time aboard an interstellar ship? What do you think? Would you like to explore a bit?" Charlotte did not decline this suggestion. Thus, the two friends rose from their seats, eager to venture towards the recreational area. As they made their way, Charlotte silently surveyed her surroundings, absorbing the marvels of the spacecraft. The habits forged in a post-apocalyptic world compel her to swiftly acclimate to unfamiliar surroundings. Even in the absence of those zombies, she remains steadfastly vigilant. The recreational area is quite expansive, meticulously delineated into various functional zones, including fitness, audiovisual entertainment, and even a salon-like reading nook, complete with rudimentary play facilities for children. Aang appears to be well acquainted with these amenities, exhibiting little curiosity, as she enthusiastically introduces them to Charlotte. As Charlotte follows her on a tour, she gains a general understanding of the layout, though she harbors no desire to engage in leisure activities here. Noticing Charlotte's apparent lack of interest after her comprehensive introduction, Aang suggests, "It's already noon. Why don't we head to the dining area for a bite to eat?" Aang had intended to treat Charlotte to a meal before boarding the ship, but time constraints had thwarted her plans. Now, her own hunger is becoming increasingly pronounced, and she is determined to arrange their lunch. Charlotte does not decline the proposal, recognizing that it is indeed time for a meal. The dining offerings aboard the ship, akin to those at the terrestrial spaceport, are not particularly diverse, given the cost considerations. However, compared to the airplane meals familiar to Charlotte from Earth, they are vastly superior. At the very least, passengers aboard the interstellar vessel are not confined to their seats while dining. Nevertheless, due to the limited size of the restaurant. Patrons typically organize themselves into groups to avoid the congestion that can arise from waiting. Upon entering the dining area, they find it relatively uncrowded at that moment. Glancing at the time, it was just the moment for lunch service to begin, which explained the emptiness of the place. Fortunately, arriving early spared her the ordeal of waiting for a table, a waste of precious time. Hank walked in, her aquamarine eyes turning to Charlotte as she inquired, "What would you like to eat? Please, allow me to treat you." Despite Hank's generous offer, Charlotte replied, "No need, I'll take care of it myself." With that, she approached the counter to place her order. Hank, feeling dissatisfied, was about to rush over to insist on paying when she inadvertently collided with someone nearby, her haste causing her to overlook their presence. Charlotte heard a startled exclamation and turned to see Hank seated on the floor, her left hand cradling her right arm. Halting her own actions, Charlotte quickly made her way to Hank's side. "Are you all right?" she asked, helping Hank to her feet, though her gaze drifted elsewhere. Once steady, Hank couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of person is that? They knocked me down and just walked away without a word. Such arrogance." She acknowledged her own part in the mishap, admitting she had been rather hasty. Yet she felt it was rather audacious for two burly men to collide with a woman and then simply depart. However, Hank's nature was generally gentle. She preferred to grumble rather than engage in conflict. Moreover, the two men bore animalistic features, bare ears and sharp claws, exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Charlotte remained silent, assisting Hank to a chair before turning to order 2 meal sets and ultimately settling the bill. By the time their meal concluded, other patrons had begun to trickle into the dining area. Xiao Luo and Enku tidied up the dining table with simplicity before departing from the space. Due to the limited staff aboard the spacecraft, passengers were required to clear their own dishes and refuse, disposing of food waste into designated bins and placing used crockery in specified areas. The remaining tasks, such as wiping down the tables, would be handled by cleaning robots. As they made their way back to their seats, Xiao Luo walked at a leisurely pace, her dark eyes occasionally glancing at the passengers seated along the aisles. Upon reaching her own seat, Xiao Luo did not sit down, but casually remarked to Enku, "You go ahead. I need to visit the restroom." With that, she continued towards the remaining passenger area. Enku murmured to herself, "It seems there isn't a restroom in that direction." However, she chose not to elaborate further and settled into her seat, opening her holographic device to watch a movie she had downloaded in advance. While the interstellar ship was in transit through the cosmos, communication signals were often unreliable. Most passengers refrained from connecting their devices to the star network unless absolutely necessary, as even when connected, the speed was rather disheartening, not to mention the frequent disconnections that would drive anyone mad. In contrast, military starships did not face such inconveniences, as the Federation's military possessed numerous advanced technologies. Xiao Luo ambled through the entirety of the passenger area before ultimately redirecting herself to a less crowded corner. Chapter 48. Are 2 large men occupying the restroom for an extended period? Master, is there a problem? The mechanical voice of Alpha resonated in her ears. Charlotte stood beneath a surveillance camera, her pitch-black eyes. Chapter 49. Crisis aboard the Starship, 8th and 9th Fleets of the Star Federation ultimately. The monitoring department of the Chino Starship base, after deliberations among several high-ranking officials, resolved to submit a request to the military for the deployment of interstellar forces in the adjacent airspace. Chapter 50. The dazzling new star of the military, Ares Randall Owen, awaited the commander's decision from the sidelines. It was customary that their 8th and 9th fleets, being battle-hardened, would not typically engage in routine patrols for maintaining public order. Chapter 51. Notorious Pirate Gang, Interstellar Pirate Gluttony. It appears to be a young woman. Observing through the screen, she seemed quite appealing, at least showing no signs of beastly mutations. She must possess at least A-grade genetic traits. Chapter 52. Without further ado, let us strike. It must be said that Charlotte appeared remarkably familiar with these firearms and explosives. Even though this equipment was significantly advanced compared to Earth, she adeptly managed to. Chapter 53. Trust others less, trust yourself more. Charlotte unleashes a triple shot. The light particle compression cannon, a weapon of the interstellar era, compresses light particles to a high density and, through a specialized trajectory, launches them to form a formidable compression cannon. Chapter 54. Avoiding the D-class star region, Charlotte encounters a scout. The esteemed title of Blade of the Federation awarded to Colonel Randall is not solely attributed to his striking appearance. His abilities are undeniably among the elite. Chapter 55, Intelligence Personnel, the doubts of Lieutenant Colonel Owen Brown. In stark contrast to the lurking behemoths of this obsidian cosmos, the reconnaissance vessel that Charlotte currently occupies resembles a feeble kitten, utterly incapable of standing against such titans. Chapter 56, the meditative prisoner, the overachieving young lady exhibits arrogance. Furthermore, en route to this location, Owen had already perused the dossier of this young lady, whose unremarkable upbringing fails to substantiate the latter hypothesis. Chapter 57, the initial confrontation. Charlotte versus Ares Randall. It can be asserted that the future of the Federation's military, aside from the Southern Paulton Military Academy, largely hinges on the prowess of the Gwoth Military Academy, where. Chapter 58, Mr. Randall, feel free to inspect. I shall cooperate. Charlotte's fingertips flickered as she endeavored to maintain control over her gaze, even restraining the frequency of her blinks from altering. In the presence of Ares Randall. Chapter 59, the unpleasant beginnings of senior and junior relations, the struggles of bachelorhood. Charlotte's meager intellect is nearly devoid of substance, and at Ares Randall's pace, he hardly requires any time at all. Looking up once more. Chapter 60, the tourist destination of Kinnison, with azure seas, blue skies, and golden sands, where barbecue and beer delight the senses. Renowned for its exquisite natural beauty and abundant resources, Kinnison attracts numerous visitors from both the north and south. Chapter 61, Murong Min, I dislike you, so I'll buy a seat. Is there not a table available? The leading young woman inquired. She had long, ash-colored hair and piercing eyes. Chapter 62, apologies for the slip. Mr. Xia teaches a lesson online. In contrast to Ank's hesitation, Xia Luo steadfastly maintained her stance. Who you are is of no concern to me. Kindly vacate our seats. Xia Luo's Dark. Chapter 63, the enigmatic kingdom of Yaoyue. A contest of hair and eye color. The Star Federation holds the kingdom of Yaoyue's cultural traditions in high regard, granting it substantial autonomy as long as it does not contravene the fundamental constitution of the Federation. Chapter 64, surrounded by fans at the barbecue stall. Mr. Xia can't resist the enthusiasm. Indeed, once the first person approached, the second soon followed. Others chimed in. Truly, it seems to be that Xia Luo. Chapter 65, the dazzling friends of Gua must snap a photo with the big shot. Min, I have heard of this Xia Luo. She is the victor of this year's GUZ Virtual Mecha Super League. Now, the reason she appears on Chainok Star is most likely. Chapter 66, the picturesque and unique military academy of Juos. Although the friends are reluctant, even the most sumptuous banquet must come to an end someday, mustn't it? After Charlotte has consumed what she needed, she naturally. Chapter 67, the warm and luxurious dormitory, a hub for dining, entertainment, and leisure. The shuttle bus will sequentially transport the new students to the respective stations of different academies. The bespectacled gentleman, upon arriving at the Medical Assurance Division. Chapter 68, a grand dining hall gathering diverse delicacies from the Star Federation, where Murong Min's childhood sweetheart makes an appearance. In Juos, besides the grand dining hall officially hosted, there are also several privately operated small restaurants, eateries, as well as CAFS and dessert shops. Chapter 69, speaking too much, fearing that saliva might splatter onto the dishes. Shangguan Yan's father, being the youngest among several brothers, possessed an innocent and naive character during his adolescence. Later, several elder brothers contended for the position of the family head. Chapter 70, Boss Xia. Food is meant to be eaten, if you do not know how. I can teach you. Murong Min hid behind Shangguan Yan, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips as she provocatively gazed at Charlotte. Beside her, Sun Fei reveled in the misfortune of others. Chapter 71, both new and old students unsettled, standing at the pinnacle of public scrutiny. Master Xia felt an urgent alarm ringing in his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to advise, Xia Luo, perhaps we should let this go. The Academy forbids arbitrary internal conflicts. Should the teachers discover this? Chapter 72, Freshman Physical Training, Planet Bijou Star System. 3 days swiftly passed, and the physical training for the new students of Gavers officially commenced. This was unlike the military training experienced by freshmen on Earth. Chapter 73, the Hunt for Bijou Lizards, the freshmen's grand ranking. The tasks during the Gavers' physical training varied each year. This year's objective was the hunting of Bijou lizards, a remarkably straightforward target. Chapter 74, a mass exodus, a frenzied hunt, one man holding back thousands of lizards. The docking area for the spacecraft was relatively flat and open. The logistical support personnel for this expedition would be stationed here. The freshmen's physical training was. Chapter 75. Women, 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 just a bunch of hindrances. The night breeze was gentle, and the arid winds of the day seemed to have calmed somewhat, as a subtle chill began to permeate the air. Occasionally, the distant sounds of unfamiliar beasts echoed. Chapter 76. The crumbling cliffs below. Master Xia diverts the enemy in a time of urgency. Su Diyuan, upon hearing Meng Qiu's words, could not help but inquire, what follow-up measures? How come I am unaware? Meng Qiu chuckled, you certainly do not know. This is. Chapter 77. The emotionless lizard harvester strikes within the cavern. Charlotte, utilizing the thermal imaging from her goggles, meticulously observed the unfolding scene below. Her pitch-black eyes, devoid of emotion, revealed yet another. Chapter 78. The dawn arrives, freshman ranking number 1. Mu Rongmin felt a deep disdain for the students from the mech division, who were so infuriatingly indifferent. It would take no effort at all to look after a delicate girl like her, yet. Chapter 79. The freshmen's counterattack. Each displays their unique abilities. The new students from Juos had been meticulously selected, all displaying remarkable intelligence. Except for Shangwan Yin and Mu Rongmin, no one was aware of the active. Chapter 80. An unreasonable silence. Where have the freshmen gone? Charlotte patiently awaited Ankh in the sandy expanse, her gaze sweeping over the entire area, observing the uneven ground. Her expression darkened slightly. Chapter 81. The great Charlotte descends into the cave, mysterious creatures attack. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Ankh hesitated. Charlotte, I still want to. Chapter 82. A crisis for all freshmen. The starry interstellar beast, the back-opening rat. Alpha, investigate the origins of this creature, Charlotte commanded, her voice as frigid as her icy gaze. Alpha promptly initiated a scanning search, and soon. Chapter 83. Lost signal, the freshmen's desperate struggle. A cloud of despair looms. Confronted by the sudden emergence of these otherworldly beasts, the newcomers fought while retreating, finding themselves in a state of disarray. Beneath the pitch-black cavern, the ability to combat using protective goggles was already a considerable advantage. Chapter 84. Awaiting rescue or breaking the deadlock. Chu Pingfei pressed on relentlessly. Li Ximiao, a fresh entrant from the School of Information Engineering, excelled in military engineering. Thus, she possessed a heightened awareness of the natural characteristics of her surroundings. Chapter 85. The Mecha Division's attempt to break through ends in failure, with the troublemaker Mu Rongmin. This inept warrior incessantly babbled in a panic, creating a scene of chaos during their escape. The tumultuous escape was already fraught with confusion, and the atmosphere was rife with tension. Chapter 86. A divine weapon appears. The illustrious Xia makes a grand entrance. She was utilizing him to fend off the beast that threatened her. It was precisely due to Mu Rongmin's actions that Shangwan Yin was left astounded. Chapter 87. In his imagination. Xia Luo ought to be a sturdy and robust woman. The onlookers exchanged furtive glances. Chapter 88. Shangwan Yin. Mu Rongmin. She is even less forthright than Xia Luo. Once her thoughts settled, she immediately realized the gravity of the situation. In her moment of urgency. Chapter 89. Xia Luo, I am neither your father nor your mother. I hold no responsibility towards you. Xia Luo paid no heed to the dynamics between Shangwan Yin, Mu Rongmin, and Sun Feifei. She was swiftly analyzing the current circumstances and decisively formulating a strategic plan. Chapter 90. The hidden dragons and crouching tigers of Guos. Where the strongest from each division converge. The voice of the individual was chillingly cold, concealed within the shadows. Though he spoke, it was momentarily impossible to discern his precise location. Chapter 91. The formidable leader, Xia, leads the charge to break through, sealing the routes and clearing the path. Xia Luo activated his holographic brain. Although this particular area of the underground cavern lacked signal, it did not impede the use of basic functionalities. A virtual map was modeled. Chapter 92. The treasure chest, Tang Letian, showcases weapons and equipment from the division. The flowing firefly bomb, a liquid light particle explosive, is uniquely crafted by liquefying light particles, with the primary liquid encased in a specially designed spherical metal shell. Chapter 93. Xia Luo. I require the most skilled sniper. Xiaoling glanced in Xia Luo's direction and inquired, are you arranging for a sniper? Yet, there are no suitable vantage points here. Aside from the vast expanse of open ground. Chapter 94. The most exceptional snipers converge. Objective: a flawless escape. Adonis Clark remains the enigmatic figure shrouded in darkness. Had he not initiated conversation, it would have been exceedingly difficult for anyone to accurately pinpoint his location. Chapter 95. The spiritual leader, Xia, single-handedly assaults the stronghold. Sushi continually motivated herself, engaging in psychological fortitude as she prepared to undertake this task. Shangguan Yin from the Mech Division, along with the Intelligence and Communications Division. Chapter 96. The breakout operation commences. The situation shifts unexpectedly as trust in Xiao Ling deepens. For those in the Weapons and Equipment Division, time felt insufficient. In such a brief span of time, all weaponry and equipment must be meticulously calibrated and operational. Chapter 97. Chu Pingfei, are there truly such formidable women in the world? I must forge a bond with her. Xiao Luo remained composed despite the sudden shift in circumstances. She awaited the complete landing of the third squad. When the last member of Squad 3 successfully descended. Chapter 98. The Luoying projectile detonated at close range, rendering Xiao Luo deaf. Although certain aspects deviated slightly from the original plan, the overall breakout operation was remarkably swift and efficient. Aside from Squad 1 entering the first passage prematurely. Chapter 99. Shangguan Yan's admiration. Her strength protects those behind her. Murong Min clutched the tranquilizer launcher, estimating the approximate distance to Xiao Luo. No, this distance is still somewhat far. The tranquilizer may likely miss. Chapter 100. Anderson's precise marksmanship foiled Murong Min's scheme. Xiao Luo remained steadfast, sword in hand, responding to the chaos with unwavering resolve. Though she appeared silent, every fiber of her being was taut with tension. What perilous situations had she not faced? Chapter 101. Breakout successful, with a true zero casualty rate. Murong Min seethed with hatred, yet her wounds throbbed painfully. Who was it? Who had inflicted this upon her? Was it the sniper's words, Shangguan Yin? Chapter 102. Beautiful, powerful, and commanding, as if a queen had returned. This breakout was marked by an absolute zero mortality rate, undeniably. Chapter 103. With unwavering determination, they strive to become even more exceptional federal soldiers. In this new cohort of students, Chapter 104 reveals Murong Min's sharp retort amidst the investigation by the Student Affairs Office. The technology of the Star Federation is remarkably advanced, with robots being utilized in a myriad of fields. However, tasks such as cleaning and sanitation are often delegated to these machines. Chapter 105 introduces a sense of unfamiliarity. As someone steadfastly guards her rear, Charlotte remains silent, adopting an attitude of passive acquiescence. Nearby, other staff members are seen making a phone call, seemingly reaching out to the three snipers. Chapter 106 presents irrefutable evidence of Murong Min's serious violations of school rules. Although the dim lighting in the depths of the underground obscures clarity, one can still discern the general situation, particularly when the fireflies flicker. Chapter 107 depicts the immensely popular Charlotte, a towering figure that seems insurmountable. As he speaks, Chapter 108 illustrates the expertise of the magnate, Adonis Clark. Charlotte brings forth numerous dishes, gently nudging them toward Shangguan Yin. Shangguan Yin glances at the few remaining dishes on her plate, contemplating. Chapter 109 concludes with the disciplinary outcome for Murong Min, a mandatory suspension for reflection. Professor Li Chungfeng wore a grave expression. If it were impossible for all the instructors to carry out such an action, then the only ones capable of obliterating the passage would be the freshmen who were located in the underground cavern at that time. Chapter 110. The Dual Review System. The Star Federation Military Intelligence Agency intervenes in the investigation. Murong Min, after being thoroughly admonished by her mother, found herself somewhat calmed. What should I do now? I have been suspended from the academy, and they want me to pack up immediately. Chapter 111. Aries Randall versus Gene Anderson. Upon observing the military equipment codes, Owen Brown immediately recognized that these belonged to the Star Federation Military Intelligence Agency spacecraft. The Military Intelligence Agency of the Star Federation operates independently. Chapter 112. Charlotte. If I were to recommend myself, would anyone possibly accept me? After hearing Alpha's explanation, Charlotte directly inquired. If it is not made public, then who can view it? Depending on the confidentiality level of the information, the degree of secrecy. Chapter 113. The intent of the military. To restrain the power of the Military Intelligence Bureau's 12th Division. By analyzing student posts on the GAO's campus network, the weekly work arrangements of the school, and consolidating additional information, Alpha deduced the whereabouts of Aries Randall. Chapter 114, Charlotte's Sole Option, Aries Randall. Primarily, these distinguished guests would naturally bring along bodyguards and protective personnel to ensure their safety. If it concerns visitors from the military. Chapter 115, the myriad of entrances and the various encounters with Aries Randall. This matter I shall arrange. The details regarding the 12th Division shall remain undisclosed for the time being. A formidable aura emanated inadvertently, instilling a sense of reluctance to question it lightly. Chapter 116. She stood 5 meters away, striving for his recognition. Such a cloud-dwelling family does not dominate the Star Federation alone. The Colonel does not necessarily attach great importance to the descendants of those families. Owen. Chapter 117. Charlotte. What merit do I possess to be graced with Director Anderson's tea? The Ivy Garden Villa District is named after Eden Gauze, the founder of Gauze Military Academy. In the year 213 of the Federation, Eden Gauze established the institution. Chapter 118. Charlotte versus Jean Anderson, an elderly conversation. She did not continue to refuse, for her rejection would bear no fruit. Given the other party's demeanor, it seemed that if she protested vehemently, they would still insist. Chapter 119. Owen, Miss Ya, some individuals are destined to prioritize their careers. Owen Brown politely awaited outside. He was there to request the presence of someone from the 12th Division. As a fellow head of the dual investigation, the personnel from the 12th Division had been closely monitoring. Chapter 120. Charlotte. Did she think she was pursuing him? Her emotions were beyond words. Owen remains optimistic about the boy, despite the numerous suspicions surrounding him at their initial encounter. However, these doubts have since been resolved through a series of events. Chapter 121. Demonstrating loyalty, shaving his head. Charlotte, you may consider me as a man. Owen's words quickly illuminated the key point for Charlotte. If the members of the 12 are about to depart, it signifies that the dual investigation has reached its conclusion. Chapter 122. Not even affording her the opportunity to persuade. Unsurprisingly, despite Charlotte's earnest efforts, she was ultimately escorted out of the Villa District by Owen, shaving her head to assume a masculine identity, hoping for his acquiescence. Chapter 123. Charlotte, I shall become your most formidable weapon. Professor Adolph initially intended for Aries to join him for lunch, as the hour had coincidentally arrived. Aries respectfully stated, Professor, I must take my leave. Chapter 124. Charlotte, she is not dependent on him. Henceforth, they shall remain strangers. Charlotte gazed at him fearlessly. A smirk barely concealed at the corners of her mouth. I apologize for the disturbances caused these past few days. Rest assured, this matter shall be laid to rest and not revisited. Chapter 125. A promising young professor? No, a disheveled figure. Gustav, a professor at the Mecha Division of the Gauze Military Academy. He has no surname. Everyone simply calls him Gustav, serving as both first and last name. Chapter 126. The intent of Gustav. Summer, I have a good rapport. As Gustav prepared to depart, he completely disregarded the waiting Charlotte. Charlotte remained unperturbed and simply remarked, that child from the Chin family, I. Chapter 127. The most tempting proposal. Charlotte, I am stronger and more obedient. Striking at the vital point, Charlotte understood this principle well. If one must choose an individual to be under the professor's tutelage, I believe I would be more. Chapter 128. The Hellastar of the Bowing constellation, the Chin brothers. Yet, both Charlotte and Gustav were aware that the Academy's approval was merely a formality. When it came to enrolling students, the professor retained ample authority, and Chapter 129. The accomplished Major General Chin, the unlearned Qin Xiaoyang. The information collected by Alpha was all public. After all, Qin Xiaoyang possessed considerable popularity throughout the Star Federation. Not only did Qin Xiaoyang. Chapter 130. The relaxed Major General Qin, revealing tenderness only in front of family. The bar manager approached with a beaming smile. Brother Qin, how are you? Did you enjoy yourself today? Though he is clearly a middle-aged man, his age pales in comparison to that of Qin Xiaoyang. Chapter 131. Qin Xiaoyang. As for marriage, let fate decide. Subsequently, Old Master Qin shifted the topic, expressing his lament, while other elderly gentlemen have great-grandchildren to dote upon. Here I am, this frail old man, bereft of even a great-grandson. Chapter 132. Xia Luo, with a face full of disdain. As if everyone owes him countless meals. Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang interjected, his tone unusually stern. Rarely does he raise his voice at his younger brother, but in this instance. He tempered his usually gentle demeanor, allowing his gaze to grow icy. Chapter 133, elegantly sculpted, obedient, and compliant, yet engaging in brawls. However, Qin Xiaoyang paid no heed, striding towards the exit. I won't eat anymore. I shall find something casual outside. Uncle Lin felt compelled to advise him. Young master, outside. Chapter 134, Xia Luo. How can students engage in brawls? We must call the police. In such exclusive private clubs, becoming a member necessitates a formal application. Only after rigorous scrutiny is one deemed worthy to enter. Not everyone is granted access. Chapter 135, Xia Luo. What on earth is a red-haired, green-eyed punk? With his hands propped against the edge of the courtyard wall, the towering figure of Qin Xiaoyang crouched atop the wall, caught in a state of indecision. In the depths of his heart, a sense of vigilance has always lingered. Chapter 136, Qin Xiaoyang. If you manage to enter, I shall address you as sister. Although this is the exceptionally safe Hellastar, due to his brother's long-standing position in the military, Qin Xiaoyang remains alert. Chapter 137, the first encounter of the Qin family. Xia Luo versus Qin Xiaoyang. At the end of the lawn stands the main residence. The main house is not particularly tall, merely 5 stories high, yet it boasts a remarkable width. At first glance. Chapter 138, appreciating the artwork. The tenderness of General Qin Xiao is truly a double-edged sword. Qin Xiaoyang has seen photographs of Xia Luo and witnessed her piloting a virtual mecha, yet he has not encountered the Star Network's exclusive interview with her, leaving him unaware of her true essence in the real world. Chapter 139. Astonishingly, someone can glimpse into his soul. This painting, though not small, features a densely clouded area at the city's edge, occupying only a minuscule portion of the entire artwork, smaller than the earlier depiction of. Chapter 140. The mischievous young Master Qin. I can't stand you, yet I can't eliminate you either. Chapter 141. Qin Xiaoyang. Indeed, a little fox, quite cunning. It is no small feat to raise one's younger brother while constantly worrying about his affairs. It is no wonder that his artwork reflects a sense of suppression. Chapter 142. Qin Xiaoyang. I want to hit her. Her words are infuriating. Ultimately, the distinguished heir of a prestigious family, upon regaining composure, articulates his thoughts with remarkable clarity. If one refrains from delving into the sinister motives underlying his demeanor, this revelation. Chapter 143. Qin Xiaoyang. There exists an inexplicable charm. Now it becomes clear to Xia Luo. However, she is somewhat taken aback by Qin Xiaoyang's unsolicited invitation, as she never anticipated such. Chapter 144. The stunning beauty Xia high-altitude flower Luo. Unbeknownst to Xia Luo, this young general, Qin, has thoroughly investigated her background. Yet, even if she were aware, it would matter little. Chapter 145. Each step resonates within the hearts of the crowd, undeniably powerful and effortlessly captivating. Xia Luo's expression remains aloof as she strides inward. Her movements are poised, exuding a formidable presence, each step seemingly echoing in the hearts of those around her. In the midst of the crowd. Chapter 146. His unwavering support for her is not without merit. Alas, Xiaoyang, don't depart just yet. Let us indulge for a while longer. One voice implores. Another chimes in. Indeed, it's rare to have a lady accompany us. Chapter 147. Xia Luo, what is the matter? A collective outing to the bar? In the study, at the very moment Qin Xiaoyang crosses the threshold. Chapter 148. He must restrain himself. To act impulsively now would be foolish. Chapter 149. The emerging Liao family, Xia Luo. Dining is of utmost importance. The genesis of the situation is rather simple. Once, Liao Dongping, after a night of revelry, embarked on a drive, navigating a convoluted aerial route. Such perilous behavior immediately. Chapter 150. Using his misery to entice? There is no chivalry. Within the factory, the scene of conflict was exceedingly intense. Although Qin Xiaoyang was tall and adept at martial arts, he was merely average when compared to the crowd. Chapter 151. Coveting, despite being served. There are myriad methods to compel her to beg for mercy. Qin Xiaoyang could perceive Xia Luo, and naturally, a Chang's gang would notice her as well. Suddenly, a Chang's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Xia Luo. Chapter 152. Xia Luo's overwhelming combat prowess. Qin Xiaoyang, as quiet as a mouse. The individual closest to Xia Luo was about to make contact with her chest when she abruptly sprang into action. Everything transpired with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 153. Fierce as a lion or tiger, Xia Luo. Who are you to me? Why should I save you? Amidst the chaos, the remaining few around Chang joined forces to bind Qin Xiaoyang. At that moment, his thoughts were solely consumed by Xia Luo, leaving him oblivious to. Chapter 154, Summer, emotionally unbound. Luo, no shouting aloud. In the era of interstellar travel, the application of technology has indeed bestowed numerous conveniences upon human life. For instance, at this moment, Xia Luo merely needed to access the star network. Chapter 155, the first person to stir his heart. Upon hearing Xia Luo's inquiry, Qin Xiaoyang fell into silence. He had resolutely decided from the outset that he would not go to Juo's, and he had already expressed this intention clearly. Chapter 156, the lion against the weakling. Liao Dongping. Where on earth did these two lunatics come from? For the past few days, Liao Dongping had been lodging outside, not residing in the Liao family estate. He possessed numerous properties beyond the confines of his family home, which were often utilized by him. Chapter 157. Someone should escort this woman out. The woman had a sweet appearance, with small, cute cat ears. Yet, at this moment, her large eyes were filled with horror. These individuals are insane. Chapter 158. Xia Luo, the Major General need not investigate me. All is a matter of fame and fortune. Qin Xiaoyang was filled with questions, eager to accompany Xia Luo to uncover the truth, but he was halted by Uncle Lin. Young master, the elder master has instructed. Chapter 159. The charismatic allure of Xia Luo, Major General Qin, persuaded. The answers obtained through direct inquiry paled in comparison to the insights gleaned through subtle probing. Xia Luo felt a sense of being underestimated. This was Chapter 160. 8 large 28-inch suitcases. Qin Xiaoyang. I might as well be a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. The conversation between Xia Luo and Qin Xiaoyang did not last long. Both were exceedingly rational individuals, and after laying everything bare, they quickly. Chapter 161. Distinctive naval bases, the Major General's high-profile departure. On this occasion, Qin Xiaoyang dispatched a total of 5 vehicles. Leading the procession was a vehicle designated to clear the way. At the rear, there was. Chapter 162. Charlotte. I am truly unable to eat anymore. At the dining table, both Qin Xiaoyang and Qin Xiaoyang gradually ceased their meal, leaving an ample amount of food before them. This appears to be a common occurrence among the affluent families. Chapter 163. 2 prominent male figures vying for attention. The comments section was ablaze. Bystander ding. Hey, quickly look beside him. Am I seeing correctly? Is that not the esteemed Major General Qin from the Hellastar family? Bystander woo well. Chapter 164. Qin Xiaoyang's gift. Charlotte. If I truly leap into this pit, I concede defeat. If you wish to take what my brother has given, then by all means, it is not particularly valuable. Qin Xiaoyang spoke candidly. If you choose not to accept it, it will likely gather dust. Chapter 165. The VIP green channel provided by Major General Qin. Aware that the other party was laying a trap for her, she nonetheless felt compelled to proceed, for the terms he offered were exceedingly enticing. Charlotte remained rational. She would not falter in such matters. Chapter 166. Charlotte. Silence. I wish not to hear your words. Charlotte expressed bluntly. It is not that I possess great capability, but rather that your brother holds significant weight in his heart. In response, Qin Xiaoyang continuously clicked his tongue. Chapter 167. Departing from Hellastar, Charlotte's decision. Furthermore, regardless of one's privileged origins, the fundamental necessities of life remain the same. Additionally, the delicacies prepared by the Qin family for Qin Xiaoyang were all meticulously selected, the majority of them. Chapter 168. Neuronal connections, the true mech. Pain sensation 100. Now that she was under the auspices of Professor Gusta, many decisions required his report. This was a matter of basic respect, and would also spare her numerous troubles in the future. Chapter 169. A supermarket encounter. Even straight men have their moments of awareness. Charlotte was acutely aware that neuronal connections posed a significant challenge. Many individuals would be deemed unsuitable for piloting mechs at this initial stage. Chapter 170. The law of nature. Charlotte. There are distinctions between genders. We are not suitable. However, she could not afford to engage in a public altercation over a mere bag, especially since the other party meant well. Thus, Chu Pingfei smoothly accepted the bag from Charlotte. Chapter 171. 1, 2, 3. She simply wished to read in peace. Give me the bag. Charlotte said coldly, we have arrived. Chu Pingfei finally came to the realization that she had extended her hand towards him. Chapter 172. the double-edged assault on Xia Luo, nurtured by the notes of a scholar. He had been pondering earlier, during class today. Chapter 173, The Lagging Chick. Adept at self-deception, Xia Luo gazed at the contents of her notebook, and in conjunction with the sections of the textbook she had perused. Every area of confusion was meticulously annotated in the notes. Chapter 174, The Fluttering Heart of Qin Xiaoyang, the fiery Xia Dalao. Upon exiting the classroom, the two made their way towards the main teaching building. The natural environment of Gu's military academy is exceptionally splendid, nestled amidst a forest. Chapter 175, Starting from Scratch, What Captivated Professor Gustav. The teaching assistant was somewhat uncertain, repeatedly verifying the electronic roster on her device. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. She did not find Xia Luo's name among the listings. At that moment, Chapter 176, 50, The Unstoppable Rise of Xia Dalao. That immense force felt akin to an invisible hand brushing against her mind, followed by an overwhelming pressure. However, in the initial stage of the pressure, Chapter 177, Appending Conventional Wisdom, an absolutely gifted contender. It is essential to note that this is not a virtual mech in a simulated world. The neuronal connections in the real world impose significant strain on the body. Not. Chapter 178, Top of the Class? An unusual girl? Perhaps mutual attention is the way to go. Xia Luo removed her helmet and addressed Teacher Zhao, apologizing. I'm afraid I need to take a brief respite. In truth, a mere 10 minutes of acclimatization. Chapter 179, Xia Luo's Social Circle, an exquisitely lavish ensemble. Xia Luo was somewhat reluctant to acquiesce, sensing that she might be ensnared in the future. Just yesterday, Qin Xiaoyang had already exchanged contact information with her, and furthermore. Chapter 180, A Blossom Amidst the Myriad Leaves, the beloved of the mecha piloting department. The invisible chicken wing pondered, Why has the number of esteemed individuals capturing the attention of the big shot suddenly increased? The nightmare of 900 million maidens mused. Let me take a look. Chapter 181, Astounding Learning Capacity, a fusion of high intelligence and emotional acuity. Time flew by, and before long, over a month had elapsed. Chapter 182, Mecha Protective Gear, a monastic study regimen. Many have yet to reach a 100 connectivity of their neural synapses. However, given the brevity of the study duration, this is entirely normal and not at all slow. Chapter 183, Xia Luo Invites Dinner. Speculations arising from a bowl of noodles. Hearing Xia Luo's remark, Qin Xiaoyang's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Although their acquaintance was still fresh, who exactly was Xia Luo? It was not merely a matter of inviting others to dine. Chapter 184, Are you interested in her brother? Xia Luo replied, Your abilities are formidable. There is no need for self-deprecation. From Qin Xiaoyang's perspective, it often appeared that others approached Xia Luo for conversation, while she seldom initiated dialogue herself. He could hardly imagine. Chapter 185, Charlotte, A Gift for You. I shall refrain from singing the birthday song. Charlotte gazed intently at him, her tone imbued with utmost seriousness and conviction. Receiving such high praise in person, Qin Xiaoyang felt a stir within his heart. Chapter 186, An Unpleasant Birthday Song? His delusions intensified. Noticing that Qin Xiaoyang had not made a wish, Charlotte gently inquired, What's the matter? Is there an issue? Qin Xiaoyang's gaze faltered, taking a considerable amount of time to stammer. Chapter 187, Discovering a Treasure of a Girl. It was simply remarkable, his heart ensnared. Qin Xiaoyang could not fathom why Charlotte would claim her singing was unpleasant. Could it be a form of modesty? Yet, to his ears, her voice was undeniably melodious. Chapter 188, Such an enticing, alluring gift. The fragile vessel of friendship could capsize at any moment. Nevertheless, as he unwrapped Charlotte's gift, his mind was in an extraordinary state of excitement, emotions soaring high. Thoughts raced chaotically. Chapter 189, A Public Course at the College Level. Summer Baozhu, the object of Meng Qiu's attention. If she were to fail the semester assessment in the first half of the academic year, it would not. Chapter 190, Dual Major and Unlocking Additional Credit Policies. Unbeknownst to Charlotte, she had already caught the eye of Professor Meng Qiu. The professor envisioned an elaborate scenario, concocting various strategies, eager to take action. Chapter 191, Not merely across departments, but spanning faculties. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. In the span of a week, Charlotte diligently completed her reading of Introduction to Mechanics, Basic Edition. For the aspects she found perplexing, she sought guidance. Chapter 192, the inquisitive and dedicated Charlotte, a fervent learner who could hardly part with her books. The weaponry we currently employ primarily consists of automatic wooden cannons and rings, which boast a swifter firing rate and greater fire density during combat, showcasing impressive maneuverability and effectiveness. Chapter 193, Charlotte, with wings unfurled, alongside Tang Letian, who excels in both primary and auxiliary roles. Charlotte's intensive study regimen proceeded methodically. She meticulously planned her time, ensuring that not a single moment was squandered. Chapter 194, Professor Smith's pre-class inquiries, and Tang Letian's remarkable comeback. Without hesitation, Charlotte passed her notes to him. Tang Letian received them, and, without referring to the professional textbook, casually perused his notes. Chapter 195, Simulated Combat Through Neuronal Connections, an experience enhanced by tangible force. After attending the course Weapons Systems and Applications at the Weapons Equipment Department, Charlotte made her way to the library. She had now advanced ahead to the second. Chapter 196, Exceptional Insight, and an Unequivocal Talent for Growth. Following a round of simulated combat, Charlotte stood still for self-adjustment. Chapter 197, Holiday Arrangements and a Nuanced Sense of Belonging. The Guo's Military Academy operates on a 2-semester system, each lasting approximately 4 months. At the conclusion of each semester, students, Chapter 198, it is not that they cannot keep up, but rather that they are excessively conservative. Thus, when the new semester commences, the majority of freshmen embark on the second half of their first-year studies, while Charlotte has already begun the first half of her third-year curriculum. Chapter 199, Praises Abound? The unimaginable dedication behind the scenes. In response to Professor Mengqiu's kindness, Charlotte patiently elucidates her reasoning. I have now commenced my specialized courses for the first half of the third year, while the mechas. Chapter 200, Begun with Appearance, concluded with effort, leaving no room for others. For Charlotte, who utilizes her time to the fullest and is entirely focused on her studies. Sushi cannot help but exclaim, I have wanted to say this for a long time. Charlotte, you truly. Chapter 201, With a Humble Stature, Commanding Titanic Giants. Throughout the entire second half of the first year, Charlotte has been concentrating on practical courses. Among these, the utmost priority is the mechas. Chapter 202, Preparations for the Grand Celebration, a Distinctive Garden Party. The annual celebration at Gauze occurs every year. However, large-scale celebrations such as this one, marking a significant anniversary, are not frequently organized. Due to its rarity, students. Chapter 203, Charlotte's Baking Support, a brief respite for a gathering. Chu Pengfei continues with determination. To be frank, us rugged men are not particularly adept at preparing tea and snacks. The individuals engaged in mecha production were preoccupied that day. Chapter 204, Abilities in Space. Mental Strength and Healing Power. Unscientific. During her leisure time on Earth, Charlotte indeed found solace in baking, as it provided a means of relaxation. Moreover, the delightful treats she crafted. Chapter 205, The Eager Matchmaker, Sister Gao, do not mention abilities in front of scientists. From a microscopic perspective, specifically at the cellular level, taking the eukaryotic cells of animals as an example, regardless of the cell membrane, cell wall, cytoplasm, or nucleus, all. Chapter 206, Elite Seniors and Outstanding Juniors? Who do they annoy when placed together? Aries Randall, bearer of an S-class supergene. Chapter 207, Aries Randall's class. From mockery to intrigue. From the standpoint of the instructors, it is evident that Charlotte could learn a great deal from Aries Randall, if there were only one teacher. Chapter 208, The student number 100 called out, Charlotte. Previously, it had been mentioned that he minored in several core courses from the practical divisions of Galworth, at a time when many lacked a clear understanding. Now hearing him. Chapter 209, Charlotte, why should there be a change? Why can't I? The male teaching assistant hastily interjected, Major, the student numbers were assigned temporarily, and the students are not yet aware. Student number 100 refers to Charlotte from the Mecha Division. Chapter 210, Pride and Prejudice? Break through his defenses. The mockery etched on Charlotte's face had yet to recede. Upon hearing his words, she displayed neither fear nor hesitation, decisively stepping from her seat into the aisle. Chapter 211, Embracing Aries? He means business. Yet, this was only the beginning. The moment the object landed in her embrace, Charlotte leaned closer, softly exhaling against his ear, perhaps stemming from. Chapter 212, Aries' Overbearing Suppression, using his own tactics against him. Nevertheless, Charlotte quickly formed a new judgment. She relaxed her grip, allowing the military knife to fall naturally. With her other hand, she swiftly adjusted her position. Chapter 213, An Indirect Apology, Ares' Patient Instruction. From Owen's perspective, both the guiding process and the final commentary reflected this point. The colonel had not been without sparring sessions with his subordinates in the past. Chapter 214, The Frenzied Critique of the Fairy Style. Tang Letian and Xiao Ling passed by in succession, greeting Charlotte and engaging in brief exchanges. Li Xinmiao from the School of Information Engineering also paused. Chapter 215, From Top Scholar to Academic Underachiever, Students' Unspoken Struggles. Charlotte, what brings you here? Hank smiled. Her freckles vibrant and lively, utterly adorable. Come take a look. Charlotte replied succinctly. Chapter 216, Charlotte's Baking Workshop. The men, steady, don't panic. The efficiency of Charlotte and her students during the lesson was akin to the mobile signal on Earth. Chapter 217, An Insight into Xia Versailles Logusta's research under the earnest efforts of Xia Luo. This pot of ingredients was ultimately salvaged from their mishaps. Subsequently, the contents were poured into a rectangular mold. Chapter 218, The Celebration Commences. With meticulous preparations made by all, the grand celebration of Guo's 1600th anniversary has officially commenced. The guests had arrived early and were comfortably settled in the elegant e-garden. Chapter 219, Pei Yu's Invitation. Colonel, shall we depart together? At that moment, the professors understood that only the new students, who were situated in the underground cavern, could silently ignite the destruction of that subterranean man-made structure. Chapter 220, Ares' Rejection. Pei Yu's secret longing behind Ares. Lieutenant Colonel Owen Brown appeared somewhat perplexed. General Pei Lang hails from the southern star regions of the Star Federation and has seldom had close dealings with his commanding officer. Chapter 221, The Goddess in an Apron. Fellow melon enthusiasts, the desserts crafted by Xia Luo are rather intricate, thus demanding considerable time. Given her proficiency, after toiling for a while, she barely managed to finish in time. Chapter 222, The Pouting Pei Yu. Ares likes what she likes, although it is said that the clear-minded remain clear, and rumors cease with the wise. These individuals persist in leaving peculiar comments beneath her Star Sky account, which often vexes her. Chapter 223, The Intent of the Drunken Man Lies Not in Wine. The father-in-law seeks a son-in-law due to Professor Adolph's advanced age. The Academy refrains from troubling him with trivial matters unless they are of utmost importance. However, Chapter 224, The Enchanting Charlotte. More pleasing than General Qin as the celebratory performance concluded, the audience appeared insatiable, lingering in delight. The students responsible for the distinctive exhibitions from various departments, despite their emotional exuberance. Chapter 225, Strategic Command Division's Scripted Murder Quintet. Upon hearing this, Chu Pengfei's interest was piqued. Is that true? We must participate. Chapter 226, Straight Men and Single Dogs Beware. The repeatedly dissed Qin and Chu brothers. Charlotte gestured towards the side. There are many uniquely styled apparitions here. However, the few over here seem to resemble Shikigami. Observing the script announcement below. Chapter 227, Fortuitous Luck. Summer Little Marshal Luo takes center stage. Now that a year has passed, he must have completed his fourth-year courses and is on the verge of entering the fifth year. The young man, with his short chestnut hair and deep brown. Chapter 228, A Captivating Disguise as a Young Man. Old photos hidden in the doll. The assistant promptly retrieved a suitable black wig for Charlotte, crafted from high-quality material that appeared remarkably natural without any hint of cheap plastic. Chapter 229, The Noble Young Master. Charlotte's intricate reasoning. Unable to restrain himself. Not only he, but several others in the room also changed their expressions. Chapter 230, The Appreciation of Xiao Ling and the Romantic Drama of the Single Dog. Xiaolao glanced at the image and found it difficult to recognize herself at first. Makeup is indeed a wondrous art, a remarkable transformation. Chapter 231, Is a direct confession not appealing? It is not entirely unacceptable. Just as Xiaolao was forming her judgment, a few others emerged nearby. Clearly, they, like Qin Xiaoyong, were also part of the Rose Gathering. Chapter 232, A Mysterious Escape from a Locked Room. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. How wonderful it would have been if Xiaolao could have joined him for the Rose event. That petite girl, with her youthful demeanor. Chapter 233, The Unsung Kings Hidden Beneath the Sun. For those born into affluent families, If their lineage is sufficiently illustrious, they would undoubtedly prevent their descendants from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Chapter 234. The Swift Qin Xiaoyang. Saving and being saved. Teacher Lu hurried towards the steel frame, but carrying a child made her movements quite cumbersome. Xiaoluo uttered not a word of unnecessary commentary, simply. Chapter 235. The Serious Qin Xiaoyang. Xiaoluo, do not consider yourself a hero in truth. Teacher Lu is generally a gentle individual. However, when it comes to matters involving her child, she becomes noticeably flustered. As a mother, she. Chapter 236. Qin Xiaoyang. The first to strike was not me. During the celebration, such an incident occurred, and as the event organizer, it is only natural to extend care and condolences. They are also aware that if it were not for. Chapter 237. Wrapped from head to toe. The outcast Jean Stewart. From a distance, Charlotte could discern that the individual's physique was exceedingly large, even surpassing that of Chu Pengfei. It is noteworthy that someone of Chu Pengfei's stature. Chapter 238. The challenges of a C-grade geneticist. Even silence can astonish. If someone offers assistance without ulterior motives, it is only fitting to express gratitude for such kindness. This, Jean Stewart. Chapter 239. The ingrained inferiority? Exiting the C5-star domain. Jean still did not remove his hood, but compared to the initial encounter, he was at least willing to engage in conversation with Charlotte. A simple gesture, you need not. Chapter 240. Like a radiant sun, approaching her, speaking to her. Furthermore, in this place, no one pays excessive attention to his genetic status. Even if people secretly scrutinize and discuss it privately, no one would. Chapter 241. Aries' attention, Charlotte and Lady Randall. Those capable of such feats would certainly not be the sheltered young ladies of noble families, as Aries would scarcely have the leisure to engage with them. Chapter 242. Tea and atmosphere. Has she stolen the heart of her beloved? However, as Charlotte brushed past Peiyu suddenly spoke. Greetings. I am a guest invited to the celebration. Rumor has it that. Chapter 243. An equal match? The defense of two individuals. Even when Peiyu had just entered the military and had yet to attain the rank of major, no one would have dared to address her in such a manner. Now, these two students from Gervis. Chapter 244. The adorably clumsy little biscuit, their unspoken understanding. Both of them were genuinely concerned about Charlotte's. Chapter 245. The Colonel's little treats, Charlotte's non-saleable goods. Logically, the seating arrangement for Charlotte and her companions was rather secluded. Even acquaintances would find it challenging to spot them amidst the throng of patrons. Chapter 246. Can he truly like her? Don't discard it casually. Upon hearing this, Owen glanced over and immediately noticed several bags of biscuits on Charlotte's table. He had anticipated that the young lady was quite adept. Chapter 247. The Zen influencer Charlotte. Embracing singleness, declining entanglements. Upon returning to her dormitory, Charlotte pondered for a moment before opening her light brain and logging into her Star Sky social media platform. Her account. Chapter 248. The Rising Star Charlotte. Dominating the trending charts. Taking the internet by storm. Of course, critics are omnipresent. But those who sincerely admire Charlotte are unlikely to be swayed by distorted facts and malicious conjectures in the comments. As for Charlotte. Chapter 249. The indifferent. Steely man juxtaposed with the charming young girl creates a delightful contrast. Thus, Owen harbored no particular concerns regarding his superior's romantic dilemmas. What truly troubled Owen was the well-being of his superior's daily life. Chapter 250. His culinary skills perfectly catered to his superior's tastes, ensuring that the future boss would be well fed. Aries Randall's physical prowess stands as a testament to his S-class super genes. As for his less desirable habits, Owen could only do his utmost. Chapter 251. Charlotte. Is this an entire night of self-indulgence? That General Qin is the chief commander of the mecha unit in the Western Military District of the Star Federation, having chosen martial pursuits over literary ones at the tender age of 20, with no prior. Chapter 252. Chu Pengfei. Damn it, you are treating us differently again. However, despite a night of little rest, the two young men appeared remarkably energetic, a testament to their advanced genetic heritage. Chapter 253. The perpetually single General Qin and young Master Chu. Bye. While in Juos, Charlotte typically donned her school uniform. Her casual attire was limited, consisting of only a few interchangeable sets. Chapter 254. When a straightforward man encounters another straightforward man, their conversations can be brutally candid. The robot obediently retrieved holographic images of spring attire from the system, presenting them in batches. Every time a batch is presented, it is arranged in a single line. Chapter 255, a long-awaited skirt, summer in a floral dress, refreshing and elegant. However, previously, in order for Qin Xiaoyang to invite her and Chu Pengfei to dinner, he delayed their first meeting. Chapter 256, Qin Xiaoyang, a good eye, quite attractive. With flaxen hair and emerald green eyes, he bears a resemblance to Qin Xiaoyang. Yet his demeanor is markedly more mature. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang is attired in a short-sleeved training shirt. Chapter 257, Qin Xiaoyang, there is no need for such formality in addressing me. A breakfast hardly requires much effort. Qin Xiaoyang smiled lightly, remarking that it is you who has been diligent in looking after Xiaoyang, which truly demands effort. His words. Chapter 258, assigned to personally guide her. Her long, glossy black hair contrasts starkly with the beige sweater on her upper body, accentuating her fair complexion. The refreshing light floral dress. Chapter 259, a grand training session at the starry Zygalia. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyang's words, a subtle smile graced Qin Xiaoyang's eyes. Perhaps another day, as I have been quite busy these past few days. In the past, he had even prepared breakfast for him. Chapter 260, Chu Pengfei. If this continues, he may be worn out from practice. During dinner, the restaurant is occupied solely by Xia Luo. Meanwhile, the current head of the Qin family. Chapter 261, the Phoenix Generation Essay. I believe that after a holiday of training, both he and Qin Xiaoyang will undoubtedly elevate to a new level. Moreover, they might indeed resemble Charlotte. Chapter 262, seizing the opportunity. The mech he utilized. One was uniquely designed, adorned in red and white, unmistakably crafted by a specialized armorer, showcasing personalized artistry. The other appeared rather ordinary, though. Chapter 263, biological voice recognition, the evolution of technology. Nevertheless, the original Phoenix was the first mech he ever operated. In other words, the model he currently employs is an advanced iteration. Charlotte cast a glance. Chapter 264, the first female mech artisan, when Renya, immortalized in history. The light particle booster, a propulsion system formed through the high-density compression of advanced light particles, generates remarkable speed. Chapter 265, treading the void, swift as the wind. Talents like when Renya, although initially marred by deception, did not inflict substantial harm upon her educational institution. Chapter 266, dance, the convergence of martial and aesthetic excellence. Charlotte. Transitioning from an unsteady gait to a smooth jog, Charlotte continually accelerated. Each step she took was remarkably steady, and each stride brought her greater enhancement. Chapter 267, Qin Xiaoyang. He surprisingly does not perceive a generation gap. Qin Xiaoyang initially believed that most of the day would be dedicated to accompanying her in practice and guiding her through specific operational methods. However, it seems that this is not the case. Chapter 268, their unspoken agreement. Xia Luo is uncertain about the materials used to construct this house. Yet one thing is evident. The materials employed must be extraordinarily unique. Chapter 269, Qin Xiaoyang. Apologies for my inadvertent remark. Xia Luo's eyes flickered. She has always been adept at observation and understanding the intricacies of human emotions. Naturally, she could discern the underlying implications of his words, which hinted at her perceived coldness. Chapter 270, Xia Luo. You are not much older than me. This statement from Xia Luo was less directed at Qin Xiaoyang and more a reminder to herself. In the past, she had repeatedly told herself not to. Chapter 271, Qin Xiaoyang. A bit of flesh on the face would be more endearing. Qin Xiaoyang speculated that perhaps women possess an inherent advantage in this regard, as they tend to be more capable of becoming attentive listeners. Chapter 272, Xia Luo, older brother? Kindly be silent. The corridor leading to the master bedroom is adorned with a plush carpet. The elongated passageway appears endless, a testament to the vastness of this residence. Chapter 273, Special Consideration or Relaxation Request. Upon encountering Xia Luo, Qin Xiaoyang greeted her immediately, yet his tone was imbued with profound weariness. Did you not accompany my brother for training today? Xia Luo reflected. I truly cherish each moment of our training together. Upon hearing his words, she finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyang's insights held merit. Qin Xiaoyang was genuinely burdened with numerous responsibilities, yet within certain limits. Amidst the communication, Qin Xiaoyang cast his gaze downward. his fingertips lightly caressing the holographic device, his thoughts elusive. His countenance lacked the customary joviality. The two visitors to the household were merely classmates of Qin Xiaoyang, and this was hardly a matter of significance, not warranting the involvement of the venerable Qin patriarch. Strangely, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. In early spring, as various blossoms had yet to fully bloom, the garden did not present its most exquisite tableau. Nevertheless, it appears that Chapter 278. The little cat and the old gentleman spoke plainly, and it was evident that Chapter 279. The astute one and the highly intelligent he when she arrived at the dining hall, Qin Xiaoyang was. Chapter 280. First, let us find a partner. The suitability must be assessed. Qin Laojie was aware that his precious grandson treated everyone with utmost courtesy, easily leading them to believe they received his special favor. However, since then, Chapter 281. Entrusting all initiative to her in truth, neither Qin Laojie nor Qin Xiaoyang needed to act in such a manner. From the very beginning, her attentiveness was motivated by self-interest. Chapter 282. She shone like a star, drawing others near unlike the last occasion. This time Xia Luo had no leisure to admire the scenery following the airship's ascent. She remained completely focused on the path ahead. Chapter 283. Qin Xiaoyang. At your flower-like age, you cannot wither in my hands this child. At times, spoke so bluntly that it caught one off guard. Qin Xiaoyang found it remarkable that, at his age, she could still bring a smile to his face. Chapter 284. Qin Xiaoyang. He likely has his concerns for her time passed unceasingly, indifferent to anyone or anything. An afternoon of training swiftly came to an end. Chapter 285. The leisurely life of General Qin. As General Qin leisurely observes the fresh surroundings, he feels a deep appreciation for Qin Xiaoyang, who has accompanied him in practice throughout the afternoon. Chapter 286. The allure of mature men. Is it inappropriate for him to feed her? Nevertheless, Qin Xiaoyang's casual attire remains undeniably appealing. Those who possess good looks can indeed make even the simplest garments appear exquisite, especially. Chapter 287. A stroll in the garden amidst the verdant lawn and flower beds. One can find charming waterproof lawn lights that exude elegance. The landscape pavilion, steps, columns, and retaining walls create a picturesque setting. Chapter 288. His confessions to her. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The young lady truly lacks a sense of caution. Or perhaps, it is more accurate to say she harbors no reservations towards him. It might be said that she is. Chapter 289. The true attraction lies in mutual trust. Continuing, she remarked, you once inquired whether, after death, one would transcend to another realm. In the vastness of the universe, could there truly be a paradise akin to what we envision? Chapter 290. Insufficient holiday balance, a birthday surprise? Upon awakening the next day, although her body still bore some discomfort, the extent of her recovery was unexpectedly remarkable. Perhaps it was due to her resilient constitution. Chapter 291. He has never cooked before. Could anything he prepares be edible? Fearing that Xia Luo might not comprehend, Qin Xiaoyang elaborated. It is merely a family gathering for a meal, devoid of any burden. In the past few days, we have been preparing for a. Chapter 292. Xia Luo. Have I boarded a pirate ship, effortlessly indulging in a lavish feast? Qin Xiaoyang proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Rest assured, I have chosen only the finest ingredients. The taste will undoubtedly be exquisite. Feel free to experiment. If it turns out poorly, we shall simply start anew. Chapter 293. Several cars as birthday gifts. Is the surprise diminished? Although the Qin family employs numerous servants and can afford such expenses, they are also equipped with the requisite high-tech devices. Nonetheless, Qin Xiaoyang typically. Chapter 294. Xia Luo, ensnared. Is the cake more significant than the individual? Xia Luo had no time to attend to the robot, which continued to move about the kitchen at will. It was currently programmed solely for movement tasks, which it executed. Chapter 295. The allure of Xia Luo, the self-aware absurdity of Qin Xiaoyang. Following her gaze, Qin Xiaoyang glanced at his meticulously tailored suit and found no fault. In truth, my culinary skills are quite respectable. This attire will not hinder. Chapter 296. Qin Xiaoyang's birthday, with Xia Luo, an outsider, at the table. Qin Xiaoyang's voice immediately echoed. Brother, where are you now? Chapter 297. Xia Luo's intentions captured his undivided attention. Having had only a few sporadic opportunities to dine with them, she could hardly form an accurate judgment, merely speculating to some extent. Hearing Charlotte. Chapter 298. The true Qin Shaoheng opened his heart to her, realizing that he had been gazing at her for quite some time. He could not help but chuckle softly. She appeared to possess nothing. Chapter 299, Their Empathy, Aligned Perspectives, Kindred Spirits? Even though he seemed indifferent, Charlotte keenly sensed the subtle shifts in his emotions. Faint and nearly imperceptible. She was unaware of the reason. Chapter 300. Charlotte was not merely appealing to his eyes, but to his heart. Qin Shaoheng understood that at that moment, she was taking a gamble, wagering on his composure and broad-mindedness. That he would not be constrained by pretentious ideals. Indeed, she truly. Chapter 301. Unexpectedly to his liking. Feeling her sincere efforts, the surroundings suddenly brightened, dispelling the tranquility of the darkness. The gazes of those present momentarily faltered, yet they quickly readjusted. Chapter 302. Qin Shaoheng's Confidant. Charlotte's birthday gift. After some contemplation, Charlotte decided to activate her holographic device. Considering that the three of them, the grandfather and grandson, were likely engaged in conversation, sending a voice message at this moment might. Chapter 303. The various advantages of long legs. Charlotte's ever-methodical nature. Qin Shaoheng was acutely aware that most of those gifts were likely prepared by the secretaries. A considerate gift giver might inquire about the nature of the present. Chapter 304. Shared reading preferences. Qin Shaoheng's profound interest. The expansive study, with its considerable area, allows for unfettered movement within. Flanking the room on either side are walls adorned with. Chapter 305. Is she hinting at him? Struck Qin Shaoheng. How can one ensure that the recipient graciously accepts a gift? It is essential to present them with that which they truly desire. One must ponder carefully what others genuinely need before offering. Chapter 306. The embarrassment of Shaluo. A compliant Qin Shaoheng? Noticing Qin Shaoheng's confusion, Shaluo felt compelled to express herself more plainly. I genuinely struggle with this. It is not merely an excuse to evade responsibility. You might perceive that my voice is acceptable. Chapter 307. Enchantment. As if scratching an itch in his heart, though my singing leaves much to be desired, I apologize for the amusement it may have caused. Shaluo refrained from playing coy and spoke directly. In her view, it was likely out of courtesy that he. Chapter 308. His remembrance. Her understanding. Shaluo mused that the bond between the two brothers was evidently strong, and their relationship was becoming increasingly harmonious, no longer awkward as it once was. However, regarding Chapter 309. A rare tranquil wood, the regulated beastman clan. It matters not. Who knows when we will next meet? When the opportunity arises, I shall offer you further guidance, Qin Shaoheng remarked. There is no need to overthink it. Simply regard it as. Chapter 310. Qin Shaoheng's return gift. A peculiar pink impression? Although the number of advanced gene users residing on the magnificent planet Hera is considerable, individuals of formidable stature, like Chu Pengfei, are quite rare. Chapter 311. The exquisite craftsmanship of the immature Qin Shaoheng may not be to your liking. However, Xia Luo's insomnia is rather peculiar, not alleviated by mere external objects. It stems from psychological issues left over from a special period. Chapter 312. Does she not even deserve a chance to refuse? With affection and admiration, Xia Luo began to believe Qin Shaoheng's words. Perhaps this small ornament crafted from soothing wood could indeed assist her sleep. Thus, Xia Luo inquired with conviction. Chapter 313. Awaiting your arrival, with no regrets. Major, I feel rather guilty for receiving so much while also indulging. Xia Luo expressed her true feelings. Merely your guidance in Mecca has already. Chapter 314. Murong Min's return to studies and Xia Luo's gradual discomfort. If it were not for Sol Anderson from the Intelligence Communication Institute, who shot her palm from a distance, the chaos that would ensue is still uncertain. Chapter 315. A mismatch. The disheveled Gusta versus the meticulously groomed Gao Zian. Xia Luo was utterly unconcerned. She had long since. Chapter 316. This fairy shall refuse to stay up late and reject becoming unsightly. In Gao Zian's perspective, it was merely a collection of mecha data. Why would she care? Gustav gazed at her disdainful demeanor and thought, well, never mind, I won T engage with her. Chapter 317. The Gilgamesh Star Cluster, the Desolate Beastmen. Alpha has always excelled in data retrieval. As a remnant of the advanced stellar civilization of Saldia, it is merely a fragment of information. Chapter 318. The Maze of Giants, a three-dimensional situational simulation. Those who can conduct situational simulations at the onset of the academic year are undoubtedly more advanced than Charlotte, having entered the upper grades much earlier. Regarding practical training and the like. Chapter 319. The Uncrossable Line, the fundamental and most formidable adversary of mecha engineers. In the interstellar era, the circulation of small arms, despite being officially regulated, still finds its way through various clandestine channels. Chapter 320. The Striking Charlotte. The Limits of Mecha Visibility. It must be noted that from the moment she boarded the shuttle, she was frequently the center of attention. After all, in the realm of mecha piloting, there are 5 entire grades. Chapter 321. The Gale Strike. The Strongest Alliance of the North and South. Jason Brown followed closely and delivered a fatal blow. Thus, the 2 peepatailed scorpions were thoroughly dealt with through their collaborative efforts. Chapter 322. Junior Charlotte? A disgraceful senior. Had it been a different, swifter species of the insectoid race, she might not have had the opportunity to execute the Gale Strike. After all, with the 6-star pilot who is not particularly adept at flying. Chapter 323. That mischievous lad is once again trying to woo the ladies. The unparalleled prowess of Charlotte. When Ares piloted the mech into view, Eric was profoundly struck at first glance. From that moment, the formidable presence was etched in his memory. Chapter 324. Shouldn't the brothers show some courage? Silence, you weeping child. Justin remarked from the side. I wonder if any new technology will be unveiled this year? I am genuinely looking forward to it. Chapter 325, Capturing the King Before the Pawns? The list of candidates for the competition. A venue designed in such a manner is of the highest quality. It maximally integrates all training elements and aligns seamlessly with a genuine combat environment, thereby truly enhancing. Chapter 326, A Dazzling Display of Mech Skills. Charlotte vanquishes the Ant Queen. However, Professor Adolf surveyed the scene and noted that aside from the fallen Ant Queen, only one medium-sized soldier ant lay dead. Thus this. Chapter 327. The next Ares Randall. The spotlight on Charlotte. Many of them adjusted the focus settings of their mech's ocular crystal screens, allowing them to observe the battle situation of this squad, even from a distance. There was. Chapter 328. Simultaneously extending an olive branch. Who is the mentor guiding Charlotte? Of course, even if they cannot observe on-site. Students from Guos and Paulton can follow along by watching the live broadcast. Not just this. Chapter 329. Are you joking? After all, piloting a mech is not merely a casual skill. Qin Shaoheng has assisted Xia Luo in numerous ways, and she can sense his kindness towards her. Chapter 330. The Ultra-Hardcore Training. A subtle conviction inspired by Xia Luo. Jason is now in the 5th grade, and he can confidently assert that among all 5th graders, achieving this is indeed a rarity. Chapter 331. The Fierce Confrontation of Mech Output. The position-filling king, Xia Demonis Luo. Especially after the successive losses of family members and the departure of that person, Xia Luo has truly found herself alone. In the apocalypse, everyone is remarkably indifferent, lacking. Chapter 332. The Shock of a Sci-Fi Blockbuster. The only 2 girls in the department. The training mechs are adorned with various codes, which are essential for differentiation. Han Jessen cannot help but speculate, utterly at a loss. Chapter 333. Beautiful, strong, and charismatic. She excels immensely. Han Jessen thoughtfully remarked, Xia Luo's prowess is far beyond that of Maria. She is not inferior to me and Eric. Today. Chapter 334. The Female Scientist's Invitation to Dinner. A gender ratio even more imbalanced than in the field of research. Gao Zian still wore an exquisitely crafted makeup, striding into the restaurant in high heels. In recent days, there has been some progress in the experiment, lifting her spirits. Thus, there was a conversation. Chapter 335. Everyone comes to find fault, meticulously honing the training mode for abilities. However, Gao Zian, who was initially engaged in ordinary conversation, immediately changed her expression upon hearing her brother mention Gustav. She glanced at Xia again. Chapter 336. Xia the veteran's criticism? Not participating would be a waste of talent. Fortunately, the 3 boys possess straightforward personalities. None of them perceive Xia Luo's direct critiques as a blow to their pride. On the contrary, they eagerly anticipate Xia Luo's evaluations. Chapter 337. Equal standing in the lead roles. A true embodiment of strength. Such a formidable aspiring mecha master. Naturally, they wished to be acquainted with one another. The morning was too hurried, and several did not have the chance to. Chapter 338. Qualified to participate? Undoubtedly confirmed. Now, Chapter 339. Deceptively underestimating the situation, the manipulation and calculation of Xia Luo. Among the upperclassmen, some students might have been held back for various reasons, yet as long as they possess sufficient strength, Director Robert will still grant them the opportunity to compete. Chapter 340. Uneasy? Xia the magnate is genuinely unafraid. Xia Luo understands clearly that she harbors no ill intentions towards them, and that is sufficient. Human interactions are inherently a reciprocal exchange. Chapter 341. The aquatic overlord, the Fishman tribe, a coveted subject of research. Due to the unique nature of the research projects within the Mecha Division, the laboratory's dome soars to great heights, resembling an exceptionally tall skyscraper. Such a colossal structure. Chapter 342. The transformation of multiple forms. What a marvelous race. The genetic traits of the Fishman tribe ensure remarkable cellular compatibility and extraordinary vitality, enabling them to complete a series of tasks in an exceedingly short time. Chapter 343. The strongest in the division? Remember, do not become complacent. Although Professor Gustav typically harbors a lackluster attitude towards Charlotte, he is acutely aware of her being a low-maintenance student. However, in regard to Chapter 344, Performing Good Deeds Anonymously, Qin Shaoheng, who speaks on behalf of Charlotte. During the journey to the Weapons and Equipment Division, Charlotte adeptly made her way to Professor Meng Qiu's office. Inside, other teachers noticed Charlotte's presence. Chapter 345. The subtle atmosphere of their first meeting. The enigmatic Qin Shaoheng. Meng Qiu spoke candidly, entirely unaware that Charlotte and Qin Shaoheng were already acquainted, and even quite familiar. Upon hearing Meng Qiu mention Qin. Chapter 346. The collaborative patent of Meng Qiu and Charlotte. The triple-stage energy sword. As the Military Academy of Guos, being directly affiliated with the military and holding a prestigious position within the Star Federation, the research conducted within its various divisions is. Chapter 347. The battle of top technologies from north to south, presenting to you the most dazzling spectacle. I have my reasons for wishing for you to serve as a co-developer and to submit a patent application alongside me. After Professor Meng Qiu presented to Charlotte, he still. Chapter 348. Is it unreasonable to judge by common sense? Achieving wealth and a better life. Charlotte's expression was light and cheerful, and although her demeanor remained somewhat subdued, she appeared to be in good spirits. Professor Meng Qiu couldn't help but sigh and remarked. Chapter 349. The invitation from Teacher L and the meeting with Dean Robert. The faculty dormitory is a vast campus, whose name may sound modest. Yet it is not merely a collection of drab buildings. Rather, it encompasses various. Chapter 350. The strongest division suddenly reduced to humble candidates? The contest between Charlotte and Robert. Dean Robert tidied up the documents on his desk before rising from his seat and moving towards the sofa. I called you here to discuss. Chapter 351. The ultimate trump card of the Mecha Division? Charlotte, who refuses to entertain grand illusions. With a sharp glint in his dark chestnut eyes, Dean Robert looked at her and said, in such large-scale competitions, numerous factors must be considered. One cannot merely focus on the surface. Chapter 352. Will Charlotte be relegated to the sidelines? A Waterloo-like treatment. Despite the various military academies having set up internal networks that restrict external access, their official websites remain unimpeded, serving as a. Chapter 353. Avoidance born of underlying tensions? Even as a candidate with diminished status, she remains quite composed. Ultimately, the public has shown little interest in Murong Min, and naturally, they are not inclined to investigate what transpired in her past. Sun Fei listened as Murong. Chapter 354. Chit-chat? Xia, the pseudo-serious Luo, preferred to take action. On this day, a multitude of competitors, spectators, as well as mentors from various colleges and logistical support staff, would don their gear and set forth towards Paulton for the competition. Chapter 355. Rough and unrefined, displeased with Xia Luo's mood shun. At this moment, Murong Min resembled a mere follower, trailing behind those individuals. If one were not observant, it would indeed be easy to overlook her. Most crucially, like Chu Pengfei. Chapter 356. Her white moonlight, vermilion mole. The daily interactions were rife with scheming. Mu Chun, a fifth-year student from the Military Arts College, represented his department in the competition. In the presence of the repeating first-year student Murong Min, his presence. Chapter 357. Arrival. Givers versus Paulton. Yu Shanshan felt utterly exasperated. She would never admit to being envious. Upon hearing Yu Shanshan's words, Mu Chan cast a disdainful glance at Chu Pingfei and his companions. Chapter 358, The Technological City by the Sea. A high-standard sea view room experience. Surrounding this massive island, several slightly smaller islands are scattered. If connected, they would resemble a flower. Chapter 359, A Seaside Stroll, Collaboration and Mutual Benefits Among Top-Tier and Second-Tier Entities. Enk, Chiankai, and Gao Zhirue reside in another villa, where the only familiar faces to Xia Luo are Qin Xiaoyang, Chu Pingfei, and Shang Wanyan. Chapter 360, The Glowing Candidate. The welcome party at Paulton. Upon hearing this, Xia Luo casually remarked, if a fight breaks out, it's not you who will step in, so be patient. Xia Luo understands Chu Pingfei well, this fellow is. Chapter 361, The Busy General Qin. What is he anticipating? In this regard, Morong Min, a girl known for her calculative nature, cannot be compared to Xia Luo. Throughout the past year, Shang Wanyan and Xia Luo have maintained. Chapter 362, The Time Difference Between Them. Xia Luo's overinterpretation of him. Compared to second- and third-tier military academies, the curriculum at Juo's is exceedingly rigorous, and the academic pressure is unparalleled by ordinary institutions. Chapter 363, Care for some gossip? The top student at Paulton. After arriving at Paulton, Enk was filled with exuberance, overwhelmed by the plethora of new experiences, as if she had numerous thoughts to share with Xia Luo. By the way, during lunch. Chapter 364, A Celestial Beauty? The White Family and the Icebound Snow Wolves. After listening attentively for a while, Xia Luo automatically filtered out the flattery regarding the chief's appearance, thus gaining some understanding of him. Xia Luo glanced at Chapter 365, A Top-Tier God Comparable to Ares? The Isolated Gene. Who could argue otherwise? Had Sean been born a few years earlier, he might have ascended to the ranks of a top military idol akin to Ares. Speaking of which, Guo Chapter 366. Is he not even qualified to spectate? Insecurities, panic, unexpected events. At this thought, Jean instinctively adjusted his collar, pulling his hood tighter around him. The surrounding students observed Jin's unusual demeanor with curiosity. Chapter 367, Jin's Silent Concern. Sean's subtle attentiveness. The departure of those around him allowed Jean to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet he had not fully quelled the panic that had gripped him moments before. This was evident in his continued grip on Chapter 368, the CP fans of Young Master Qin and Young Master Qin. An inherent boldness and confidence. Sean found himself increasingly preoccupied with the enigmatic Charlotte, though he could not articulate why. It was an inexplicable feeling of dissonance that lingered in his mind. Chapter 369, Fearlessness Born from Passion. Even sea-level genes can create miracles. Despite Jin's gratitude, Charlotte humbly declined to accept it. No need for thanks. I owe you for saving me previously. Charlotte referred to Guo Chapter 370, a low-grade sea-level gene. The laughable Guos, the leading boy, noticing Charlotte's disregard, stepped closer and continued to inquire. Hey, I'm asking you, are you from Guos? Chapter 371, Does the Mecha Academy walk with impunity? The routine remains unchanged. Chapter 372, Charlotte versus Min Taixing. Now that the wounds have healed, remember the pain. Release Zhongzhe. I shall be your opponent. Min Taixing exhibited a gleeful expression. Initially, the delay in the match had left him restless, but now. Chapter 373, The Stance on Punishment. Charlotte's audacious behavior. Min Taixing stood still, panting heavily. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he regarded Charlotte with a gaze devoid of his earlier disdain. Whether it was he, or. Chapter 374, The Innocence of the Injured. Gustar versus Yi Baiyu. Charlotte's admonition prompted Jean to awaken to the truth. Indeed, one cannot claim righteousness merely because one has been injured. Ultimately, it is also. Chapter 375, Broad-mindedness and Petty Jealousy. The distinction between Juos and Paulton. Charlotte silently observed the head of the Davis College, who appeared exceedingly amiable, reminiscent of an ordinary elder. In terms of outward demeanor, he was certainly more. Chapter 376, Charlotte, a non-threatening character? The hidden exposure rate of 0. Regardless of the circumstances, Juos is renowned as one of the top military academies. Having traveled from afar to compete, it is truly inappropriate to begin in such a conspicuous manner. Chapter 377, The First Leg Initiated by Intelligence. The true test on the field. From the moment Juos announced the list of participating branches, Paulton's Intelligence and Communications branch commenced its operations. tasked with investigating all branches of Juos. Chapter 378, Charlotte's Punishment of Running Laps. Confounded students of the Paulton Mecha Academy. Two individuals walked in silence, one following the other, both steadfastly heading towards their destination. The Paulton Academy, much like the Guos, resembled a grand edifice. Chapter 379, The Outsider Expert in Women's Football. The goal scored by Xia, the young football prodigy. As he dashed forward, Xia's hair, dampened by sweat, clung to his forehead and temples. Occasionally, a breeze would sweep by, lifting his dark locks slightly, providing a momentary respite. Chapter 380, How can one repay virtue with virtue? Xia remarked, I am not a paragon of virtue myself. Xia's voluntary acceptance of punishment was not without merit. Her suffering would ensure they could not emerge unscathed either, would it? Xia consistently found ways to turn every situation to her advantage. Chapter 381, Inflicting 1,000 losses while sustaining 800? The somewhat impulsive darling of the Mecha Academy. However, is this not a case of inflicting 1,000 losses while sustaining 800? Qin Xiaoyang remained somewhat dissatisfied. Just to undermine those individuals, you subjected yourself to 10 laps? Chapter 382, The Little Ice Star Uriel and the Self-Heating Temperature Control Garments. The Mecha Division is ready to go. Xia was never one to act thoughtlessly or rashly. Even when compelled by unforeseen circumstances to teach others a lesson, she meticulously arranged her escape routes. Chapter 383, From Capsule Beds to Floating Pods. The technological prowess that can defy nature. This series of self-heating temperature control garments is crafted from entirely natural materials. Even the subsequent technological refinements ensure that the close-fitting attire is conducive to the human body. Chapter 384, Multi-Layered Subfield Combat, Aladdin's Magic Carpet Suspension Cabin. Furthermore, within the competing teams of Gauze and Paulton, the numerous mechas must achieve a harmonious balance, ensuring equitable utilization across various series rather than focusing solely on. Chapter 385, The Spirit of the Dragon's Roar and the Knight's Emblem. The birth of the Federation's first batch of mechas, resembling a golden eagle. The slightly larger than usual body of the camera equipment exhibits sporadic dark golden hues. The golden eagle can soar through the skies. Chapter 386, The Mecha's Salutation. An intense sense of participation with manual switching of the golden eagle. At this moment, at the starting position of the competition, 20 mechas are arranged on either side of an invisible dividing line. A cursory glance reveals which series. Chapter 387. One of the judges, newly appointed Major Randall. Caught off guard in the first battle, Charlotte had previously noticed that among Paulton's substitute competitors was an individual she had seen not long ago. Earlier, Charlotte had interacted with two male members of Paulton. Chapter 388. Three Swords Piercing Thrill. Gauze rescues Zhao from encirclement. Chapter 389. An unusual eliminated contestant. New technologies from Gauze and Paulton. The damage to the mecha's control center signifies that it can no longer continue to fight. However, the control center of the mecha is situated within the chest. Chapter 390. Ares' Attention and Contemplation. A monumental transformation that has astonished the realm of mechas. Everyone present has joined a temporary group to disseminate various notifications and real-time information over the past 2 days. Similarly, Gauze and Paulton will. Chapter 391. Another general falls. Gauze's morale falters, facing immense challenges. Ares gazed at the report, which clearly indicated that if more suitable experimental materials could be selected, there might be hope to reduce the mecha's pain sensitivity. Chapter 392. A failed scheme backfires? Gauze strikes back. Objectively speaking, Paulton's team members collaborated exceptionally well, proving to be on par with Gauze. Therefore, Charlotte opined that in this match, Gauze. Chapter 393. Paulton cheering for 9v8? The technical buff of the extraordinary researcher. After Han Jiesen and Yuan Hongyi confirmed their escape route, they promptly activated the photon particle booster. The two of them, venturing alone, did not delay. Chapter 394. Even the benchwarmer must strive? The friendship match continues to heat up, just as Min Taixing and others mentioned earlier. The Paulton Mecha Institute also boasts high-quality technological inventions. Moreover, on this planet, they possess remarkable. Chapter 395. A variety of short videos and text live broadcasts. Star Sky, the quiet attention of Qin Xiaoyang. It is precisely for this reason that those captivating short videos have piqued the interest of many. The competition has only just commenced, and the Mecha Division has already captivated attention with its display of firepower. Chapter 396. A gripping hard science fiction spectacle where Charlotte, naturally inclined towards technology, finds solace in the mecha's uniquely crafted, light-colored, semi-transparent crystal display that alleviates the impact of intense light, thus preventing snow blindness amidst this icy expanse. Chapter 397. A dazzling showcase at various sub-competitions where elite students from top military academies engage in battle. For the Weapons Equipment Division, although the latest developed armaments have undergone extensive testing, this marks the first public demonstration, necessitating a choice of a location far removed from the crowds. Chapter 398. The Advantage of Palton, where a life-and-death moment sees Eric coming to the rescue. Consequently, these competitions in non-combat divisions are being held on several large islands of Palton Star, with the environmental setup closely aligned to their respective specialties. Chapter 399. Charlotte modifying mechas on site? After losing 2 members, Palton's latest underwater combat technology comes into play. Thus, Sean finds himself unable to seek out additional assistance, as he must face Captain Eric once more. The 2 captains engage in mutual restraint, each impeding the other's progress. Chapter 400. Sean's 2-hour rest period? Summer, the substitute, finally makes her appearance. After prolonged combat, even though energy depletion causes the mechas to continuously dissipate heat, a layer of frost still accumulates on their surfaces. The luster of steel accompanies. Chapter 401. The strange mecha modification of Charlotte, the uncrowned captain's core cohesion. It is precisely because the members of Gavers and Parton have analyzed each other that the competition was so fiercely contested from the very first day. Robert. Chapter 402. Can Parton's bandit techniques only be used among kin? The owl takes the stage in the night arena. Since Charlotte entered the fray, the hearts of the spectators have been significantly steadied. Charlotte once again united the remaining team members, gradually alleviating their. Chapter 403. The King's Aura of Hydroblading, Charlotte. The Invincible Ice Queen. Both the Golden Eagle and the Owl are high-end photographic equipment of the military, yet the latter possesses a greater advantage in nighttime imaging, with remarkably stable picture quality. Chapter 404. The Ace Reserve's grand finale, mecha and figure skating create a perfect double kill. It was terrifying. The members of Gavers could not help but exclaim, fortunate that Charlotte was on their side. Sean silently gazed at Charlotte, and in that moment, he. Chapter 405. The seamless integration of figure skating and mecha techniques. The third mecha's lightning speed turns the tide. Sean's words undoubtedly confirmed Charlotte's identity. Moreover, being personally named by Sean for a duel speaks volumes about her extraordinary prowess. Chapter 406. The situation looks promising, yet comes to a sudden halt. Parton's PTSD reserve. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Aries immediately discerned the uniqueness of Charlotte. She indeed adeptly combined figure skating with the practicalities of mecha combat. Chapter 407. Teaching her meticulously the psychological fermentation of intimidation and fear. Charlotte then spoke. Let us refrain from rushing into battle. We shall utilize the opportunity for a truce once more later on. Adequate rest is essential. The limited 2 occasions. Chapter 408. The Enigmatic Maneuvers of Gervos. The Life Victor, Lady Randall. The spectators within the viewing capsule experienced a complex array of emotions. They had initially witnessed such a thrilling match, each one aflame with fervor. Chapter 409. The Principled Charlotte. Extraordinary circumstances often conceal malevolence. As Owen pondered these thoughts, he too departed the command room. Chapter 410. The Uncharacteristic Charlotte. Severing his limbs, rendering him a general without troops to command. Currently, the number of individuals at this location stood at 5 for Parton, 4 for Gervos, with Charlotte's goal distinctly aimed at the Tam brothers. Among all of Parton's team. Chapter 411. Who set the trap for whom? Charlotte, submerged in the icy lake, and the seldom utilized Alpha. Sean's inner unease intensified, compelling him to glance around. The ground bore the scars of various cratered bombardments. Upon closer inspection, Chapter 412. The Advanced Bionic Equipment, the Bluefin Tuna, and the peculiar phenomenon of stepping on air underwater. The current situation is exceedingly tense. Within the suspended capsule, even if the mecha were to plunge into the water, they could still observe the imagery beneath the surface. Chapter 413. Special armor-piercing bullets and the dual propulsion system. A summer of unprecedented maneuvers by Charlotte. Just moments ago, A certain distance remained between Charlotte and the Tan brothers, Tan Mo and Tan Lin. Ordinary elongated armor-piercing bullets require a direct hit to be effective. Chapter 414, Enigmatic Charlotte, a goddess in the water. The Tan brothers are out of the game while she utilizes the water's currents, allowing one to observe each of her steps with clarity. When her speed was slower earlier, it was still. Chapter 415, Astonishing Talent, Summer, the Ice Behemoth, and the Mecha Gashmia Ice Storm. At this moment, a massive breach appeared on the ice surface, revealing a pale blue ice lake beneath. Fragments of ice floated upon its surface, resembling a vast ice lake. Chapter 416, Summer's Unstoppable Force, the Demon King, the Dark Horse, and the Obstruction of the Sword. Sean, now without his right hand. Yet, for Sean, thoughts were futile at this juncture. A colossal storm approached, and he activated the energy defense shield of his mecha. Chapter 417, Summer's Twin Swords versus South's Twin Swords, the Frenzied South She. Driven by a ruined spirit. Pray tell, can the half-apprentice of Major General Qin not be extraordinary? As the chief commander of the Mecha Corps in the Western Military District of the Star Federation, his piloting skills are formidable. Chapter 418, The Frenzied South She clings to Charlotte's leg. A full-scale mecha technique, live show. Suddenly distancing himself from Nanshi, Shiro activated the energy blades on the back of his mech. For energy blades, 2 on each side, symmetrically aligned. Chapter 419, The Importance of the Final Strike. A crisis in the Guaz mech maintenance area. With a twist of his wrist, Shiro aimed to directly deflect his opponent's energy sword. However, Nanshi's grip was remarkably strong, causing Shiro to. Chapter 420, A Substitute Change. Partners in combat, the armor masters fighting in a different manner. Parton had other substitutes available, and Nanshi's current condition rendered her unsuitable for further competition. The earlier promise to allow her to participate was merely a gesture of special consideration. Chapter 421, Shiro's Unlawful Red Card. Details noticed by Yi Baiyu. Time passed minute by minute, and after a flurry of activity, nearly an hour had elapsed. Several individuals from the mech manufacturing department had already commenced their respective tasks. Chapter 422, Shiro's Survival by Severing His Tail. The courage and vision to sacrifice the vehicle for the commander. Ultimately, the judges consented to Gustav's request, granting Parton and his apprentice temporary communication privileges. Shiro had initially been in the mech maintenance area. Chapter 423, A critical vote from Ares, Shiro severing an arm. Among the 3 judges, 2 had already expressed their opinions, which were conflicting. Chapter 424, The direct demise of the martial arts novel's one-armed hero. Is the Summer substitute to sacrifice another? For Shiro, engaging in meaningless actions was not an option. Charlotte is rational, approaching problems with remarkable composure and possessing an exceptional ability to regulate her emotions. Chapter 425, Summer. Yang Guo and Luo exude an undeniable aura, swift as the wind, engaging in combat with the prowess of a one-armed deity. Although Qin Xiaoyang listened to his impassioned rhetoric with some reservations regarding the judge's handling of the situation, he remained far more composed than Chu Pengfei. Chapter 426, Ares versus Qin Xiaoyang, Ling Xiao against Philian. Stop. Sean's voice echoed from a distance as he activated the speakerphone. Charlotte paid him no heed, driving her sword forward with precision. Chapter 427, Atop the icy summit, raising flags and striking poses, the king arrives to survey the competition. This pinnacle of emeralds, particularly in deep green hues, resembles the color of a major general's eyes. To Li Jiao, this gemstone is truly remarkable. Chapter 428, A change in attitude from Min Taixing and Ouyang Zhongsha. The South Stream that dealt a heavy blow to Natasha 2 years ago. Eric asked in a cold tone, Did you say her name is South Stream? The same South Stream who participated in the competition 2 years ago? Sean was taken aback by Eric's inquiry. Chapter 429, Summer, making an entrance with special effects and a BGM, igniting the ice carnival. Awaiting them was the enthusiastic welcome of all spectators. As Charlotte descended from the mecha cockpit, she radiated an aura akin to that of a cinematic backdrop. Chapter 430, An ice skating competition. Charlotte, clad in a black shirt, exuded a languid yet strikingly fierce presence. Upon hearing Charlotte's inquiry, Ank belatedly recalled a certain matter. Regarding her usual focus on attire and grooming, Ank's thoughts. Chapter 431, The Ice Queen's Gentle Kiss. A live broadcast of the Snow Fairy's icy temptation. This ensemble of black attire accentuated Charlotte's fair complexion, resembling freshly fallen snow. The surrounding expanse of white, a wintry wonderland, seemed to imbue her features with a frosty allure. Chapter 432. In Ares's eyes. Charlotte appeared different each time from their first encounter to the present. However, even upon witnessing this, Charlotte felt no particular significance. It was merely a commonplace ice sport. Moreover, she believed she was skating rather well, a refreshing experience after a long interval. Chapter 433. The irresistibly captivating presence of Qin Xiaoying, an embodiment of allure and charm. Yet, from Owen's perspective, they too were quite occupied indeed. Owen mused to himself, contemplating the overview of the work schedule for the evening's banquet. Chapter 434. Conversations among top-tier students? A mutual admiration between rivals. As these two sat together, the surrounding individuals ceased their attempts to engage Charlotte in conversation. When elite scholars converse, the onlookers remained at a respectful distance. Chapter 435. Exceptional talents in the realm of unique communication? Ingenious yet obscure advanced algorithms. Jin's exuberance was palpable. Sean observed the sudden lightness in Charlotte's demeanor. Evidently a message from someone familiar had brightened her spirits. After some contemplation, he took the initiative to speak. Chapter 436. Qin Xiaoheng's intervention to prevent Xia Luo's rampage? Xia Luo, my master is remarkable. A great teacher produces outstanding disciples. On the makeshift table beside him, an array of snacks and beverages lay scattered, none of which were of the variety currently provided by the Palton logistics. Xia Luo had grown accustomed to the unusual. Chapter 437. Summer, the boldness of artistic mastery. Is Xia Luo the new sensation? A host of officers have taken notice of her. The results from each competition arena have been announced. Chapter 438. A figure skating prodigy delayed by mechas? Her imitation of him? All are riding the wave of popularity. Due to Xia Luo's exceptional standard in figure skating, her short video has gone viral, consequently elevating the profile of the sport itself. Many figure skaters. Chapter 439. Are the Qin brothers' admirers mere girlfriend and wife fans? The iron-willed woman versus the charming young man. The number of comments in the discussion section continues to rise, clearly indicating Xia Luo's immense popularity. Moreover, within her comment section, one can always find a colorful array. Chapter 440. Who are the admirers of Xia Luo? Private messages exploding. True fans and haters clash. Furthermore, these girlfriend and wife fans also wish to leave a favorable impression before him, don't they? Thus, under Xia Luo's starry sky, the critics. Chapter 441. Since there is you, why is there tower? The top scientists willing to devote themselves to science. Glancing at Yi Baiyu from the side, Gusta spoke with a tone that remained somewhat distant. Enough already, don't pretend to be disheartened in my presence. Your direction is also sound. Chapter 442. The responsibility of the elite top? The elder brother leading the younger brothers? Maximizing the value of the competition. Upon this reminder, Yi Baiyu felt a sudden sense of embarrassment. That was ages ago, back when we had just become acquainted, during our student days. Chapter 443. The true secret of Nanshi. Fighting to death on the battlefield like family. Sean glanced at Nanshi, then at Charlotte, and chose to temporarily depart, allowing them their space. Once everyone had left, Nanshi hesitated before speaking. Chapter 444. Charlotte's piercing insight. Nanshi's forceful and ruthless second persona. As for Nanshi's attending physician, he would also be mindful of his phrasing during treatment, employing a more gentle approach. No one could match Charlotte's directness. Chapter 445. Inheriting the sword of the elder brother. The indispensable her. Even if Nanshi did not elaborate to Charlotte, the latter could still discern the general situation. A dual personality is, in fact, a form of psychological complexity. Chapter 446. Dinner with Sean? Denial and acceptance. Charlotte in Nanshi's eyes. Charlotte regarded Nanshi, speaking in her customary calm tone. Treatment does not signify the annihilation of her. Upon hearing this, Nanshi. Chapter 447. Military or political career. Charlotte, standing at a greater height. Exchanging contact information with Sean. After all, they are all kind-hearted individuals, and there should be no significant issues. Ank will personally reach out, and there should be no issues. Chapter 448. A lavish dinner party in Charlotte's circle of friends? Gavos and Palton in harmonious relations. From the outside, it appears to be an ordinary dining establishment. Yet the interior boasts a distinctive decor. The private rooms are situated on the second floor, spacious and well-lit. Chapter 449. Min Taixing and Ouyang Zhogzhe apologize? Charlotte, we can still be friends. Min Taisheng, holding a glass of wine, stands beside Charlotte, his gaze somewhat awkward as he remarks, Ahem, there has been a bit of, well, let's call it a misunderstanding between us recently. No. Chapter 450, Charlotte stargazing? Qin Xiaoyang enjoying the sea breeze? After this group has finished their meal, they seem to be still savoring the moment, prompting someone to suggest going for karaoke. However, Charlotte glances at the time and gently declines. Chapter 451, Summer Fairy. You look good. Your smile is even better. His plight is quite evident. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a bottle of milk. Qin Xiaoyang chuckles while shaking the beer in his hand. Enjoying drinks by the seaside is quite delightful. Chapter 452. Is the summer representative to speak? The boys crammed together are quite wild. The boys sleeping closely together. Chapter 453. The presence and aura of the summer big shot? An exceptional military doctor from the Su family. For Paulton students, it is a rare occasion to interact with so many students from other institutions and to indulge in such leisure outings. Due to this friendly match. Chapter 454. The formidable Matthew Jones, known for his disdainful demeanor. Among his peers, he has seldom bowed to anyone. When Su Nuo mentioned this, Xiao Luo responded, very well. I shall make it a point to meet him when the opportunity arises. Thus, Su Nuo proceeded to mention her cousin. Chapter 455, He Xiao Tong. Collaborating with Aries, shares a mutual admiration akin to that of soulmates. Jean does not perceive himself as superior. He merely draws upon the wisdom of Mr. Stewart. Meanwhile, the Matthew Jones before us. Chapter 456. Aries, who has never enlisted female soldiers, recalls their prior discord. Previously, Gao Zian and Gustar were already aware that He Xiao Tong and Professor Yi Baiyu from Paulton were preparing to join forces for a research project. Chapter 457. The amiable words of the esteemed Aries, accompanied by exhilarating video edits. Under the host's introduction, the highly regarded Major General Randall commenced his address. His demeanor remained characteristically aloof, and though his voice. Chapter 458, a grand award ceremony, featuring a public speech by Xia Luo and Thompson. Jean undoubtedly captured everyone's attention, yet Gavers and the other intelligence personnel from Paulton were equally formidable. Observing. Chapter 459, Xia Luo's impromptu interaction ignited the audience. A glorious speech belonging to each and every one of us. Just now, Senior Thompson's speech deeply resonated with me, as many of his words echoed my own sentiments. Senior, could this be considered a meeting of minds among heroes? Speaking of which, Chapter 460, The Gifted in Aries' Eyes, focusing on the various elites surrounding Charlotte. I observed Charlotte's speech as well. Unlike the other girls adorned in formal dresses, she donned the simplest of school uniforms. If only. Chapter 461. Is Nanshi inspired by Charlotte? A poignant farewell between Gauze and Parton. After watching this series of videos, Mu Chun felt a subtle shift within, as if Charlotte was not as devoid of merit as he once thought. Subsequently, Chapter 462. Observing and learning from Charlotte, the internship commences. Often, the arduous obstacles that lie ahead must be shouldered in silence. Humanity grows in such a manner, surpassing all other creatures. Chapter 463. Approval of the internship application. The guiding significance of benchmark Charlotte. All these matters must be meticulously organized and compiled by the staff responsible for the internship, constituting a monumental endeavor. Thus, like Charlotte. Chapter 464. An unforeseen and peculiar situation. Charlotte's reciprocal nighttime technology test. Presently, individuals such as Qin Xiaoyang and Chu Pengfei are relentlessly pursuing their studies, advancing at an impressive pace. At this rate, it won't take long. Chapter 465. An unhinged Charlotte? The astonishing invasion and reboot. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. She was no novice in piloting mechs, her skills having evolved significantly over time. How could she possibly be facing a situation where Chapter 466, the absolute loss of control by the protagonist, non-contact infectious metaprograms and subprograms. Professor, step aside quickly. The mech is malfunctioning. I cannot control it. Charlotte exclaimed urgently, as if something had breached the core main system. In any case, hurry in Chapter 467, the massive army of the night show? Charlotte versus 120. In this vast arena, numerous mechs were provided to cater to the training needs of the upperclassmen as much as possible. Although each cohort Chapter 468, the hormone-fueled men, raucous and contemptuous, Charlotte's counterattack in a crisis. Now that the target mech had been identified, Charlotte deemed it unnecessary to remain concealed any longer. However, Alpha still reminded her of her directives. Chapter 469. Charlotte facing hardships? The responsible Gustav. Charlotte's piloting prowess was formidable, even when besieged by 20 mechs. They could not subdue her in a short span. Nevertheless, she remained quite. Chapter 470. Motion sickness in mechs? A feeling of helplessness? Charlotte's reverse tracking. Gustav's values. Being a specialist in mech research, Gustav was well aware of the various signs preceding the activation of the energy cannon. Now, even he is completely devoid of. Chapter 471. Alpha versus Michael Abraham. The contest in the data world. The murderous aura of Charlotte is palpable. Charlotte continues to inquire, how long will it take? Alpha's mechanical voice exudes confidence. Not too long. However, I require as much. Chapter 472. What lies in the garbage star domain? Charlotte places the blame on Alpha. For this civilian light brain, controlling it poses no challenge for Alpha. Charlotte gazes at the three-dimensional map before her, as Alpha delineates a rough area. Chapter 473. The Stolen Laboratory Number 3? A feint from the traitor within Jervos. Both sides unite to search and gather evidence. Meanwhile, within Jervos Academy, everyone is on high alert, as the leaders of various divisions orderly arrange for faculty and students to seek refuge. The atmosphere is rife with anxiety. Chapter 474. Is Charlotte making a contribution? The cloud of suspicion looms over Jervos. Reasons that fail to hold water. These doubts arise in Charlotte's mind. If she can conceive them, surely Gustav and others can too. Recently, the higher-ups of Jervos are bound to commence a screening. Chapter 475. The officials extending an olive branch to Charlotte? The demeanor of the Academy's chief. Professor Gustav has mentioned this matter to Charlotte, expressing a desire to award her a commendation for bravery, though nothing has been finalized yet. He wishes to first inquire about her personal thoughts. Chapter 476. A touch of perfume, perhaps? The distinction between a research man and the true Sea King. The interstellar keyboard is exceedingly busy. However, as one gradually engages, it becomes evident that he is remarkably intelligent, an exceptionally gifted researcher. Furthermore, although his temperament may not be the most agreeable, he also possesses a sense of understanding. Chapter 477. Aries Randall, who refuses the second round of matching. Information verification hindered by takeout. Of course, Little Ma is aware of Aries Randall. He is none other than the young master of the Randall family, who was recently promoted to Major General. Speaking of which, during the internship. Chapter 478. Xiao Miao Miao, overly fixated on Aries? An exception made for her. His first female intern. Owen perused the documents, feeling confident there were no issues, ready to submit them to the superior. Yet, in the next moment, he stumbled upon a rather unexpected name. Chapter 479. Michael in search of Charlotte? Aries' intricate scheme. During his student years, Aries Randall not only focused on core courses in the Mecha Division, Weapons Equipment Division, and Strategic Command Division, but also. Chapter 480. Qin Shaoing. Wishing to engage in casual conversation with Charlotte? He can resolve other issues. Aries entrusted Owen with certain matters, then added, involving specialized fields. The other party may not elaborate too much. Chapter 481. Charlotte with influential connections? The talk device's holographic AI butler. Placing the talk device on the desk is akin to a decorative figurine, neither obstructive nor without purpose. Xiao Zheng's talk device. Chapter 482. A direct confrontation with the Academic Affairs Office? Chapter 483. Qin Shaoing. Can I not assist? Xiao Luo. Everything serves the fundamental purpose. In Xiao Luo's perspective, when a mistake occurs, one must find a way to make amends. The party at fault is not her, and she bears no obligation to compensate for another's errors. Chapter 484. Qin Shaoheng's silent helplessness? Xiao Luo's astonishment? Boundaries and discretion. In response to his inquiry, Xiao Luo found herself momentarily engulfed in silence. The reason she felt troubled and apologetic was due to Qin Shaoheng's unwavering character. Chapter 485. Aries' 3 quotas? The tempestuous Xiao Luo. Observing the numerous accolades he has amassed over time, one cannot overlook the collaboration with Professor Meng Qiu from the Weaponry and Equipment Institute on the 3 energy sword patents. Not to mention the recent friendships forged. Chapter 486. The entry permit for Minerva Star? Depart. Interns converge on Chino Star. Xiao Luo declined their proposal, coolly remarking that she had no desire to lug 8 28-inch suitcases into the city, successfully dismissing two misguided individuals. Chapter 487. The Cultural Sanctuary of the Constellation of Virgo. Minerva Star. An indomitable cultural heritage. The voyage to Minerva Star proceeded smoothly. Xiao Luo, Eric, and Justin provided mutual support, preventing any sense of monotony. Chapter 488. The banners of the war support headquarters flutter in the breeze. The city of Vlasova at the heart of the metropolis. In times of genuine need, Ares, as the responsible party, would execute real-time coordination. Stationed on the planet Minerva is primarily Ares Lawn. Chapter 489. A list of interns from Combat Unit 8. A complex composition of military branches. An irreplaceable electronic internship certificate. Charlotte speculated that these might be locations such as the cafeteria or training facilities. Following the guard's directions, Charlotte and her companions proceeded to the central main building. Chapter 490. The duplicitous and insincere Charlotte. Distinctive attire among the interns. Moreover, the diverse composition of the 8th Combat Army naturally provides these students with the practical experience they require. Charlotte merely glanced at the list before. Chapter 491. Sister Xia's dining experience attracting attention. A sea of serious men. Checking the time, it seemed to be nearly time for dinner. Chapter 492. Nemea Military Academy and Starshine Military Academy. Interns proactively seeking Charlotte's favor. However, Justin maintained a positive mindset, quickly adjusting his emotions, consistently facing the impending internship with an optimistic attitude. Chapter 493. The canine-eared Qi Yang from Longhuan Military Academy. A different manifestation of B-grade genes. In fact, exhibiting signs of beastification is rather a normal phenomenon. Chapter 494. Qin Xiaoheng's subtle expression. No need for lingering thoughts or feeling overly flattered. In Eric's view, since they are here for an internship, one must be prepared for hardship. Many matters require compromise, and one cannot expect to enjoy an exceptionally comfortable environment. Chapter 495. Qin Xiaoheng, unable to suppress his laughter, harbors a particular inclination. Chapter 496. The unique privileges of the first assistant. The resemblance between Ares and Charlotte. The Fifth Armament Institute is quite an established research institution within the entire Star Federation. It was founded at an earlier time, predating the strategic support of the Northern Military District. Chapter 497. Ares' intentions. The formidable Charlotte. The field of intelligence also holds boundless prospects. Such numerous tasks cannot solely rely on Owen's efforts. Consequently, the assistant's office includes the presence of other members. Chapter 498. The most unoccupied Charlotte. Inquiring about the Major General's appetite while delivering meals. After completing the initial cleaning, Charlotte took a seat. The surrounding individuals continued their bustling activities, and she did not immediately approach them. She had just. Chapter 499. The unpretentious Charlotte, the delivery girl, struggling to manage her expression. Pay attention to facial expressions. The top floor is equipped with an access control system, and one must swipe this electronic access card while taking the elevator, requiring another swipe upon arrival. Owen remarked as he operated the device. Chapter 500. Arrogantly preaching. She must have had her brain pinched by the door to retort against him. Ultimately, individuals of such stature would not take advantage of an intern like her. After finishing her meal, Charlotte bid farewell to others and then continued. Chapter 501. Charlotte's piercing words regarding his command. Her predicament. For those diligent attendants, exerting themselves during meal deliveries proves futile, as this individual is far from amiable. Consequently, the narrative unfolds. Chapter 502. A serious demeanor? A reticent enigma? She will discern his preferences. Ares stood by the table, grasping the thermal bag above. Charlotte observed him turn and stride toward the office exit, promptly following suit. Chapter 503. A boy or a mature man? Ares, unlike his usual self. Unbeknownst to her, Charlotte began to contemplate her identity as a delivery person. The following morning, she awoke earlier than ever before. In the morning. Chapter 504. The composed Charlotte and Ares? Utilization and vigilance? He does not complicate matters for her. Ares remained silent. He did not commence his meal until Charlotte was seated. Glancing at the breakfast before him, he unexpectedly inquired of her. Chapter 505. An affection for talent? Ares' special consideration? The intern's weekend shopping. It is noteworthy that previous attendants could not achieve such feats. However, upon reflection, Owen seemed to grasp the underlying reasons. Regarding Chapter 506. An unbearable Versailles shopping style? Charlotte's pink cherry blossoms versus Aries' profound black. Do these two functions convey the same meaning? Ouyang Zhongzhe held 2 small cooking pots and remarked, I cannot decipher the instructions. He was in the process of. Chapter 507, Pink Romance and Girlish Sentiments. A formidable presence, accompanied by an innate beauty filter, the supermodel ensemble. Others may choose this lunchbox perhaps due to a youthful whimsy, but for Charlotte, such pink romanticism holds no sway. Practicality reigns supreme. This lunchbox is. Chapter 508, An Assignment Abroad. Casual weekend chit-chat? He couldn't possibly have eaten nothing, could he? In response, Eric refrained from immediate comment, as he is typically cautious with his words. Unless he possesses particularly certain information, Eric seldom speaks frivolously. Chapter 509, The Unexpected Naivety and Simplicity of Aries. Although he appears quite serious and earnest, embodying the archetype of someone meticulously dedicated to their work, is it truly plausible that he neglects all else? Chapter 510, A Robust Constitution. The red broth and delicate noodles with green onions might overwhelm him. Chapter 511, He refrains from touching her wrist. Charlotte's top contact. She elucidated her initial intentions before turning to tidy the table. Though she had merely prepared a bowl of noodles, the surface still warranted some organization. Chapter 512, Respect and Understanding. The cookies she baked are acceptable to him. In light of this, Aries wouldn't go out of his way for such matters. In non-work-related affairs, he genuinely respects the opinions of others and seldom imposes his own. Chapter 513, Aries' Remarkable Restraint. His integrity and her pride. After meticulously brushing each flower petal with sauce, Charlotte once more placed the baking tray into the oven. This time, Charlotte only roasted for 2 minutes. Chapter 514, The Old Bachelor. The workaholic who neglects his girlfriend. There is no need for excessive concern. Charlotte earnestly stated, Sir, you are an exceptionally capable individual, and it is a great honor for me to intern under your guidance. Therefore, I hope to make the most of these 6 months. Chapter 515, The Insightful Aries. A more intimate gesture. Recently, after Charlotte delivered meals, Aries has been dining more punctually. Fortunately, due to his cooperation a few days ago, Charlotte was able to make it to the cafeteria in time to enjoy her own meal. Chapter 516, Aries' Personal Guidance. A mutual exchange of benefits. Wherever the superior prefers to linger, she would not dare to intrude. Charlotte began to wash the meal containers with her back turned to him, yet she still retained a modicum of attention towards him. Chapter 517, Catering to his preferences. Charlotte is an exception. Being in proximity to someone as emotionally aloof as Aries, Owen navigates the situation with remarkable finesse, although he typically exudes the authority of an officer. Chapter 518, Humans who can rival the Alpha. The purging of warships and cosmic ecology. Threats must be stifled in their infancy. When competing against the Alpha, the opponent operates with a program that is being edited and modified in real time, a testament to its formidable capabilities. Nevertheless, even if Charlotte had not. Chapter 519, Increasingly Entangled. Completely unappealing to the Major General. Charlotte, who has been excessively lauded. Although the barren star is desolate and inhospitable to ordinary life forms, it can still be regarded as a star. After the purge, what remains cannot even be considered a barren star. Chapter 520, The Conscripted Charlotte. Why is she indispensable? She never found him difficult to please. Yet, the Major General has never divulged any preferences. All they know is that he favors a rather bland palate. Thus, they are at a loss as to how to prepare. Chapter 521, The Resurgence of Immaturity. Aries, I will dine punctually, and you shall not be troubled further. Chapter 522, An Unusual Sandra. A vibrant barren star. The missing D-class star domain. This should be a rather rare occurrence, considering that extensive preparations are required prior to an external mission, to rashly alter the destination mid-journey for other tasks. Chapter 523, Why seek them out specifically? A truly rare Sandra. The value in the eyes of researchers. Charlotte surmised that they were likely the advanced team, sent to scout the conditions of the planet. One must not underestimate this celestial body merely because it possesses vegetation and water sources. Chapter 524, Aries personally commanding at the front line. A skill honed through countless trials. The well-trained combat unit 8. Orders from superiors are disseminated in layers. Aries and Owen, among other high-ranking commanders, need not be at the forefront. Their responsibility lies in orchestrating the overall strategy. Chapter 525, Each performing their specialized roles. Ascend, Pangolin. Charlotte may not be an expert in this field, Yet she can discern that the soil here is exceptionally hard, resembling compacted stone. Thus, it certainly presents. Chapter 526. The strategic leadership of Aries. The conventional process of the rock spider. The professional competence of all. The soldiers responsible for environmental surveying don specialized oxygen masks while carrying metallic boxes. These metallic containers bear resemblance to those previously handled by the fiery Stoneskin group. Chapter 527. Fragility after excessive protection. The tactical arrangement. Aries Landel's pragmatic style. Relying on the equipment carried by the search and rescue team. The deeper they ventured into the mountain, the more they could map detailed imagery in real time. Owen Brown. Chapter 528. Good news and bad news. Charlotte's unfounded worries. Oxygen tablets and signal interference. Therefore, as a precaution, they also carried simple oxygen masks. These masks, while providing a standard oxygen content, excel in portability, eliminating the need for cumbersome. Chapter 529. A vast unknown territory. A thicket abruptly ceasing. Faithfully executing emergency action protocols. As for those trapped, they each carried a small. Chapter 530. Pristine nature. Chaotic and erratic. The strange scene during rescue. In such a pitch-black environment, even with small lights affixed to their helmets, it was challenging to discern their surroundings, let alone capture images. Chapter 531. Peculiar beast stone carvings. The indigenous people of Sandra's star. The ancient language of the orcs, Elam. Soon, Zhang Lianping ended the call. Chapter 532. Is there anything that Aries cannot resolve? With Elam as a focal point, he always strives for excellence. Long ago, as the orcs faded into obscurity, the Elam language fell into disuse. Such an ancient tongue now. Chapter 533. The inexplicable allure of Aries. The missing rescue team 3. Like finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 534. The self-destructive, near-collapse survivors. His burdens to bear. An identity from which there is no retreat. Yet at least, they still have a direction to strive towards. For Aries, at this moment, the situation is far from straightforward. They. Chapter 535. Settling for the status quo or fighting against the odds. Unimaginable challenges. Few possess the ability to fight. Were it not for Professor Gu as the cornerstone, others might have already succumbed to despair. Once a person loses even a modicum of rationality, they hasten their own demise. Chapter 536. Masterpieces of craftsmanship and glimpses of the bigger picture. A twist of fate, uncanny, as part of this escort team. Chapter 537. A tumble in midair. Individual combat, gear resounding. The synergy within the realm of research. Yet, throughout the long passage of time, there has never been any report of similar structures discovered on Sandra's star. Perhaps this is due to the very nature of the architecture itself. Chapter 538. Egypt or the Mayan pyramids. Mysterious and awe-inspiring. The boundaries of technology that defy gravity. In solitary combat, soldiers do not possess the formidable protection of mechs, unlike the mech pilots who are shielded by their armored exoskeletons. Thus, the soldiers clad solely in special operations attire. Chapter 539. A clash of strength. The elemental diversity of Tfei 3 and CRC 5. The cosmos is replete with wonders. Indeed, as Charlotte initially surmised, the pyramid occupies more than just this singular mountain. It extends far beyond, claiming. Chapter 540. Tomb or altar. The enigmatic civilization of the planet. Discrepancies and the unnatural, unless absolutely necessary. It is prudent to refrain from employing heavy firepower, as it could easily trigger a collapse within the mountain's interior, particularly in this area, where. Chapter 541. Summer. The linguistic virtuoso, the master of ancient scripts, the archaeologist, Luo, the ear of a national treasure. Apart from the inaccessible sections embedded within the mountain, they have thoroughly examined all visible areas. However, after meticulous exploration. Chapter 542. Is Charlotte still as malicious? The layered tricks of deception, forcing you to confess. Master, is there any assistance Alpha can provide? Alpha inquired. Its voice was lowered, ensuring it would not attract the attention of others in the distance. Chapter 543. Flowers in the mist, the moon in the water, the illusion of light and shadow. Summer, still as frigid and dashing, Luo. She pondered, hoping for tranquility in her surroundings. Alpha, Master, you remain as cold and dashing today, indeed. However, Al. Chapter 544. Summoning wind and rain. Controlling the celestial bodies under specific conditions, the enigmatic compass and its critical points. Only she can achieve this. Indeed, just moments ago, the search and rescue team, with its multitude of personnel, gathered around the pyramid in pursuit of clues, united the small searchlights on their helmets. Chapter 545, The Restructuring of the Cube, a grandiose display of magic. The prodigy in the eyes of others. Centered around the compass, the intricate symbols adorning the pyramid's exterior began to reorganize. Once the restructuring commenced, it was as if pulling one thread unraveled the entirety. Down. Chapter 546, The Architectural Aesthetics of Summer, Snowy Ember, and Luo? A rare talent in translation. An unreserved assessment. Previously, amidst the soldiers of the search and rescue team, none had bestowed particular attention upon Summer Luo. After all, she had yet to reveal her capabilities. Chapter 547, Proficiency in Mechanisms and Puzzles, a formidable intern. Synchronization between Summer Luo and Zhao Tsong. Summer had endured numerous experiences, her reservoir of knowledge vastly exceeding that of the average individual. Most critically, she remained remarkably calm and composed. It was precisely due to these attributes. Chapter 548, The Ode of the Ancient Tomb and Mysterious Powers, a horrific soul's cry. Summer, the accompanying translator, Luo. In comparison, Summer maintained a steadier demeanor than Zhao Tsong throughout. Even the most seasoned soldiers possess fields in which they are less adept. Chapter 549, Restart Failure, Time, Truth, and Light. The Overlooked Minute Factors. Questions beyond intellectual capacity. In the apocalyptic world, Charlotte had encountered such a scenario more than once. Indeed, within this narrow passage, once the airflow shifted, it was prone to surge. Chapter 550, The Tomb Passage and the Mysterious Statue. The adept analyst, Aries Randall. In response to Zhao Tsong's inquiries, Eric refrained from elaborating, as all of this remained merely conjecture. He was unable to draw any definitive conclusions at present. As he tidied up his belongings. Chapter 551, Two Openings, Two Doors, Traces on Either Side. A chaotic tangle. Regardless, Charlotte, being an intern under Owen's name, naturally paid closer attention to this child. Although Charlotte was merely an intern, Chapter 552, The Elusive Aries Randall. His terrifying presence. The chilling faceless statue. Upon hearing his superior's explanation, Owen began to grasp the situation with a delayed understanding. However, how the officer deduced the characteristics of the mechanism's opening and closing remained a mystery to Owen. Chapter 553, A Strategy Without Flaws? Beyond Reach? The vast knowledge of Aries Randall. Aries calmly remarked, I do not recognize it, but it bears resemblance to a certain script I have studied. It is merely an associative understanding. Owen, very well, Major General. Chapter 554, Missed Opportunities? Similar scripts across different temporal spans. The aspects that concerned Aries. Thus, although it could not be seamlessly integrated into a complete map. Chapter 555, The Labyrinth of Agitation and Oppression, challenged by blurred senses and willpower. The IR-type reconnaissance steel ball. Previously, fearful of mobility issues, several small lighting devices were left in an open area outside. At this moment, in order to see clearly around her, she relied entirely on the miniature apparatus attached to her helmet. Chapter 556, Humility? Impossible? Creating Chaos? Charlotte's ingenious mechanisms. An extraordinary display of skill. However, before Zhang Lianping could utter a word, Charlotte confidently declared, Captain Zhang, leave it to me. I will accomplish the task. Her tone was unassuming, yet it exuded a sense of determination. Chapter 557, Mysterious Feng Shui Techniques? An overwhelming trio. She was as swift as a cheetah. This time, the other members of the rescue team gained a fresh perspective on her. This intern's capabilities appeared to be remarkably formidable. Chapter 558, Suffocation and Fishing with Nets? Shattered to pieces? Repeating past mistakes? Transforming adversity into advantage. The architect of this trap likely did not intend for anyone to escape alive. The design was meticulously calculated, anticipating how those ensnared would attempt to evade capture. Chapter 559, Extreme Rock Climbing? Such gracefulness. Charlotte's mastery. Her enviable practical skills. Her body glided downwards with the Earth's rotation, swift as a fleeting moment. Yet, as she descended, her feet deftly landed on the concealed ground. Chapter 560, A Rough Character with a Refined Touch? Unconventional Charlotte. A variable individual, especially humans, who possess an abundance of heat within them. Zhang Lianping estimated that two conditions must be met to trigger the mechanism. Chapter 561, A Perilous Prelude? Various Schemes? Within the truly substantive content, Xia Luo refrained from elaborating on the intricate cultural ideologies as she had initially done. At this juncture, whether to speak or remain silent bore no impact on their actions. The Search and Rescue Team. Chapter 562. Obvious favoritism? Odd shapes? Xia Luo suggested. Shall I take the lead? All of Zhang Lianping's decisions were made with consideration for the other team members. As the leader, he could not afford to take reckless risks. Upon noticing Zhang Lianping's intentions. Chapter 563. Eerie Specimens? Anomalous Laboratory? Those items. The enigma of energy supply. However, within this laboratory, besides the peculiar furniture, there existed an array of devices and instruments of various sizes, scattered throughout the central area. Chapter 564. Biological Cultivation Chamber? As thrilling as unboxing? Pandora's Box. Experimental transformations and infinite possibilities. Nearby, Zhang Lianping exchanged a few words with Deputy Wang Lei. Xia Luo chose not to recklessly intervene and create chaos for the others. Instead, she opted to stand aside, which did not. Chapter 565. The Domino Effect and Catastrophe? Whose masterpiece? Surveillance and Operating Room. A glimpse of the iceberg. What manner of organism resided within the biological cultivation chamber, and what level of danger it posed remained unknown to them. Should they forcibly breach the access control to investigate? Chapter 566. An Enormous Challenge? Anti-intrusion measures? A versatile jack of all trades. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to Justin's inquiries. Chapter 567. Do teammates affect her speed? Neither affirmation nor denial. The first of Alpha. The soldiers before him, though not experts in information technology, possessed military-grade equipment, relying on the devices at the very least. Chapter 568. Such a mischievous Charlotte? Who is the turtle? You instill a remarkable sense of security. After a brief moment, Charlotte remarked. Then delve deeper into your perception. What exactly is this extraordinarily unusual thing? However, in the face of Charlotte. Chapter 569. Is a false persona prone to collapse? Perform the entire act to confound them. A true embodiment of formidable strength. Having confirmed this, Charlotte turned to Alpha and said, remember to act according to plan. Assist me in breaching the security measures. In the summer. Chapter 570. Unfazed by reckless maneuvers? The demeanor of a pretentious professional. On the subject of performance rankings. Although Charlotte often spoke with humility, her decision to attempt it indicated considerable confidence. To acquaintances, Charlotte remained still until action demanded otherwise. Chapter 571. Ares' Doubts? Sovereign of the virtual realm. The ancient and enigmatic green figure. At this very moment, the reinforcement team assigned to Team 3 finally arrived at the side entrance of the pyramid. Upon their arrival, the side entrance. Chapter 572. A plastic botanical garden? More intricate than a labyrinth? Shalloa, be more confident. Refrain from voicing your doubts. Shalloa did not immediately rush forward. Instead, she glanced from a distance at the illumination provided by others. In the central area stood a colossal partition. Chapter 573. The peculiar black wall that elevates you to the heavens? The redundancy of two walls overlapping? The effects of an unidentified liquid. In certain ancient tombs Shalloa has explored, the walls occasionally emit parasitic spores. Should one be affected, the consequences range from numbness to hallucinations. Chapter 574. Exceeding expectations? A smile that stretches to the roots of her ears. An instinctual defense ingrained in her very bones. Compared to the dark liquid and murky particulates, the substance on the ground seemed to emanate a faintly lighter hue. The mottled pale color, based on. Chapter 575. The bizarre old man with a forced smile? The absurdity of long hair? A colossal beast in the water gazing down at Shalloa. Unfortunately, since Shalloa studied mechas rather than biology at Guizi, she had no idea what creature lay before her. However, one thing was clear to Shalloa. Chapter 576. Not a plastic counterfeit? An unexpected shadow. Singing aloud amidst the oppressive gloom. Everything revolves around the task at hand. Within her capabilities, she must gather valuable information, yet avoid unnecessary actions. This was Zhang Lianping's philosophy. Chapter 577. A mishmash of grotesque dishes? An overwhelmingly deep blue water that diverges from the norm. Yet soon, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Without any warning, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, causing a sharp discomfort to the eyes of those present. Chapter 578. A tiny ant within a small box submerged in water? A lion, a giant python, And the azure dragon? The serpentine creature with a smiling face. This being, reminiscent of a monstrous aquatic entity, astonished them even more than the inhabitants of the botanical garden. Its size and form rendered it quite fitting to be described as a beast. Chapter 579. A creature from a science fiction film? A great migration of species across planets. Charlotte's clues and hopes. Indifferent to the actions of others, Charlotte stood by the transparent wall of the botanical garden, quietly and meticulously observing the creature within. Chapter 580. The intelligence of the monsters? The natural climate's stormy patterns. A remarkably realistic outdoor effect. At this moment, not only the previously observed open-backed mouse, but also the serpent-like smiling creature and the grotesque alien being raised doubts within Charlotte. Chapter 581. Considerate announcements? Overlooked details by the masses. Anomaly perceived by non-natives. Chapter 582. The obstructive power of Alpha? Surveillance hidden in the shadows. Charlotte's brilliance and decisiveness. Upon reading this line, Charlotte paused. Justin, Ouyang Zhongxia, Qiyang? Were they not engaged in the rescue of Team 4? Their team. Chapter 583. Marvelous magic? Conversations abruptly halted? What in the world is happening? Zhang Lianping pondered for a moment before asking again. Is the information reliable? Even in potentially dire circumstances, Zhang Lianping must ascertain the reliability of the information. Chapter 584. Like a magical illusion? The awakening stone statues. Tough and ammunition-consuming. Upon noticing the emergence of hundreds of entities in the circular square, everyone found themselves besieged from all sides. Team leader Johnny and others. Chapter 585. A more astute third party? No longer maintaining formation, mending the fold, and navigating with ease. The research team, shielded in the center, turned pale as they witnessed the successive awakening of the stone statues. Ever since entering this divine. Chapter 586. A sci-fi behemoth? The liquid-like flow and changing hues. The electrically charged six-legged crocodile. At last, a several-meter-high exit appeared before her. Chapter 587. A mud bull in the sea? The daring and skillful, thunderous double kill. Charlotte's heart-stirring gut punch. This is the information they have gathered thus far in their ongoing battle. They have yet to fully comprehend the remaining characteristics of these six-legged crocodiles. Chapter 588. The adoration for crocodile thunder? Charlotte's aesthetic journey on the crocodile, profoundly understanding the ways of the hunter. For crocodiles, even on land, their explosive power during leaps is not to be underestimated. Moreover, the six-legged crocodiles before them. Chapter 589. A helpless burden? Targeted feeding or self-sufficiency? Subtle clues of behind-the-scenes interference. These numerous entities do not cease their assault with Charlotte's appearance. While continuing her search for the next target, she confronts the onslaught of the first team, and Chapter 590. Is it as exhilarating as a roller coaster? Barriers, bait, and the rigidity of corpses? The valiant Charlotte faces overwhelming odds. To eliminate all the formidable crocodiles within a short span is an impossibility, given their sheer multitude. For the rescue team, ammunition. Chapter 591. An unconventional strength, the fortunate buff? A thread connecting all the beads. The CRME de la CRME. As it stands, Charlotte has not witnessed many rigid corpses. It appears that only after a prolonged period of death do they begin to stiffen. And Chapter 592. Charlotte rescuing from the jaws of a crocodile? A fortuitous find amidst overwhelming pressure. Alpha's negative assessment. Those tasked with the rear guard face an intense battlefield, often relying solely on their improvisation. Chapter 593. Gifts and surprises? Sacrificing the many for one. Charlotte engages the crocodilian horde in single combat. At this moment, those in the passage are deemed safe. Yet for Charlotte, she must single-handedly contend with the remaining army of six-legged crocodiles. Chapter 594. The virtue of the one behind the scenes? A battlefield devoid of smoke and data. The heroic youth traverses through the throngs of crocodiles. However, what recourse is there? Ultimately, Charlotte managed to persuade him. This individual, ensnared in a predicament, exhibited a level of composure and rationality exceeding his own. Chapter 595. Crocodile dumplings at Crocodile Square? Chapter 596. Enticed by Alpha? The embodiment of the northern myth, amidst. The myriad characteristics of ancient beasts. Had it not been for Charlotte's timely adjustment of her foot's pressure, firmly maintaining her body's equilibrium, the sound of her steps could have hindered her retreat. Chapter 597. A considerate gesture? Cloning and automatic nurturing? The enigmatic nature of insufficient sustenance. Charlotte quickly recalled what Qi Yang had previously mentioned. These entities required a certain duration to awaken when exposed to light. Chapter 598. An ominous shade of green? The skeletons devoured by the law of nature. The fresh visage of Alpha. Birds, rabbits, and fish were conveyed to the feeding point via a conveyor belt. What about those nurtured within the biological cultivation chamber? What precisely was being cultivated within? Alpha remained silent for a moment. Chapter 599. Taking advantage of Charlotte? A verdant meadow above? The wit that leaves one breathless. Such pretentious acting. Chapter 600. The little empress's wicked quirk? Most afraid of being called innocent and adorable. Charlotte's deliberate provocation. Thus, the bloody queen fiercely declared once more, "Intruder, do not concern yourself with superfluous matters. Perhaps consider how you should." Chapter 601. Exquisite as a Barbie doll? A tangle of compliments and critiques. Charlotte, with an air of superiority, proclaimed, "Intruder, let us determine whether my arrogance has led me to underestimate you, or if you are truly incapable of withstanding my prowess." Chapter 602. The frantic strikes and impetuous nature? The perfect shoulder leap kill. The great Buddha of summer is in full swing. Observing the adversary, one could see their face. Centered around the nose, reduced to a bloody pulp. Though their head and eyes were shielded by a hard shell, they were relatively protected. Chapter 603. The clever maneuver and the relentless assault? Charlotte declared, "My devotion to you is unwavering. You must not treat me disdainfully." As for the unfolding situation, Charlotte intended to remain an observer, cautiously probing the depths of that little queen to facilitate a prudent assessment of potential dangers. Chapter 604. Indifference, frustration, exasperation, and helplessness. Charlotte remarked, "My words are not forthright." The moment any irregularity occurred at the entrances on either side of the square, she would be the first to notice. Yet now, the bloody queen had finally come to understand. Chapter 605. Transforming 1 into 6? Charlotte's marksmanship. The unmatched value of L.AD9 in turning the tide. However, the medium-sized abomination did not advance towards Charlotte as the previous large one had. It lingered near the botanical garden. Chapter 606. The showmanship and the enigma? Charlotte's standard. The abomination's skewered assault. After all, she needed to conserve some ammunition to continue dealing with that little queen. Chapter 607. Expansion, confinement, and the survival of the fittest? Before the little queen became a hindrance, the wingless angel. Once these juvenile aberrations reach a certain size, they will be dispatched to partake in the brutal competition of survival of the fittest. However, upon being cast, Chapter 608, the Navi Charlotte must obediently comply. Rather than merely making a fuss, why not take decisive action? A dual approach to ensure thoroughness. Alpha contemplated this, but ultimately decided that speaking up at this moment would disrupt the solemn atmosphere. After all, due to their master, the rescue team, though injured. Chapter 609. Malicious amusement? Impulsive passion? The little queen's competitive spirit. Charlotte, begging for mercy? Let us see. It seemed as though it reveled in the process, exhibiting a complete penchant for mischief. With that thought, Charlotte acquiesced to Alpha. Indeed, you certainly wouldn't act so recklessly. Chapter 610. Sundara and coquetry? A playful tease that stirs the heart? The delicate and carefree little princess. Even when energy is scarce, it strives to secure a moment of respite for its master, just as it has always desired. Chapter 611. Is the true intention thus, or merely a fade of confusion? With 800 watchful eyes, Charlotte reassured, "Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you." Regarding this matter, Alpha had long since enlightened Charlotte. Therefore, Charlotte understood that as long as the little queen consented, most likely. Chapter 612. Is the king also innocent? The cunning Charlotte. Do not think so poorly of me. How about a reward? The bloody queen regained her confidence. As long as she was present, whatever she did was ultimately futile. The intruder is absolutely incapable of. Chapter 613. The unabashed Charlotte. Knowing that you pay attention to me, you are not my preferred type. According to Charlotte's speculation, the little empress has motives that go beyond this. Lowering the partition wall to draw in the waters from outside is likely just the beginning. Chapter 614. A series of packages? More enticing to it, Charlotte. Silence, be quiet, and disappear from my sight. In this situation where one must close their eyes, Charlotte is still able to perceive the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Moments later, Charlotte deactivated her goggles. Chapter 615. Charlotte's greatest asset? Life and death self-assurance. To hide or to create chaos. The strategy of abandonment. Climb the tree. Just the sheer size and ferocity of that creature, once released, would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of all beings in the surrounding waters. Charlotte observed. Chapter 6:16. Adding weight to this attraction? Creating a comfortable swimming zone. The slumbering behemoth beneath the waters. Although her combat boots are waterproof, Charlotte sees no reason to remain submerged until the water rises. She dislikes feeling damp and sticky. Chapter 6:17. Seawater in a pyramid? Such an intriguing toy, shallow yet unsatisfying. The tiny helmet resembles a small boat, floating on the water's surface, swaying gently, appearing rather delightful. The water rising to her waist provides significant buoyancy, and Charlotte. Chapter 6:18. A vibrantly colorful underwater world? Charlotte's professional diving skills. The sound of waves crashing. As Charlotte pondered these thoughts, she continued her descent. The botanical garden and the surrounding square were illuminated brilliantly by the lighting apparatus. Chapter 6:19. The elusive crocodile or the infallible strategy. Enter if you dare. The sound wave impact of S. Lap 7. Currently, S. Lap 7 was designed to capture its attention even further. S. Lap 7. A powerful localized sound grenade. Chapter 6:20. The underwater escape live show. This wall is quite preoccupied. Livia, shatter it. The information gathered was sufficient for its program to conduct a rational deductive analysis. However, by the time it fully comprehended the situation, the intruder had already. Chapter 6:21. Locking onto Charlotte? A sinister smile directed at her. The variables were precisely calculated. Her murderous intent was evident. With every tactic she conceived, it would personally obliterate it. Just moments ago in the square, after its intervention, Livia Generation 4 Model 7 had. Chapter 6:22. Fragility and helplessness? Charlotte unleashed a barrage with one hand. Blood blossomed like a magnificent flower from the great serpent. In this regard, opting to utilize LAD-9 underwater appeared to pose even greater challenges than firing a gun directly in the water. Hence, Charlotte. Chapter 6:23. A glance that makes one tremble? Charlotte's Plan B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stimulated by pain, the frenzied creature ultimately extricated the remaining segment of its tail, entirely freeing itself from the constraints of the partition wall. Chapter 6:24. Is Charlotte the enemy? An exceptional visual experience of a grand sci-fi film. Emerging from the tranquil waters, the amidst crocs seemed to materialize from thin air, entirely undetectable until now. Perhaps, if the seventh experimental subject were in its normal state. Chapter 6:25. The advantages of solo combat? An abundance of opportunities. An unlikely turn of events. Gazing across the scene, the serpent-like creature bore a grotesque smile, with many of its injuries revealing bone beneath the surface. Those minuscule fragments of flesh were submerged in the surrounding violet hues. Chapter 6:26. A ray of hope amidst darkness? Hunting methods and breeding zones. Their distinct virtual personalities. Consequently, considering the diversity of life forms in the interstellar age, Charlotte initially could not ascertain how those crocodiles preyed upon their quarry. On Earth, crocodiles. Chapter 6:27. Charlotte's brutal descent? A towering wall of water, surpassing humanity's diving limits. Just moments ago, Alpha had engaged in a brief confrontation with the Bloody Queen to intercept that serpent-like creature, though it was merely a fleeting encounter. Chapter 6:28. Deception and misleading schemes? A vessel capsized to a watery grave? A graveyard of bones. Actions speak louder than words. Charlotte was an anomaly. Each of her movements eluded easy deduction and analysis. Often, by the time realization dawned, it was too late to intervene. Chapter 6:29. Summer Mechanic Charlotte Online? To the victor belongs the spoils. A forceful surge of energy. Chapter 6:30. Is it more challenging to pilot a mech than to be an electrician? Charlotte strikes at the root of the problem. There are no more chances for mischief. Swift in her movements, yet steady in her hands, she carefully maintains the energy stored in a state of stillness. If it were merely a matter of direct contact, then the energy. Chapter 6:31. Growing stronger through battle? Turning the tide to amuse Charlotte. An uncontrollable joy. Moments later, it inquired, Master, shall we proceed into the connection channel? To this, Charlotte merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Regarding Chapter 6:32. Is the heavens conspiring against Charlotte? Manipulated at their whim? She is filled with cunning, severing ties with precision, denial, and reassurance. This young queen, upon discovering Charlotte's intentions, promptly tapped into the energy source here. Consequently, she quickly grasped the situation. Chapter 633. A sudden halt in the water? She finds herself with no retreat. The resonance of muscle memory accelerates. As Charlotte swims swiftly, she concentrates on her forthcoming strategy. Unexpectedly, the water ahead ripples. When Charlotte focuses her gaze. Chapter 634. Foolish enough to be a meat bun thrown to a dog, toyed with and muddled. Even a concession would suffice. Observing the faint gray-blue glow on the back of the Armitalra crocodile. Neither its formidable bone spines nor the surface of its back bore the same hue as seen in the previous circular plaza. Chapter 635. An eerie and sinister undead? Charlotte is entranced. The deep dive is most perilous when illuminated by bright red lights. Soon, it pivoted its body and swam towards the channel. The enormous crocodile tail swayed from side to side, its 6 robust limbs occasionally slicing through the water. Chapter 636. The undead and the strange corpses? Charlotte found herself unable to restrain her emotions. An army of wraiths from the depths of hell. The skeletal body, with only a remnant of decayed flesh, was riddled with maggots crawling in and out of the gaping wounds, twisting grotesquely. Chapter 637. Struck by a bolt from the blue? Heaven and hell teetered on the brink of madness. Fu Xinian, who sacrificed everything for Charlotte. Yet, remarkably, they inflicted no tangible harm upon her. Even the corpses that lingered close to her face refrained from gnawing at her. Chapter 638. Ecstasy in the deep waters? Burden or treasure? He held Charlotte dear within his heart. Nightmares became a sweet indulgence. Before the apocalypse, their paths had scarcely crossed. Yet, by a mere thread of fate, he pulled her from the quagmire in the aftermath of the world's end. Chapter 639. The cat and mouse game? A formidable predator in the water, brimming with ferocity and peril. It opened its gaping maw, lunging directly for the belly of the crocodile. Charlotte, however, would not succumb easily. She was well prepared, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 640. A diligent roadblock? The compass of Charlotte's heart. A gamble of cramping and skinning. In the absence of technological support, the roars reverberating through the water reached her ears, defying logic itself. Moreover, Chapter 641. Seeking aid by following the clue? This equipment has further developments. The impenetrable crocodile wall. Alpha remains vigilant against that little queen, ensuring that she will not have the opportunity to silently seize control of the Master's optical brain. Moreover, whether considering the optical brain itself. Chapter 642. A fool would not utilize artillery? Seizing the moment to break the impasse. Deep blue water blossoms. It will not be long before her body is torn to shreds. After all, in comparison to those colossal crocodiles, Charlotte appears exceedingly petite. Nonetheless, Chapter 643. A summer of deathly tumult. Charlotte's severed leg? If one cannot accomplish it, then death is inevitable. The frenzied washing machine relies solely on her. However, Charlotte is utterly unable to pause for respite. This is not only due to the lurking omni-tray crocodiles behind her, but also because the oxygen she employs. Chapter 644. Slapped by a crocodile steed? Even with severed hands and feet, taking advantage of your blindness to claim your life. The omni-tray crocodile, with its eyes gouged out, can no longer perceive its surroundings. At this moment, it spins in place, nearly in madness, yet amidst the chaos. Chapter 645. The Might of DM 1810? A live demonstration of slaying a giant crocodile, skillfully tending to her wounds. The remarkably tough hide of the omni-tray crocodile can be damaged by a single shot to this extent, even if it does not result in a fatal blow. It is evident that this model of shotgun. Chapter 646. Kneeling before her? Charlotte finds herself in an inconvenient position, surprised by his amiable demeanor. The pain emanating from the wound itself, coupled with the adverse effects of vigorous physical exertion, along with the intense stinging sensation from being submerged in water, has rendered her suffering unbearable. Chapter 647. Does Charlotte need her leg lifted? Fresh Aries. The favored S rank. What a bother. Charlotte responded with a soft acknowledgement, indicating her consent. The cotton ball, soaked in a specialized care solution, also serves a disinfectant purpose. Chapter 648. Surprised by affection? Sending someone to retrieve her would be futile. It seems he has something to convey to her. Aries did not cease his actions. I'm here to take you out. In Chapter 649. Forced smiles? He is mending Charlotte's shoes. The meticulousness of his work is commendable. However, Upon hearing her words, Ares halted his movements and looked up at her. The two shared a silent gaze, and Charlotte had long since abandoned her smile. Chapter 650. A shift in atmosphere, the love of a boatman? Creatively named to the point of irritation. A peculiar adventurer. Although her position was not particularly far from the shore, there remained a significant distance. It was impossible for him to rely solely on human strength to throw it over. Charlotte inquired. Chapter 651. From lush green to vibrant red? A promise kept, an unexpected change in hue. Heroes often share similar perceptions, while others remain taciturn. They both must escape safely, otherwise, he would lose the purpose of his journey here. The door descended far too swiftly, and they were too distant. Chapter 652. Care and consolation? He is cooperating with her. Charlotte resolved that even with a broken leg, she must continue onward. However, Charlotte chose to disregard it. If the child misbehaved, a reprimand would suffice later. The immediate priority was for them to reach their destination swiftly. Chapter 653. Divergent opinions? The adorable little meatball of Cinemoff. The peculiar inflated ball. He understood that she was a strong-willed individual, one who would never wish to impose upon others. If he suggested she remain on the sidelines at this moment, she would undoubtedly refuse. Chapter 654. The harmony of cooperation? Mastering the rhythm with precision. Selflessly covering for teammates. Charlotte and Ares Randall simultaneously pulled the trigger. In terms of reflexes, both were remarkably astute, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 655. Reluctant to disrupt her rhythm? Observing Charlotte in his own manner, unfazed by threats. Not long ago, he had been invited to participate as one of the judges in the mech sub-competition of the North-South Military Academy's friendly match. At that time, her performance. Chapter 656. Is something wrong with her body? The fleeting coolness of a departing touch. His clothing was excessively large and ill-fitting. The map was comprehensive. Much effort had been invested. After a long while, he merely uttered this one sentence to her. Thereafter, he refrained from any further probing or questioning. Chapter 657. The purified storm star? He ought to abandon her, holding no expectations for others. She was the one in poor condition. And since she had expressed that she was fine, what further concerns could he possibly harbor? Confronted with Charlotte's bewilderment, Ares merely remarked. Chapter 658. Why dig a pit for oneself? At the moment he knelt with his back turned to her. The scales of courage tipped precariously. Setting aside his rank as a major general, such an arrangement was, in fact, quite reasonable. After all, in terms of sheer strength, no one surpassed him in the battle unit of 8. Chapter 659. Beyond the realm of the opposite sex? Carrying her out posed no dilemma. A compromise was necessary to avoid accruing an unwarranted debt of gratitude. Perhaps sensing the silence behind him, Ares addressed her without turning. There is no need to overthink it. Nor. Chapter 660. Was Charlotte flustered? She was not so fragile. He feared she might stubbornly resist the nourishment offered. Ares did not let her comments deter him from the matter at hand, continuing to inquire. Do you have any food on you? Charlotte noted his persistence. Chapter 661. Charlotte's restraint? The subtle shift in his tone revealed a sharpness. The delicate atmosphere between them, aside from the dizziness and nausea threatening to overwhelm her. She could feel her body temperature steadily rising, unlike before. Chapter 662. The mysterious tunnel of the night sky? He did not wish to involve her in his peril. Each step he took was fraught with danger. The other passages Charlotte had encountered were constructed from various metals or had merely been polished from the original rock face. Yet this one, Chapter 663, to tread every step he had taken, she would not perform better than he. Beneath the grasp of the dead hand and the depths of the deep blue, unaware of the unfolding events, Charlotte is striving to contemplate other matters. Since acquiring the Alpha Map, she has not encountered the traps laden with peril. Chapter 664, to distract him? The petrifying curse of rigid patches, a foreboding hue of ill fortune. From the onset of this tunnel, the Bloody Queen, now aware of their intentions, would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. As these thoughts crossed Charlotte's mind, she continued. Chapter 665. Unable to suppress the nausea? The crimson mark of the palm that shields her from arrows. His abrupt interpretations. The process of this transition appears to flow like water, imbued with a sense of dynamism. As if the material possesses a spirit of its own, it has become evident that its hardness cannot be underestimated. Chapter 666. A case of no silver here? The slumber disturbed by an offensive pillow. Are they to perish together in this place? For instance, one might feign that it was merely a set alarm, or a notification from an internal application, or perhaps a minor malfunction of the cerebral interface during their frantic escape. Chapter 667. Personally sending them on their way, neither a burden nor assistance. Ares' expression shifted subtly. Their adversaries would remain vigilant, poised to exacerbate their plight at the most opportune moment, akin to the sudden activation of the energy supply for this tunnel. Chapter 668. Regardless of personal preference, each one's steadfastness, to sacrifice another or abandon her. Yet, whether it was merely her illusion, despite her lingering discomfort, she sensed a subtle shift from before. Perhaps it was a previous moment. Chapter 669. Their affection? She would not be forsaken. Stepping closer, they found themselves in close proximity. Rather than this, it would be preferable for him to venture out alone, which would almost guarantee his survival. Moreover, even if we consider his suggestion. Chapter 670. The interlocking fingers of lovers? The breath at their ears stirred the air. He advanced as she retreated. This matter was not so simple. One could even assert it was exceedingly difficult, a truth well understood by both Charlotte and Ares. After contemplation, Charlotte found herself somewhat reluctant to let go. Chapter 671. Did she tease him? The warmth of their hands exchanged. His subtle yet commanding presence. It was the final step. Should he succeed, he could seamlessly replace her. In that fleeting moment of substitution, they still needed to maintain a balance of pressure. Chapter 672. Does adjusting the belt bother you? A delicate measure, not a step beyond. Ares' sense of humanity. The black belt fit snugly, revealing no loose gaps. Charlotte kept her head bowed, speaking softly. Adjusting the belt may be. Chapter 673. Charlotte's guilt? I await you and urge you to safeguard yourself. Their mutual reassurances. Charlotte felt that their connection was not particularly profound. His care for her seemed to stem from a place devoid of personal sentiment, purely arising from. Chapter 674. Beware of the little ones? The rhythm of Charlotte's RCA8H. A clash between them. Exercise caution, for these entities possess remarkable swiftness and are armed with retractable proboscises. Alpha continued, noting the presence of a unique viscous substance. Chapter 675. Her ruthlessness is matched only by her efficiency, battle prowess ingrained at a primal level. However, the cumbersome nature of the long-barreled weapon proves a hindrance. The lithe creature extends its delicate appendages, revealing a pale, verdant abdomen. Chapter 676. The untamed nature of the experimental subject? The genesis of a novel species through the fusion of biology and mechanics. Indeed, the architects of this pyramid were not inclined to create commonplace experimental subjects. Each specimen exhibits distinct characteristics, far removed from crude, meaningless designs. Chapter 677. Silencing ardent discourse? A neophyte of Zen-like detachment speaks through demonstrable skill. Alpha had, in fact, gleaned considerable intelligence, yet alas. Chapter 678. Bizarre parasitism? Ares posed the question directly. He is now en route to her location. Moreover, the little empress possesses a mischievous disposition. Your impatience fuels her amusement, and your inquiries only serve to deepen her silence. Chapter 679. Patience in the face of concern? A man of meticulousness and discretion. His timing is impeccable. Yet, alas, his communication arrives belatedly. Charlotte meticulously dissects their exchange, discerning no anomalies. All appears normal on his end. Chapter 680. A strategy of calculated indifference versus aggressive assault in the face of an aberrant experimental subject? A barrage of projectiles bears down upon Charlotte. Shield of ES, LP9. Charlotte sensed that one of the other experimental subjects had suddenly entered a peculiar state. She did not cease her actions, but remained vigilant. Chapter 681. The domino effect? She fortified herself with unyielding resolve, crafting her strength into an indomitable weapon. Swiftly, she activated the equipment and positioned it before her on the ground. Subsequently, Charlotte unsheathed the energy sword at her side, initiating its power. Chapter 682. An overwhelming presence? Charlotte emanated a fierce determination, refusing to be defied. The ground beneath them had grown increasingly unstable. At last, a tremor surged through the tunnel, causing violent upheavals. The ESLP placed on the ground. Chapter 683. Upholding promises? She owed him nothing. Desperate, she fought her way through adversity, amidst excruciating pain that felt akin to severed tendons. Charlotte's left wrist and hand suddenly succumbed to numbing agony. She glanced down at herself. Chapter 684. an embrace at her waist. Their mutual promises. She earned his admiration. Ares understood that she was now a severely injured individual in desperate need of healing. Yet, her resilience in combat was truly commendable. Chapter 685, willing to bear more? Drawing upon his strength, she coordinated with him to the best of her abilities. Her efficiency was remarkable as she quickly contemplated her subsequent actions, signifying her acceptance of his assistance. Ares recognized this, and Chapter 686, a hand firmly at her side? I shall take responsibility. No longer shall they part ways. The overwhelming sense of dizziness that had long plagued Charlotte, to the point of nausea, has been genuinely alleviated. This seems quite unreasonable for her. Chapter 687, to embrace her within his arms? It is inconceivable that he would not feel pain. They have been subjected to relentless trials. The distance remaining to the tunnel's end is now merely around 50 meters. Charlotte's energy sword once again sliced through the debris hurtling towards them, her right hand. Chapter 688, to slightly evade her? Any words would appear overly sentimental. She urged him to endure. Charlotte refrained from saying much more, swiftly assessing Ares' condition. Almost immediately, she noticed the injury on his right hand. Originally, Chapter 689, did he take the initiative to reach out to her? Discomfort with excessive intimacy? He is concerned for her. Despite this, the condition of her right hand was scarcely any better. Ares' attention had initially been focused on Charlotte's right leg, as he meticulously examined her. Chapter 690, is the sensation of the shadowy figure amiss? Every aspect exudes peculiarity. There is no need to claim a moral high ground. However, in such a crucial location as the energy chamber, complex obstacles are undoubtedly established along the way. Especially as one approaches, the challenges and dangers intensify. Chapter 691, to treat them as one with the undead? A formidable force cloaked in shadows, wrapped in a guise of science while treading a precarious line. With that, the Bloody Queen's lips curled into a sinister smile, appearing decidedly malevolent. Charlotte dismissed her irritating demeanor. Chapter 692, a top-tier talent of the Federation? Prohibited replicants. Advanced civilization accompanies profound self-discipline. Although their faces are crafted rather roughly, with a pronounced metallic quality that starkly contrasts with the visage of genuine humanity, the remaining parts of their bodies have been meticulously refined. Chapter 693, is he merely knowledgeable or profoundly erudite? An abundance of hard technology, dust-laden antiquities. He spoke with subtlety, omitting a direct declaration of intent. Charlotte turned to him, their eyes meeting in a fleeting glance. Both were exceptionally astute and perceptive. Chapter 694, the long-fallen Sardian civilization? They are alike. He has come to know her slightly better. However, compared to their initial encounter 2 years prior, he no longer harbored the same probing inquiries or scrutinizing gazes. Yet her sharpness and Chapter 695, the stifling of Sardian civilization in its infancy, a self-inflicted wound. Charlotte's boundaries, remarkably in sync. Both artificial intelligences refrained from elaborating on the myriad matters surrounding this pyramid. Furthermore, Alpha was inherently. Chapter 696, the Sardian's tenacity? Her escalating fervor, his imperturbability. As long as they could safely navigate through, subsequent issues would not pose significant challenges. In fact, it was proven that Charlotte and Ares' judgments were not misplaced. Chapter 697, the clam and the snipe, or the eagle pecking at the eye. An imprint seemingly etched into their very bones, reducing them to ashes. From the moment they located the lift column to the complete activation of the energy chamber, Bloody Queen was unable to intervene. It appears that Chapter 698, the destruction of all, his concealment and anticipation. One arrow to kill 2 birds seems inadequate. In truth, the apex of the pyramid is indeed accessible. This energy chamber resides at the very summit of the pyramid. Bloody. Chapter 699, malicious concealment? The force of the mountain. No intention of departing with her. While saving her is certain, other motives linger. Chapter 700, scattered petals? Meaningful connections. The most terrifying Sandra thunderstorm season. Various signs indicate that, following its design, the summit of the pyramid, specifically the dome of this energy chamber, can be opened. Upon opening the pyramid. Chapter 701, Ares' willful ignorance? A mighty army approaches, or preparing for rainy days. They are in perfect accord. During previous conversations with Ares, he had alluded to predicting the early onset of the thunderstorm season and had arranged for others to depart from Sandra. Chapter 702, hoping he remains unconcerned? The strategist Ares. A splendidly intricate game of chess. originating from the builders of Sardinia. Even though they have since vacated this place, they have meticulously orchestrated future events they had long anticipated. Chapter 703. Its solitude and utter coldness. The chaotic planetary magnetic field. Charlotte trapped on an isolated island. Charlotte observed his decisive and formidable actions as he repelled those androids. It appears that the mastermind is destined to miscalculate. These circumstances should indeed be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 704. Mysteriously arriving in the interstellar era? Is he using himself as bait? Charlotte is not greedy. She perceives that until the ground beneath them began to sink, Ares had consistently intended to absorb more of the attacks to alleviate the pressure on her side. However, Chapter 705. The peculiar box in the android's hand? Beneath the cloud of uncertainty, the unstable little queen. How did they manage to transmit commands on the desolate star? Did they directly utilize the military signal network? Or did they establish an entirely new signaling system? Chapter 706. Aiming to secure the essence? Deploying the explorer. Surely, there will be no remains. Therefore, the designer will do everything possible to ensure the safety of its essence. Naturally, from the designer's perspective, the entire structure is flawless, impervious to external intrusion. Chapter 707. A decade of memories between Ares and Eric. Fighting alongside a benefactor. After all, she is Charlotte. What is there to question? Let us not forget. She is indeed Charlotte. Ouyang Zongzha said with some impatience. Clearly, during their first encounter, he. Chapter 708. Forever submerged at the tower's base? Its solitude, sorrow, and aspirations. Charlotte. 5 seconds. There is only one chance. Indeed, the ground trembled violently in an instant. Those androids, perhaps due to their unfinished tasks, surprisingly did not depart. They. Chapter 709. The proud little princess? Aggrieved and irritable. The derivatives of choice and acknowledgement. However, amidst such haste, there exists little opportunity for thorough contemplation. Even if it is an exceptionally advanced artificial intelligence, within the fleeting second that remains. Chapter 710. A private series of deities? The thunder god Explorer and the wind god Phoenix. The dome of the energy chamber opened, resembling a multitude of petals. Charlotte cast her gaze to the side, where the battle airship lingered not far away, still docked at a certain. Chapter 711. Enduring by technological might? The noble and elegant aura of the Thunder Lin Xian Iron, carrying the force of 1,000 troops. Even bespoke mechs are subject to budgetary constraints. No military officer could ever exhaust the funds of the military indefinitely. Thus, Chapter 712. Is Charlotte Navii? An early conclusion to cooperation? Switching to full manual mode turned her into a target. What is he doing? Charlotte squinted to observe. The distance between them was somewhat great, making it difficult for her to see clearly. In the haze, it seemed she caught a glimpse of the mech. Chapter 713. A path both forward and backward may be cut off, yet life remains. One shot after another. He deflected her. Thus, she narrowly avoided the second long range. Chapter 714. Is death inevitable? The perfect replica of Ares, born of lotus steps. It arises with thunder. Charlotte paused slightly, glancing over the water's surface, only to gaze in that direction. A storm approaches. If she continues to linger in the water, she will undoubtedly face peril. Chapter 715. Salvaging, throwing, retrieving Charlotte, resolutely shielding her while wounded. Concealing intentions is unacceptable. At this moment, the explorer, not only beset by lightning, also found his mech surface drenched, with droplets cascading down incessantly. The intertwining of water and lightning created a heavy atmosphere. Chapter 716. The taciturn choice of concealment? Shield her from the rain. He spoke little, refraining from boasting of his deeds. The mech, a deep azure akin to ink, shimmered with the brilliance of lightning, radiant and resplendent. As the mech lifted its leg, water streamed down its surface in torrents. Chapter 717. A dual pursuit? Guarded by his fingertips. A sheep entering the tiger's den, hastening towards a lightning strike. She had not forgotten her repeated invitations for him to depart Sandra Star aboard the combat airship, yet he had declined each time. Before leaving Sandra. Chapter 718. The thrill between extremes? Ares' grand strategy and intricate details. Hands numbed, suffering within the metallic box. Charlotte was convinced that he possessed more than one contingency plan. Perhaps he could adeptly respond to various situational dynamics. The Explorer bent. Chapter 719. The Dragon's Assault. The celestial punishment descending upon the earth? Restraint and muffled sobs. Surviving would come at a cost. This indicated that the explorer had indeed been struck by lightning. Even though the black metallic box had certain lightning-resistant properties, the current still coursed through to the interior. Chapter 720. Such audacity to directly challenge? An extreme anomaly causing Charlotte's breath to halt, passively relying on a sense of foreboding. Yet, in the midst of conflict, the limitations of the mech's technique could prove to be quite fatal. As Xia Luo pondered, the metallic box suddenly. Chapter 721. The cosmic chill and silence? Testing the waters before the Titan, he faced the challenge with a single hand. The recent wave of staggering lightning strikes was merely the final blow to breach the thunderclots. It is no wonder it was so terrifying. The overwhelming pressure he felt. Chapter 722. She simply could not comprehend. Where did the dominance of the cold land? Xia Luo's choice. From her current perception, he must be employing various mech techniques. The black metallic box swayed violently, yet Xia Luo understood that this was merely. Chapter 723. The Ice Kingdom D6 Ice Star? The vibrancy of nature and technology, Thunder God. An unfathomable grand design. Hence, Xia Luo had to proceed with utmost caution. The combined strength of two will always surpass that of one. Xia Luo has never preferred to rely solely on others. Chapter 724. Retreat and severe injury? One must commend him. The eternally insatiable frigid ice star Stogia. Its various components are allocated to different military factories, where they are meticulously categorized for production. Ultimately, everything is then assembled by. Chapter 725. What can the shrimp soldiers and crab generals gain? Such physique and aesthetic appeal, silently bearing the unspoken burden. Yet, the distance is considerable, and the signal too weak. Certainty cannot yet be achieved. Alpha requires some time. It has not overstated its claims. Xia Luo. Chapter 726. Amu and Vor? Is he still human? The chaotic retaliation has reached this point. Wool, a unit of voltage in the era of interstellar travel. Alpha was acutely aware that his master preferred concise reports, hence. Chapter 727. The unique ascendance of Ling Xiao and the Thunder Mecha techniques. A well-timed strategy in the game. Streams of blue and purple electricity coursed across the surface of the mech, contrasting with the delicate frost flowers. The backdrop was a vast expanse of glacial ice and snow. Chapter 728. The walls and the moths to the flame? Not benevolent beings. The transformation is radiant as the starry sky. The icy, snowy haze continued to disperse rapidly, affecting a considerable area. The residual energy waves and the violent impact of sound surged outward. Chapter 729. The icebound cage and the iron will? They must endure. Charlotte was as striking as a rose in winter. In other words, Ares had to fully bear the assaults faced by the explorer, just as Charlotte had previously worried. She could not ascertain the nature of the lightning. Chapter 730. The explorer on one knee? The wrath of the mischief god and divine retribution. Swift and violent opening of the hatch. No, even if she arrived, what could she achieve? She possessed no mech to command, nor any formidable warship. Thus, alone. Chapter 731. Accounting for one's own life and death? He was pushing himself to the limit. The Qi defensive system. What if they regained their composure and engaged in another struggle? Charlotte was perplexed by this. She observed from a distance for a while, and Chapter 732. Playing dead and vibrant vitality? Tolerance threshold, proactive stance, and conservatism? Charlotte's derision and entitlement. Not everyone possesses the eccentric flair of a Frank Lawrence when it comes to inventive nomenclature. The disposition of most researchers leans toward. Chapter 733. Her apathy and fickleness? The eye-rolling lackeys overacting? Charlotte, comply or perish. Having just inducted the adversary into her ranks, Charlotte wielded her authority with seamless ease. Exhibiting no reservations. She harbors no idlers in her entourage. Chapter 734. Petite and exquisite Charlotte? A crippled hand and a lame leg in a formidable battle. Prophetic foresight and obvious clues. Chapter 735. To be equated with him? The Major General should relinquish her. The Federation's premier medical team. When War Support 8 orchestrated this scheme, they had not anticipated the intervention of a quasi-military entity. Owen remained uncertain as to the forces behind those incidents. Chapter 736. Charlotte's resilient spirit despite physical impairment? A slender physique yielding significant results, maximizing the art of counterbalance. Yet, they remained impotent, left only to bide their time. The personnel of War Support 8 were in the throes of an exhaustive search of the enemy warships, with a multitude of matters demanding simultaneous attention. Chapter 737. The Stunning Summer's Retaliatory Ice Lance. A kneeling slide resulting in a shattered right leg? Preserving life and limb as the black rose in the snow? While these pedipalps were elongated and robust, their unique composition ensured that their overall weight remained manageable. Charlotte, gritting her teeth, persevered. Chapter 738. An alluring and enchanting red plum blossom amidst the snow? The unvanquished lone wolf king. No one shall abandon another. In this extreme cold, the hue of red appeared to emanate a semblance of warmth. Yet, Charlotte felt no warmth whatsoever. She perceived, Chapter 739, the sensation of returning to the apocalypse, climbing the unfamiliar majesty of Thor. Affection and sacrifice are reciprocal. When Charlotte had previously arrived, the currents surrounding the explorer had already become subdued and harmonious. Although the surface of the mech still exhibited surges of electricity, Chapter 740, the sword of dissipation, her body felt amiss. The will of all things to survive. Given her prior state, frozen and devoid of warmth, she would have been incapable of melting the ice and snow so swiftly. Yet now, she was able to accomplish just that. Chapter 741. The dread of a crumbling edifice, a gentle caress of his face, an extended silence in response. She could foresee the impending violent tremors and knew she must find a more suitable point of grasp beforehand. Such intense oscillations, if not firmly secured. Chapter 742. The intimacy of close proximity? The severe peril of hypothermia. Considering her current state of poisoning, Charlotte employed the back of her hand to gauge the temperature. She even deliberately wiped her hand against her coat to ensure. Chapter 743. Charlotte nosebleed? Powerfully esoteric? Her injury is the sole hope. Charlotte glanced around and promptly moved to the hatch, resealing the door that had been left ajar moments earlier. However, this was but a drop in the ocean. It could not impede the operation. Chapter 744. What Charlotte dislikes the most. Her selfishness and hesitation. She is an incredible species. Nearby, Alpha continued to speak. Thus, Alpha suggests that you immediately take measures to cool down. Otherwise, your body will not only continue to operate under excessive strain, but... Chapter 745. The frail and affected Ares? She fell into his gaze. Survive by any means. A gentle movement of Charlotte's arm drew him into her embrace. In the next moment, she opened her arms to envelop Ares before her. The thin fabric. Chapter 746. Disobedience? Charlotte scolds him, regardless. A delicate flower. He is rigid and obstinate. Charlotte's body radiated heat, while Ares rapidly lost warmth. The two of them locked eyes, the situation becoming somewhat tense. Chapter 747. Innate pheromone compatibility? Difficult for him to ignore. She, who has experienced countless trials, and he, a blank slate. For instance, why did she appear unscathed in the cockpit? Chapter 748. A gentleman's formalities? Heart racing, faces close together? Charlotte, taking advantage of a moment? I have no intentions towards you. Her heart, feeling as if it might explode at any moment, was where Charlotte most needed to cool down. She needed to alleviate the heat of her heart as much as possible. Otherwise, if this continued. Chapter 749. His resistance and rejection? The significance it holds for him. Ares, in a daze. Her calm composure and sharp tranquility seemed to possess a magical power, causing Ares to instantly regain his composure. He no longer resisted, instead. Chapter 750. Though he feigned impatience, his body betrayed him, allowing her to weave her tales with ease. If the researchers from the federal military were to discover this, their astonishment would be beyond measure. In this day and age, remote control of mechs is entirely unfeasible. Chapter 751. Call it as you wish. If you possess the skill, then step forth. I shall not accept any negative reviews. Very well, as you suggested. There are merely two actions. Chapter 752. What advantages does a mech engineer possess? With a thunderous stomp, he tread dangerously close to the edge. The beauty of her tear mole was beguiling. Sharply, Charlotte crouched down, reaching out to dismantle the resonating stomp from his leg. Time had already been squandered. Chapter 753. The mystery unveiled? A long slumber and a sense of déjà vu? Charlotte, Ares, do not give up. As the two collided, not only did it cool her down, but it also inevitably inflicted a stinging discomfort. Charlotte supported Ares as they traversed the snowy landscape. Chapter 754. A hint of camaraderie? Rare as phoenix feathers or as common as cabbage. Their abysmal first impression. Nonetheless, she took the initiative to command. Little Empress. See if you can, as before, Decipher the core main program of this mech and then activate the heating here. Chapter 755. The reason for her exceptional treatment? An insider and the web, personally monitoring and guarding him. In Charlotte's view, this peculiar preferential treatment was exceedingly unreasonable. Tracing back to the origins, this anomalous decision must undoubtedly stem from Ares' lawn. Chapter 756. The abandoned research approach? An enemy that places one in mortal danger? An unconscious Charlotte. Not to mention, the forces behind this could suddenly produce such a plethora of mechs, no less than 30 unidentified machines, all of which had been modified. Chapter 757. The profoundly medieval aesthetic? Where could she possibly be? A voice both gentle and uncold. Her heart still gripped tightly, each breath a painful endeavor. In a haze, it seemed she had coughed up blood several times, though the exact count eluded her. Chapter 758. The eye-catching Director Sue? A naturally gentle demeanor, the herbal scent upon his touch. Fortunately, Charlotte remained unperturbed, lying quietly as if to conserve her energy. Since it was thus, she chose to accept it. Her body, too, required time to recuperate. Chapter 759. Don't overthink it? Not soft as water. Gaining affection to foster closeness. Without ceremony, the man, having just completed his examination of Charlotte's left hand, continued without lifting his gaze, stating he would check her right leg next. With that, he moved closer. Chapter 760. Shall we discuss privately? No need for discretion. A focus on details while maintaining distance. Although there were indeed S-class geneticists known to Charlotte, their numbers were not particularly abundant. The Star Federation is vast, with a multitude of inhabitants, compared with the total. Chapter 761. The rare white mouse, Charlotte? The only anomaly among the beastmen. Unwilling to unwittingly assume an identity, Charlotte hurriedly reached out to take it, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. However, the more she gazed, the more her brows and eyes grew cold. Of course, for Charlotte, emotions such as joy and anger. Chapter 762. Is it trivial to bear scars? The futility of secrecy. Charlotte requires a forthright response. Regardless of the era, rare items invariably attract attention. This is particularly true in the realm of biology, where unique subjects often possess immeasurable value. Chapter 763. Northern Grape Star. The esteemed Su Jiao from the Medical University of Kongyi, a little being from across the stars. Director Su, having conveyed all necessary information, stepped forward once more to take the medical chart. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door. Chapter 764. Has Su Nua's cousin become his brother? Vanished for too long, residing in obscurity? The burden of possessing something precious. Previously, Su Nua had mentioned this individual, referring to him as his cousin. Charlotte. Chapter 765. A tale of passionate romance or redemption. Playing house with the spirited Charlotte? She followed her. Within Charlotte's purse lay 2 pieces of Sardinia energy stones. One was the very first that Charlotte had coveted. The other belonged to BLO. Chapter 766. The Department of Paleobiology? Fortuitously available at once. Lightly infuriated yet swiftly dismissed, Charlotte cast it a glance and remained silent, as she found no inclination to engage in a verbal sparring match. The agitated young empress felt as if her fist had struck cotton. Chapter 767. An immersive study in collaboration with the Major General? An era long past, having seen the battlefield, comfort and compensation. Should the existing technology be employed to conduct a thorough investigation of this organism, the significance would undoubtedly be monumental. This inquiry transcends the mere realm of biological heredity. Chapter 768. The phantom warship that does not exist? A deceptive facade, recklessly cast aside. Every warship possesses its own unique military coding inscribed upon its hull. With these codes, one can effortlessly ascertain their affiliations. Chapter 769. The bloodied snow and the entrapment of Charlotte? He is formidable, and she is scarce. Facial analysis reconstruction. A middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes gazes intently at the readings on the instrument, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, he cannot conceal his astonishment, murmuring. Chapter 770. The silver-haired, pale-skinned rogue? A surge of hormones. A rich exotic flavor. He is resolute in his pursuit of this newly emerged experimental subject. By that time, should the higher-ups reap tangible benefits, they would likely refrain from excessive commentary. Chapter 771. Insufficient masculine charisma? Dare you encounter misfortune in the gutter? The embodiment of malevolence confronting the enlightened one's calculations. Yet, the specifics remain a mystery even to the messenger. Chapter 772. Identity enshrouded in mystery? Adjusting the target? He has faltered 3 times against the same individual. Michael's prowess is well recognized within their entire voracious organization. If it is he, there is a considerable likelihood of uncovering secrets unknown to others. Chapter 773. Is she his utmost priority? All the more alluring. The variable lies in the seemingly inconsequential summer, the pawn, Luo. Thus, he meticulously refined the instructions for the replicants, aiming to achieve a dual purpose by acquiring both items of interest. Compared to the various indulgences, Chapter 774, 2, has faced his share of challenges. She is sweetly refreshing, not overly cute. Leaning on her cane, she ventured out for a stroll. Following this mission, they would require recuperation at the headquarters of the 8th Division in Vlasova City. Due to the severity of their injuries, Charlotte and Ares were not in optimal condition. Chapter 775, gentle and delicate? Can a frail girl pilot a mech? The plaster on her leg is quite conspicuous. The grand hall is open to the upper levels, seamlessly connecting the two without any intervening floors. The ceiling of the hall is made of transparent material, allowing natural light too. Chapter 776, a garden, a man, and a performance of professional caliber? Ares' preferences are steadfast and meticulous. The circular hall features several corridors leading in various directions. One such passageway leads to the source of the piano's melody. Charlotte leaned on. Chapter 777. Ares, dear brother? The federal major general who conceals all his brilliance. The softness in his brow and eyes. A long piano bench was situated beside her, and it did not obstruct her presence. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. He usually maintained a rather aloof demeanor towards others, adhering to basic. Chapter 778. A flirtatious exchange between friends? A space for reverie? She proactively severed their gaze. Her eyes briefly skimmed over her leg, yet lingered not for even a moment. Charlotte keenly caught a fleeting glance from him and, in turn, directed her gaze towards her own legs. Chapter 779. Genuine affection or unusual favoritism? Her brother the prince enjoys quite a reputation. The princess and her uncle. Thus, she nodded in response. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Not at all, Lily replied with a sweet smile, taking the initiative to lead the way. Chapter 780. Charlotte's mischievous intentions? Sincerity versus frivolity? Her straightforwardness and teasing. Her bold expression of self, coupled with the playful undertone in her words, was indeed a rarity. Ares had never conversed with her in such a manner, hence. Chapter 781. Has this lad challenged her? She struggled slightly. He deemed it necessary. Although he refrained from further persuasion, his demeanor suggested he would not easily relent. Truly, it was her leg, yet he appeared to be more cautious than she was. Chapter 782. The Star Federation's subordinate star system? He did not wish to coerce her. The Randall family's winery star. Of course, while both parties negotiate appointments, the Star Federation government does not intervene excessively. On the surface, the federal officials merely perform a formality. Chapter 783. To reassure her? Etched in his mind, engraved in his heart, he was skirting around the issue. Charlotte was uncertain as to why he hesitated. She sensed something peculiar about him today. In a fleeting moment, Charlotte suddenly. Chapter 784. His turmoil and response. The distance between them, entangled with concern and longing. The reason for seeking her out. Charlotte silently gazed at Ares. His words delivered with a remarkable humility, as if he bore no desire for recognition. Even if he could endure it, he remained but a fragile mortal. Chapter 785. Beauty versus affection? Favored by the god of love? Wreathed crowns and the perfect prince and princess. They laughed together, their faces radiant with joy. Chapter 786. Will she influence him? Grant him some space. Misunderstandings, explanations, and the charm of affection. I perceive them as the prince and princess of an enchanted realm. Thanks to the garlands we crafted. Indeed, Ares ought to. Chapter 787. A duet between Charlotte and Ares? Gentleman or a casual performer? A delicate flower. Seemingly frail, yet captivating. Chapter 788. He shall take responsibility? The contrast of summer green leaves. Maggie Hall's The Wine of Grape inspired a subsequent creation. He personally adapted a piano duet version, along with arrangements for other instruments. Chapter 789. He accepts her, tending to her needs? Not at all indifferent. A challenging duet of technical finesse. This individual seems genuinely concerned for her injuries, always wary of their potential impact on her well-being. Chapter 790. Has Charlotte overstepped? Is she engaging him in playful antics? the space between them. As the piano is a percussion instrument, each note stands in relative independence. Upon striking the strings, the sound only diminishes as the vibrations wane. Chapter 791. Does her presence lead him astray? The ambiguity of affection lingers in his heart. A playful, improvised adaptation. Charlotte watched them with a smile, choosing not to reveal the answer directly. She kept them in suspense, using this piece as a medium to indulge in some merriment with the children. Chapter 792. Intimate cuddling? Holding her close. He wavered because of Charlotte. This approach not only amplifies the sound, but also enriches the emotional hues with greater variation. As Charlotte pressed down on the pedal, her fingers danced gracefully, and Chapter 793. The ring finger entwined? He could not help but be captivated. She stirred waves of emotion within him, leaving him overwhelmed. For some unknown reason, his little finger, which should have landed on the adjacent key, instead found its place on hers. Such an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 794. Is liking enough? Thrilling and stimulating charm. They were like paired butterflies. He was inherently steady, no matter the task at hand, judging by today's performance. His prowess in this regard is not to be underestimated. Chapter 795. A popular travel blogger? He awaited her acceptance. Aries, delete the video. The gleam in Charlotte's eyes dimmed, her expression returning to its usual demeanor. Although she had done nothing inappropriate, the lack of consent. Chapter 796. Did he care whether Charlotte was satisfied? Was the decision in her hands? She was bound to him. Perhaps he was a well-known figure. She had seen him in various reports on Starnet before. Otherwise, how could he feel so familiar? Chapter 797. He courteously left the decision to her, bending down to elucidate the distance between her and him. A travel blogger is certainly not a person of limited vision, nor would they be excessively frugal. He immediately engaged in a flurry of operations on his device, retrieving several electronic vouchers. Chapter 798. Does she lack experience? He shall take charge. The charming vineyard. Shall we take a look over there? Charlotte pointed towards the distance. Aries cast a glance and then, with a slight motion of his wrist, adjusted the wheelchair to where Charlotte indicated. Chapter 799. Wanting it all? The authentic grape star. Technology paving the way. Judging solely by this planet, it undoubtedly stands as a superlative family at the pinnacle of the Star Federation. Without exceptional skills, it could not have remained steadfast for so many years. Chapter 800. Is he attentively observing her? Is he troubling Charlotte? His inability to restrain himself and his awkwardness. Taking a deep breath. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance that soothed the lungs and uplifted the spirit. After experiencing the apocalypse, each encounter with such beauty. Chapter 801. The discomfort of awkward topics? Aries' limits and avoidance? The frequency with which he gazed at her. Even the tone of his speech exhibited subtle changes. In the past, when faced with unfamiliar individuals, he was always aloof and indifferent. Yet, Chapter 802. The sweet-tongued and proactive Aries? His shyness in articulating his thoughts. Playing matchmaker and taking care of his girlfriend. Charlotte leaned back in her wheelchair, casually speculating. Objectively speaking, even if he were acquainted with that Mrs. Paul, given his disposition, he would, at most, offer a nod. Aries' restraint and concealment. Indeed, complexity is inherent in human nature. Unbeknownst to Charlotte, while Aries had not outright lied to her, he had certainly withheld information. Charlotte's lack of authority to know her existence represented his sole vulnerability, his feigned vulnerability. The relevant departments within the military needed to promptly devise countermeasures to preempt any potential threats. Aries' intimation and pledge, he bared his soul, preempting her objections. Charlotte was unable to accrue military merits. Imperceptible affection, he awaited Charlotte's acceptance. An ineffectual reward. What he offered was not what she desired. Indeed, my interests lie elsewhere. Charlotte responded in a measured tone. For her, matters of disinterest warranted no further expenditure of energy. A shared affection, he did not falter. That unfamiliar and clandestine emotion. These various vicissitudes prevented Aries from apprehending the person directly. However, an adversary of his caliber was naturally formidable to confront. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, the mythological system of the Northern Territories, the incarnation of the supreme god of St. August. When discussing the Northern mythology, one cannot overlook the Randall family, which originates from the Northern Star domain. Some scholars assert that the illustrious Randall family. Chapter 809. An intimate embrace? The protective circle around the waist and shoulder. The panic and unease of misjudgment. However, In the absence of knowledge regarding the other's origins, Charlotte remains oblivious to the vital points of this enigmatic being. Thus, the accuracy of her actions is evidently insufficient. Chapter 8:10, Ares' unique charm, bringing faces close together. The two are ensnared. Merely gazing upon his visage, it is clear he has been favored by the god of love. Ares Randall is akin to a true deity. At this moment, his pair of. Chapter 8:11, the unspoken ambiguity tantalizing his heart. The first button of temptation on his shirt. His hands are firmly placed at her waist. Dappled sunlight dances upon rippling water. Everything seems as ephemeral as flowers in the fog or the moon reflected on water. It is undeniably daytime, yet it evokes a sense of haziness and dreamlike wonder. Chapter 8:12, he lifts Charlotte in a gentle embrace. Tender care. He is enchanting and bewitching. Charlotte, startled, suddenly realizes her oversight. It is her own fault. For reasons unknown, her focus has inadvertently lingered predominantly on him. Chapter 8:13, teaching Charlotte everything by Fu Shinian. He is eager to safeguard her. Surely, she would not forsake it. Numerous scholars believe that the members of the Randall family are indeed the descendants of the northern mythology. They are the offspring of the supreme deity, Saint Augasius. From afar. Chapter 8:14, his fingertips, her dark tresses, inflicting pain upon Charlotte. He is focused, earnest, and gentle in his meticulousness. She savors the intricate emotions within her heart. Beside her, Ares is also lost in a moment of silence. However, for him. Chapter 8:15, Ares' awkwardness and charm, their differing skin temperatures. He directs his talents towards Charlotte. Perhaps this stems from the inherent gentlemanly demeanor within him. Charlotte, without delving deeply, nonchalantly remarks, "It doesn't hurt at all. Please continue." Chapter 8:16, grasping her wrist, a blend of tenderness and subtle intimacy, his restraint and inner turmoil. Deep within his gaze, a tempest of emotions brews, increasingly difficult to suppress. Her palm, delicate in texture, holds his fingers with a gentle softness. Chapter 8:17, he takes the initiative to shelter her in his embrace. He bends close to her, obedience and disdain. Thus, it is now that he feels troubled and regretful. Nevertheless, in both sentiment and reason, having received help from others, Charlotte should express her gratitude. Chapter 8:18, casually toying with her face, he lowers his stance, tucking away her stray hair. Consequently, he reaches for that tie. Yet, gazing at the object in his hand, he does not immediately wipe the droplets of water from his face or hair. Chapter 8:19, do not gaze upon the inappropriate, the unusual awkwardness of Charlotte's predicament, Ares' rudeness, avoidance, and distraction. It seems he hesitates to speak, weighing his words for a moment before finally uttering, "A squirrel fell on your face. I had my reservations, hence my delayed reaction. Should it fall elsewhere?" Chapter 8:20, goddess and believer, viewing art in the ancient reign, a meager understanding. Judging by his demeanor earlier, he displayed no signs of anxiety or disarray, suggesting he had a well-thought-out plan. She likely need not reproach herself, fretting over whether she was the cause. Chapter 8:21, contradiction, the propriety of male-female interaction, his uprightness like pine and bamboo, barely audible, an unwillingness to reveal concern. The almost imperceptible sound was nearly drowned out by the heavy rain. Charlotte hastily looked in the direction of the sound and, as expected, spotted the black figure. Chapter 8:22, allowing him to be drenched for her delicate self, his fastidious and thorough nature. Ares, unaccustomed to seeking praise, cannot withstand scrutiny. This was inherently an area prone to being overlooked, infinitesimal in its significance. Chapter 8:23, disrupting her inner peace. She holds an umbrella for him. Ares' concealment and Charlotte's probing. Ares' eyes were serene as he silently observed Charlotte. He seemed to be contemplating something, though his expression betrayed nothing. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Chapter 8:24, wronging him, benefiting her? Her persistent inquiry. He has nowhere to retreat. Charlotte mused that even drenched in rain, this man was a feast for the eyes. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been in a disheveled state. His stature towered. Chapter 8:25, an obedient Ares, skilled at refusing and silently protecting. His concession and evasion. Charlotte nonchalantly remarked, "It's just a few steps. No need to make a fuss." Chapter 8:26, causing him trouble. He is drenched. Tacit understanding, restraint and detachment. No wonder that Charlotte finds the pattern of the blanket familiar. She must have encountered something similar before. Aunt Paula had just finished unloading, and there was only. Chapter 8:27, the contradictory Charlotte. He was rather awkward. She deliberately denied him that opportunity. She meticulously adjusted it, turning the dry side outward. Chapter 828. Seizing the moment to take advantage of him? Charlotte personally wiped it clean. A minuscule chance to exploit. He no longer looked at her, his voice sounding rather indifferent. Chapter 829. Embarrassed over such trivial matters? He assumed she was fond of him. She did not reveal her feelings overtly. In their conversation, there was an aspect that seemed difficult to articulate. Despite not stating it outright, Charlotte immediately grasped his implication. Chapter 830. Has her affection gradually faded? Easily swayed her emotions. A hint of dullness. Those times seemed like a distant memory from long ago. Youthful innocence, unaware of sorrow. Chapter 831. He is quite considerate of her? The bashful nature of a young lady? A double standard in the makeshift changing room. Although Aries possessed exceptional skills and occasionally ventured out alone, he would never be without his usual guard if Owen was aware of the situation. Chapter 832. Disgrace and double standards? Unlike her, she felt a sense of closeness. Even if the sound of metal should have drowned out the rustling of fabric, it still sounded, faintly delicate. Such a voice, uniquely belonging to someone like Charlotte. Chapter 833. Charlotte, a beast of floods? Let her await him. Let him make an exception. The unutterable awkwardness. Behold, even in these matters, they find themselves in perfect accord. Yet Charlotte exhibits a double standard, indifferent to whether her voice might reach him. Chapter 834. The contrasting Aries? He tends to her with meticulous care. The shared intimacy of sitting together in confined space. He refrained from further words, simply stepping out of the gazebo. At the moment his foot touched the stairs. The two soldiers who had been waiting on either side. Chapter 835. Does he bear the responsibility to care for her? A relationship transcending mere professional boundaries? Charlotte draws a line. Owen took the umbrella from her hand and, after she settled into her seat, kindly closed the car door for her. Almost as the door clicked shut, Charlotte felt. Chapter 836. Awaiting his response. Excessive concern and bias? Others, beautiful and kind-hearted, do not wish for her to compromise. Centered around the vehicle Charlotte occupied, two cars were parked in front and behind. The remaining vehicles, having entered the estate, had already driven off in various directions. Chapter 837. Should she take the initiative? He could not hold back. She did not require him. She merely expressed a fleeting thought. Charlotte turned her back to him, gazing serenely into the distance. It seemed she was contemplating something, yet it left others. Chapter 838. Together with him? He extended an invitation. She deliberately declined. Thus, the journey from the elevator to Charlotte's room is not a short one, requiring 2 turns along the way. At this moment, the corridor remains eerily silent. Chapter 839. His transgressions, her vulnerabilities? Aries' anticipation and concern. Most importantly, Charlotte herself places great significance on dining. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, she prefers not to delay. Therefore, it must be. Chapter 840. The double standards of Aries? Countering her with words. A fresh act of condescension. This is her room. She is. Chapter 841. Gossiping about them? An extraordinary treatment. Charlotte, stop staring. The military doctor then approached the sofa, preparing to examine Charlotte. Why is the cast so damp? His first inquiry was about the cause. Chapter 842. Making him wait for an extended period? Aries' lip language and suvet language. 2 medical personnel assisted from the side, methodically utilizing relevant equipment for the examination. To be honest, Charlotte was also unaware of the subtle pain she felt in her hand at that moment. Chapter 843. Charlotte and Aries' whispered secrets? A cherished secret shared only between them. Hence, the longer Charlotte resides here, the more she immerses herself in this environment, leading to an increasing sense of familiarity. As for Earth and the Star Federation, the dynamics between them are. Chapter 844. Aries' thoughtfulness? Concerned about burdening Charlotte. His awkward, yet caring reminders. After taking the elevator down to the 2nd floor, Aries guided her directly to the dining hall. The dining hall at Greyhope Manor is bifurcated, with one section situated on the ground floor and another. Chapter 845. Their dynamic? Affectionate, unaffected, gallant? His solemn devotion. Ultimately, the rationale resided in the individual behind her. When others volunteered to assist, he steadfastly insisted on attending to her needs personally. It was evident that he himself. Chapter 846. Charlotte's favor? His perception of her inclinations? Their intimate proximity. From his perspective, the other party was entirely unfamiliar, at least, based on the young master's previous visits. He consistently arrived and departed unaccompanied. Chapter 847, Complete Fascination, Aries' mimetic praise. The justifiable exchange of gaze, her tutelage under his guidance. Upon hearing this, Charlotte was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would remember such a trivial detail as the floral garland. Colonel Owen was unaware of the significance of the garland. Chapter 848, Charlotte's graduation, Aries' original intention. Unconcealable solicitude. You're doing splendidly. At this juncture, Charlotte had effectively completed her apprenticeship, obviating the need for her to scrutinize his every gesture. Charlotte glanced at him and stated candidly, "You deliberately decelerated your pace for my benefit." Chapter 849, An arranged rendezvous. Occupying his time, acknowledging his efforts. Aries comprehended, realizing his initial assessment was accurate. Observing her unwavering conviction, he simply remarked with a subtle tone, "Prudence is always advisable." Charlotte then. Chapter 850, Disapproval and Disdain. Specifically dressed for Charlotte's benefit. The incisive directness of a woman unmoved by flattery. These were all exceedingly subtle alterations, imperceptible to anyone lacking familiarity. Following a gratifying luncheon, Charlotte found herself replete. Chapter 851, Frenzy? Charlotte? An unforeseen declaration of love? A springtime for titans? Alpha, your pronouncements are baseless. Little Empress, you are ineffectual. The two conversed back and forth. Chapter 852, A stoic indifference? A male idol's criteria for a mate trends. A sweetheart couple and a mysterious paramour. In light of this, he had become increasingly humanized, occasionally exhibiting proactive behaviors. At this juncture, confronted with the Little Empress's disdain. Chapter 853, A measured courtship? A budding, sweet romance? An outlandish attempt to defame a military paragon. What would be his thoughts? What would be his reaction? Because more than just himself was implicated, Charlotte felt a throbbing headache at the mere thought. Chapter 854, Entreating the intervention of young General Qin? The enigmatic case of Qin Shaoheng's activities. Dragging the military's eligible bachelor into the fray. Charlotte was even unaware of how such pronouncements originated. Chapter 855, Romantic Speculation? Qin Shaoheng and Aries. A distinct dynamic in their relationship. Contacting him now was considerably easier. Charlotte swiftly composed a message and dispatched it, encapsulating the essence of the matter. Chapter 856, Qin Shaoheng. A guinea pig? What is the meaning of these initial smiles? His tolerance, jest, and acceptance. Chapter 857, Qin Shaoheng's heartfelt confession? In excess of thought, I impart this solely to you. There is no need for such formality with me, even though Charlotte is often seen with her back to the camera in the video. Chapter 858, A mutual understanding between them? Taking advantage and making advances? Even when being honest with him, Charlotte does not wish to evoke pity. The matter is in the past, and there is no need for repetitive recounting. Qin Shaoheng is meticulous. Chapter 859, Delving into his inner self? The warmth and indifference of Qin Shaoheng, his esteem and her affection. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaoheng simply smiled softly. For him, it seems. Chapter 860, The Diamond Cabbage, Qin Shaoheng? Making time for her. Their excellence is unmatched. However, Qin Shaoheng merely remarked, "What is there to clarify?" It was simply being photographed in a public setting. It is not as if they were engaged in anything improper. Chapter 861, What captivates Qin Shaoheng the most? Her understanding of his denial of ambiguity. A sense of being well-matched. With a gentle touch, she replayed the video. Within the frame, a man and a woman sat closely together, performing a certain piece of music. Chapter 862, Are they growing closer? Preventing him from taking further liberties. Unwavering in his desire not to make her wait, he methodically removed the clothes from the bag and stored them in the cabinet. Unexpectedly, an item fell to the floor, following the faint sound. Chapter 863, Mending for him? The ever-attracted Aries. He could not look away, whether it was Charlotte's imagination or not. She felt his gaze briefly sweep over her right leg. The elusive gazes, almost imperceptible unless carefully observed. Chapter 864, Too special to her? An advanced lesson in ambivalence? His cooperation and subtle attentiveness. Neither the tourist's picking experience nor the accompanying winemaking activities should be so desolate. Proceeding inward, only staff members were visible. Chapter 865, Warm-hearted and considerate? Making conversation and showing support. A fleeting coldness. Aries, holding his basket in his left hand, extended his empty right hand. His intention unmistakable. Charlotte did not decline, directly handing over her basket filled with grapes. Chapter 866, Does he want her to understand? Profile view within reach. An attraction originating from appearance? His gaze conveyed this emotion with increasing clarity. Yet, for Charlotte, such keen perception seemed perfectly natural. Chapter 867. The feeling of an embrace? Bewitched by his aura. A gradual and tacit understanding. The Star Federation is vast, its territory exceptionally expansive. Among the numerous women within it, not all are shallow or prone to infatuation. It's simply that his appearance is too. Chapter 868. His thoughtfulness, attentiveness, and concern? Accompanying her. Enduring attraction through appealing looks. Therefore, what transpired during this mission? What precipitated this change? What did she fail to notice? Chapter 869. Enthusiastic conversation? Noticing her gaze. Following her pace. Charlotte nodded and then followed the person ahead. The staff, having altered their previous demeanor of trailing behind, took several steps forward, accompanying Ares and Chapter 870. Their inexplicable compatibility? A meeting of minds. Ares' refreshing side. The winery within the vineyard was situated quite a distance from the historical exhibition hall, and the group walked for a considerable while. Throughout this journey, Ares consistently walked beside her. Chapter 871. The more intriguing Qin Shaoheng, refusing to compete with him, allowing her to benefit. Charlotte paid little heed to Uncle Paul's departure. Her hands moved with precision, diligently attending to her tasks. However, at one point, she diverted her attention to glance at the figure beside her. Chapter 872. Allowing her to act freely? He yielded for her. Gradually, he assisted Charlotte. Observing his black shirt, she felt it was rather inconvenient. The apron she had worn earlier was. Chapter 873. So concerned for her? The two drew ever closer. Ares' personal declaration. At the very least, Charlotte was certain that had it been someone unfamiliar, he would most likely have categorically refused. Even if for you. This posed no issue. Chapter 874. He took the initiative to draw near, understanding the nuances of their closeness. Leaning towards her, supporting her wrist. Once clarity was achieved, Charlotte remarked, if you don't mind, perhaps you could activate your account and simply post a status update. As soon as the words left her lips. Chapter 875. Ares' verified account? His very first post. Indeed, he showed no signs of reticence. Perhaps it is not that he trusts her, but rather that he is already well aware of what she has spoken. Having received his consent, Charlotte proceeded to apply on his behalf. Chapter 876. The emotional entanglement with Qin Shaoheng? A mutual interest in each other? Quite serious. There is little more she can conveniently say. After all, Qin Shaoheng is a major general in the military, with a complex family background, while Charlotte herself remains an unknown individual. Chapter 877. Initiating conversation with her? Spending all day in her company? He knows her all too well. The vast and rich variety of grapes, coupled with the meticulous and refined brewing process, render the wines of Grape Star uniquely exceptional and endlessly fascinating. Chapter 878. Ares' straightforward mindset? He pulls her into his embrace, gazing at her again and again. Yet, perhaps this serves as a catalyst, and once the conversation began, they opened up to each other. Ares once more inquired, could there be any discontent?